Chapter 71, Shedding. The 17th day of survival on the deserted island, light rain. This morning, it was drizzling again. I couldn't go out today. Yu-Hai took a foam board and sat cross-legged at the door of the tree house, staring at the light rain outside the tree house in a daze. Yo. After getting up, the mosquito-repellent tadpole saw Yu-Hai in a daze, so he ran to sit next to Yu-Hai, called Yu-Hai twice, and watched the rain with Yu-Hai. Mosquito-repellent tadpole. Yu-Hai felt his arm being rubbed, turned his head and saw the mosquito-repellent tadpole leaning next to him, reached out and touched the mosquito-repellent tadpole's head, with a happy smile on his face. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 31.01%. Level, 10.32%. Feature, moisture /0.83% hidden feature, free and easy /1.53%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /0.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. New Look /1.31%. Foam /1.31%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slaps /5.12%. Slap /0.91%. Water Gun /7.41%. Playing with Water /2.51%. As he reached out to touch the mosquito coil tadpole, he opened the mosquito coil tadpole's proficiency panel again and looked at the mosquito coil tadpole's level column. It finally broke through 10%. I don't know if it was yesterday's battle, yesterday's berries, or the 2 crab meat meals yesterday. In any case, the level of the mosquito coil tadpole has not been stuck, and has been steadily increasing. It's raining today, so I won't train the water gun. It's rare to encounter rain during the day, so go for a run, and use your characteristics to run freely and leisurely. Oh! The mosquito coil tadpole tilted his head to look at Yu-Hai, nodded to Yu-Hai, and got up and left the tree house. Although he didn't understand what the characteristics Yu-Hai was talking about were, his speed was much faster when he ran on a rainy day than when it wasn't raining. He felt it when he went out to find food last time. The mosquito coil tadpole stepped on the wet grass with both feet and started running. The speed was much faster than before, and even faster and faster. The effect of letting the mosquito coil tadpole practice running before was immediately highlighted. If you can't walk steadily and fall when running, what's the point of practicing the characteristics? You can't even control walking, let alone running, and you can't even use the characteristics. As the mosquito coil tadpole started running, Yu-Hai was not idle, but lit a fire in the house with a stove. Fortunately, there was no wind at this time, and there would not be too much wind if the wooden door was opened to burn the fire. However, the thick smoke from the fire gathered in the house and could not dissipate. In order to disperse the smoke in the house, he also opened a small window on the tree house. Instead of using nails, he burned the charcoal left after the dry firewood was burned out, which was placed in the groove above the tree house, and the charcoal was used to burn through the tree house. In order not to set the tree house on fire, he also wetted the grooves around the charcoal with water, leaving only the tree trunk in the groove dry. When the charcoal burned the tree trunk, he poked it lightly with a wooden stick and opened the small window of the tree house, allowing the smoke gathered in the tree house to drift out from the small window. While burning the fire to keep warm and opening the small window, he also boiled a pot of hot water so that the mosquito coil tadpole could warm himself up after the training was over. After running for half an hour, the mosquito coil tadpole returned to the tree house, and Yu-Hai also poured boiling hot water into the frying pan and rice bowl of the mosquito coil tadpole. The hot water is very hot, blow it before drinking it, Yu-Hai reminded the mosquito-repellent tadpole who was eager to lean over to drink water. Yo-Hai, the mosquito-repellent tadpole just wanted to stick out his little pink tongue, but quickly retracted it and blew air into the pan. As the hourglass ran out twice, that is, 10 minutes passed, the mosquito-repellent tadpole returned to the rain and started running, unconsciously using the leisurely and free characteristic. This is a characteristic that can be activated on rainy days, and there is no need to mobilize the characteristic deliberately. The mosquito-repellent tadpole only needs to practice controlling it and skillfully use it, which is the purpose of the mosquito-repellent tadpole training. Yu-Hai saw that the proficiency of the characteristic on the mosquito-repellent tadpole's panel was steadily increasing, so he stopped paying attention to the mosquito-repellent tadpole and looked at the green caterpillar who yawned and woke up from his lazy sleep. Woo, woo, after the green caterpillar got up, it also came over and rubbed Yu-Hai's palm with its head, showing a very intimate attitude. After catching a cold and having a fever, and yesterday's battle, the caterpillar's temperament and temper have improved a lot. No longer throwing tantrums, being scheming, acting cute, or acting like an emperor, or provoking the mosquito coil tadpole. Instead, it has become much more obedient, and has put away its little thoughts, and finally agreed to recognize him as its owner. If it didn't want to recognize him, the little green wouldn't come by itself, even if it was for the sake of meat, it had to recognize him. After all, he, Yu-Hai, is not a good person, and it is impossible for him to do it again and again. As the saying goes, 3 times is the limit of most people's tolerance. Come, drink some hot water. Yu-Hai poured some hot water from the tadpole pan and placed it in front of the caterpillar. Woo, the caterpillar lowered his head and drank the hot water. After drinking the hot water, he climbed into Yu-Hai's arms and looked at the mosquito coil tadpole who was training to run in the rain. When the caterpillar climbed into his arms, Yu-Hai slowly stroked the caterpillar's body, subconsciously looking for the cracks of yesterday's injury. But after feeling for a long time, he couldn't find any cracks on the caterpillar, so he lowered his head and looked at it carefully. The crack on the 3rd section of the green caterpillar's body that was pinched by the big crab disappeared. How is it possible? Is your injury healed? Yu-Hai turned the green caterpillar over and over, but he didn't find the crack from yesterday's injury. How did the green caterpillar get rid of the crack? Woo, the green caterpillar saw the surprised expression on Yu-Hai's face, squinted his big black eyes, looked at Yu-Hai with a sly look, and had a smug expression on his face. It thought Yu-Hai would take a long time to find it, but it didn't expect it to be found so quickly. Thanks to the meat yesterday, it ate too much and its shell was cracked. He, isn't Xyla very powerful? Woo, woo. The green caterpillar pursed its lips and motioned Yu-Hai to look at its bed, where there was a broken shell it shelled. Yu-Hai stretched out his hand to pull the green caterpillar's bed over, and saw some broken green shells on the foam board, and could still vaguely see the appearance of the green caterpillar. This shed green shell has the head of the green caterpillar, the broken 3rd segment of the green caterpillar, and the tail of the green caterpillar. Seeing this layer of shell pushed down reminded Yu-Hai of snakes shedding their skins, as well as crabs and lobsters shedding their shells. As lobsters grow, their bodies continue to grow, but the shell cannot automatically grow with the growth of the body, thus failing to meet the physical needs of the lobsters. Therefore, lobsters need to shed their shells continuously and grow larger new shells to ensure the normal growth of lobsters. The caterpillar is not a lobster, and molting is also a characteristic of the iron pupa. Or does it mean that any creature with a shell can grow up by molting, or replace the broken shell and grow a new shell to protect the body? Chapter 72, Exercise Telekinesis. Caterpillar. Attribute, insect. Gender, female. Potential, 58%. Level, 5.41%. Characteristics, scale powder / 0.71% hidden characteristic, escape / 2.23%. Mastered moves, telekinesis / 0.64%. Impact / 0.81%. Silk spinning / 4.55%. After molting last night, the caterpillar's experience value increased again, and it is one step closer to the 7th level evolution. This little foodie's experience value increased too fast, so fast that he had no time to prepare. The half-month mentioned before is the half-month from hatching to cocooning, not the half-month after he met the caterpillar. Before he met the caterpillar, the caterpillar had been hatching for who knows how many days. The caterpillar, which is only 1.5 experience points away from evolution, may evolve tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and the evolution speed is faster than he expected. However, the caterpillar is also a blessing in disguise. After molting, its body size becomes larger, which also allows the caterpillar to evolve into metapod and butterfree, and store more evolutionary energy. But there are only 2 or 3 days left. Where can he get high-energy food for the caterpillar? Currently, there is only elf meat, which is the easiest high-energy food for him to obtain. The elf meat of each attribute contains the energy of that attribute. If the caterpillar wants to eat meat, it is either the caterpillar or the unicorn. There are only these 2 types of insect elves at the edge of the jungle. But the hornworm is poisonous, and it may be killed if not handled properly. The caterpillar is Xylo's relative, which makes it a bit difficult. It's okay for him and the tadpole to eat the caterpillar, but he is afraid that Xylo will not be able to eat it. Hey, let it be, Yu-Hai gently stroked Xylo's head. He couldn't get high-nutrition food such as giant bee honey and moo milk for Xylo, and he could only leave regrets for Xylo's evolution. Payment, risk, and reward are the 3 major factors to consider when measuring whether something is worth doing. With injured feet, forcibly stealing giant bee honey may cost life. This is the risk he needs to take. Just for giant bee honey, he needs to exchange his life for it. He refuses. This payment and reward are not proportional at all, and there is no need to take risks. As a person who has experienced it, the starting point for payment is often that the reward is higher than the payment, and then he will consider doing this thing. Unless he is interested in this matter, he will not care about the gains and losses. If the risk of getting high nutrition food is not very high, at most it is just a minor injury, which will not cost him his life, he can still accept it. But stealing honey is not a minor injury, but a matter of life and death. Being stabbed to death by a giant bee with a strong sense of territory with 2 needles is a tragic and ugly death. The reward is still uncertain whether it can improve potential, which remains to be seen. The payment will cost him his life, and he has not yet started his life. The price he paid was directly maxed out, but the reward was a younger brother. No matter how you think about it, it is a big loss. The caterpillar still has 2 or 3 days, and he can extend the evolution time of the caterpillar to 5 days, or even a week. By then, his foot injury should have healed. If there is a chance, it is okay to take risks for the caterpillar. In order to extend the evolution time of the caterpillar, he has already formulated a training plan for the caterpillar, which is to train telekinesis. Use training to affect the development of the caterpillar and thus extend the evolution time of the caterpillar. He didn't know if this method would work, so he could only try it slowly. He did it as he thought of it. Yu-Hai picked up a piece of he put a finger-wide leaf in his palm and asked the caterpillar, "Caterpillar, can you lift this leaf with telekinesis?" Woo! The caterpillar blinked and stared at the leaf, which began to emit blue light. The blue light gradually spread to the leaf and wrapped the whole leaf. When the leaf was wrapped in blue light, it slowly floated up. It only floated for a few breaths, and the caterpillar could no longer keep the leaf afloat, and the leaf fell down again. Caterpillar, your future training will be weightlifting. Start with leaves. Keep the leaves afloat for half an hour, and I'll time you. Yu-Hai guessed correctly. The caterpillar was struggling to lift a leaf now, let alone use telekinesis to lift himself up and float. Woo, woo, the caterpillar only used telekinesis for a while, and then fell exhausted in Yu-Hai's arms, not wanting to move at all. Don't be lazy, you still want to be lazy. Yu-Hai saw that the caterpillar wanted to play dumb again, he would not indulge the other party, and immediately glared at the caterpillar with a stern face. There is no way, how can you become stronger without training? Since you have become his elf, you must accept his training arrangements. He does not allow his elf to be a weak chicken. When it is time to encourage, he will not be stingy with his praise, and when it is time to train, he will also take it seriously. Woo, the caterpillar sighed helplessly, looking at the mosquito coil tadpole running in the rain. It knew that there would be such a day. This is the price of eating meat. It can't fool you high by acting cute and stupid. It can't get away with it, can't escape training, and can't be lazy. It can only get off you high and return to its foam board bed. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai thought that the caterpillar was going to sleep again and didn't listen to him, but the caterpillar called him twice, staring at the leaves in his hand. Woo, woo. What? Yu Hai didn't understand. He didn't know what the caterpillar was calling. Is it preparing to sleep or putting it in the poke ball? Woo, seeing that Yu Hai didn't understand, the caterpillar focused its eyes on the leaf again. As the leaf was wrapped in blue light, it slowly floated towards the caterpillar. Yu Hai then knew what the caterpillar meant. It turned out that the caterpillar wanted to exercise its telekinesis. After the leaf floated over, it didn't put it down. The caterpillar kept using telekinesis to keep the leaf afloat. Even when its forehead began to sweat and its body trembled, the caterpillar didn't put the leaf down. Until its telekinesis was exhausted, the caterpillar was forced to put down the leaf and fell on the foam board, panting. Yu Hai also brought a bowl of warm water and placed it in front of the tired caterpillar. When the caterpillar recovered a little, it drank the water to replenish some physical strength. At the same time, the mosquito coil tadpole also came back from running, and Yu Hai also prepared warm water. Warm water can only quench thirst, but cannot restore physical strength. To restore physical strength, food is needed. They still have a large crab left, which can give the two little ones a full meal after training. There is also Magi carp. After releasing Magi carp, Yu Hai started to make lunch, which is still a simple crab stew. After the meal, the green caterpillar directly ate more than half of the crab roe, ate himself full, and went to sleep after eating. The Magi carp is still a crab leg. Because it has been raining today, Yu Hai did not put the Magi carp in the bucket, but took out a plastic basin and filled it with rainwater outside the treehouse before releasing the Magi carp. Thanks, Han Mao, the moon looking at the starry sky, the number is too small, the 100 book coins, thank you. Thanks to everyone for your votes, I will PK again this week, whether I can advance depends on your follow-up reading. Alas, it's too much, I can't even get to the third round after collecting more than 10,000, you can imagine how much more difficult it is. This book is still a filter for readers, fortunately you have followed up to read until now, thank you for following. Chapter 73, Picking Up Fish. After lunch, it was still drizzling, and Yu Hai couldn't go anywhere, couldn't bask in the sun, and couldn't have a picnic outside, so he could only stay in the treehouse and supervise the caterpillar to exercise his telekinesis. After the mosquito coil tadpole was full, he took a lunch break for a while before being arranged by Yu Hai to pick up dinner outside. That is, some kelp and shells. On rainy days, while training the leisurely and free characteristics, you can also run back and forth to pick up some dinner. In addition, under his supervision, the caterpillar's telekinesis moves have improved a little, from the original one leaf cannot last half an hour, now can easily lift 2 leaves for half an hour. The progress is not small, but also limited. After all, it is not a psychic elf, and training telekinesis is not that simple. As for the caterpillar, he could only try his best to cultivate it according to the knowledge of his previous life. He did not have too high requirements. Just try his best. Caterpillar, continue to practice telekinesis in the afternoon, Yu Hai called the caterpillar who had finished his lunch break. This little foodie wanted to be lazy and not practice again. Woo, the caterpillar yawned loudly. When he heard that he had to practice again, the whole worm drooped down instantly, and he could not raise his spirit at all. Okay, don't complain. If you don't want to be eaten by a stupid bird, get up and practice telekinesis. Yu Hai stretched out his hand and patted the caterpillar's little head, feeling quite helpless. The caterpillar has a high talent, but it is too lazy. It doesn't have the energy of mosquito coil tadpoles to work hard. Let the caterpillar practice telekinesis. Yu Hai took back the Magi carp who had finished his walk, and took back the plastic basin to soak his feet for a while to get rid of the sweat on his feet. The sultry last night made the solace of my feet sweat a little, and I had to clean it up as soon as possible. As he cleaned his feet, the mosquito coil tadpole brought back the first batch of dinner, which was filled with kelp and shells in a plastic bottle. After putting down the dinner, the mosquito coil tadpole left again, stepping on the falling rain and heading for the rocky shoal. But this time, it came and went quickly. The mosquito-repellent tadpole did not hold a plastic bottle, but a fish in its mouth. Weak fish? Where did you get the weak fish? Yu-Hai reached out to take the weak fish from the mosquito-repellent tadpole's mouth and looked at the mosquito-repellent tadpole. How did this guy get the fish? Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole stepped on the sand in the tree house, slapped the weak fish with its tail again, and then slapped it on the dry wood, and kept calling out to Yu-Hai. What? Beach? Weak fish? Dry wood? Yu-Hai read the series of body language of the mosquito-repellent tadpole and tried to understand what the mosquito-repellent tadpole wanted to express. The mosquito-repellent tadpole should be saying that there are weak fish on the beach, and finally pointing to the dry wood means that there are a lot of weak fish, as many as the dry wood piled in the tree house. How could it be? Did the weakling go crazy? Or was it driven by some carnivorous fish and had to jump onto the beach to escape? No, I have to go and see. If it's true, it may affect our food for several days. This kind of pie in the sky is hard to come by. After realizing that this matter was not simple, Yu-Hai took a rainproof plastic raincoat and put it on, then supported his body with a cane and left the tree house. Green caterpillar, no need to exercise, you have to take care of the house. I will go out with the mosquito coil tadpole to take a look, Yu-Hai said before leaving, reminding the green caterpillar that if the green caterpillar is too tired from training, it will have no resistance. When the green caterpillar heard that it didn't need to train anymore, it instantly became energetic, just like a human cub after class. When Yu-Hai and his friends were about to go out, it would take good care of the house and promised Yu-Hai, woo. Let's go, mosquito tadpole. Yu-Hai leaned on his crutches and called mosquito tadpole. Before he could soak his feet, he put on his cloth shoes and planned to go to the beach to see the situation and treat his foot injury later. Yu-Hai came to the beach in the drizzle. He just felt that he was going to get rich. If he didn't pick them up, these weaklings would die of thirst, and he would be struck by lightning for wasting food. There were many weaklings on the beach outside the tree house, too many to count and too many to pick up. At a glance, the beach was full of weaklings jumping all the way to the reef shoal where he went to the sea to pick up waste. There were too many weaklings. The weaklings on the shore were desperately jumping back into the sea, and the weaklings in the sea wanted to leave the sea and rushed to the beach frantically. Puff! Roar, roar, roar! What is that? A hornet! Yu-Hai followed the sound of the spray and saw a whale on the sea that was like a small mountain, with water spraying from its back, and opened his mouth wide. If they could catch one, they wouldn't have to look for food for a year. The hornet is classified as a spherical whale elf, with the appearance of a baleen whale, with dark blue skin on the upper part and beige skin on the lower part, and a mouth full of big white teeth. Its small eyes are more like mung beans compared to its body. It swims with its mouth open, eating food together with seawater, and the unwanted water will be sprayed out of its nose. It eats a ton of food like weaklings every day. The hornet also likes to scare people. It likes to spray the seawater stored in its body from the nostrils above its eyes to scare people or other elves. After it stores seawater in its body, it can bounce on the ground like a ball. The more seawater it stores, the higher it jumps. Gudong! Yu-Hai looked at the baleen whales and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. There were not just one whale with its back exposed on the sea surface, but many, about 7 or 8. The official setting of the baleen whale's weight is 130 kilograms, and he felt that the official setting was conservative. The prototype of the baleen whale is the baleen whale. The weight of the calf of the baleen whale is not only 130 kilograms, but also 1000 kilograms. The light ones are 500 kilograms, and the heavy ones are 2 tons, that is, 4,000 kilograms. It depends on what kind of whale it is. After all, there are 4 families and 15 species of whales under the baleen whale. Let's just pick up the fish, forget about the baleen whales. Yu-Hai shook his head and began to pick up the fish on the ground. This should be a family of baleen whales preying on weaklings. He couldn't even beat a lone baleen whale, let alone a family of baleen whales. Deeper in the ocean, there should be an evolved form of the baleen whale, the 14-meter-long baleen whale king. He didn't dare to think about the roaring whale. Although he wanted to capture one, he could only think about it. If he had the chance in the future, he could capture a roaring whale. Don't think about it now. It's more important to pick up weaklings. This is a gift from God. How many they can pick up depends on their speed. If the weaklings die of thirst or lack of oxygen, it will be their fault. Mosquito repellent, I'll put the fish in a bottle, you drag it back and pour it into the bucket. The fish picking operation lasted the whole afternoon. Yu-Hai was responsible for picking up the fish, and mosquito repellent was responsible for transporting the fish. The bucket he prepared was really full, so he found a mud pit with water outside the treehouse and asked mosquito repellent to transport all the weaklings he picked up to the mud pit. Chapter 74, A Great Harvest. Yu-Hai didn't know how many weaklings he picked up, but he was crazy about picking them up, really crazy about picking them up. He had picked up all the stranded mullets on the beach outside the treehouse and the reef shoal. There were more mullets farther away, but he couldn't pick them up anymore because his feet hurt. He could only watch from afar. Looking at the weaklings on the beach in the distance, he returned to the warm treehouse with regret. Not only did his feet hurt, but he was also shivering from the cold. After returning to the treehouse, he immediately took off his wet short-sleeved shorts, hung them on the rope to dry, and quickly boiled a pot of hot water for himself. With this pot of hot water, plus the warm treehouse and the constantly burning stove, he would not catch a cold again. When he held the boiling iron cup with both hands and gently sipped the hot water in the iron cup. At that moment, he finally felt warm, the kind that warmed from his throat to his stomach. While drinking the hot water, he also poured a pot of hot water for the mosquito coil tadpole, letting the mosquito coil tadpole drink it slowly. Mosquito coil tadpole, you have worked hard just now, drink some hot water to warm your body. Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito coil tadpole called twice, probably saying that it was not hard, but it still slowly drank the hot water. Woo woo. The caterpillar saw the man and tadpole who had been busy all afternoon coming back from the rain, and hurriedly asked the mosquito coil tadpole, "How many fish did you pick up?" Yo yo. The mosquito coil tadpole thought about it. They picked up a lot of fish, so many that it couldn't count them at all. It should be enough to eat for a long time. Green caterpillar, continue to train your mind power, don't be lazy. Yu-Hai saw that the caterpillar was very energetic, and couldn't help but urge the caterpillar to train its mind power again. It's just lifting leaves, and the space required is not large. You can train your mind power anytime and anywhere. Woo! When the caterpillar heard about training, it looked at Yu-Hai with pitiful eyes, and tears squeezed out of the corners of its eyes for working hard to watch the house. It was clearly told not to train before, but now it is being trained again. Why is it like this? So annoying. Look at the mosquito repellent tadpole, who has been training all day long. How can you be tired? The mosquito repellent tadpole helps us find food, and you just guard the house. Is this considered tiring? Yu-Hai lectured the caterpillar angrily. This guy only knows how to eat and sleep, and pretends to be pitiful and lazy. This is the same as other people's children. When Yu-Hai lectured the caterpillar, he also saw the mosquito repellent tadpole laughing and gloating. Seeing the caterpillar's submissive look, it also tactfully drank water to cover up its laughter so that it would not laugh out loud. Woo woo, the caterpillar blushed, but the expression on his face was very aggrieved. Green caterpillar, there is enough food now. You can eat as much fish as you want, but you can't be lazy. If you are too gluttonous, you will be eaten by stupid birds." After lecturing the green caterpillar, Yu Hai started to grill the fish again. As the grilled fish sizzled and exuded fragrance, he handed the grilled fish to the mosquito coil tadpole. Woo woo, the green caterpillar saw that the mosquito coil tadpole had grilled fish, but it didn't, and couldn't help but call out to Yu Hai, saying that it wanted it too. "Here, this is yours." After eating, "Hurry up and train," Yu Hai took the grilled fish from the stove and stuck it in the sand in front of the green caterpillar. Woo woo, the green caterpillar happily opened its mouth and bit it, biting off a large piece of fish meat directly. At this moment, the green caterpillar only felt the happiness of being filled with meat. Training and other things had long been thrown behind it. It would talk about it after eating. Elves are such simple creatures. While having powerful power, their minds are not complicated. They can feel very clearly who is good to them and who is not good to them. At least now the caterpillar has forgotten how fierce he was before. He was just fierce. As long as he was provided with food and lodging, he could say anything. After eating the delicious grilled fish after hard work, the mosquito coil tadpole returned to his bed, yawned and fell asleep. This afternoon, he ran back and forth 40 or 50 times, which really exhausted the tadpole. After the caterpillar was full, under the urging of Yu Hai, he practiced his telekinesis again. While supervising the caterpillar, he began to treat his foot injury. The wound on the sole of his foot was soaked in rain for so long that it turned white and rotten. It is still so far from the recovery of the wound, and he doesn't know how long it will take. However, the small wound on the right foot has scabbed and healed quickly, but the big wound on the left foot needs to be observed. After disinfecting the foot injury and wrapping it with rags again, he sat cross-legged on the foam board and opened the mosquito coil tadpole's proficiency panel. He wanted to see the progress of the tadpole. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 31.01%. Level, 10.52%. Feature, moisture/0.83%. Hidden feature, swimming easily /2.53%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /0.21%. Ice hockey /0.31%. Fresh look /1.31%. Foam /1.31%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial slaps /5.12%. Slap /0.91%. Water gun /7.41%. Playing with water /2.51%. The experience value of the mosquito coil tadpole increased by 0.2%, and the proficiency of swimming freely increased by 1%. Not bad, they are all increasing steadily. The rest of the moves are still the same. It is very good to have such growth in half a month. In this half month, it is not only training, but also looking for food. Without sufficient food, training will only hurt the body and may even reduce potential, which is not worth the loss. However, from now on, they don't have to worry about food anymore, and can train boldly and safely, and can train all day long. Green caterpillar, you should be able to lift 3 leaves now, right? Ga. Woo. The green caterpillar was found to be lazy by Yu Hai, and the expression on his face suddenly changed. Stagnant, stiffly raised his head to look at Yu Hai, his big black bright eyes filled with tears. The caterpillar looked at Yu Hai pitifully, began to pant, pretended to be exhausted, and put down the 2 leaves that were played with by telekinesis. Yu Hai closed the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole, and saw the little movements of the caterpillar from the corner of his eye. While the caterpillar was controlling the leaves with telekinesis, he actually had the mind to stare blankly outside the tree house. This little guy is good at acting but too lazy. He is the kind that will not move unless whipped. His self-control is too poor. Double the weightlifting training. You have to control 4 leaves at the same time for half an hour. Yu Hai picked up 2 leaves from outside the tree house, suppressed the smile in his heart, and put them on the foam mattress of the caterpillar. Woo, the caterpillar looked down at the 4 leaves in front of him, and wanted to ask if Yu Hai was serious. Who can understand the tears of a worm? Woo woo woo. The caterpillar wanted to use his big black eyes, which were full of tears and blinking, to act like a spoiled child to Yu Hai, saying that he didn't want to train any more. But who is Yu Hai? He is the one with a heart of stone, otherwise he wouldn't be single for 2 lifetimes. Chapter 75, Pidgeot. Well, he hasn't seen a woman in this life, and he hasn't even started to decide whether he's single or not. It's too early to say he's single now. However, Yu Hai still rejected the caterpillar outright. Everything else was fine, but the training couldn't stop. 4 leaves, no room for negotiation. The training can be slow, but it can't stop. Do you understand what I mean, caterpillar? Woo, the caterpillar shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. You didn't understand, why are you shaking your head? Yu Hai was almost amused by the caterpillar. Isn't this just confessing himself? Whether nodding or shaking his head, it's a reaction only when you understand. If you don't understand, and you still shake your head, who is the caterpillar trying to fool? Woo, the caterpillar was stunned for a moment. It didn't expect Yu Hai to trick it. It was so despicable. Woo, woo, ah, how could this bad guy do this? Why is Xiao Lu so annoying? Okay, continue to practice your telekinesis. Yu Hai took the grilled fish off the stove and put it in front of the caterpillar, comforting the caterpillar. You can eat first and then practice. Woo, the caterpillar saw the grilled fish, his eyes flashed with little stars, and he was no longer depressed. He ate the grilled fish happily. Slap him, give him a sweet date, and say that it's all for your own good. He was so familiar with this kind of workplace pua. In his previous life, he had eaten a lot of big cakes drawn by his boss, but he was a little indigestion. Otherwise, he wouldn't like fishing. Staying away from the hustle and bustle and being a fisherman quietly made him find the joy of life. Green caterpillar. Attribute, bug. Gender, female. Potential, 58%. Level, 5.76%. Features, scale powder / 0.71% hidden feature, escape / 2.23%. Mastered moves, telekinesis / 2.14%. Impact / 0.81%. Silk spinning / 4.55%. The experience value of the green caterpillar increased by 0.3 again. After half a day of training, the telekinesis actually increased by 1.5. He had no reference object and didn't know how strong the superpowers of psychic elves were. As long as the caterpillar's telekinesis could be slowly improved, he would be very satisfied. After all, the green caterpillar was not a psychic elf. The green caterpillar was small in size and its brain was not active. Its superpowers and physical strength could not keep up. Even if its telekinesis was strong, it was limited and basically a killer move. But the experience value of the green caterpillar increased again. When it woke up tomorrow, it might break 6. It was only 1% away from breaking 7. The caterpillar was about to evolve, and he couldn't help but feel a little restless in his heart, because he didn't get any high-energy food. The only food he had now was the weakling fish. Before evolving, training his telekinesis while feeding the caterpillar with weakling fish was all he could do. As the caterpillar finished his meal and began to exercise his telekinesis, the mosquito coil tadpole also woke up. It was just dinner time, and Yu Hai had already prepared dinner. The sky was still gloomy, and muffled thunder flashed from time to time. The rain would not end for a while, and the sky was getting darker and darker. The rainy day turned into a rainy night. Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito coil tadpole saw that the caterpillar was still training, and couldn't help but call the caterpillar twice to ask about the situation. But now the caterpillar was using telekinesis to control 4 leaves, sweating on his forehead, and was extremely exhausted, so he had no time to care about the mosquito coil tadpole. Seeing this, the mosquito coil tadpole did not disturb the caterpillar, but came to sit next to Yu Hai and looked at the dinner prepared by Yu Hai. That's dinner. If it's not enough, there's more on the stove. Eat enough today. You don't have to train tonight. Yu Hai put another fish in the pan and urged the tadpole to eat dinner quickly. They picked up these squids one by one in the drizzle, and the tadpole was a great contributor. Yo, the tadpole cried and started eating. In addition to grilling fish, Yu Hai also stewed fish soup with 3 squids, and there were 5 squids grilled by the stove. Today, they each had 3 elves and ate more than 10 squids. The magi carp was chasing the squids in the basin, so there was no need to eat grilled fish, just eat raw. As dinner was over, it was completely dark. He used the poke ball to take back the magi carp and prepared to close the wooden door. The stove was still in the tree house, but the flame was much smaller. There was only a dry firewood burning inside. He didn't dare to burn it too vigorously, for fear of setting the wooden house on fire. He just used a small fire to keep the tree house warm. After a day of drizzling rain, the tree house did not leak during the heavy rain, which means it withstood the test. It was just that the rain lasted too long, and the inner wall of the tree house was a little damp, but it didn't have much impact, as long as it wasn't a waterfall. In addition, the baking of the stove made the inner wall below relatively dry, but the inner wall above was very damp. There was also dry firewood in the tree house. His previous advanced storage was right. Dry firewood and stove are a perfect match on rainy days, and there is no need to worry about being woken up by the cold at night. It was almost rest time, and the caterpillar stopped the telekinesis training. The foam board bed was moved by Yu Hai to the side of the mosquito coil tadpole, and they were ready to sleep. This day was very fulfilling: training, picking fish, grilling fish, stewing fish, and 1 person and 3 elves were full. You can sleep well at night without getting wet in the rain. As he added dry firewood to the stove for the last time, he said good night to the 2 little ones and fell asleep. See you tomorrow, mosquito coil tadpole, green caterpillar. Yo yo. Woo woo. When responding to Yu Hai, the 2 little ones looked at each other before they found a comfortable position and fell asleep with their eyes closed. Boom, boom. Hwa hwa hwa, hwa hwa hwa. Woo woo, woo woo. Green caterpillar. Yu Hai heard the shocking thunder and was awakened by the storm. After waking up, he heard the swish of the leaves rubbing and shaking wildly in the wind. With the instant illumination of the thunder, Yu Hai saw the mosquito coil tadpole and the green caterpillar, both lying on their foam boards and sleeping quietly, and he couldn't help but secretly relieved. It turned out that the whoosh was not made by the green caterpillar. The stove in the house had been extinguished long ago. He took out the lighter again and lit the stove. As the stove lit up and illuminated the entire tree house again, he looked at the small window that had just been opened today. The humming sound came from there, and a cold wind would blow from time to time. He held the tree trunk with his hand and stood up to block the small window with dry firewood. Boom boom! Suddenly, blue thunder fell from the dark clouds again, illuminating the entire rainy night. He held the dry firewood in his hand and saw a big bird through the small window. Against the blue arc, the big bird flapping its wings and bringing up the gust of wind was really majestic. No wonder there was such a strong gust of wind. It turned out to be caused by this big bird. It must have used some flying technique. After Yu Hai completely blocked the small window, the majestic figure was still in his mind, lingering for a long time. From the appearance, there are long and flowing head feathers on the top of the head. It should be a Pidgeot. Yu Hai returned to the bed, still thinking about the figure he had just seen. Pidgeot is a top predator, and there is actually a Pidgeot on this island. Chapter 76, Pidgeot Attack. The 18th day of survival on the deserted island, sunny. It finally stopped raining this morning. Yu Hai just opened the wooden door, and the morning light shone through the treetops and sprinkled warmly on his body. Today is another good morning, starting with morning exercises. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, get up and run. Green caterpillar, your training today is still telekinesis. Yo yo, yo yo. The mosquito-repellent tadpole heard the sound of Yu Hai getting up, and had already gotten up to do warm-up exercises and stretch his legs for running. Woo woo, woo woo, the green caterpillar also got up. Even if it wanted to be lazy and sleep in, it was too obvious at this time in the morning. It had to yawn, blink its sleepy eyes, and drink a mouthful of water outside the door to rinse its mouth. Jija, jija. Suddenly, a bird's cry woke up the green caterpillar who was drinking water leisurely. Woo! The caterpillar heard the sound and immediately pricked up his ears and raised his head to look up at the treetops, looking for the source of the sound. At the same time, Yu-Hai and the tadpole heard the sound and looked up at the sky, looking for the source of the sound. Swish, swish, swish. But a few figures swooped down quickly, grabbed the weakling fish in the mud pit, flapped their wings and left, and returned to the branches to enjoy the delicious fish meat on their claws. Fuck, it's still possible. Yu-Hai saw this scene and cursed directly. That was the fish they picked up from the beach, and this group of spitting birds actually wanted to get it for free. He was almost mad, and he was so anxious that he hurriedly found a foam board to cover the bucket, and then shouted to the mosquito coil tadpole, "Mosquito coil tadpole, guard the fish in the puddle." Fortunately, they only had one puddle with fish, and the rest of the fish were in the bucket. The rain stopped today, and he was going to sort out the weakling fish in the mud pit and put them all in the bucket. Unexpectedly, before they got up, the weakling fish was targeted by this group of damn stupid birds. These stupid birds wanted to fleece him, but there was no way. After putting Little Green back in the poke ball, he limped to the temporary shelter with his crutches. There were many empty buckets here, all of which he picked up casually, and now he took them back to put the fish. Clean, 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 clean. Before he could take the empty bucket back, he heard a burst of frightened and panicked clean sounds. The sparrows that were originally surrounding the treehouse flapped their wings frantically and fled far away. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai put down the empty bucket, and he knew that something bad was going to happen. There was no other reason. The only thing that could scare this group of sparrows away was a more ferocious existence than this group of sparrows. He was not naive to think that he and the tadpole could scare away this group of sparrows. They didn't have that much face, and they didn't eat the face fruit. The only thing that scared the sparrow so much was the sparrow's natural enemy. Pidgeot, or Pidgeot. Gudong, Yu-Hai swallowed his saliva subconsciously. This guess reminded him of the Pidgeot he saw last night. Not afraid of wind and rain, not afraid of thunder and lightning, the strong wind last night might have been caused by the Pidgeot. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If they were targeted by the Pidgeot, they would definitely die and there was no way to escape. It would be useless even if they ran to the ends of the earth, because the Pidgeot could cruise at supersonic speed. Otherwise, why is the F-22 called a raptor? Isn't it because this thing is really like a raptor catching a chicken when facing other fighters? Why would Pidgeot target him? He had never offended Pidgeot. He and Pidgeot had no intersection. Pidgeot was the overlord of the island, and he was just a chicken who lived on the edge of the island and was not on the food chain at all. Beep diao! Beep diao! Gudong, here it comes, Pidgeot is really here. Yu-Hai heard this cry, his throat moved, he swallowed his saliva in fear, his whole body was stiff, he didn't dare to move at all. He didn't know whether to run now or run. It's definitely impossible to outrun Pidgeot, and it can't beat it even if it's beaten. Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito heard the call of Pidgeot and hurriedly ran towards Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai looked at the mosquito, and saw a huge figure covering the sky and the sun in the direction of the mosquito. It was a Pidgeot with its wings spread. 2 meters, more than 3 meters. Why did he feel that it was 5 meters, could Pidgeot grow so big? Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito ran over and was just covered by the huge shadow of Pidgeot, covering it and Yu-Hai. The tadpole looked up and felt the domineering aura emanating from Pidgeot. It was frightened and trembled all over, and its legs and feet became weak. This was instinctive fear, the instinctive fear when facing a strong person, regardless of whether it was a natural enemy or not. But it still suppressed the fear in its heart, stood in front of Yu-Hai, and faced Pidgeot, which was several times its size, and shouted loudly, "Yo! But Yu-Hai covered the tadpole's mouth when the tadpole just cried out, "Shh, keep your voice down, don't attract its attention." If his guess was right, Pidgeot's target was not them at all. They had better not provoke Pidgeot, don't offend Pidgeot, and wait quietly for Pidgeot to finish his business and leave on their own. Once Pidgeot was angered, the wind blade that Pidgeot casually threw out could cut them into pieces. Holding the tadpole tightly with both hands, Yu-Hai felt that the tadpole's body was trembling, and he was also trembling all over. There was no way, this was just instinctive trembling, whether mentally or physically. He was afraid, he was terrified. Fear of being caught by Pidgeot, being eaten by Pidgeot, might not be enough to fill his teeth. Although he knew that the probability of Pidgeot targeting him was very small, he was still very scared, squatting on the grass with his hands tightly holding the mosquito coil tadpole, his body trembling uncontrollably. Pidgeot came and went quickly, and he saw the shadow that had been hovering on the ground leave, so he boldly looked up to look for Pidgeot. Seeing that Pidgeot's claws grabbed a broken branch and flew farther and farther, dropping something while flying. Not far in front of him, there was something that Pidgeot dropped next to the mud pit. He just wanted to go forward to check, but his legs were numb. He could only pinch his thigh first to stop his trembling feet with pain, and finally he couldn't stop it, so he simply lay on the ground and crawled forward. When he crawled to the edge of the mud pit, he saw a drop of crystal clear, light yellow dew on the grass leaves in the early morning, which looked very tempting. This drop of dew is not dew. He gently stuck it with his finger, letting the crystal clear dew cover his finger, and then put it in his mouth. The moment Yu-Hai ate his finger, he remembered the experience of buying candy in the canteen in his previous life. This thing is as sweet as a candy bar, really sweet, melting in the mouth, and he just tasted the sweetness. This is the first time he has tasted sweetness since he traveled through time. On the uninhabited desert island where he is, in addition to the sugary fruit, there is only the giant bee honey. The island's aerial overlord Pidgeot and ground-type Pokémon appear. The full picture of the island is about to come out, and the protagonist is about to find out where he is. In fact, I have hinted many times in the book, but it is strange that no one has seen it. Didn't you notice that the elves are all from the first 3 generations? In the first 3 generations, the plot is more like anime. The island has appeared in anime. It is an uninhabited island. Since it is an uninhabited island, there must be a reason why it is uninhabited. Otherwise, how could such an island with rich resources but no one developing it not attract the covetousness of outsiders? Then, there is only one answer. The overlord of the island does not like humans, and the overlord of the island is very strong. Only in this way can he defend this uninhabited desert island. The overlord Pidgeot large body, a ground-type elf, the island has appeared in anime, the island is uninhabited, the overlord elf does not like humans. Just compare the anime with the island plot, you can guess where the protagonist is. Chapter 77, Silkworm Fruit. It can't be blamed on him for being too reckless. He put things of unknown origin into his mouth. What if it was bird shit? In fact, he tried it because he was sure. The Pidgeot he saw last night was in the direction of the Beedrill territory. It's strange that Pidgeot ran so far just for a branch. From the honey falling from the branches and Pidgeot's motives, it is not difficult to guess. Pidgeot took advantage of the rain last night. At night, he attacked the Beedrill's territory and destroyed its nest with a flying move. Last night, he must have stolen some good things, and this morning he went out to search for the good things that were blown away last night. The branch that was taken away is the best proof. He remembered that in the Beedrill's territory, Beedrill honey and silkworm fruit trees were on the same tree. If it was really that tree, it would explain why Pidgeot attacked the Beedrill's territory. Whether it was Beedrill honey or silkworm fruit, they were both rare and nutritious delicacies for flying Pokémon cubs, and they were both good things for Pidgeot cubs. No wonder Pidgeot attacked the Beedrill's territory on a rainy night. With this deduction, everything can be explained. In addition, he also learned a key piece of information, that Pidgeot had a cub. But this is not the point. The point is the branch that Pidgeot grabbed on his feet, and the things that fell while flying. What fell, he knew very well: honey and silkworm fruit. Those are all good things. For him, they are as valuable as a mountain of gold and silver. For an elf, they are delicacies that he would eat even if he broke his head. If you are lucky, you may find some fruits by searching along the flight path of Pidgeot. Do it right away, and you must be quick. As for the weaklings in the mud pit, he pulled a piece of rag he had collected and covered the mud pit to block the weaklings in the mud pit. The rest depends on whether the damned Spearow will come back. Finally, he covered the buckets of weaklings with foam boards and wooden boards. He picked up a plastic bottle and called the mosquito coil tadpole to follow him and chased in the direction where Pidgeot left. Follow the mosquito coil tadpole, let's go pick up things. Yo yo! As Pidgeot left, the mosquito coil tadpole also recovered from the shock of the overlord Pidgeot, followed Yu-Hai, and entered the woods together. Not long after they walked, they found a small piece of honey that had fallen on a branch. The flowery scent of the honey attracted many bug-type elves. He immediately released the green caterpillar and asked it to drive away its relatives. Green caterpillar, drive them away, don't let them touch that piece of honey. This command would attract hostility from all the bug-type elves around, but as long as they were not Pidgeots, but just some green caterpillars, it would be easy to kill them. Woo! The green caterpillar was attracted by the fragrant honey on the branch as soon as it came out. The flowery scent of the honey was really too tempting. But seeing the other green caterpillars around staring at it, Xilu immediately raised his head to declare his sovereignty over the honey, and even made a threatening gesture with his teeth bared, trying to scare away the other green caterpillars. Don't talk nonsense, use silk to attack, and if you don't leave, just hit it. Now it's a time of every second, he doesn't have much time to waste. Since there is honey falling here, there must be honey falling in other places. If you want to say the most likely place to fall, it must be the place where the branches fall, and the road where the eagle takes off and flaps its wings to leave. When the unstable honey and the fruit trees have fallen almost, they will not fall any more. As Xilu showed a fierce look, he drove away many competitors, but some green caterpillars still stayed and could only be driven away by force. While Xilu was fighting against many other green caterpillars, Yu-Hai picked up the mosquito coil tadpole and threw it on the branch, letting the mosquito coil tadpole scrape the honey with its tail, and he caught it with a plastic bottle below. The mouth of the plastic bottle had been cut open, and he looked at the place where the honey fell under the tree and caught the falling honey steadily. Good job, mosquito tadpole, helped the caterpillar. Yu-Hai caught the honey and quickly sealed the plastic bottle to prevent the honey's floral scent from spreading and attracting other elves again. If they attract elves that mosquito tadpole and caterpillar can't deal with, they will be robbed again, so they must fight quickly. With the addition of mosquito tadpole, one water gun for one caterpillar, all the caterpillars were quickly shot away, and Yu-Hai shouted to the two little ones, "Hurry up and lick the honey on the branches, we will set off immediately and continue to look for honey." Yo yo, the mosquito tadpole immediately stretched out his little pink tongue to lick it after hearing this, it couldn't bear it anymore. Woo woo, the caterpillar also, the fragrance of honey was too tempting, it couldn't bear it anymore. With the two little ones licking the honey on the branches in 2 or 3 strokes, one person and 2 elves set off again, looking for honey along the direction they had previously identified. Pidgeot was flying in a straight line. From the moment they entered the forest, they followed the trees in front and behind and would not get lost if they walked in a straight line. Not long after walking, they soon found another honey drop point. The insect-type Pokémon here had already started fighting. They were all weak green caterpillars and unicorns. On the contrary, no Pokémon moved the honey, which was a bargain for them. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai immediately ordered the green caterpillar to spin silk, take the mosquito coil tadpoles up the tree, and quietly get the honey down. They came quietly and left quietly. The honey was scraped off by the mosquito coil tadpole's tail again. Yu-Hai quickly sealed the bottle mouth and took the two little ones away from here tree trunk. He didn't let the two little ones lick the branches clean. They took most of the honey and left a little for other elves. Besides, they were in a hurry and lost the watermelon for sesame seeds, which was not worth the loss. As they went deeper into the woods, they encountered several places where honey fell. Some of them had been eaten long ago, and some fought over honey, and finally they got the advantage. The deeper they went into the forest, the less light there was. Looking at the dark jungle ahead, Yu Hai's mind was clear in an instant. He looked down at the half bottle of honey in the big plastic bottle, which was about 2 kilograms. They were ready to return. People should not be too greedy. They should know when to stop. If they are too greedy, they may lose more than they gain. Before coming in a hurry, he only paid attention to the honey and not the fruit. He saw clearly that several dark yellow fruit similar to conchs had fallen, but he didn't know where they rolled to. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, green caterpillar, we are going back. On the way back, please pay attention to whether there are dark yellow fruit. We will slowly look for them. Yo-yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole nodded, indicating that it would pay attention, and sniffed the air with its nose. Woo-woo, the green caterpillar also nodded to indicate that it knew, with little stars flashing in its black eyes, staring at the half bottle of golden honey in Yu Hai's hand. Today is a big harvest. When they went back, they were not so hurried. After careful searching, they only found 2 silkworm fruits. Without a nose like Caterpie, they did not get anything. Thanks, Zhang 723, wishing to be alive, in the light of the sky, for the 100 book coins. One thing for the book friends who are following the book, chapter 49 has been changed, and those who are interested can go and read it again. There is no way, too many people complained, so I changed to shellfish meat. I don't know why I can accept this, and I don't know if I have a big heart. The ducks driven out in the morning are in the pot when I come back in the evening. The domestic rabbits are also in the pot. My neighbor often kills dogs, cows, and horses. When I was a child, my family also killed pigs during the New Year. It was delicious when I ate it. Strange. Chapter 78, Picking Up a Big Bargain. After returning to the tree house, Yu Hai saw that the rags in the mud pit were not damaged, and the group of stupid birds did not come back. They were probably afraid that the eagle would come back and kill them randomly. He went back to the tree house to hide the honey in his hand and 2 silkworm fruits. Then he went outside and prepared to deal with the weak fish in the mud pit. After all, there were 3 buckets of weak fish, which was a few days' food. It couldn't be ruined by stupid birds. Take back the empty bucket that was thrown on the grass before, call mosquito coil tadpoles and green caterpillars, and go to the mud pit to pick up fish. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, green caterpillar, come and help me pick up the fish. Yo-yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole bit a corner of the rag with his mouth. Woo-woo, the green caterpillar also bit a corner of the rag with his mouth, and the 2 elves worked together to pull the rag away. The green caterpillar is responsible for guarding the surroundings. If there is a spitting bird, notify us. The mosquito-repellent tadpole, please pick up the fish with me. Yu Hai began to arrange the tasks. The mosquito-repellent tadpole can use his mouth to pick up the fish and put it in the bucket. The green caterpillar is small in size and weak in strength, which is suitable for guarding. Yo-yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole heard the arrangement and immediately bit a white-bellied weakling with his mouth and put it in the bucket. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, don't pick up the dead fish, I will grill it later. Yu Hai stretched out his hand to stop the dead fish in the mosquito-repellent tadpole's mouth, put it on the grass, and eat it later. Yo-yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole understood. When it found a white-bellied fish, it would drag it to the grass, and only live fish would be put in the bucket. Yu Hai picked up fish, and after picking up half a bucket of fish, he would put in half a bucket of water. However, as he picked up fish, he always felt something was wrong, wondering why the Pidgeot came here and took the branch from here. That is to say, the branch fell here last night. He didn't want all the things on the branch, because it was unrealistic, but when the branch fell, would there be residual honey and fruit on the ground? Woo, Woo! Suddenly, the caterpillar's rapid cry sounded, as if it had discovered some enemy situation, and kept calling Yu-Hai. Are there any Spearows? Yu-Hai heard the call of the caterpillar, hurriedly put down the weakling, came to the trunk of the temporary shelter, and asked the caterpillar on the tree what happened. Woo, woo, the caterpillar hurriedly gestured to Yu-Hai to look at the seaside, that is, the direction of the beach. Beach? Yu-Hai turned his head to look at the beach. On the beach where he was picking up scraps and catching the sea, there was a group of Spearows, Bobo, Beedrill, and Crab, as if they were fighting for something. Seeing so many elves gathered on the beach, he only dared to watch from a distance, not to go forward, and the speed of picking up fish also increased a lot. He quickly picked up the weaklings in the mud pit and filled 3 buckets. He slowly moved them to the treehouse and covered them with foam boards. Adding the other 5 buckets of fish outside the treehouse, he had 8 buckets of weaklings. So many weaklings were enough for them to eat for more than half a month. After covering all the buckets, he called the mosquito coil tadpole and the green caterpillar to come to the beach to watch this 4-way fight, which was almost over. What this group of elves were fighting for was the honey and silkworm fruit that Pidgeot had left behind when he picked up the branches. The final winner was the toucan. After fighting with the toucan many times in the air, the Pidgeot was defeated by the toucan, took the spoils and left the battlefield, and the toucan did the same. The remaining honey and fruit were fought over by the Spearo and the Bobo. Both sides were fighting for the fruit. Honey is from Giant Bee and Giant Crab in the fight. Both sides were furious, throwing all kinds of long-range attacks. In the end, Beedrill was better, because Beedrill fought as a team. Some Beedrills held the crab, and some younger Beedrills lay on the sand and sucked up the honey. In the end, they could no longer find the lost honey, so Beedrills withdrew slowly. When Yu-Hai and his friends arrived, the battlefield was already nearing its end, and only some Spearows were left, eating the corpses of other Pokemons on the battlefield. Fortunately, he was not arrogant enough to get involved in this Pokemon war. Seeing that the Pokemons were almost done, he planned to go forward and pick up the leaks. They only picked up some Spearo corpses on the edge of the battlefield, and would go back to make soup later. He didn't want the corpses of Beedrills, because they were poisonous, and he didn't dare to eat them. In addition to Spearo, there were also some Pidgeot and Crab corpses. In order not to attract the attention of Crab, he picked up more than 10 Pokemons in total and left. In the end, only 2 kinds of Pokemon, Spearo and Crab, were left on the battlefield. Sometimes they would fight over the food they both liked. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. More than 10 Spearows, Bobo, Crab, and some dead weaklings were enough for them to have a full meal today. The unfinished ones could be smoked and stored. There was no need to make trouble. Let's go back and cook, mosquito, caterpillar. Yo, the mosquito responded to Yu-Hai, asking to stay behind to prevent other Pokemon from catching up. Woo, the caterpillar crawled in front, and was already very happy. It was all meat, and he couldn't eat it all. At this moment, the caterpillar couldn't wait for today's lunch, and he was very happy. Back in the tree house, Yu-Hai immediately made a fire to cook. This time he could really eat a full meal. Before, they only ate half of the crab with 3 Pokemons, but this time he could eat as much as he wanted. He first divided the dead 10 or so weaklings into 2, stewed half and grilled the other half. These fish died last night, and they would stink if not eaten, so he ate the fish first. Next, the caterpillar continued to train his telekinesis, and the mosquito coil tadpole trained the chain slaps, which was to slap the foam ball sandbags made before. While Yu-Hai supervised the caterpillar's training, he began to prepare the bird meat and crab. This was today's dinner and tomorrow's breakfast, and they couldn't finish it in one meal. During the afternoon training, the 2 little ones would replenish water and physical strength, that is, eat the delicacies he prepared. The bird meat was basically given to the caterpillar, so that the caterpillar could eat the bird meat to overcome the fear of the insect system against the natural enemies of the flying system. Yu-Hai only cooked, and the 2 little ones only trained and ate dry rice. It was just an afternoon, and the two little ones had enough food to replenish the consumption of training in time, and the speed of proficiency growth was flying fast. Not only did the proficiency increase rapidly, but the experience value increased even faster. Before, it was food that restricted the growth of the two little ones. The malnutrition of the mosquito coil tadpoles has also recovered. From now on, we need to lay a solid foundation, take steady steps, tap potential, and gradually become stronger. After getting enough food and exercise, the potential of the mosquito coil tadpoles has increased by 0.01. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 31.02%. Level, 10.94%. Feature, moisture/0.83%. Hidden feature, free and easy /2.53%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /0.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. New Look /1.61%. Foam /1.31%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slap /5.62%. Slap /0.91%. Water Gun /7.61%. Playing with Water /2.51%. Chapter 79, Little Green is Spicy. Potential has increased, level has also increased by 0.5, almost breaking through level 11, should be able to break through level 11 tomorrow. And Serial Slap, after an afternoon of training, also increased by 0.5. Water Gun drove away other elves today, also increased. There was also a new look. The mosquito-scented tadpole recovered from the injury of the tail and grew a little. It was evening, and the sky was getting darker. Yu Hai also called the mosquito-scented tadpole back, and the training was over. Mosquito-scented tadpole, come back for dinner, no training at night. Yu Hai sat at the door of the treehouse and waved to the mosquito-scented tadpole. Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito-scented tadpole trotted back and stopped in front of Yu Hai, panting, and slapped him repeatedly during training, making his whole body wet with sweat. Dinner is ready, you go take a shower first. Yu Hai touched his hands full of sticky things and sent the mosquito-scented tadpole to take a shower. Woo, woo, the caterpillar also heard that there was no need to train, and happily called Yu Hai twice, and wanted to lie down to rest. Yu Hai was talking about the mosquito-scented tadpole resting, not the caterpillar. The training ground for this lazy little guy was not large, so he could train while eating dinner. Green caterpillar, you can't rest yet, keep practicing your telekinesis, you can eat and practice at the same time. Yu Hai brought boiled crabs, broke open the crab shells, and placed the full crab roe and a few chicken legs with bird claws in front of the green caterpillar. Woo, why is this happening? The green caterpillar complained twice in a low voice, and was attracted by the delicious crab roe and bird meat. It was already hungry, and it didn't care about so much, and buried its head in eating. After the mosquito coil tadpole came back from taking a bath, it also started eating directly. Looking at the two little ones eating, Yu Hai also fed the Magikarp some water plants, and then took the Magikarp back into the poke ball. This stupid thing really takes up space, and the buckets outside the treehouse are full. It is not suitable for the weak fish, and it is not suitable for Magikarp to swim. It is better to stay in the poke ball. As the two little ones finished dinner, Yu Hai sat next to the treehouse, with a mosquito coil tadpole squatting beside him and a green caterpillar in his arms. The stove in front of him was burning dry wood. One person and two elves looked up at the starry sky together. Isn't it beautiful, mosquito coil tadpole, green caterpillar? Yo yo, the mosquito coil tadpole said that he didn't understand. Aren't they just the stars that appear every night? What's so good about it? Woo woo, the green caterpillar was too lazy to look at it. It just felt warm and happy lying in Yu Hai's arms. No need to rush around to find food, no need to worry about the sudden appearance of natural enemies. Eat well and sleep well, and eat delicious meat every meal. Knowing that the two little ones couldn't understand, Yu Hai admired the night sky by himself. Such a starry sky can only be seen in such a remote place. If it were a big city with serious light pollution, it would have been invisible long ago. While looking at the starry sky, Yu-Hai opened the proficiency panel of the caterpillar. Caterpillar. Attribute, bug. Gender, female. Potential, 58%. Level, 6.49%. Feature, scale powder /0.71% hidden feature, escape /2.23%. Mastered moves, telekinesis /3.14%. Impact /1.21%. Silk spinning /5.15%. After today's training, the caterpillar's telekinesis moves have increased a little. Both the impact and the silk spinning have increased to varying degrees when driving away other insect-type Pokémon. Finally, Yu-Hai focused his attention on the level column of the caterpillar. The caterpillar is about to evolve. This time he was not impatient, but calm and confident. The half bottle of honey and 2 silkworm fruits he picked up today are high-nutrition food prepared for the evolution of the caterpillar. Before, he would have thought about extending the evolution time of the caterpillar, but now that he has the 2 things he wants, there is no need to extend the evolution time of the caterpillar, and the caterpillar can evolve at any time. Caterpillar, eat this fruit. Yu-Hai took out the clean silkworm fruit from his pocket and put it in front of the caterpillar. Woo, the caterpillar just sniffed it and shook his head to refuse, obviously having a psychological shadow on the tree fruit. Who told the berry fruit he ate before was so bad that the caterpillar couldn't even eat it because it was so bitter? Caterpillar, believe me, this fruit is not bitter, Yu-Hai persuaded the caterpillar. This fruit is 90% mature, otherwise it wouldn't fall off, it should not be bitter or astringent. Woo, the caterpillar rolled its eyes when it heard this. It would never believe Yu-Hai's lies. Men's mouths are deceitful. It doesn't believe them, it doesn't believe them. Green caterpillar, there is meat stuck between your teeth. Open your mouth and I will help you. Yu-Hai saw that he couldn't deceive, so he had to come up with another trick. Woo! The caterpillar was confused. I have meat stuck in my teeth? How come I didn't know? Although the caterpillar was confused, it still opened its mouth. Woo 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 woo. Just when the caterpillar opened its mouth, Yu-Hai took the fruit and stuffed it into the caterpillar's mouth, and covered the caterpillar's mouth to prevent the caterpillar from spitting it out. The caterpillar could only woo woo woo. After the caterpillar swallowed the whole fruit, Yu-Hai let go of his palm and smiled. Caterpillar, I didn't lie to you, this fruit is not bitter. Woo woo, woo woo, the caterpillar had no time to respond to Yu-Hai. It was so spicy now that it quickly turned over and crawled out of Yu-Hai's arms, quickly climbed onto the bucket and drank water. It turns out that the taste of silkworm fruit is different from that of berry fruit. Silkworm fruit is not bitter, but very spicy and astringent. This astringency is not the astringency of the unripe fruit, but the silkworm fruit is originally very astringent. Whether it is ripe or not, it has a spicy and green taste. Yu-Hai, who had never eaten it, naturally didn't know how spicy it was. If he knew, he would definitely eat it himself. On this deserted island, he hadn't eaten spicy food for a long time, and his mouth was almost bland. Green caterpillar, are you okay? Yu-Hai got up and walked to the bucket, stretched out his hand and patted the back of the green caterpillar, wanting to confirm the current state of the green caterpillar. Woo woo, the green caterpillar raised its head, and its lips were slightly red, which was caused by the spiciness. Ha ha ha, Yu-Hai laughed when he saw this scene, and the green caterpillar's originally green lips turned red. Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito coil tadpole saw Yu-Hai laughing, and laughed too. This time he could laugh openly. Woo woo, the caterpillar saw Yu-Hai and the tadpole laughing at him, and hurriedly looked down into the bucket. Seeing the red lips, he was immediately angry. Woo woo, woo woo. Okay, okay, we won't laugh anymore, don't be angry, caterpillar. Yu-Hai reached out to comfort the caterpillar, stopped laughing, and apologized to the caterpillar. Sorry, caterpillar, I didn't know this fruit was spicy. But even if the fruit is spicy, you have to eat it. This is for your own good. When you evolve into Butterfree, you will be restrained by the rock type 4 times. This fruit can only be eaten by you. The effect of the mosquito-repellent tadpole is not great. Chapter 80, Caterpillar Evolution. It doesn't mean that eating the corresponding fruit can offset the restrained damage. It's just a fruit, it's not that amazing. At most, it just increases resistance, and the restraint relationship still exists. If a meat shield type Pokemon eats the corresponding fruit, it will become very resistant. If you are not stubborn and do not go against the attributes, the enemy will use non-type moves, and it will not hurt the meat shield. Woo, woo, tears flashed in the big eyes of the green caterpillar, and it was crying directly because of the spiciness. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai knew that the green caterpillar, who was good at acting, must be pretending at this moment. But he would not expose it, but took out the honey he picked up today, threw another silkworm fruit in it, and then took it out with chopsticks, and asked the green caterpillar, "Can I eat it now?" Woo, the green caterpillar nodded frantically. The moment his nose smelled the fragrance of the flowers, he was attracted by the spicy silkworm fruit. Seeing the silkworm fruit wrapped in honey, the green caterpillar did not hesitate and bit it. Even if it was for the sake of eating sweet honey, eating the spicy silkworm fruit together, it would accept it if it was spicy. After just one bite, it was not stimulated by the spiciness of the silkworm fruit, but its mouth was filled with sweet honey. Seeing the caterpillar eating the fruit, Yu-Hai hurriedly sealed the mouth of the plastic bottle to prevent the flowery scent of honey from attracting other elves, and put the honey back into the tree house. When feeding the caterpillar honey, he saw the mosquito tadpole drooling from the corner of his eye. As their trainer, he would naturally not be partial. After lowering the flame of the stove and moving into the tree house, he invited the mosquito tadpole to enter the house, as well as the caterpillar with a mouth full of honey. "Come in, mosquito tadpole, caterpillar." Yo, the mosquito tadpole knew what Yu-Hai was going to do next, and hurried into the tree house. The clever caterpillar also guessed what was going to happen next, and followed the mosquito tadpole into the tree house. At Yu-Hai's request, the two little ones sat on their beds in an orderly manner. He closed the wooden door and took out the two little ones' respective bowls. The frying pan of the mosquito coil tadpole and the plastic bowl of the green caterpillar. Next, he opened the plastic bottle of honey again, and the floral scent of honey instantly spread, making the two greedy little ones drool. First, he poured a cup of honey from his iron cup, which was about 1 pound, into the frying pan of the mosquito coil tadpole. Then he poured another cup into the plastic bowl of the green caterpillar, and then said to the two little ones, "It's time to eat." Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole leaned over and started eating. The floral scent of honey had already aroused its greed. If it weren't for Yu-Hai, it wouldn't be able to bear it for a moment. Woo, the green caterpillar also immediately lowered its head to eat the honey, unable to bear it. As the two little ones finished the honey in a few bites, they raised their heads and swirled their tongues around their mouths, burped a big time, and their faces were full of happiness, and they were sweet from mouth to heart. There was still some in the bowl. While the two little ones burped, they looked at each other and leaned over to lick the bowl clean. "Don't be in a hurry, eat slowly, there's more here." Yu-Hai poured half a cup of water from the iron cup twice again, and poured it into the bowls of the two little ones. After doing all this, he poured the hot water in the stew pot into the iron cup, diluted the honey a little, and then picked up the iron cup to drink the honey water. He was really not used to the too sticky honey pulp. It was acceptable to drink it as honey water with water, otherwise it would be too sweet. After the mosquito coil tadpole and the green caterpillar licked the bowl clean again, the two little ones lay on the bed. They were too full and didn't want to move. They ate too much today and almost had indigestion. They had never had such luxury. The food that couldn't be eaten was kept, and the meat that was picked up was hung on the roof for smoking. "Are you full? Save the remaining honey for tomorrow." Yu-Hai picked up the plastic bottle. There was more than half a pound of honey in the bottle, which was enough for a breakfast dessert tomorrow. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole saw that there was still so much honey in the bottle, and hurriedly pointed its tail at Yu-Hai's iron cup, as if Yu-Hai had not eaten yet. "Do you want to eat more?" Yu-Hai asked in confusion. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole shook his head, picked up his bowl with his mouth and put it behind him, and pointed his tail at Yu-Hai's iron cup again. "You mean I eat?" Yu-Hai guessed. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole nodded, asking Yu-Hai to eat a little too, so that they couldn't eat all the good things. "I've eaten it, mosquito-repellent tadpole, look." Yu-Hai lifted the iron cup and put it in front of the mosquito-repellent tadpole. The mosquito-repellent tadpole saw the honey water in the iron cup and the honey left on the wall of the cup. At this time, the mosquito-repellent tadpole realized that Yu-Hai did eat it, just like they licked the rice bowl, but only ate some of the honey left in the iron cup. The green caterpillar came over curiously, saw the honey water in Yu-Hai's iron cup, and asked the mosquito coil tadpole what he was looking at. "Woo, woo, woo." Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole shook his head. He knew that Yu-Hai wanted to leave all the delicious food for them. He told the green caterpillar about such Yu-Hai. Yo, woo. The green caterpillar listened and cried with emotion. Yu-Hai didn't eat such delicious honey, but left it all for them. Woo, woo, woo. The green caterpillar wanted to crawl towards Yu-Hai and throw himself into Yu-Hai's arms, but he was too full and couldn't crawl. He even fell when he left the bed. Yu-Hai didn't know what the two little ones talked about, but he was amused by the funny appearance of the green caterpillar. He was so fat that he couldn't crawl at all. Why was he in such a hurry? He hurried forward to help the green caterpillar back to the bed and said good night to the two little ones. "It's getting late, you should go to bed early, there will be training tomorrow, especially for the tadpole, I will supervise you." Woo, the caterpillar promised that he would definitely train seriously tomorrow. However, good fellow, this guy is only a little bit enthusiastic, I guarantee that the caterpillar fell asleep in less than a minute. If it weren't for the temptation of honey, the caterpillar would have fallen asleep long ago, and would not have waited until now. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai smiled helplessly, poured out the hot water in the stew pot to remove sweat and sterilize the soles of his feet, wrapped the rags again, and lay on his bed, saying to the tadpole, "Go to bed early, tadpole." Yo. Today, Caterpillar, Mosquito, and Yu-Hai, the two elves, were exhausted. They were either running around or training. Yu-Hai was still running around with an injury. He was tortured enough after a day and wanted to rest early. As the two elves fell asleep, the stove burned for a while and then went out by itself. At this moment, a dazzling white light burst out from Caterpillar's bed. Yu-Hai and Mosquito, who were sleeping soundly, did not notice the evolution of Caterpillar, and missed the opportunity to witness the evolution of Caterpillar. But this white light illuminated this coast. Although it disappeared in just a moment, many night elves witnessed it. Chapter 81, King Level Metal Pupa. On the 19th day of surviving on the deserted island, it was sunny. Early in the morning, Yu-Hai was about to wake up Caterpillar and Mosquito Tadpole, and found that Caterpillar had evolved into Metal Pupa. Metapus. Attribute, insect. Gender, female. Potential, 62%. Level, 7.99%. Feature, molting/0.21%. Hidden feature, molting/0.21%. Mastered moves, telekinesis/3.14%. Impact/1.21%. Silking/5.15%. Hardening/0.23%. The potential of Caterpillar has entered the King level. This is his first King level Pokemon. If the cultivation goes well, he will be a King level trainer. Although it is just a caterpillar, it is a Pokemon with King level potential. The identity of Caterpillar does not affect the power of the King at all. With the proficiency panel, he can dare to make such a gamble, and put all the resources on a green caterpillar. Otherwise, you will be like other ordinary trainers, and cultivate any Pokemon you catch at random, and finally the upper limit of potential will be locked, unable to continue to improve, or give up because the cost is too high. Not only resources are wasted, but also time is wasted, and the energy and patience that trainers spend on Pokémons are wasted. How many decades can a person have in life? Pokémons with unstable potential consume too many resources, and coupled with the monopoly of Pokémon knowledge, young people are impatient, which basically restricts many young people. 9 out of 10 people are not satisfied with their lives, and not everyone can get the 3 starters of the Alliance. If you have money, you can consider the initial Pokémon cultivated in the breeding house, and you can also find the villain's black market to buy the initial Pokémon, but you are afraid of losing both money and people. The worst is to catch them randomly in the wild. Just like some older trainers, their Pokémon strengths begin to stagnate after reaching a certain level, and they can't compare with trainers who can get the 3 starters. This kind of trainer will either retire sadly and waste his life doing nothing, or look for elves with higher potential. Where are the elves with the most high potential? The answer is naturally the Alliance or professional breeding houses, which will breed many theft crimes. At this time, a white lie will appear. The boss will draw a pie in the sky to the employees, and the Alliance will naturally draw a pie in the sky to all young trainers. This big pie is that there is no difference between elves. As long as the trainer carefully cultivates and builds love and bond with the elves, the limit of the elves can be broken. In fact, this is not wrong. The resources consumed by a high-potential elf and a mediocre elf to cultivate to the gym owner level or the king level are several times different. With the stronger strength, this gap will only get bigger and bigger, and the resources consumed will increase exponentially. Even if it is to reduce the crime rate, the Alliance will maintain this lie, often launch a few lucky darlings, and tell all young trainers that if you want to be them, then work hard, young man. Does it look familiar? This is the routine of lottery. As long as there are still people who become the darlings of the times, this is an unbreakable lie. When these young trainers grow up, they don't get what they want. They wake up from their beautiful dreams. When they react, it's too late. Time slips away unknowingly, and their youth is over. If they are in their 70s or 80s, middle-aged uncles, and still participate in the conference with a group of 10-year-old kids and play with a group of children, the picture is very beautiful. Unless you can get the 3 starters cultivated by professional researchers at the beginning, then it is really stable. After all, the 3 starters are also a symbol of status. The reason why the 3 starters are so popular is not only because they are a symbol of status, but also because of the golden signboard of the Alliance Research Institute. The potential of the elves is guaranteed. As long as they are cultivated step by step, the king will definitely be stable. The 3 starters in the institute are basically the descendants of the elves of powerful trainers. They are all elves that have withstood the test and won the championship in the conference. After so many generations of breeding and cultivation, there are low potential Pokémons, unlike wild Pokémons in the wild, where mediocrity is the norm. Every time he thinks of this, he can't help but feel a little regretful. If he hadn't been stranded on a deserted island, if there were no one here, he would have gotten a Pokémon to train at least. It would be even better if he had a quasi-god. Ask a trainer with no identity and stranded on a deserted island, who wouldn't want a Pokémon? However, it's all just a dream. He has a proficiency panel, and he's in the wild, so he can choose any Pokémon he wants. What else can he be dissatisfied with? Just thinking about it makes him feel relieved. It's just high potential, just brush it slowly. There's the first Caterpillar, the second Magikarp, and the third Pokémon with high potential. He has plenty of time, so he can take his time, and there won't be a situation where the direction of training is wrong. The proficiency panel is his confidence. The evolution of Caterpillar not only raises its potential, but also its level is about to break through level 8. Metapod can evolve into Butterfree at level 10. In other words, when Metapod consumes the energy stored in the Caterpillar period, the experience value will increase steadily and evolve into Butterfree. This Caterpillar is really good. He is very satisfied with its potential and moves. He doesn't care about the small flaw of potential 58 before. After all, this is a Pokemon with super potential. What can an obsessive-compulsive disorder not be satisfied with? It's done. Yu-Hai looked at the proficiency panel of Metapod and laughed like a pig unconsciously. The level is down to the characteristics. The scale powder and escape characteristics are gone, and they have become the molting characteristics. If he had only brushed these two characteristics in the caterpillar period, wouldn't the proficiency he brushed be in vain? Wouldn't he have lost money? It's really a rip-off. Fortunately, he didn't brush them. Fortunately, the 3 stages of evolution of mosquito repellent are all moisture and leisurely characteristics. In fact, the concept that Pokemon can only have one characteristic mainly comes from games. If Pokemon in games can use multiple characteristics, it would be too bullying for Pokemon with fewer characteristics. But this is not a game. The characteristics have always existed. The reason why they are rarely triggered is that even if they have the characteristics, the trainers will not develop them due to lack of knowledge, so the characteristics will be buried. It can only be said that the characteristics have always been on the elves, and it depends on how the trainers develop and utilize them. The proficiency panel shows this point, and it is also convenient for him to develop the characteristics of the elves. Ordinary trainers without proficiency panels and trainers who do not have a research institute as neighbors cannot see the elves as clearly as he does. They can only wait for the characteristics to be triggered passively. Some trainers with insufficient knowledge do not even know the existence of characteristics, let alone the secret of dual characteristics. It is just dual characteristics, nothing special, and it is not a secret. This kind of secret can only be recorded by families that have been passed down from ancient times and have inherited families. Chapter 82, Potential Increase. For example, in the Kalos region, the previous gym owner of the Solo Gym in Solo City, Coca-Bowl. That is Corny's grandfather. This gym has a legacy about super evolution, so this thing is not a secret at all, it's just that the super evolution of other Pokemon has not been discovered. And Corn, not only inherited her grandfather's gym leader position, but also inherited the family's title, and is a female marquis. In other words, Corn is still a noble. The prototype of the Kalos region is France, and the marquis is a second-class title in France, and the next is the duke, and then there is nothing. Unless you rebel and become a king yourself, the road to nobility has reached the top. This is the nobility. The Corn family belongs to the second-class nobility. It can be imagined that their ancestors were really rich. Even now in the anime, they are still very rich. The status of the gym leader is second only to the 4 heavenly kings, and they can challenge the 4 heavenly kings for the position. The status of the 4 heavenly kings is not lower than that of the marquis, not to mention that this family also holds the super evolution heritage of Lucario, and their status is even more transcendent. Not only was he born in Versailles, he was also born with a Mega Evolution Stone, and it was Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone. Think about Yukai, an uninhabited desert island, living from hand to mouth, black households, mosquito coil tadpoles, green caterpillars, Magikarp. For example, the champion of the Sinnoh League and the Lily of the Valley tournament, Darko. He just developed 2 characteristics, really only 2 characteristics. It's not too much. After all, the opponent is shameless, Nightmare God has 6 in a row, there is also a Latios, and the rest are Magikarp. Compared like this, isn't he conservative and kind? The 2 characteristics are really not too much, really. There is also a Hone region, the Orange Gym in Orange City, the gym leader, Qinli, and his Leaf King. In his previous life, when he watched the animation, he was shocked by Qinli's Leaf King who didn't need to rest. The Leaf King actually developed a habit of not being lazy and could make continuous moves. You have to know that it was the King of Leave, a spirit with a racial value comparable to that of a mythical beast. Laziness is used to limit the explosive power of the King of Leave, but Qinli's King of Leave actually has no laziness, which is ridiculous. Did the lazy characteristic get eaten by a dog? Ridiculous opened the door for the outrageous, which is outrageous. Also, in the gym battles in the anime, don't let it go too obviously. A king of leave who doesn't have laziness can't be resisted by the general 4 heavenly kings. Ji Ye actually defeated the king of leave with only a second stage evolved forest lizard. He can only say that he is good at acting, nothing to say. Even when the king of leave used earthquake, he felt that Qin Li was letting it go. If the king of leave released the earthquake with all his strength, the battlefield in the house will definitely collapse. It can only be said that he is worthy of being called the master of letting go. Any trainer who meets Zai will be awarded the title of the master of letting go, especially the group of people participating in the 8 Masters tournament. Although he doesn't know how Qin Li made the Leave King overcome laziness, with the help of the proficiency panel, he only needs to do targeted training and brush up the proficiency of the characteristics to make use of the dual characteristics. For example, Butterfree's compound eyes and colored glasses. Compound eyes: with compound eyes, the hit rate of moves will increase. Colored glasses: Pokemon with this characteristic, when using a move with an unsatisfactory effect, when the attribute restraint is less than or equal to 12, the damage of the move is times 2. It seems that Butterfree's dual characteristics are quite useful. The first compound eye characteristic can increase the hit rate of moves, which is a very good characteristic. The second characteristic of colored glasses is that when Butterfree uses flying type moves to attack, if the attribute restraint is only 0.5 or 0.25, the damage of the move can be doubled, turning 0.5 attribute restraint damage into 1 attribute restraint damage. It is a characteristic that increases damage when the move is resisted by the opponent. But it is only useful for moves with poor effects, not for moves with double restraint. This characteristic is not bad. In addition to double damage, with the blessing of colored glasses, at least it is double damage, and 0.5 resistance is very little. However, Caterpillar is too lazy and may not be able to bear the hard training. If you want to max out both characteristics, Butterfree may not be able to bear it, or there is not enough time. Because the lifespan of insect-type Pokemon is very short, they grow fast, and their lifespan is short. However, after 20 years, the production team has reunited Zai and Butterfree. His Butterfree will also accompany him throughout his life. Finally, there is only one more hardening move in the move column, and the rest is the same as before. Since Caterpillar has evolved, the training of telekinesis can be stopped. Before Metapod evolves into Butterfree, he will not let Metapod contact training again. It is the top priority for Metapod to digest the evolutionary energy in the body and evolve into Butterfree as soon as possible. Congratulations, Caterpillar, you have evolved. Yu-Hai closed the proficiency panel, with a bright smile on his face, congratulating Metapod. Duo-Lang, Caterpillar didn't know that he had evolved. He got up in the morning and jumped into Yu-Hai's arms, knocking Yu-Hai off. Okay, come down quickly, I can't hold you anymore. Yu-Hai picked up Metapod with both hands and put Metapod down. He felt that the current Metapod was heavier than the official setting of 10 kilograms. He felt it with his hands. It should be because the little foodie ate too much before evolving. 10 kilograms is 20 pounds, he would not feel particularly heavy, but he felt particularly heavy with this metal pupa. However, this is a good thing, proving that there is a lot of evolutionary energy in the metal pupa. The second stage of evolution has increased its potential, and the third stage of evolution will definitely increase its potential again, it is just a matter of how much it will increase. I hope to break through the 70 mark in one fell swoop, take a step closer to the championship, and accompany him to go further. Duo-Clang, after the metal pupa was put down by Yu-Hai, he found that his body had changed. He actually evolved and became the appearance he had seen before, and had a hard shell. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole drooled when he saw the new appearance of the green caterpillar, because he had eaten one before. By the way, there is also a mosquito-repellent tadpole. Yu-Hai looked at the energetic mosquito-repellent tadpole. The green caterpillar had eaten the giant bee honey and had such a big change, so the mosquito-repellent tadpole must have changed too. He couldn't wait to open the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole, and quickly scanned the panel of the mosquito coil tadpole. His face instantly became excited, and his inner excitement could not be suppressed. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 33.22%. Level, 13.12%. Feature, moisture /0.83%. Hidden feature, free and easy /2.53%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /0.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. New Look /1.61%. Foam /1.31%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slaps /5.62%. Slap /0.91%. Water Gun /7.61%. Playing with Water /2.51%. As for the feature issue, I actually wanted to keep it, but 2 features have already made some readers shout, "So shameless, unfair, hey! I am speechless, can you stop tangling with this issue? It's just 2 features, if you keep the features, the caterpillar will have 5 features." There are still those who call for fairness. If the protagonist can travel back to the Sologym and become the grandson of Kokabol, with Lucario in his right hand and Mega Evolution Stone in his left hand, he will accept it. This is fairness. If he travels back to the time when he becomes the Prince of Duan Company, with a mine at home and a Flash quasi-god to choose from, he will accept fairness and will definitely become a supporter of fairness. But Te Meow's uninhabited desert island is in danger of extinction, with illegal residents, mosquito-repellent tadpoles, green caterpillars, and Magikarp. That's it, just 2 characteristics. Chapter 83, Drawing Cakes. The potential of the mosquito coil tadpole has increased, and the potential has increased by 2.2, which is a cause for celebration. Honey is indeed a great tonic for young cubs, and it can actually improve potential. In addition to potential, the level of the mosquito coil tadpole has also increased from the previous 10.94% to 13%. There is still 12 levels to evolve into a mosquito coil frog, and it is almost there. The mosquito coil tadpole will also evolve soon. This morning, there were really surprises one after another. This is just a little benefit brought by honey. If he has a lot of honey. Good guy, I can't even think about it. The territory of the giant bee is not far away. After the metal pupae evolve into Butterfree and master the hypnotic powder, you can get the wool of the giant bee. The rest of the characteristics and moves of the mosquito coil tadpole have not changed much. After all, they are moves that require hard practice to increase proficiency. He can understand that eating delicious food can gain experience and upgrade, but in addition to practice makes perfect, he has not found a shortcut to the moves. Unless you let the divine beast have a kiss and give it some gifts, and then you can make rapid progress, that's another matter. After turning off the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole, Yu-Hai was in a good mood. He took out the remaining honey from last night and shouted to the mosquito coil tadpole, "Mosquito coil tadpole, you eat this honey." Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole heard this and immediately bit his bowl, excitedly waiting for Yu-Hai to feed him. But the metal armor pupa was not happy. It also wanted to eat, so it pounced on it and hurriedly shouted to Yu-Hai, "Dalang, Darang! Stop, 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 metal armor pupa, I know you want to eat, but you don't have a mouth now." Yu-Hai spread his hands helplessly. It's not that he didn't want to share with the metal armor pupa, but that the metal armor pupa couldn't eat honey. Duolang, the metapod kept twisting its body and struggling in Yu-Hai's arms. No matter what, it just wanted to eat. Woo, why is it like this? Quiet, metapod, listen to me quietly. Yu-Hai stopped the struggling metapod. It was not comfortable at all to have more than 10 kilograms of weight on his body. Duolang, the metapod just wanted to eat honey, and nothing could work now. Metapod, I didn't expect it to evolve, but you just can't eat it. If the honey is left there, it will attract other elves sooner or later, so I let the mosquito coil eat it. When you evolve into Butterfree, we can steal the honey of the giant beedrill, and then you can eat as much as you want. After Yu-Hai's earnest persuasion, the metapod calmed down. The most important thing is that the metapod now has no mouth and can't eat any food, which is the biggest flaw. Not being able to eat delicious food is undoubtedly a critical hit for a little foodie. Duolang, metapod knows that it can't eat it, but it is a little depressed and unhappy when it sees the tadpole enjoying the delicious food. Bear with it for 2 days, when you evolve into Butterfree, we will go to steal honey. Yu-Hai started to paint her rosy picture for metapod again. All routines, basic operations are not good. In fact, Yu-Hai also wanted to see if the tadpole could increase its potential again with the remaining honey for the tadpole, and what is the limit of honey. No wonder Pidgeot attacked Drill's territory on a rainy night. If it was just for a little food, he felt there was no need to provoke Beedrill. If it was outnumbered, it might still fail, but Pidgeot still did it. It is conceivable that honey actually has this invisible benefit, which can enhance the potential of a mediocre Pokémon. It is hard to say whether honey has played a role in the improvement of Caterpillar's potential. After all, there is also the variable of evolution, so it is difficult to draw a conclusion. No matter what, he has stolen the honey. Even Kyogre can't stop him. His Pokémon must eat honey. Every Pokémon must eat it as a meal. At this moment, Yu-Hai is really a little bit arrogant. His confidence in the future is extremely inflated, as if the territory of Beedrill is his back garden. He can go there as he wants and leave as he wants. When he is pricked by a needle, he will know why the flowers are so red. Metapod, you need to digest the evolutionary energy in your body. Just sleep and digest it in the poke ball. When you are about to evolve, notify me and I will let you out. Yu-Hai took out the poke ball. Now, let alone training, he doesn't even allow strenuous exercise. It is better to sleep quietly and digest the evolutionary energy in his body. Duolang, the Pokémon looked at the poke ball and nodded. It can't help Yu-Hai at all in its current state. It is better to use sleep to digest the evolutionary energy. After accepting the fact that it could not eat honey, Metapod shook its head at Yu-Hai. It was just sleeping, and there was no need to enter the poke ball. It could just sleep on its own bed. Dole, Metapod rejected Yu-Hai and fell asleep on the inner wall of the tree trunk next to the bed. It was finally able to sleep in. Seeing this, Yu-Hai had no choice but to put away the poke ball and let Metapod choose the way to sleep. Anyway, it was comfortable. After making sure that Metapod fell asleep, he and Mosquito left the tree house, each ate some of the leftover food from yesterday, and started today's training. In the morning, it was still running training, and in the afternoon, it was ready to train with water guns. While Mosquito was training, Yu-Hai released Magikarp. He almost forgot that he had a salted fish. When eating honey, there was no salted fish. He didn't want to subdue the salted fish yet. The salted fish was not considered his own, so naturally there was no honey to eat. He released it and fed it some food, letting the Magikarp swim in the basin for a while. He then used the poke ball to retrieve it again. This salted fish. It is a 54% potential Magikarp anyway. It would be a pity to release it, but it is hard to eat it. It is better to keep it. After taking back the Magikarp, Yu-Hai lit a fire outside the treehouse and prepared to treat his foot injury, sweat and disinfect. After wrapping his foot with rags again, he started to make lunch. Today, he only made lunch for one person and one tadpole. He used the ingredients picked up at the edge of the battlefield, which was just eaten at noon today. At the same time, he also roasted some weak fish to supplement the training of the mosquito coil tadpole. After all, dead fish will easily stink if they are not eaten. The space in the bucket is narrow. Every morning when I wake up, there will always be a few dead fish. They can be eaten after being roasted. The morning time passed quickly. The mosquito coil tadpole was called off from running. He had lunch with Yu-Hai, and the mosquito coil tadpole could eat as much as he wanted. After lunch, the mosquito coil tadpole took a bath in the bucket again, relaxing his tired body and taking a nap. It was not until the sun was not so hot that Yu-Hai called him to go to the beach to practice water guns. "Mosquito, let's go to the beach to practice water guns." "Yo." Mosquito jumped out of the bucket, said goodbye to Magikarp who was released during lunch break, and followed Yu-Hai who was carrying a fishing rod to the beach. Chapter 84, Meet the Street Fish Again. "Mosquito, you need to consolidate the previous water gun training and improve the hit rate of the 2 floats." Yu-Hai assigned training tasks to Mosquito. Since Mosquito has mastered the skills, he has been training by himself, and he has started his life as a fisherman. Now there is enough food and fresh water. Fishing is not for food, but a spice of life, and by the way, see if you can brush out high-potential water elves. Little Green is evolving, he lacks a helper, and only Mosquito is not very safe at present, he still needs to expand his team. Now he didn't dare to go to the reef shoal over there. It was a battlefield for 4 kinds of elves before, and there were too many elves' corpses. Before those corpses were eaten, there were always elves fighting over them. It would probably take several days for them to stop. Recently, he also found that there were many more big crabs here. There were none before. Since the last honey war, many big crabs have appeared on this beach. Buzz! When Yu-Hai was staring at the float in a daze, the float suddenly sank, the fishing line was stretched straight, and a big guy came. Then it was a battle of wits and courage between the fisherman and the fish. When he pulled the big guy out of the sea, he found that it was another fool. He immediately lost interest and threw the poke ball to subdue the fool. Magikarp. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Potential, 13%. Level, 2.58%. Features, free and easy swimming /0.81%. Mastered moves, splash jump /0.58%. Impact /0.64%. He picked up the poke ball and looked at the proficiency panel. It was another mediocre fool, so he put away the poke ball. Although the potential was not very good, it was still okay to eat. It was just that there were too few poke balls. He had 3 Pokemons, and 3 poke balls were just enough to fill it up. It couldn't even hold one more Pokemon, let alone use the poke ball as a refrigerator to store food. The poke balls he emptied were all poke balls that were not used by Mosquito, Metapod, and the Magikarp was not necessary. Now there was another fool in the ball, so he baited the hook again and cast the hook to continue fishing. This time the fish bit the hook quickly, but when he pulled it up, it was another stupid thing. Magikarp. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Potential, 18%. Level, 4.23%. Features, free and easy swimming /0.51%. Mastered moves, splash jump /0.28%. Impact /0.44%. The stupid thing's proficiency panel is still as weak as ever. The fish he caught are all stupid things, which made him so angry that he wanted to put away the rod and stop fishing. Yo, the tadpole shouted at Yu-Hai at this time. What's the matter? Tadpole, Yu-Hai put away the fishing rod, put away the 2 poke balls with Magikarp, and came to the branch where Tadpole was training the water gun, but did not find the tadpole. Yo. Mosquito, what are you doing in there? Yu-Hai did not find Mosquito at the training site. He heard the sound coming from the tree canopy, but he could not see the figure of Mosquito. He looked into the tree canopy. The collapsed tree trunk lacked roots. The leaves on the tree canopy gradually withered and yellowed, and would eventually fall off. The yellow leaves also blocked his sight. Just as Yu-Hai looked into the tree canopy, looking for Mosquito, the mosquito came out of the tree canopy pushing something. Pokeball. Yu-Hai saw the thing pushed out by the mosquito, and he did not expect that there was a pokeball hidden in the tree canopy. It should be the pokeball stuck in the tree canopy after the rain a few days ago and the strong wind blew over from the sea. Yoo-hoo, yoo-hoo, the mosquito pushed the pokeball in front of Yu-Hai with his mouth, and then stopped to breathe heavily. Mosquito, how did you find this thing? Yu-Hai picked up the pokeball and looked at its durability. It was still 86%, so he knew that the pokeball could still be used. Yo-yo, yo-yo, mosquito came back to the shore and called into the tree canopy. It found the pokeball when it was training with the water gun. Not bad, you can find this thing during training. Yu-Hai he grinned and decided not to go fishing. He wanted to see the progress of the training of the mosquito-repellent tadpole. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, spit out 2 water guns for me to see, I'm going to hit you. Yu-Hai swung the float with his hands, swinging the 2 floats in no order, to see if the mosquito-repellent tadpole could hit them. Puff! Seeing the 2 shaking floats, the mosquito-repellent tadpole didn't think about it, and immediately spit out 2 water guns, hitting the 2 floats one after the other. Pa, the difficulty of the next training of the mosquito-repellent tadpole will increase. On the basis of hitting the 2 floats, hit the 3rd float. While Yu-Hai clapped his hands and praised, he shook the 3rd float again. Seeing that the mosquito-repellent tadpole's happy expression had not been maintained because of being praised, the mosquito-repellent tadpole's big eyes collapsed instantly, and he was very depressed. Don't be discouraged, mosquito coil tadpole. Let's try to see if we can hit 3 floating balls. The training method is the same as before. Yo-yo, puff puff, mosquito coil tadpole cheered up after being comforted, looked at the trajectory of the 3 floating balls, and spit out 3 consecutive shots from the water gun. As Yu-Hai guessed, the unpracticed mosquito coil tadpole only hit 2 floating balls, and the 3rd shot of the water gun missed. Don't be discouraged, let's take it slowly. I won't fish anymore. I will practice with you slowly. Yu-Hai saw the water gun miss, and immediately encouraged the mosquito coil tadpole. We must not let the mosquito coil tadpole lose confidence. This is the foundation of everything. If even confidence is gone, even the most talented elves will be useless. Yo-yo, mosquito coil tadpole heard Yu-Hai's encouragement, and his eyes instantly lit up with fighting spirit. Just like the previous times, he began to train the water gun on the floating balls. With the foundation of 2 consecutive shots, the 3 consecutive shots of the water gun, the mosquito coil tadpole mastered it quickly. This is the importance of foundation. A tall building is built from the ground. If you can't even walk, you want to run and jump and win the championship directly. That only exists in fairy tales, just like the hero fighting the dragon, the hero will always win. What if the hero is a tyrant? There should be people praising the dragon. Q, kaka. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, stop, get ashore, quickly. Yu-Hai and his friends were training, and a giant crab suddenly came to the training site. He hurriedly asked the mosquito-repellent tadpole to stop training and get ashore to be on guard. Yo-hoo, yo-hoo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole was very tired because of training. Facing this uninvited guest, it still cheered up and was on guard against the giant crab. Yu-Hai didn't want to conflict with the giant crab, but the giant crab didn't think so. This giant crab couldn't grab food from its kind over there, so can't it bully the little one here? As soon as the giant crab came up, it used its big claws to pinch the mosquito-coated tadpole. The mosquito-coated tadpole was its dinner for the day. Mosquito-coated tadpole, let's retreat. Yu-Hai bent down and picked up the mosquito-coated tadpole and retreated. After just 2 steps back, the mosquito-coated tadpole broke free from Yu-Hai's embrace and jumped down, calling out to Yu-Hai, yo-yo, yo-yo. You want to fight? Yu-Hai guessed. Yo-yo, the mosquito-coated tadpole nodded. Chapter 85, Laying a Solid Foundation. Be careful of the giant crab's claws. Yu-Hai saw that the mosquito-coated tadpole was eager to fight, and did not stop the mosquito-coated tadpole, but also reminded the mosquito-coated tadpole to be careful. Yo, the mosquito-coated tadpole nodded to show his understanding, and stepped forward to confront the giant crab. If it was in its prime, the mosquito-coated tadpole would not be afraid of the giant crab at all, but training with the water gun consumed too much physical strength, and Yu Hai was worried that the mosquito-coated tadpole would not be able to defeat the giant crab. Puff, puff, puff. As the two Pokémons confronted each other, they opened their mouths and spit out water guns. The 3 consecutive water guns of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, except for the first 2 that were offset by the water gun of the giant crab, the last water gun hit the giant crab's eyes. Facing the water gun of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, the wild water gun of the giant crab was no match, and the water gun of the mosquito-repellent tadpole suppressed the giant crab. While the water gun blocked the giant crab's vision, the tadpole directly approached and slapped the giant crab in a series of blows, knocking it unconscious. Yu Hai, who was watching the battle from behind, saw the giant crab unconscious, and also threw out the pokeball he had just picked up today and subdued the giant crab. But just as he was about to go forward to pick up the pokeball, the mosquito-repellent tadpole screamed again in vigilance. Yu Hai turned his head and saw that it was in the direction of the reef shoal, and another giant crab came over. It's just that this crab is very strange. It has only one big claw and crawls weakly. It can't even lift its claw, but drags it. This crab is very small, just like Zai's crab, and Xiao Mao's crab. The crab seemed not to hear the warning of the mosquito coil tadpole. It dragged its body to a reef and lay down, drooping its body, 4 legs, and claws, looking at the sea in frustration. The reason why Yu Hai felt that the crab was depressed was that just from the back of the crab, it could be seen that the crab was very depressed, and dejected. This is still an unhappy crab. Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito coil tadpole saw that the crab had no fighting spirit, and turned to ask Yu Hai if he wanted to catch it. But Yu Hai looked at the small body of the crab and compared it with the crab in his hand. He probably didn't have much meat. Even if there was some meat in the big claws, it would be too troublesome to handle. The efficiency of obtaining food was too low, and there was one big claw missing, so he didn't catch it and would wait until it grew bigger. Catch. No, let's go back. Yu Hai shook his head and turned back to the tree house. Yo yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole took a last look at the giant crab on the reef and followed Yu Hai back. Since Yu Hai didn't want to catch it, it would not attack. As the man and the tadpole returned to the tree house, Yu Hai used the remaining pokeball to take back the Magikarp in the bucket and began to cook dinner. Although the sunset had not yet fallen, it was dinner time. The Magikarp was put away to prevent the Magikarp from going berserk when it saw its relatives being eaten. If it evolved into a Gyarados because of anger, he and the tadpole's small bodies would not be able to withstand it. After putting away the little carp, he took out the 2 Magikarp caught today and the giant crab caught in the evening, and looked at the proficiency panel of the giant crab. Big Claw Crab. Attribute, Water. Gender, Female. Potential, 21%. Level, 10.53%. Features, Hard Shell Armor /3.62%. Mastered Moves, Stare /0.83%. Water Gun /4.61%. Harden /3.45%. No wonder this big claw crab can't beat other big claw crabs. It doesn't even have a metal claw move. How can it beat other big claw crabs? After Yu Hai looked at the proficiency panel of the big claw crab, he released the big claw crab and started boiling it. He grilled the Magikarp to supplement calcium for the mosquito coil tadpoles. The recent training volume has doubled, and the mosquito coil tadpole's appetite has also increased. Since the mosquito coil tadpoles have been eating freely, he knows the real appetite of the mosquito coil tadpoles. The previous crab legs were conservative. When the mosquito coil tadpoles are training, they eat at least 5 weak fish in one meal. A whole standard weight giant crab, that is, 13 pounds of giant crab, is enough for the tadpole to eat. Tadpole, you can eat as much as you want for dinner, including the portion for the metal pupa, since it can't eat it now anyway. Yu Hai broke the cooked crab apart and placed it in front of the tadpole, reminding the tadpole not to eat as conservatively as before, and not to say that he was not full. Yo yo, the tadpole looked at the crab roe in front of him, as well as the grilled fish on the stove, including magi carp and weaklings. With so much food, it and Yuhai would definitely not be able to finish it, so it ate as much as it wanted. While the tadpole was eating dinner, Yuhai opened the tadpole's proficiency panel to see if his potential had increased and if his level had increased. Honey shouldn't be that powerful. If you eat it again, it will probably gradually decrease. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 33.72%. Level, 13.92%. Feature, moisture/1.13%. Hidden feature, free and easy /2.53%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /0.21%. Ice hockey /0.31%. Fresh look /2.11%. Foam /1.31%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial slaps /6.12%. Slap /0.91%. Water gun /8.02%. Playing with water /3.21%. The potential of the mosquito coil tadpole has increased by 0.5, which is not as much as the first time. The experience value has also increased by 0.8. With honey and sufficient food, the experience value increases very quickly. However, it is not good to increase the experience value too fast, which is easy to force the growth and make the foundation unstable. If the growth period is too fast, it will be like Zai's old spray, with weak foundation, arrogance. When encountering weak young elves, the old spray will naturally be disdainful, but when encountering the third stage evolution of the same level, the old spray is not enough and is directly beaten. There is a scene in the play where the old spray is frozen by the fast-swimming frog, which is very miserable. There is also a scene where the old spray wants to challenge the fire dragon in the Fire Dragon Valley. Just from the size, the old spray is a head shorter and looks a little underdeveloped. This is because the foundation of the elves is not solid enough, and future breakthroughs will be very difficult, requiring a lot of time and resources to accumulate. This has a lot to do with whether the foundation is laid when the elves are still weak. It is also the reason why young people are impatient and restrict a large part of young people. The impatient young man only saw the rapid progress of the elves, but he did not see that while the elves were making rapid progress, their foundation was superficial and weak, and they were slow to learn anything. Only by laying a solid foundation can you master everything and learn everything quickly in the future. This also led to many young trainers, because the elves' foundation was not good enough, which directly led to the upper limit of the elves in the future being lowered, resulting in the stagnation of the elves' strength. At this time, many young trainers would cultivate the second and third echelons of elves in order to break this embarrassing situation. But one step slow, the trainers of the same period have already become kings, while the trainers who have taken the wrong path are still cultivating new elves, and the gap is obvious at a glance. In order for the mosquito-repellent tadpole to lay a solid foundation, the mosquito-repellent tadpole needs more training to adapt to the rapid increase in experience points. Chapter 86 will be on the shelves tomorrow. The shelf is a bit sudden, and the notice is a bit late. Sorry, all the book friends who are following. The shelf time is 12 noon tomorrow. I will ask for the first order here first. Thanks X3. 2 chapters will be updated tomorrow, and 4 more chapters will be added. They are the additional chapters promised for the recommended promotion. There are 6 chapters in total, 12,000 words. They will be released after 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, so don't worry. Regarding the changes to the panel, after the release, there are some useless moves that are not intended to be used to improve proficiency. I will delete them from the main text and put them in the work-related section. If you want to check, readers who have used these useless tricks can check them out. If I need to use useless tricks later, I will cross them out from the work-related information and put them in the main text. I haven't checked the author's backstage for several days. I will try my best to catch up with the reader's feedback in the main text. Thanks to the book friends who have been following me. The third round of recommendations has not been connected, but I still thank the book friends who have been following me. Although it is a bit regrettable, there is nothing we can do about it. In the adult world, life is full of acceptance, concession, silence, and compromise. It means that the corners of the table have been smoothed, which reduces unnecessary bumps and sharpness, avoiding hurting children. This is also a good thing. There are still many plot problems complained by book friends. Is the protagonist still playing in the wild on the deserted island for 1,000 chapters? In fact, it's really not me who is not good. I don't know when to leave the deserted island, and the plot is always advancing. The content of the protagonist's day is basically written in 2 or 3 chapters, and the plot is advancing. It has only been 20 days since the protagonist traveled to the present, not even a month. What can he do in 20 days? It costs less than 3,000 yuan to screw in a screw. Even a baby needs 10 months to be born. 20 days is really too short. Besides, I wrote the deserted island as a basic plot. The protagonist's rainy day team and the first-tier elves will all be obtained on the deserted island. After all, when you go to a place with people, there will be fewer high-potential elves. Basically, they have all been caught. Don't doubt the vision of breeders and observers. There are still masters. There is also the problem of the frequency of high-potential elves. It's not that I don't give the protagonist cheats. Just think about the lottery. If you have won the jackpot, I can only say that you are awesome. I bought a double color ball worth more than 200 yuan, and the return was only 5 yuan. Explain why the protagonist knows the world view, the 3 starters, the alliance's direct line, the alliance's big pie, the ending of the young trainer. Give the 3 starters to the 10-year-old kid and other issues. The reason why the protagonist can think of what to block the gold finger is that he is talking about himself, and it is also the ending of most ordinary people. The future of the protagonist is like this, and the ending of ordinary people has long been doomed. I also explained in the article that young people are impatient and impatient. Ordinary trainers don't have golden fingers, no 3 starters, and no doctor neighbors. Most people will be ordinary. This is the norm. Even if the protagonist has knowledge of the elf world, it will be after middle age. If a child takes out the fairy system and the super evolution stone, he will only die faster. A man is innocent but guilty of holding a treasure. A child who dares to hold a gold brick through the busy city will never get out of this street. There is also the problem of 10-year-old children with 3 starters. Think about the child prodigies who have been exposed in recent years. They have 10 years of work experience at the age of 20, and 10-year-old children have the right to sign papers. There are many similar incidents. So, do you still think that the operation of the 10-year-old 3 starters in the elf world is magical? 10-year-old 3 starters, looking at it, are not just a reflection of reality, and animation shines into reality. Some movies, TV series, animation, and novels really can't be studied in depth, otherwise they are documentaries. I have watched the 3-body problem, and then look at the 3 years of the epidemic. Many of the magical operations abroad can be found in the book. This book is like a documentary, and it is also a magic mirror, showing the future of mankind in advance. I can only say that Lu is really awesome, and he sees through human nature. There is also the issue of edible elves. I have already reminded you. Book friends who cannot accept it can choose not to read it. Some people just like to criticize without thinking, and I will not indulge them. After the book is put on the shelves, you can only post comments after turning on the fan value. It will not affect book friends who subscribe normally. Since you like to disgust me so much, then I will disgust these people too. You like to criticize, right? Pay the money first. I just want to disgust this group of people. As long as I receive the money, you can criticize as you like, and I will permanently ban you. Just ask if it is disgusting. Also, the elf ball is a refrigerator of storage space, so don't worry about it. Finally, I am really not selling misery, and I am not asking for anything. Just subscribe and read normally. Now the economy is in recession, and I don't have much money. Just subscribe and read normally. There are also book friends who raise books, you can raise them, but you must remember to come back to read. It would be great if you can turn on automatic subscription. If you think it is slow, you can also raise it until the protagonist leaves the deserted island before reading it, but you must read it. After all, the author is a person with limited imagination. Please give me more comments so that I can learn from them. First order, first order, first order. He will not force the growth of the tadpoles, nor will he suppress the growth of the tadpoles. The tadpoles only need to be trained normally and grow normally, and let nature take its course. Anyway, there is proficiency. The panel will not give up if there is no progress. Even if the proficiency increases by only 0.01, he will not give up. If it were other trainers, they would have given up the boring training long ago if they could not see the increase in the strength of the Pokémon. When the Pokémon has passed the rapid growth period and entered the slow maturity period, the increase is so slow that the trainer can't feel it at all. The trainer's patience and energy will be exhausted, and there is a high probability that he will give up this Pokémon. There is a precedent for this. Many of the 3 starters that Zai picked up actually have no problems. It is just because newcomers don't know how to cultivate Pokémon, Pokémon are weak, don't evolve, and can't beat other Pokémon, that they are abandoned by many 10-year-old new trainers. That's why he said that patience is too luxurious for young people. How can we make young people keep their blood and strive forward, and at the same time make them mature and steady? As long as you have been beaten, you won't say such things. It's also very simple to make old oil sticks passionate, just give money. That's why he said that being impatient is the norm for young people. Being careless and impatient is what young people are like. He is not like him. Although he has become younger, he still likes fishing and can endure loneliness. Otherwise, he can't be a fisherman. After being beaten, he is not so passionate and realistic. Besides, losing is not terrible. What is terrible is that you deny yourself, not others deny yourself. What he hated most in his previous life was the nagging of some experts. Other people's lives, how they want to live, and how they live are all their business. Why do they need others to nag? They live in what kind of environment, and they live very clearly. They know better than anyone what to eat for the next meal and what to do tomorrow. Anyway, before he lay down to fish, he also had a fierce debate and found that it was useless. He should fish when he should fish, eat when he should eat, drink when he should drink, filter out everything, and everything will be fine as usual. On the proficiency panel of mosquito coil tadpoles, the remaining characteristics did not change much. Only the moisture exceeded 1%. As for moves, the refreshing breakthrough broke through 2%. The continuous slaps broke through 6%. The water gun broke through 8%. Playing in the water broke through 3%, and also fed back the moisture characteristics. After turning off the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole, Yu-Hai also ate dinner, looking at the red sunset that connected the sea and the sky, and finished dinner. After the mosquito coil tadpole ate 2 carp kings and a crab, he returned to the bucket with a burp to relax and take a bath to get rid of the fatigue of a day's training. He didn't know how to massage and push the back. When he met humans in the future, he could ask professional breeders to massage the elves to eliminate the fatigue after the elves' combat training. Now he could only let the mosquito coil tadpole paddle in the water, play and relax, and eliminate the fatigue of the body as much as possible. While the mosquito coil tadpole was taking a bath, he also prepared to soak his feet. After he boiled the water and let it cool, he put his left foot in first. After 4 days of recovery, the wound on the left foot has gradually shrunk, and the right foot has almost healed, with only some scabs left on the sole of the foot. It is estimated that the scabs will fall off in a few days. The focus is still on the wound on the left foot. Now it is not bleeding, and it is estimated that it will take another 4 or 5 days for the scabs to heal. Things are developing in a good direction. He has been on the deserted island for 19 days. These 19 days are really safe and sound. The busy days are over, but the fears still exist. Next, he will focus on training elves. But the metapod is evolving, and his elf is only the tadpole. There is only one elf available, which always makes him feel insecure. Recently, this beach may be more chaotic. Some of the giant crabs attracted by the elf war have stayed here. The giant crab tribe is fighting for food on this beach, which has affected them. The giant crabs of not very high level can still be dealt with by the tadpole. But the level of the crab is too high, and the tadpoles can barely protect themselves one-on-one. If there are more crabs, they can only run away. He can't run now, which is undoubtedly a burden for the tadpoles. He wants to conquer more elves, but elves with high potential are not easy to meet. So far, he has only met 2 elves with potential above 50 after traveling for 19 days. They are still salty fish Magikarp and weak green caterpillar. Now they have evolved and are useless. In the absence of new elves, try to be careful. It is best not to go to the reef shoal, which has been occupied by the crabs. Because the crabs found that the giant bee does not care about this beach at all. The territory of the giant bee is the jungle on the beach. As long as the crabs do not go to the jungle, they only look for shells near the reef shoal and catch green caterpillars at the edge of the jungle, and they will not attract giant bee. The crabs occupy this beach. But this made Yu-Hai suffer. Their living space was compressed again. Originally, there was only half of the beach, and now even this half of the beach was taken away. If they wanted to get water, they had to pass through the reef shoal. Even the scavenging and sea hunting were done at the reef shoal, because there was the most garbage floating from the sea. Yu-Hai had no way to deal with the entrenched giant crabs. He could only wait for the mosquito coil tadpoles to grow up before making plans. After treating his foot injury, he released the Magikarp again, fed the Magikarp some food, and then took the Magikarp back to the poke ball again. Then he moved the stove into the tree house, and Yu-Hai also woke up the mosquito coil tadpoles who were taking a bath in the bucket and blowing bubbles on their noses. Mosquito repellent. Tadpole, go back to the house and sleep, mosquito repellent tadpole. Yo! Mosquito repellent tadpole heard the call, and the bubble on his nose burst. Mosquito repellent tadpole woke up instantly. Seeing Yu-Hai entering the tree house, he turned over and jumped off the bucket and followed Yu-Hai into the tree house. Entering the tree house, mosquito repellent tadpole saw that Metapod was still sleeping on the tree trunk, so he did not disturb Metapod, but went back to his bed and lay down. Yu-Hai also closed the wooden door and took out 4 poke balls from his pocket, one of which contained Magikarp, and the extra poke ball was the one he picked up in the collapsed tree canopy today. After putting the poke ball away, he was also ready to lie down and sleep, but when he thought of the beach where he picked up trash was occupied by giant crabs, he had no place to pick up poke balls. It has been a long time since he went there to take a look, and he didn't know if there was any domestic garbage washed ashore. He missed the life of picking up trash. Thinking about it, Yu-Hai said goodnight to mosquito repellent tadpole and fell asleep. Mosquito repellent tadpole, see you tomorrow. Yo-yo. Thanks, Ruaning Xingchen for 100 book coins. This chapter is about the protagonist's survival. Next is the paid chapter. Finally, please order first, please order first, please order first. I say it 3 times for important things. Chapter 88, It's Okay Again? The 20th day of survival on a deserted island, cloudy. A day's plan begins in the morning, and the metal pupa is still sleeping, digesting the energy for evolution. Yu-Hai and the tadpole got up early to exercise, and the most important thing was that the tadpole was exercising. He still had an injury on the sole of his foot and could not exercise and run, so he could only make breakfast for the tadpole. As the tadpole rested after running for half an hour, Yu-Hai's fish soup breakfast was also ready. The tadpole could eat while resting. After breakfast, he continued to run. This morning was running training, and the afternoon was water gun training. While the tadpole was running, Yu Hai began to treat his foot injury. It was quite hot in the treehouse these days, and he sweated a lot at night, so he had to treat it. After he treated his foot injury, he started to make lunch. There was no other way. With the little tadpole, a rice drying machine, by his side, he had to prepare lunch early. The food he had picked up the day before yesterday had been eaten, and the fish he had caught yesterday had also been eaten. The carp looked heavy, but in fact, there was not much left after it was dried. For today's lunch, he had to use the previous reserve food, which was the weak fish he had picked up that day. As lunch was ready, there was fish soup and grilled fish, so he called the mosquito-repellent tadpole to stop running and come over for lunch. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, it's time to eat. Yo, yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole heard the sound of the meal, immediately stopped training, ran back to the bucket to wash his body, came to the door of the treehouse and sat down, ready to eat. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, I cooked 10 fish for lunch, you should eat more, there is also water gun training in the afternoon. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole saw the delicious grilled fish in the pan with the aroma of meat, nodded to Yu Hai, and started to eat. Yu Hai also prepared to eat. For lunch, there was a grilled fish, a boiled fish, and some fish soup. His appetite could not compare with the mosquito coil tadpole who exercised a lot, so he could not eat much. During lunch, Magikarp was placed in a bucket. After eating something, Magikarp was allowed to play in the bucket. After lunch, one person and one tadpole took a nap and came to the shore again. Yu Hai prepared to fish, and the tadpole continued to consolidate the training of the 3 floats. Mosquito coil tadpole, I will fish next to you, you continue to train the water gun, and I will check your training progress in the evening. Yu Hai came to the beach and separated from the mosquito coil tadpole. Yo yo! But the mosquito coil tadpole just nodded and turned around, and called to Yu Hai again, yo yo, yo yo! The mosquito coil tadpole hurried forward, and kept calling to the reef on the opposite shore, as if he had found something interesting. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, hearing the call of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, he was a little confused. He looked up in the direction where the mosquito-repellent tadpole was running, and then he understood why the mosquito-repellent tadpole made a sound. Big claw crab. Seeing this dejected big claw crab, Yu Hai's forehead was full of question marks. He raised his hand and scratched his head. Why is this guy still here? The reason why he didn't catch it yesterday was because it was too small and there was not much meat. There was also reserve food to eat. If he didn't catch it today, he wouldn't be called Yu Hai. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. For this little, weak, helpless, and pitiful big claw crab, there is no need to fight and consume physical strength, nor to stun it. Just throw the ball directly. Anyway, the opponent will not resist. As the poke ball hit the big claw crab, a thump sounded, prompting that the big claw crab was successfully captured. He could see that this big claw crab had already made up his mind to die, which meant that he didn't want to live. It was very likely that he felt that there was no point in living. Meaning, he wants to die. He can't care so much. Since he wants to die, he might as well let him eat it, which can be regarded as indirectly helping him and the tadpole. The poke ball subdued the giant claw crab. He went forward to pick up the poke ball and looked at the proficiency panel of the giant claw crab, which stunned him. Giant crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 6.55%. Feature, Super Strength Claw /0.62% Hidden Feature, Force /0.53%. Mastered Moves, Arm Hammer /0.22%. Stare /0.43%. Water Gun /2.41%. Harden /4.34%. This. Yu Hai looked up at the sky speechlessly, completely stunned. Are all Pokemon with higher potential a little different? Little green is like this, little carp is like this, little crab is like this. He couldn't help but sigh, Could it be that his mouth was blessed? Eating caterpillar, little green came out. Eating magi carp, little carp came out. Eating crab, little crab came out. If he changed to another Pokemon, would it be? Ahem, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat, but how can he eat it? Its potential is the same as that of little carp, neither up nor down, it's very uncomfortable to look at. It's really tasteless to eat, but it's a pity to throw it away. Even if he wants to subdue the crab, the mental and psychological state of this crab is not very good. He doesn't know what happened to the crab and why it became like this. Even if he wants to enlighten the crab, he has no way to start. However, overall, this crab is still a very good water Pokemon. Advantages. The potential is 56 points, which is pretty good. If it is cultivated well, it can also enter the king level. There are also hidden characteristics. Force, the power of attack moves with additional effects is increased by 30%, but the additional effects of the moves are no longer activated. This feature cannot be said to be strong for the giant crab, it can only be said to be explosive. With the props, and the fact that the giant crab has a physical attack of 130 among the elves with the forced feature, the damage is even more explosive. For example, the giant crab's original move Shell Blade can trigger the forced feature, but the power of the Shell Blade is only 75. A fighting type inherited move, Arm Hammer. Arm Hammer, swing a powerful and heavy fist to damage the opponent, your speed will be reduced, and the move power is 100. This inherited move is still a very powerful fighting type move, but it will reduce the speed. However, the giant crab's speed is not fast to begin with, and the damage of the arm hammer with the giant crab's claws should be even more terrifying. Disadvantages. The body has defects, but the giant crab can regenerate limbs like the crab in the previous life, so broken limbs are a small problem. The most important thing is the physical problem. The claw of the left arm of this giant crab is bigger than the body. How can there be such a stupid crab? The claw is bigger than the head. The claw is so big that it can't be lifted up and can't be stewed in a pot. He is speechless. This is not a problem of maldevelopment. It's the wrong place. There are also psychological problems. This giant crab has been lying on the reef since yesterday and has been lying there until this morning. It has been foaming at the mouth due to lack of water. If the giant crab who is determined to die really wants to die, he can't save a crab who wants to die even if he has many ways. Yo, mosquito tadpole saw Yu-Hai in a daze, and the expression on his face wanted to laugh, cry, and was a little helpless. It's okay, you continue to train the water gun, I'll be back soon, Yu-Hai waved to the mosquito tadpole and sent the mosquito tadpole to train. He took the giant crab's poke ball and turned back to the tree house. He came to the tree house, took out a plastic basin, filled it with half a basin of fresh water, and then released the giant crab in the poke ball. But the giant crab still looked lifeless, without any movement. For a stranger like him, the giant crab just raised its pale eyes, looked at him with its black eyes, and then fell silent again. Even if he stretched out his hand to tease the giant crab's claws, the giant crab did not react at all, but the giant crab was replenished with fresh water and no longer spit bubbles from its lips. Seeing this, Yu-Hai grabbed a weakling from the bucket, put it in the basin, covered the basin with a foam board, let the basin and the magi carp be neighbors, and returned to the beach. Thanks, book friend 20230610203958004, 100 book coins. Thanks, book friend 20230610203958004, 500 book coins. Brother, did you press the wrong button? Why did you give a reward twice? Chapter 89, New Partner Joins. For this giant crab, Yu-Hai can only observe it slowly. If he can't change the giant crab's will to die, he has no choice but to give up this giant crab. After placing the giant crab, he brought his fishing rod to the beach again. After watching the water gun training of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, he found a comfortable reef to sit down, put the bait on and cast the hook. Start today's fishing life. Today's luck is not bad. The fish bites the hook very quickly, and it is not difficult to pull it up. It is a weakling. After he put it in the bucket, the weakling does not need to be equipped with a poke ball, nor does he need to look at the proficiency panel, because it is meaningless. The racial value of the weakling is only 175 points, and it has not evolved yet, only the fish school form, so what can the weakling be used for? It's useless to raise one, and it's unaffordable to raise a group. Is it to bully the weakling? This. Yu-Hai immediately put away the fishing rod and returned to the treehouse again, ready to use the poke ball to test the potential of the weakling one by one. He didn't want to use the weaklings to bully the weaklings, but wanted to raise a weakling leader. As long as there is a strong weakling leading the way and calling other weaklings, they can gather into a weakling school. The weakling's school form has a racial value of 600, which is equivalent to a second-level god. If weaklings can form a school, they are still a very good fighting force. There are 6 barrels of weaklings left, and he screened them and selected a weakling with a potential of 51. Weakling. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 51% level, 2.15%. Features, fish school /0.62%. Mastered moves, water pulse /0.12%. Call /0.22%. Water gun /0.43%. Not bad, I've decided on you, Smelly. Yu-Hai looked at the Smelly in the poke ball and chose this Smelly to train. The Smelly has no hidden traits, but has a genetic move, water pulse. It's just a Smelly, so there's no need to expect too much. It can only be said that it's worthy of being a Smelly with 51% potential, and it actually has a genetic move. Although it's a bit weak and a bit of a noob, it wasn't originally intended to fight, but to be used as the head to form a school of fish. Now, he has a tadpole, a metal pupa, a Magikarp, a giant crab, and a Smelly. Fuck, they said before that there were too few team members, how come so many of them suddenly appeared? Yu-Hai raised his hand and stroked his chin, looking at the mosquito coil tadpoles training water guns on the beach. The metal pupae are sleeping to digest the evolutionary energy, the Magikarp is too weak to be used, the giant crab has just been subdued and cannot be used, and the weak fish can't even beat the Magikarp, let alone use it. It seems that the breakthrough is still in the giant crab. Now the only one who can help is the depressed giant crab. Magikarp and weak fish can't be relied on, each one is weaker than the other. It's just that there are many problems with the giant crab, and they can't be solved in a short time. Oh, difficult. Yu-Hai sighed, and came to the previous reef fishing spot again, put the bait on the hook, and continued fishing. It's useless to think more, I can only wait and see later. If the giant crab can be saved, save it. If it can't be saved, make sure that the giant crab can still breathe, at least don't let the giant crab die. After all, that was a powerful giant crab with 56 potentials, which was hard to come by. Just like Little Green, it was not easy to meet a Pokémon with such high potential. Unlike the weakling fish, he had several large buckets and could easily brush them out. When selecting weakling fish just now, he brushed out several weakling fish with 50 potentials and more than 40 potentials, and one with 53 potentials, but it had no inherited moves, so he chose the one with inherited moves. Anyway, it was useless for a weakling fish to have high potentials. The race value of more than 100 had already limited the growth of the weakling fish. Even if it had the potential of a king, it was not worth cultivating. It had no evolutionary form and a low race value. Who would spend the resources to cultivate a king to cultivate a weakling fish? He could only say that it was awesome and he couldn't afford to offend it. Anyway, he wouldn't. If he had the resources to cultivate a king, he would rather cultivate a caterpillar than a weakling fish. Putting aside the weaklings, he returned to the time when the fisherman caught fish. He did not encounter any stupid things today, only weaklings. He caught a bucket of weaklings in the whole afternoon. In fact, he wanted to catch a sharp-toothed fish to see if he could brush out a high-potential sharp-toothed fish. After all, this kind of elf can also super-evolve. If there is a sharp-toothed fish with high potential, he would like to raise one, at least it is more useful than stupid things. But before the sunset, he did not catch any sharp-toothed fish, so he could only call back the mosquito coil tadpole who was training the water gun, and returned to the treehouse first, put away the fishing rod and weaklings, and started to boil water for dinner. Mosquito coil tadpole, stop training, go back to dinner. Yo-hoo, yo-hoo, the mosquito coil tadpole heard Yu-Hai's call and stopped training. He panted and followed Yu-Hai's footsteps from the sea and returned to the treehouse together. Today's training was safe and sound, and they spent another day safely without being harassed by the giant crab. Dinner was boiled and grilled again. The only food they had at the moment was the squid. Half an hour later, dinner was ready. One person and one tadpole drank some fish soup first, and the grilled fish on the stove could be eaten while grilling. Before dinner, Yu-Hai threw some water plants into the buckets of magi carp and squid, letting the two fight for it. He put the two in the same bucket, so he wasn't afraid of them preying on each other. After all, they both had a potential of more than 50. Even if they were eaten, he wouldn't feel bad. He would just swipe another one. If both could survive in the narrow environment of the bucket, it would mean that they had the ability to protect themselves, and he could just subdue them. But it was limited to squid. He still looked down on stupid things. Even if there were no stupid things with a potential of more than 60, he wanted stupid things with a potential of 59. There were too many of these elves, so he wasn't in a hurry. After feeding the two fish some water plants, he returned to the dining table and opened the foam board of the plastic basin to see how the giant crab inside was. The result was no change. The crab was still the same, and the weak fish in the basin was not eaten. However, he still took the crab out of the basin, had dinner with them, and introduced their new partner to the mosquito tadpole. Mosquito tadpole, this crab is our new partner. Yu-Hai introduced the crab to the mosquito tadpole, but did not ask the crab's opinion. He knew that the crab would not react, so he was too lazy to ask. Instead, he put some boiled fish in front of the crab. It didn't matter whether the crab wanted to eat or not, as long as there was water, it would not starve to death. When the crab was not depressed and wanted to speak its mind, he would be there at any time. Yo-yo, the mosquito tadpole called out to greet this new partner, and continued to eat his dinner. It knew that the crab was worried, and it didn't care even if the crab didn't say anything. Moreover, Yu-Hai was a very good person. After a long time, no matter what the crab had, all worries should be solved. Chapter 90, The Story of the Giant Claw Crab. From the perspective of the giant crab, it drooped its eyelids and looked at this strange combination of one person and one tadpole, thinking that it would be eaten. It had given up struggling, so it gave up and was ready to leave it to fate. Just like when its claws were knocked off by its own kind and it was ostracized and laughed at by its own kind, it was too weak, so weak that it couldn't protect its claws well, and couldn't lift them to fight, so there was no point in living. It just didn't expect that this strange combination didn't eat itself, but shared food with itself. This was an experience it had never had before. From birth to now, it had only seen fighting, fighting, and fighting. The same kind fought for food. The same kind fought for territory. The same kind fought for mating rights. It was always fighting. The world in its eyes, the whole world it could see, was only fighting, and it was tired of fighting. Maybe this has something to do with the fact that it is the one that is often beaten. It doesn't know why the guys born with it grow tall and strong, and the same is true for their claws. However, it only grows claws, but not its body. This results in the claws being larger than the body, and the body cannot support the weight of the claws, so it cannot be lifted up, and cannot be used as a weapon, so it can only be dragged away. The only claw that can be used has been knocked off. In the entire group of giant crabs, it is like a freak, unable to beat its own kind, unable to beat anyone, and unable to grab food. It is getting weaker and weaker, and is ridiculed and excluded by its own kind. The guys born with it grow tall and strong, with big claws, and their development is very average. To be honest, it is very envious, really envious, and it dreams of having a strong and hard body like its own kind. Finally, unable to grab food, it is gradually squeezed out of the crab group, and it is so inferior that it wants to find a place to slowly wait for death. Then I met Yu-Hai and the tadpole, a strange pair. Actually, it heard the warning of the mosquito coil tadpole yesterday, but it didn't care. It didn't matter if it was eaten. A small crab like it, which was so weak and looked down upon by its peers, couldn't grab food, didn't have its own cracks in the rocks, and couldn't fight for the right to mate. Even if it was eaten, no one would care. It also accepted the fate of being eaten, but it was not eaten by this strange pair. Instead, it shared delicious food with it. It broke its head, broke its claws, and fought with its peers, but it didn't grab any food. But here, a stranger who had never met before shared delicious food with it. At this moment, the little crab really wanted to cry, and it cried, looking at the delicious food in front of it, crying. It was really tired, it was so hard to survive. It had a lot of grievances and wanted to talk to the crab, but this human shouldn't understand. Big crab, don't you feel thirsty? Yu-Hai was eating dinner, and somehow the big crab started crying. It didn't seem like he did anything bad, and he didn't put anyone in the pot, so why did he cry? Frightened? This shouldn't be the case. Yu-Hai looked around, but didn't see any crab shells, because he had thrown them into the sea. Then why was the little crab crying? Ku-yo-yo, the tadpole saw the crab wolfing down its food, and couldn't help but think of himself before he met Yu-Hai, and hurriedly asked the crab what had happened before. Q-you, the crab ate the grilled fish, remembered his experience, and slowly told it. This story was very long, and the crab told it for a long time, until the sun completely sank into the seabed. The crab didn't stop, and kept telling its story. This story also attracted the carp and the weak fish in the bucket. The two fish stopped chasing, and both stuck their heads out of the bucket and listened to the crab's story quietly. It was unknown how long it took, and the crab finished telling its own experience, the grievances that had been accumulated in its heart for a long time, the ridicule, exclusion, injustice, sadness, and sadness it had suffered in the crab group. It all came out in one breath, and the crab felt much better. Finally, there was someone who was willing to listen to it and finished its story. After stopping the story, the crab saw that all the elves and Yu-Hai were staring at him. The crab shyly buried his head with his claws, his cheeks slightly red, and he was embarrassed. He said so much and ate so much, he felt embarrassed. Seeing that the three elves were fascinated by the story, Yu-Hai was dozing off the whole time, and he didn't understand a word. After the crab finished the story, he still heard and thought, quack, quack. Then, there was nothing else, there were really only these two words. He listened for several hours, it was simply a torture. But he still had to keep a smile on his face, he couldn't interrupt the crab, it's really tiring. Pa, it's getting late, it's time to rest. Yu-Hai clapped his hands to wake up the three elves who were still immersed in the sad story and couldn't come back to their senses after the crab finished telling the story. Even if the elves wanted to continue listening, the story was gone, and the story was incomplete. Without the return of the Crab King, 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West, don't bully crabs. Well, anyway, it's incomplete. He first used the pokeball to take back the Magi carp and the weevil, then took an empty pokeball and placed it in front of the crab, and asked the crab, "Giant crab, do you want to come in?" Yu-Hai picked up the pokeball of the crab, yawned, and invited the tadpole to enter the treehouse and closed the wooden door. He took out 3 pokeballs with Pokemons, placed them beside the tadpole's bed, and said good night to the tadpole. "Tadpole, go to bed early, see you tomorrow," and the crab, Magikarp, and Squidward, "You too, see you tomorrow." Yo, the tadpole lay down, blinking his bright big eyes and looking at the crab in the pokeball. The crab also saw the tadpole, the metal pupa lying on the tree trunk, the Magikarp next to it, and the Squidward through the transparent surface of the poke ball. Before going to bed, the crab looked at the Pokemons in the tree house. Although they were all different, they were all very friendly. This was a feeling it had never had before. This feeling was really good. It began to like this place a little bit. The crab doesn't know what this means yet. Maybe it's the beginning of a new life, maybe it's a new life. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I really hope that dawn will come soon. There are 3 more chapters to follow. I'll make some changes. Don't worry. Chapter 91, The Huge Claws of the Crab. The 21st day of survival on the deserted island, cloudy. Since having a tree house, Yu-Hai's sleep quality has improved a lot, and his mental state during the day has also improved. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, get up. Yu-Hai climbed out of the tree house, stood up, opened his arms, stretched his waist, and woke up the mosquito-repellent tadpole. Yo-yo, yo-yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole jumped into the bucket as soon as he got up, and washed his eyes while rinsing his mouth. Bang bang bang! At the same time, Yu-Hai also released 2 stupid fish and the crab that had slept in the poke ball all night. Coo! After the crab got used to the morning light, it saw the mosquito coil tadpole running around the tree house, Magikarp jumping up and down in the bucket, and Yu-Hai who was making a fire to prepare breakfast. Q-you, the crab asked the mosquito coil tadpole why it was circling around the treehouse when the mosquito coil tadpole ran past it. Yo-yo, yo-hoo, the mosquito coil tadpole only said that it was exercising, and then did not respond to the crab. It had to concentrate on running and could not chat with the crab. Q-you. The crab still didn't understand why the mosquito coil tadpole was running. Just then, Yu-Hai interrupted the crab who was still trying to ask more questions. Okay, crab, don't disturb the mosquito coil tadpole's exercise. Q-you. The crab couldn't get an answer from the mosquito coil tadpole, so it asked Yu-Hai why the mosquito coil tadpole was running. The mosquito-repellent tadpole is exercising every day to become stronger. If you also want to become stronger, you can also exercise. In fact, Yu-Hai didn't know what the big crab was asking, but he saw that the big crab had been staring at the mosquito-repellent tadpole, so he explained the mosquito-repellent tadpole's running behavior. Tisk, the big crab stopped after being called, and did not disturb the mosquito-repellent tadpole again, but squatted aside and watched the mosquito-repellent tadpole quietly. The mosquito-repellent tadpole reminded it of the day before yesterday, when the mosquito-repellent tadpole defeated its peers that it couldn't beat. The moment it saw its peers being defeated, it knew how powerful the mosquito-repellent tadpole was. Before, it was determined to die. Even if the mosquito-repellent tadpole was powerful, it was still the mosquito-repellent tadpole, not it. So it didn't care. If it could become as powerful as the mosquito-repellent tadpole, how great it would be. The big clawed crab gradually fell into longing, imagining that its claws could pinch a child at a time. If a big clawed crab came, it would defeat a big clawed crab and become an undefeated big clawed crab. After the mosquito-repellent tadpole ran for half an hour, breakfast was ready. It was still fish, but there was a new member this morning, the big clawed crab. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, drink some fish soup first, and rest for a while before exercising. Yu-Hai looked at the hourglass and stopped the mosquito-repellent tadpole after the hourglass had run 6 times. Yo-yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole panted and came to the dining table in front of the tree house. He drank some fish soup first and licked the corner of his mouth. For the questioning of the big clawed crab just now, the mosquito-repellent tadpole now had time to respond to the big clawed crab, and shouted to the big clawed crab, Yo-yo, do you want to participate in training too? Could Can I too? The big clawed crab asked the mosquito-repellent tadpole with surprise while chewing fish in his mouth. Yo-yo, the tadpole nodded. As long as you want to train, Yu-Hai will train you hard. Yu-Hai, who is usually gentle, is very strict during training. But it can also get encouragement from Yu-Hai during training. That feeling is very good. which can make it excited and full of energy for the next training. Kuai, the crab quickly asked the tadpole, how can I become as strong as you? Yo, the tadpole shouted to Yu-hai without thinking. Ku, tisk. The crab also looked at Yu-hai, with an expectant look on its face. Yu-hai was eating breakfast when he was suddenly stared at by two elves. He didn't know what they were looking at, so he asked the tadpole, what do you want? Yo, the tadpole left the grass table, ran around the tree house, and then pointed at the crab with its tail, and then at Yu-hai. It did it so obviously, and the body language expressed it very clearly. It believed that Yu-hai would understand, after all, they had been together for so long. You want me to arrange training for it too? Yu-hai raised his hand and pointed at the crab, guessing what the tadpole wanted to express. Yo, the tadpole nodded, returned to the table, and continued to eat. At the same time, the mosquito tadpole also slapped the claws of the big crab with its tail, telling the little big crab brother who just joined them yesterday that the matter has been settled, and you just wait for the cruel training. Tisk, the big crab took a deep breath when it heard this. It was ready to accept any arrangement from Yu-hai. Yu-hai saw that the two guys communicated in elven language. Except for the body language of the mosquito tadpole at the beginning, they were in a state of confusion throughout the whole process. And what the hell is the big crab wanting to participate in the training? This is much more active than the little green who only knows how to eat and sleep. He actually proposed to participate in the training. In this case, Yu-hai stroked his chin, carefully observed the big crab, and prepared to make a training plan for the big crab. Big crab, can you lift your claws? Yu-hai looked for a long time and found that this big crab was seriously underdeveloped and its body could not keep up with the development speed of its claws. If you want to participate in the training, you can only start by lifting your own claws, or cut off this mutated giant claw, which has taken away too much nutrition from the body, causing poor physical development. Cut off the claws, wait for the claws to grow back, and the body can also take advantage of this period of time to develop and grow stronger. Kuai, the big crab was also confused when he heard this. It didn't know what Yu-hai was talking about, and turned to look at the tadpole, wanting the tadpole to translate. After hearing the claws, the mosquito coil tadpole patted the big crab's claws with its tail, indicating that Yu-hai should be talking about your claws. Kuai, the big crab looked at its claws, then looked at Yu-hai. It thought Yu-hai wanted its claws, so it dragged its claws to Yu-hai. Seeing this scene, Yu-hai also knew that the big crab had misunderstood. When the big crab dragged the claws over, he picked up the big crab's claws, then put them down, picked them up again and put them down again, and repeated many times. He told the crab that this was its training for today. In the end, he did not cut off the crab's claws. With sufficient food in the future, it should not be stunted. Crab, your training is to lift your claws until you can lift them for half an hour. Tisk, the crab did not understand, but it also knew the intention of Yu-hai to lift and put down his claws, so it tried to lift its own claws. In fact, it can lift its claws, but it can't keep it up for long, and it will have to put down its claws because of lack of strength. Chapter 92, The Tadpole Showing Off. That's it, your training is to lift your claws, and you will be qualified if you keep it up for half an hour. Yu-hai took out the hourglass and explained to the crab what time is, which is the time for the mosquito coil tadpole to run. Tisk, the crab raised its claws and nodded to Yu-hai, probably saying that it understood. After breakfast, the tadpoles continued their running training, and the crabs began to lift weights and lift their claws. At the beginning, the crabs could not even last for a minute. Slowly, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then half an hour to rest, like the tadpoles, drinking water and eating to replenish their energy. After the hourglass ran out twice, they continued to lift their claws. As they broke through their physical limits again and again, the crabs gradually could lift their claws for 5 minutes. While Yu-hai was supervising the training of the two little ones, he was also preparing lunch. After the morning training was over, the two little ones could eat lunch immediately. As time came to noon, Yu Hai's lunch was also ready, so he called the two little ones to come and eat. "Tadpoles, crabs, morning exercise is over, come and have lunch." Today, a new member was added to the meal, and Yu Hai also made 5 more grilled fish, that is, 15 fish, which was exactly what he caught from sea fishing yesterday. During lunch, he picked up some seaweed on the shore and threw it to Magi Carp and Smelt. For these two stupid things, as long as they don't starve to death, eating grass is fine. After lunch, the mosquito coil tadpole took a nap in the bucket, the crab took a nap in the basin, and Yu Hai took an afternoon nap in the shade of the tree. After each of them slept for a while, when the sun was not so strong, Yu Hai woke up the mosquito coil tadpole and the crab. In the afternoon, the mosquito coil tadpole continued to train with the water gun, and he also planned to let the crab train with the water gun. From the proficiency panel of the crab and its physical condition, the crab was obviously underdeveloped and had a broken claw. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 6.85%. Feature, super strength claw /0.62%. Hidden feature, force /0.53%. Mastered moves, arm hammer /0.22%. Stare /0.43%. Water gun /2.41%. Hardening /4.34%. The underdeveloped giant crab cannot undergo too intense physical training. Even if it is training moves, it can only train water guns or hardening moves. Forget the fighting move of arm hammer. The giant crab can't even lift its claws. It's just wishful thinking to want to train arm hammer. The premise of training arm hammer is that the giant crab can lift its claws and swing them. It also needs to take good care of its body. Once it is strong, it can use it as it pleases with just a claw. But the crab's afternoon time cannot be wasted. It is still possible to let the mosquito-repellent tadpole, a water gun expert who can hit 3 floats, guide the crab, a water gun novice. As for him, of course, it is fishing. Anyway, he is free, and it would be good if he can catch some dinner. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, there are many floats here. You let one float train the crab with water guns. If the crab doesn't understand anything, you can teach it. Yu Hai brought the mosquito-repellent tadpole and the crab to the beach, and told the mosquito-repellent tadpole to take good care of his new partner. He then went to the fishing spot yesterday to continue his fishing trip. Yo yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole nodded and left with the crab. Looking at the back of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, Yu Hai reminded again, "Mosquito-repellent tadpole, consolidate the training of 3 floats." Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole responded with a cry, and he had already taken the crab into the sea. Kuai, the crab only knew to follow the mosquito tadpole, and was confused throughout the whole process. What training, what water gun, what floating ball? It was eager to find out what the mosquito tadpoles were talking about. Yo, the mosquito tadpole told the crab not to worry and watch its performance. Puff puff puff. The mosquito tadpole first used 3 water guns to hit 3 stationary floating balls. Puff puff puff. Then there were 3 more water guns, hitting 3 shaking floating balls, and asked the little brother crab if it was powerful. Kuai, the crab saw the mosquito tadpole showing off his skills, and his eyes were full of little stars. He instantly turned into a little fan of the mosquito tadpole. The mosquito tadpole's water gun was too powerful. It was already very powerful that the first 3 water guns could hit the floating ball. I didn't expect that the last 3 water guns could also hit the shaking floating ball. It felt that the mosquito tadpole was so powerful, and it also wanted to learn how to use such a water gun. Yo, the mosquito tadpole was so proud when he heard the flattery from his little fan, the crab. He immediately went ashore and pointed at the float, telling the crab, "You have to do this," and then spit out the water gun. Just like Yu Hai instructed it to use the water gun, the mosquito tadpole also asked the crab to try. But the crab's confident water gun missed the target. It missed the first time, and it was a little frustrated. After all, the psychological gap was too big. But at this time, the mosquito tadpole immediately encouraged the crab, just like Yu-Hai encouraged it at the beginning. Yo, don't be discouraged, take your time, you will always hit it. Quu, the crab, encouraged by the mosquito tadpole, once again plucked up the courage and spit out the water gun at the float. Bang! This time the water gun hit the float, and the crab smiled and instantly swept away the decadence. Kuai. For the training of water gun attacking the float, the crab is more and more interested. It can't wait to practice the water gun as powerful as the mosquito coil tadpole. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole jumped up excitedly when he saw the water gun hit. It told the crab that this is it, keep working hard. Yu-Hai also saw the scene of the mosquito coil tadpole teaching the crab. The tadpole has grown up and can even bring new partners. He is very relieved. It feels like an old father who finally sees his son has a promising future, but he is still single. It always feels a bit strange to describe it this way. As the training of the tadpole and the crab gradually improved, he also opened the mosquito coil tadpole's proficiency panel. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 33.72%. Level, 14.72%. Feature, moisture/1.13%. Hidden feature, free and easy /2.53%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /0.21%. Ice hockey /0.31%. Fresh and cool /2.51%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial slaps /6.12%. Water gun /8.92%. Playing with water /3.21%. The potential of the mosquito coil tadpole is no longer increasing, after all, they don't have honey anymore. However, the experience value is still increasing, almost reaching level 15. As for moves, Fresh and Cool has increased a little to treat burns. Seeing that the place where the tadpole uses this move the most is to treat the mouth, he couldn't help but want to laugh. When the tadpoles eat, can't they eat slowly and wait until they are cool before eating? Finally, it's the water gun move. After yesterday's training, it's almost 9. Tomorrow, it should be 9. The water gun training should also be more difficult, and the number of floating balls should be increased to 4. Everything is moving in a good direction, it's great. Chapter 93, More Danger Than Good. Mosquito-repellent tadpoles, giant crabs, hurry to the shore. Yu-Hai was fishing well, and he saw that the magi carp in the sea was about to be pulled up. But the sea surface that kept flapping on his side attracted a group of uninvited guests, who came in a fierce manner. He was talking about the giant crabs. When he saw several giant crabs rushing towards him, he didn't even have time to retract the fishing rod. He could only throw the fishing rod and the magi carp to the shore, and call the mosquito coil tadpoles who were training on the beach and the giant crabs to hurry up and get ashore. He also ran behind the mosquito coil tadpoles with his crutches, ready to see what these giant crabs who made a surprise attack wanted to do. Fortunately, when he caught a fish today, he often called the mosquito coil tadpoles to come over for help, to knock out the fish he caught, so that he could catch it with a poke ball. After hearing his shouts, the mosquito coil tadpoles moved very fast, immediately stood in front of Yu-Hai, facing the stopped crab. The crab stopped not because they were afraid of the mosquito coil tadpoles, but because they saw the little crab. Quu. This angry shout was the question of the little crab by the leader of the 4 aggressive crabs, asking why the little crab was here and whether the beach was occupied by the little crab. In fact, they looked down on this barren beach, but they did not allow other crabs to occupy it. Especially the weak crab, the little crab, did not deserve to own this beach. Even if there was no food on this beach, they would not allow the little crab to occupy it. Wherever it goes, it will be targeted by this group of people, even though they are all the same kind, the same race, and look the same. Why do they always bully it? Why can't they tolerate it? Why do they always wrong it? Why do they kill it? Why don't they even leave it the last piece of pure land, but take it away? Why are its own kind so vicious and want to force it to death? It has obviously hidden very far away, it just wants to survive. Why do they treat it like this? Compared with the tadpoles and a few strangers, it hated its own kind so much for the first time. Before, it just failed in the competition and was not as good as the crabs, and it didn't hate its own kind. But it has already left the giant crab group, and this beach has nothing but sand. No. Why did its own kind force it so hard? It didn't understand, really didn't understand why did they bully it like this? It gave up food, territory, mating rights, everything. Why did this group of people still force the crab? It really just wanted to survive, to live happily in this newly joined big family. Why was it so difficult? Quu. Big claw crab, don't be afraid, I'm here, they dare not do anything to you. Yu-Hai felt the big claw crab's claws pulling his trouser legs and trembling, and couldn't help but comfort the big claw crab softly. To be honest, 1 against 4, with 2 burdens, the mosquito coil tadpole was not in full health, and he was unprepared. He was unsure, really unsure. There was no comparison this time, there was only one result: he couldn't beat him, he really couldn't beat him. He originally thought that the big crabs would leave on their own after taking the magi carp on the beach, but seeing this group of aggressive big crabs showing angry expressions and pointing their spearheads at the little crabs, they should still want the little crabs, and now it seems that there is no way to settle it peacefully. Unless the little crabs are handed over, he will have to fight these 4 crabs today. He didn't expect that he would be besieged by crabs one day. Even if he is currently at a disadvantage, he will not hand over the little crabs, even if Kyogra comes. Quick, quick, snap, snap, the leaders of the 4 big crabs raised their big claws and opened and closed them vigorously, deliberately making a creepy sound. The big crab leader saw the little crab hiding behind Yukai. If they wanted to bully the little crab, they had to face the mosquito coil tadpoles who were eyeing them. It didn't want to take action directly, nor was it unable to beat them, but it knew that the little crabs were easy to bully. It knew the little crab's weakness, which was to threaten the little crabs with Yukai, who the little crabs cared about. Kaka, Kaka, do you come here by yourself, or do I have to break off the 3 legs of that human and crush you to pieces? Kuai, the little crab cried weakly. Facing the big claws of its own kind, it was very scared, which reminded it of its broken claws. But it looked up at Yu-Hai. This human was very kind to it, and the tadpoles were also very kind to it. It couldn't let the tadpoles get in trouble. Even if its limbs were broken, they could grow back. If it could calm the anger of the big crab leader, it was willing to let them vent their anger for Yu-Hai and the tadpoles. Kuai, Kuai, the little crab decided to sacrifice itself, and no longer hid behind Yu-Hai, but crawled out to confront the big crab. Yo yo, yo yo. But the little crab was interrupted by the mosquito coil tadpole just as it opened its mouth. Since the little crab had become a partner, how could it hand over its partner? It said it would protect Yu-Hai and its partners. The little crab was also a partner. It immediately used its tail to sweep the little crab back, and it had to face the 4 big crabs alone. Quu, the little crab wanted to go forward. Yo yo, the mosquito coil tadpole was directly angry, scolded the little crab, and told the little crab, you must protect Yu-Hai, if you come up again, I will knock you out first. Quu, the big crab saw that the mosquito coil tadpole was so persistent, it no longer talked about sacrifice, and did not hide behind Yu-Hai. Since it has broken with the giant crab tribe, it is the crab on the tadpole side. It will definitely protect Yu-Hai, even if its limbs are clamped off again and its claws are broken. Even if it is ruthlessly mocked and excluded by its own kind, it doesn't care. It only cares about Yu-Hai and the tadpole who have been with it for a day, share delicious food with it, and care about it. Quu, the little crab roared loudly at the 4 giant crabs, officially declaring war on the giant crabs that bullied it. It will fight to the death and never retreat. In that case, then I will fulfill your wish. I will let you see with your own eyes that the blue-skinned tadpole and the human will be crushed by our pincers. Attack! The giant crab leader raised his pincers and waved, letting his followers attack the tadpoles. Seeing the giant crab attacking, Yu-Hai immediately gave the mosquito tadpole an attack order. Mosquito tadpole, use water gun, hit the eyes. My saved drafts have been emptied. The tadpole is crying, woo. Today is over, see you tomorrow. Chapter 94, Digging a Hole and Sneak Attack. Yo, puff puff puff, the mosquito tadpole's water gun fired 3 shots in a row, all hitting the eyes of the 3 giant crabs that rushed over. It seems that the training method of hitting the floating ball is still useful. After so many days of hard training, now is the time to test the results of the training. Mosquito repellent tadpole, don't stop using the water gun, attack the joints of the claws on both sides of the crab's body and knock the claws off. He wanted to see how a tiger without teeth could bite people. Puff puff puff. Mosquito repellent tadpole fired 3 consecutive shots with the water gun again, hitting the joint of a crab and knocking off a claw. But the 3 crabs that rushed over had 5 claws. Mosquito repellent tadpole only had time to spit out the water gun again and knocked off another claw, which was considered to be the strongest weapon of a crab. Little crab, use the water gun to interfere with one of the crabs. Yu-Hai kicked the little crab next to him to prevent the little crab from not hearing the order or being scared and unable to react in time. Little crab, don't be dazed, use the water gun quickly, Yu-Hai urged. Puff puff puff, the little crab came back to his senses in an instant after being kicked, and spit out the water gun. At this time, Yu-Hai shouted to the mosquito coil tadpole again, Mosquito coil tadpole, the little crab is dragging a big crab for you, you go up and use a series of slaps to knock out the other big crab. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole heard this and stopped suppressing with the water gun. The big crab also rushed to the front. It immediately went up, raised its tail and slapped it, using the continuous slaps with all its strength. Pa pa pa, pa pa pa. The continuous series of slaps caught the rushing big crab off guard. After the mosquito coil tadpole knocked out a big crab, it was attacked by the water gun. It was the big crab with broken claws that attacked. The mosquito coil tadpole saw that the little crab was fighting with another big crab. It decided to deal with the big crab with broken claws first, and then go back to help the little crab. Snap, snap, snap. The mosquito repellent tadpole leaped up and slapped the big crab repeatedly until it foamed at the mouth. It stopped attacking and turned around to help the little crab. But the mosquito repellent tadpole was blocked by the big crab leader with his claws. Snap, snap, snap. Seeing that his subordinates were solved by the mosquito repellent tadpole so quickly, the big crab leader saw the power of the mosquito repellent tadpole and prepared to solve the mosquito repellent tadpole himself. Quack, quack, your opponent is me. The big crab leader stretched out his claws to stop the mosquito repellent tadpole who wanted to come back for help, and informed his other subordinate to kill the little crab and the human. Yo, the mosquito repellent tadpole looked at Yu-Hai anxiously, and it used a water gun and slapped repeatedly. At this time, its physical strength had already run out. Facing the blockade of the giant crab leader, it had to take it seriously and had to solve the giant crab leader before it could help Yu-Hai and the little crab. Mosquito tadpole, we can handle it. Don't be distracted. Let's solve it first. Yu-Hai saw the anxiety on Mosquito tadpole's face and had to remind Mosquito tadpole not to be distracted when fighting the enemy. He said he could handle it, but it was just reluctant. With his command, the little crab would not fall behind for the time being, but the situation on the mosquito tadpole side was bad. The giant crab leader was in full health, and the mosquito tadpole was almost exhausted. Yo, mosquito tadpole knew that Yu-Hai didn't want to distract himself and wanted him to concentrate on the enemy, so he said that. But it really couldn't be distracted. Even if it was anxious, it would be useless. Not only could it not save Yu-Hai, but it would also die. Puff puff puff. Mosquito Tadpole decided to take the initiative and spit out a water gun from his mouth, hitting the giant crab leader's claw joint. However, the leader of the big clawed crabs learned to be smart. When he saw the mosquito-repellent tadpole trying to use a water gun, he used his pliers to resist. However, the power of the water gun seemed to be only enough to tickle. Feeling the painless water gun of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, the smile on the face of the leader of the big clawed crabs became more and more ferocious. His pliers kept opening and closing, making strange clicking sounds, and he slowly crawled towards the mosquito-repellent tadpole that had no strength to attack. Yo yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole knew that it couldn't take down the giant crab leader by itself, so it didn't use a water gun to attack, but retreated while attacking. Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito coil tadpole retreated while cursing and provoking the giant crab leader, with the goal of leading the giant crab leader away, the farther the better, preferably away from Yu-Hai and the others. It didn't blindly seduce the giant crab leader, but attracted the giant crab leader to the tree house, where their companions were, and it was ready to wake up the sleeping metal pupa. Although Yu-Hai had told it not to disturb the evolution of the metal pupa, it couldn't care less. If it didn't wake up the metal pupa, it would die, and Yu-Hai would die too, and it wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Even if it would interrupt the sleep of the metal pupa and interrupt its evolution, it had to wake it up. Bang! But the giant crab leader was already a little impatient with the mosquito coil tadpoles pulling and the soft water gun attack that didn't hurt or itch. It was just a water gun. It couldn't catch the mosquito tadpole, so the leader of the giant crab used the water gun to attack the mosquito tadpole. At this time, the mosquito tadpole had no strength to dodge. It was hit by the water gun of the leader of the giant crab and hit the trunk of the treehouse heavily, making a loud noise, shaking the treehouse. Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito tadpole had no strength to get up after being hit by the water gun. It could only use the last bit of strength to call for help from the metal pupa in the treehouse, hoping that the metal pupa could hear it. Yo yo, yo yo, metal pupa, wake up, Yu-Hai needs you, go save Yu-Hai. At this time, Yu-Hai was cooperating with the little crab to besiege a giant crab on the beach. Little crab, harden, raise your claws and hit it hard. Yu-Hai held a crutch in his hand, which was clamped by one of the claws of the big crab. He shouted to the little crab, asking the little crab to use its big claws to hit the big crab, exchanging injuries. Kuai, kuai, after the little crab was tired of spitting water guns, he heard Yu-Hai's new instructions and waited for the big crab to get close to him, and then fought with the opponent in close combat. Before the close combat, it first used the hardening move, which was its specialty. After all, it had been bullied a lot before, so it used hardening to protect itself, so it was more proficient in the hardening move. Bang bang bang! When the little crab hit the opponent couldn't stand it first, escaped from the attack range of the little crab, quickly dug a hole in the soft sand, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dig a hole? Dig a hole again, where? Where will it come out from? Yu-Hai felt a little uneasy after the giant crab disappeared. Sweat oozed from the palm of his hand holding the cane, and he wanted to escape from the beach. He did it as he thought. He immediately stopped the little crab from looking around and left the beach with his cane. Little crab, let's go, leave the beach quickly. Kuai, the little crab didn't ask any more questions and hurriedly followed Yu-Hai and left the beach. Swish, swish. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Yu-Hai felt the vibration under his feet and said to the little crab, get ready. When I shout to get out of the way, you have to get out of the way. Kuai, the little crab didn't understand what jumping out meant, but now there was no time to explain. Chapter 95, Butterfree. As the ground shook more and more violently, Yu-Hai stopped with his cane. When the ground shook the most violently, he shouted to the little crab, get out of the way, leave the original position. Cuckoo, it's over, I'm dead. Yu-Hai took the last half of the stick and hit the crab that crawled to his feet. Even if 3 legs were to be broken, he would not sit and wait for death. He hit the crab with the stick in his hand, hitting wherever he could. In short, he did not give the crab time to attack, and the crab could only resist his hitting. Pinch me! Pinch me! You still want to pinch me? While Yu-Hai was swinging the stick, he kept mumbling, but he suddenly felt his eyelids heavy. Not only him, but also the crab that was hit by the stick and could only use its claws to resist, moved slower and slower. There was also a little crab that came anxiously and lay down halfway. Yu-Hai looked up in confusion and saw a butterfly flying by. His eyes had double vision. In a daze, he saw golden light in the sky. Tiny things are pretty. This was Yu-Hai's last thought before he fell asleep. Click! As Yu-Hai fell asleep, the little crab also fell asleep, and the big crab that attacked him also fell asleep, and everything was quiet. There was only one butterfly elf left at the scene, flapping its huge white wings with black veins, and there were 2 black spots in the middle of the lower part of the wings. This butterfly has a dark blue-purple body, light blue limbs, an oval and round nose, the same color as the limbs, and a pair of small fangs under the nose, like human small canine teeth. The butterfly also has a pair of compound eyes, the eyes are light red. If you look closely at the big eyes, you will find that they are actually formed by many small eyes gathered together. This elf is butterfree, and it used hypnotic powder to hypnotize Yu-Hai who was attacked and the big crab that attacked Yu-Hai. Butterfree landed on Yu-Kai, stared at Yu-Kai with its compound eyes, leaned over and sniffed Yu-Kai's cheek with its oval nose, and rubbed Yu-Kai's head with its head. Then Butterfree grabbed Yu-Kai and dragged him to the tree house, letting him lie in the shade where the sun couldn't reach. After that, Butterfree came to the tree house, grabbed the unconscious mosquito coil tadpole and threw it into the bucket. There were also 2 crabs that were knocked unconscious by the mosquito coil tadpole, and 2 crabs that it hypnotized. They were all caught and piled together, and a thick layer of hypnotic powder and paralysis powder was sprinkled on the 4 crabs again. When these crabs wake up and smell the hypnotic powder, they will be hypnotized again. When Yu-Kai wakes up, it is not in a hurry to deal with these 4 crabs. It was a pity that the leader of the giant crab that attacked the tadpole escaped. It was anxious to save Yu-Hai, so it did not chase him and could only let him escape. Yo-yo, the tadpole woke up when it fell into the bucket. It quickly scanned the surroundings and saw Yu-Hai lying in the shade, and then it breathed a sigh of relief. When Butterfree released the hypnotic powder, it was also stunned and did not know what happened afterwards. It only saw that under its urging, the metapod finally woke up, not only woke up, but also evolved. Looking at Butterfree on the tree house, the tadpole called to the other party twice, asking about Yu-Hai's current situation. Yo-yo, yo-yo. Yee. Butterfree shook his head, indicating that everything was fine, and asked the tadpole if he wanted to wake Yu-Hai. Yo-yo, the tadpole shook his head, indicating that there was no need to wake Yu-Hai, let Yu-Hai rest for a while. It just wanted to rest for a while, as the battle just now had exhausted it. 1 against 4 is still too much of a stretch. It is not strong enough. If it can't beat 4 big crabs, how can it protect Yu-Hai? While the mosquito coil tadpole blamed himself, he also saw the small crabs piled up with the big crabs. Now it has no strength to explain to Butterfree that the small crabs are its own people, so let the small crabs pile up with the big crabs and wait for Yu-Hai to wake up. Just then, the Magikarp and the weakling who were hiding in the bucket and blowing bubbles came out to check the situation after seeing the battle was over. When these 2 salted fish saw the mosquito coil tadpole leisurely soaking in the bucket, they were relieved. The mosquito coil tadpole was so relaxed, the battle must have been over. The battle just now scared these 2 timid fish. The 4 aggressive big crabs were really terrifying. Kalu, Magikarp also spit water at the mosquito coil tadpole, asking if the mosquito coil tadpole was okay. Yo-yo, the mosquito coil tadpole had no time to care about the Magikarp now, it just wanted to have a good rest. Just like that, the beach on the treehouse side fell into silence, with only the sound of waves, insects, and birds. It was not until the evening that Yu Hai woke up in a daze. He slept for 2 or 3 hours. He got up and saw the setting sun on the beach, and then realized that it was already evening. By the way, mosquito coil tadpole? Giant crab. After Yu Hai regained consciousness, he shouted loudly for the 2 little ones. He didn't know what happened to them after he fell asleep. And why did he fall asleep? In that situation, he couldn't fall asleep for no reason, and he wouldn't fall asleep. At that time, he was extremely nervous, full of fear, and adrenaline soared. How could he fall asleep in that situation? But he still fell asleep. Was he forced to hypnotize? Butterfree saw Yu Hai wake up, and flew down from the treehouse in joy, rushing towards Yu Hai. Butterfree, Yu Hai looked up after hearing the voice, and saw Butterfree rushing towards him. He thought that Butterfree was going to hit him. But Butterfree did not attack him. He soon realized something and shouted happily, "Metal Pupa, have you evolved?" Thanks. Zibala Mala, 2233x2 book coins. Bai Yi Feng, 100 book coins. Sun Pai 100 book coins. Brother, this word is so complicated, it took me a long time to find it. Ruo Yu Xing Chen, 100x2 book coins. Book friend 202304011700498885, 100 book coins. Thank you for your votes. The first order is more than 600, not bad. If I had written a masterpiece with 10,000 orders, it would definitely collapse. But I have never written one, I have only written one with single-digit first orders and I wrote it for 3 months. Not bad, it can get 3-digit first orders. Chapter 96, 4,000 words. Barbutio. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.96%. Level, 12.01%. Feature, compound eyes /0.21%. Hidden feature, colored glasses /0.21%. Mastered moves, telekinesis /3.14%. Silk spinning /5.15%. Wind /1.13%. Insect bite /1.29%. Ultrasound /0.91%. Poison powder /0.93%. Paralysis powder /0.92%. Hypnotic powder /1.05%. Metal chrysalis evolved into Barbutio, and its potential also increased to 69.96%. This. Yu Hai was stunned when he saw the number of Barbutio's potential. This number made him crazy. He had obsessive-compulsive disorder and couldn't stand it. He wanted to erase the decimal point and add a 0 to Butterfree, so that he would feel comfortable. But he was helpless. He couldn't add points to the proficiency panel. He could only look but not touch it, which made him very annoyed. However, Butterfree's evolution was a good thing after all. Although its potential didn't break 70, it was close to 70. It also reached level 12. It must be said that honey was really a tonic. It greatly improved its level and potential. It would be great if he had more honey. Especially for insect-type Pokemon like Caterpillar, after evolving into Butterfree, it also had a certain self-protection ability, and its staple food changed from leaves to nectar. The level was down to the characteristics, which was just as he expected. It changed from the molting characteristic to compound eyes and colored glasses. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the new moves Butterfree had learned. Compared with the Caterpillar period, the current Butterfree could be described as a complete transformation. There are scale powders on Butterfree's wings, including hypnotic powder, paralysis powder, and poison powder with poisoning effect. This is its biggest weapon, and the source of the 3-powder move. The scale powder on Butterfree's wings can also be waterproof. No matter how heavy the rain is, it will still run around to collect nectar. In addition to the 3 powders, Butterfree has 2 basic moves. Flying move, wind, power 40. Insect move, insect bite, power 60. In addition to these two moves, there is also a general move, ultrasonic, a very good interference move. Ultrasonic can emit special sound waves from the body, thereby confusing the opponent. After reading Butterfree's proficiency panel, Yu Hai closed the proficiency panel and reached out to touch Butterfree's soft blue head. The evolution of Butterfree really gave him a big surprise, and the proficiency panel was the second surprise. With this Butterfree, his survival trip on the deserted island can also have more escorts. Butterfree, did you save us? Yu Hai was ready to praise Butterfree. Butterfree nodded immediately. If it hadn't arrived in time, Yu Hai might have been chopped by the claws of the giant crab. Really? My Butterfree is really amazing. Are you hungry? I'll make some meat for you, Yu Hai gently rubbed Butterfree's head. The more he looked at Butterfree, the more he liked it. He couldn't let it go. Butterfree nodded hurriedly. It had been starving for a long time. If the mosquito coil tadpole hadn't disagreed to wake Yu Hai up, it would have wanted to wake Yu Hai up. I'll cook now, and we'll have dinner later. Yu Hai didn't forget another great contributor, the mosquito coil tadpole, when he put down Butterfree. He squatted down and reached out to touch the head of the mosquito coil tadpole at his feet, and said to the mosquito coil tadpole with concern, "Mosquito coil tadpole, you are so hungry." Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole shook his head, indicating that everything was fine, but his stomach was rumbling and he was a little hungry. Let me see. Yu Hai picked up the tadpole and looked at it over and over again. He did not see any external injuries on the mosquito coil tadpole, but there was some blood on the tail. It should be the result of excessive force from the continuous slaps, which hit the hard shell of the giant crab and caused the reverse injury. When we have dinner later, we will use it a few more times to make it look brand new, and it should be able to recover as before. After checking the body of the mosquito coil tadpole, Yu Hai saw the carp king and weak fish emerging from the bucket, and thought of another little guy, the giant crab. Mosquito coil tadpole, where is the giant crab? Have you seen the giant crab? While Yu Hai asked the mosquito coil tadpole, he looked around for the big crab, but he didn't know where the little crab had gone. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole saw Yu Hai looking for the little crab. It held its breath, came to the place where the big crab was piled up, dragged the little crab out with its mouth, and then quickly jumped into the bucket to rinse its mouth. To prevent being paralyzed by Butterfree's hypnotic powder and paralysis powder again. Little crab? Yu Hai saw the mosquito coil tadpoles dragging out the crab, and also saw the powder on the crab. After being hypnotized once, he became much more careful. He used a plastic basin to splash water to clean the powder on the crab, and then put the crab in the basin and waited for the crab to wake up. Next, he used the poke ball to put away the 3 giant crabs that attacked them, wanting to see the potential of the 3 giant crabs. Giant crab. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Potential, 22%. Level, 11.63%. Attribute, hard shell armor /4.62%. Mastered moves, staring /0.93%. Water gun /3.51%. Hardening /3.87%. Metal claws /2.34%. Dig holes /2.98%. Giant crab. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Potential, 22%. Level, 11.63%. Attribute, hard shell armor /4.62%. Mastered moves, staring /0.93%. Water gun /3.51%. Hardening /3.87%. Metal claws /2.34%. Dig holes /2.98%. Giant crab. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Gender, female. Potential, 25%. Level, 12.33%. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Potential, 19%. Level, 11.39%. Seeing this, there is no need to read on. These 3 big claw crabs are all female, with mediocre potential, ordinary characteristics and moves, and don't even think about inheriting moves. He has caught all the harem of the big claw crab leader in one fell swoop. I don't know if the big claw crab leader will retaliate against him, after all, he has all his wives. Moreover, the big claw crabs are actually polygamous. The stronger the crab, the more concubines it has. The little crab has none, which can only be said to be miserable. After seeing the potential of the 3 big claw crabs, he immediately boiled the 3 big claw crabs, and then took out the poke ball and looked at the proficiency panel of the sharp-toothed fish. There are 2 sharp-toothed fish caught today, and 1 magi carp. Oh, magi carp! Yu-Hai thought of magi carp, but when he came to the shore, magi carp had already slipped away, leaving only the fishing rod on the beach. He put away the fishing rod and returned to the tree house. Sharp-toothed fish. Attribute, water plus evil. Gender, male. Potential, 25%. Level, 8.92%. Characteristics, rough skin /4.55%. Mastered moves, stare /1.11%. Bite /3.13%. Anger /2.34%. Sharp-toothed fish. Attribute, water plus evil. Gender, female. Potential, 23%. Level, 9.62%. Seeing this, there is no need to look at the proficiency panel of the sharp-toothed fish. They are all Pokémon with mediocre potential, characteristics, and moves, and can only be used as food. It just so happens that Metapod has evolved into Butterfree. Today, we will use these ingredients to celebrate the evolution of Metapod. We also need to reward the heroes who fought to protect him, the tadpole and the little crab. By the way, let me introduce the little crab to Butterfree as a new partner. Dinner was soon ready. With Butterfree's return, there was one more member to dine. On a square rag table, Yu-Kai, Tadpole, Crab, Butterfree, 1 person and 3 Pokémons each occupied a direction. Yu-Kai, Tadpole, Butterfree ate crab, and Crab ate sharp-toothed fish. When preparing dinner, Yu-Kai asked Crab if he wanted to enter the Pokeball and avoid it. But Crab shook his head and refused. He didn't have any good feelings for such a vicious fellow. Even if Yu-Kai wanted to eat him, he wouldn't resist. It was originally a crab that wanted to die. Everything about it belonged to Yu-Kai and the little tadpole. They made it find the meaning of living. It was they who made it realize that life is not all about fighting, fighting for food, fighting for territory, and fighting for mating rights. Life can also sit with them, enjoy delicious food, and spend every day happily. Its claws, its crab meat, if they want to eat, they can take it at any time. After all, only here can it feel what sharing, care, and respect are. If Yu-Hai didn't care about it, he would have handed it over long ago, letting the big crab leader vent his anger and not protect it at all. If the mosquito coil tadpole didn't care about it, he wouldn't have scolded it. Yu-Hai is everything to the mosquito coil tadpole brother. It didn't protect Yu-Hai well, and it disappointed the mosquito coil tadpole brother. Butterfly, this is our new partner, the big crab. Yu-Hai saw that the little crab didn't care, they ate the little crab's kind, so he introduced the little crab to Butterfly. Butterfly called to the little crab, welcoming the little crab to join. By the way, Butterfree was holding the claws of a big crab in its mouth, and drooling when it saw the big claws of the little crab. Now it said it welcomed the little crab, which always felt strange. Oh, it suddenly realized and finally remembered the scene when Yu-Hai used the green caterpillar head to scare it. Looking at itself at this moment, Xiaolu's cheeks were slightly red, and it stuck out its pink tongue awkwardly. It had unknowingly integrated into this big family and had a big heart. In fact, when fighting for honey before, it had been very heavy-handed to its own kind. After all, it was honey, and it was all its own. Its foodie nature was undoubtedly revealed. It was so cruel and ruthless to its own kind before, and now it said that it was like a brother, which was a bit of a double thing. It felt embarrassed and embarrassed. Little crab, why are you depressed again? Are you not happy to have food? Yu-Hai saw that the little crab was in a bad mood and did not respond to Butterfree's welcome, so he reached out and patted the little crab's crab shell. Practice harder next time, become stronger and stronger, protect Yu-Hai, and don't mess with Tomo, but you have to call her sister, you can't beat her, if you make her unhappy, she will beat you. The tadpole whispered in the crab's ear, and this scene made Butterfree chewing the crab legs in its mouth tasteless. It guessed that the tadpole must be saying something bad about it. Quack, quack, the crab nodded seriously to the tadpole's reminder, cut off the fish meat in front of it with its pliers, put half of it in front of Butterfree, and greeted Butterfree. Quack, quack, I'm new here, and there are many things I don't understand. Please take care of me. Butterfree smiled when she heard the crab say that, glanced at the tadpole, nodded secretly, and thought it was good enough. This little brother is very sensible and can talk. It feels very comfortable to hear that. It will protect the little crab brother from now on. Yo, Mosquito Tadpole didn't know why, seeing the smug and arrogant expression on Butterfree's face, he felt angry. Okay, hurry up and have dinner. Yu-Hai didn't understand what the three guys were discussing. The elven language was like Morse code, and he didn't understand a word. Mosquito Tadpole, remember to use refresh several times to treat the tail's counter-injury. Yu-Hai saw that Mosquito Tadpole was busy eating, and couldn't help but remind Mosquito Tadpole. Yo, Mosquito Tadpole almost forgot about the tail when he heard Yu-Hai's reminder, and immediately used refresh to treat the tail. Mosquito Coil Tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 33.72%. Level, 15.42%. Feature, moisture/1.13%. Hidden feature, free and easy /2.53%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /0.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. Fresh and New /3.11%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slap /7.32%. Water Gun /9.96%. Playing with Water /3.21%. It seems that there is no need to wait until tomorrow. The level of the Mosquito Coil Tadpole has reached level 15. If it evolves at level 25, the Mosquito Coil Tadpole will evolve at level 10. After training and fighting, the water gun is about to break 10%. And the serial slap has also broken 7%. The proficiency of the new look has just been treated to 3%. After closing the proficiency panel of the Mosquito Coil Tadpole, Yu-Hai opened the proficiency panel of the little crab. Big Claw Crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 7.69%. Feature, Super Strength Claw /0.62%. Hidden feature, Force /0.53%. Mastered moves, Arm Hammer /0.22%. Stare /0.43%. Water Gun /3.91%. Harden /5.14%. Metal Claw /0.84%. After the afternoon battle and training, the little crab also gained a lot of experience points and was about to reach level 8. The water gun also increased from the original 2% to nearly 4%. The little crab also gained a steel-type move. It should be that when they were fighting each other in the afternoon, the opponent used the metal claw move, which was learned by the little crab. There is also the hardening move. The proficiency of this move is really unique, at 5%. It seems that the little crab had a hard life before and was bullied by other crabs. Otherwise, a hardening move would not be used at 5%. After looking at the proficiency panel of the big crab, he closed the proficiency panel of the big crab and noticed that the three little ones were chatting together somehow, so he did not disturb them. In addition, the two salty fish, Magikarp and Weakling, still ate grass for dinner. After dinner, he treated his foot injury. He had too much intense exercise this afternoon, and his left foot was bleeding and scabbed. Seeing Yu Hai's foot injury, Butterfree thought of Yu Hai's risk to steal fruit in order to cure himself of a cold and fever, and that's why he was injured. It immediately flew over and shouted to Yu Hai, It's okay, it's almost healed." Yu Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head, asking Butterfree not to take it to heart, because the little green caterpillar was worth saving, so he did that. If it was an ordinary green caterpillar, he wouldn't take such a risk. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a blue arc of electricity flashed across the night sky. Yu Hai looked up and murmured, "It's going to rain tonight." He immediately used the Pokeball to take back the silly thing and called the Pokemons to go back to the house to sleep. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, Butterfree, Crab, it's going to rain, go back to the tree house to sleep. Yo yo. Kuai. Me. The chapter title of this chapter is It's Going to Rain Tonight. I forgot to save it and it was deleted when I refreshed it. I will combine chapters in the future, 2 chapters together. The chapter division in the new book period is too uncomfortable. I still prefer to write big chapters. Sometimes, because of the plot, I will write hundreds or thousands of words more. If the content of a day is too little, within 7,000 words, put it in 1 chapter. If I can write 8,000 words, I will divide it into 2 chapters, so please don't be surprised if there are more words. I will speed up the plot progress, don't worry. Finally, please vote. If you pass by, please subscribe. Chapter 97, Pulling the Wool of Giant Hornets, 6900. The 22nd day of surviving on the deserted island, sunny. After the rainy night, the sky that had been cloudy for 2 days finally cleared up. Today, Yu Hai has to do something big, so he got up early. He is ready. They called Butterfree and Butterfree to steal honey from the Beedrill territory and pick some fruit to satisfy their cravings. After all, he had promised Butterfree before. If he didn't keep his promise, wouldn't he, a rookie trainer, be very embarrassed? Butterfree, let's take advantage of the heavy rain last night and the Beedrills are still resting to steal some honey. Yu Hai left the treehouse and saw that the sun had not risen yet, so he wanted to take the opportunity to steal some honey. Although his foot injury had not healed yet, they had Butterfree and Sanfen. It was just stealing some honey, it was easy and easy. Yo-yo, yo-yo, Butterfree came out of the bucket and was immediately excited when he heard that he was going to steal honey. MMM, Butterfree shook its wings and was also energetic. It had endured for a long time for today, and it felt like several years had passed. It was too hard to not be able to eat food or honey. Big Claw Crab, you stay here to look after the house and take good care of Magikarp and Weevilfish. We'll be back soon. Yu Hai led the 2 little ones away, and turned back to instruct Big Claw Crab to close the wooden door of the treehouse and let Big Claw Crab and Silly Thing stay in the treehouse. Q. Big Claw Crab saw that the mosquito coil tadpole was about to leave, and said goodbye to the mosquito coil tadpole before the wooden door closed. Yo, wait for us to come back, there will be delicious food. The mosquito coil tadpole wagged its tail in response to Big Claw Crab's farewell. When Yu Hai approached the territory of the giant bee with his crutches, they stopped and did not move forward. Instead, they looked at Butterfree and whispered, "Butterfree, fly over the forest and use hypnotic powder and paralysis powder to hypnotize the horn beetle and the iron shell pupa. You also need to find the location of the beehive, and use paralysis powder and hypnotic powder to stun the patrolling giant bee, and then we will steal honey." Butterfree nodded to show that he understood, and flew into the sky. Today, Yu Hai brought a big bucket, and he had to take back half a bucket of honey, which was about 10 pounds. He planned to give the newly joined crab a taste of honey, as well as Magikarp and Weevil. Although he did not plan to subdue these 2 smart ones, it would be good to feed them some honey to increase their sense of belonging. After waiting for half an hour, Butterfree flew back and nodded to Yu Hai. It had found the hive of Beedrill and stunned the patrolling Beedrills there. They could go in and collect honey. "Thank you for your hard work, Butterfree." Yu-Hai praised Butterfree with his crutches, and then stepped into the territory of Beedrill carefully. At the same time, he whispered to the mosquito coil tadpole beside him. "Don't make a sound, mosquito coil tadpole, just follow me. If there are still awake Beedrills, knock them out with a water gun." With Butterfree flying in the air, flapping its light wings, and mosquito coil tadpoles following beside it, Yu-Hai took out a wet rag from his pocket and wrapped it around his nose to prevent inhalation of hypnotic powder. After making preparations, he stepped into the territory of Beedrill again and returned here again. Even with Butterfree's hypnotic powder, he still walked carefully, trying to avoid dead branches and leaves to prevent them from making crisp sounds and waking up Beedrill. Under Butterfree's leadership, they came to the core of Beedrill, and finally saw the golden honey with a floral scent. This Beedrill nest was found by Butterfree's sensitive sense of smell. No matter how far away, as long as the honey smells floral, Butterfree can find the direction and tree of the hive. The Beedrills guarding the hive here have all fallen into a coma and will not wake up for a while. Even if they can wake up, the Beedrills can't fly. They are basically paralyzed by Butterfree's paralysis powder. In addition to the hypnotized and paralyzed patrol Beedrills, most of the hornet beetles and iron shell pupae were also hit by hypnotic and paralysis powders and continued to sleep, so that they could steal honey more easily. "Mosquito, go up the tree and cut the honey. Butterfree, go get the honey and pick the fruits." Yu-Hai put down the bucket and began to assign tasks to the two little ones. With the division of labor and cooperation between the two little ones, they quickly got half a bucket of honey and some silkworm fruits. There was a lot of honey on the tree. This fruit tree was not the one attacked by Pidgeot. The branches were full of golden honey. There were at least more than 100 kilograms of honey. He only picked up 10 kilograms of honey, which was not excessive at all. He just regarded it as compensation for chasing him last time. When they left, they picked up some berries and left with satisfaction. After returning to the tree house, Yu-Hai asked Butterfree to wake up Beedrill. After all, there was so much honey. Without Beedrill's guard, he was afraid that it would be stolen by other elves. If Beedrill lost its honey, wouldn't he be at a big loss? He had already regarded Beedrill's territory as his back garden. How could he let other elves get involved? After reopening the wooden door of the tree house, the giant crab rushed out of the tree house and shouted to Yu-Hai and the mosquito coil tadpole, "Cooting, Cooting, you are finally back. I just went to pick some honey, don't worry." Yu-Hai raised his hand and touched the giant crab's head. After all, the giant crab has only been with him for 2 days. When he is a crab, he will inevitably have wild thoughts because of loneliness. Worried that they will be attacked by giant bees, worried that they will not come back, worried that they will abandon it, in short, all kinds of worries. After Yu-Hai comforted the giant crab, he entered the treehouse and took out the poke ball, and released the Magikarp and the weevilfish in the poke ball. Then he took out the iron cup, opened the sealed bucket, and poured a cup of honey into the pan of the mosquito coil tadpole. Then he made a second cup of honey and put it in the bowl of the giant crab. The third cup of honey was put in the bowl of Butterfree. Butterfree went to wake up the giant bee, and when he came back, he saw this scene and couldn't help but shouting, Eating honey, why don't you wait for me?" Okay, they haven't eaten yet, aren't they waiting for you?" Yu-Hai raised his hand and rubbed Butterfree's head. Butterfree was the hero who got so much honey. Of course he had to praise Butterfree, "My Butterfree is the best, you can eat more, these are rewards for you." While praising Butterfree, he made another half cup of honey and put it in Butterfree's bowl. This is good enough." Butterfree saw that there was more honey in its bowl than in the tadpole and the crab, and it was no longer angry. It was immediately satisfied and started to eat the honey. Before, when it was in the form of metapod, it couldn't eat anything and could only watch the tadpole eat, which made it cry with greed. Now that it has evolved and can eat, especially honey, it wants to have a good meal and eat back what it missed in the past 2 days. The honey is still as sweet as before, so delicious. Seeing Butterfree start eating, the crab looked at the tadpole, and only started to eat the honey after seeing the tadpole start eating. Tasting the honey with a floral scent, the crab's eyes narrowed instantly, because the honey was too fragrant and sweet. It was the first time for it to eat something so delicious. It didn't pay anything and didn't have to fight. It just ate it so easily. It felt that it was the happiest time now. It couldn't help but look at the mosquito and the butterfly. Both of them had their mouths full of honey and happy smiles on their faces. Finally, it looked at Yu-Hai, but Yu-Hai didn't eat it. He just watched them eat honey. This made it a little puzzled. Why didn't Yu-Hai eat it? Quo, the crab didn't understand and asked the mosquito. Yo, the mosquito was reminded by the crab and looked up at Yu-Hai. It was no longer strange. It told the crab that Yu-Hai liked to drink water. Yu-Hai was boiling water now and preparing a cup of hot honey water. While he was boiling water, he also saw the Magikarp and the Weevil in the bucket, staring at the three little ones eating honey with envy. Do you want to eat honey too? Yu-Hai knew that the two wanted to eat honey, but he still asked. Car, Magikarp heard Yu-Hai's question and slapped the water surface with its pectoral fins to show that it wanted to eat. It was a carp in the sea, and it had never seen honey before. It smelled very fragrant, and it would be even more fragrant if it was eaten. For these two stupid things, Yu-Hai took a spoon, poured a spoonful of honey, and asked Magikarp to open its mouth. Magikarp, open your mouth, I'll feed you. Car. Magikarp quickly pushed the weakling fish away, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the spoon in Yu-Hai's hand in one gulp. When Yu-Hai took out the spoon, there was no honey on the spoon, and then he fed the second spoon, the third spoon, and stopped until the fifth spoon. The scene of Yu-Hai feeding Magikarp honey was clearly seen by the weakling fish next to him. To be honest, it also wanted to eat honey and wanted to taste what honey tasted like. But it couldn't snatch it from Magikarp. After all, it was too big. It couldn't beat it, and it couldn't snatch it from it either. Okay, Magikarp, let the Lil's mouth have some too. Yu-Hai stopped feeding Magikarp after 5 spoonfuls of honey, and even knocked Magikarp's head with a spoon. Although he couldn't subdue these two stupid things, he would treat them equally and wouldn't favor one elf over another. Kaloo, Magikarp immediately hid under the water after being hit, and didn't dare to show its head again. It was still a little afraid of Yu-Hai. Woo, the Lil's mouth popped out when Magikarp hid, staring at Yu-Hai with tears in its eyes. This wasn't the Lil's cry, but the Lil's eyes were tearful, and this was the normal expression of the Lil's mouth. Lil's mouth, this is for you, do you want to eat it? Yu-Hai put the spoon in front of the Lil's mouth and asked the Lil's mouth if it wanted to eat honey. When the fish saw the honey, it immediately sniffed it and also opened its mouth to swallow the spoon. When the fish spit out the spoon, it smacked its lips, savoring the honey it had just eaten. It was very sweet, really sweet. It had never eaten anything so sweet before, and today it tasted the sweetness. It called out to Yu-Hai again, woo. It was the first time Yu-Hai heard the fish call, which should mean that it wanted to eat more. He fed it another 4 spoonfuls of honey, the same amount as the Magikarp. After he fed Magikarp and the fish, the water boiled. The 3 elves finished eating the honey and lay on their backs on the grass, savoring the delicious food they had just eaten. Wow, seeing this scene, he was shocked. Was their life too comfortable, or was he not cruel enough? These guys were so leisurely, basking in the sun and chatting, they really enjoyed themselves. Pa, get up, Tadpole is going for a run, Crab is training with its claws raised, Butterfree is training its telekinesis. Yu-Hai saw the 3 elves were lazy, so he had to clap his hands and wake up the 3 elves lying on the grass. A day's plan begins in the morning, so why be lazy? It doesn't exist. Everyone has to get up and train. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole was very sensible. He immediately got up and ran around the tree house. He originally planned to take a break and then get up for morning exercise. The tadpole was very self-disciplined. Qiu, the big crab also inherited the self-discipline of the tadpole. In addition, he blamed himself for being weak before, and saw that the tadpole was so strong and worked so hard. It couldn't even beat a crab, so it couldn't be lazy, and couldn't let the big brother mosquito coil tadpole down again. The little crab instantly completed self-motivation, as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and its whole body became excited. It began to raise its big claws, hoping to last longer and strive to break through 5 minutes. Ba Dotty saw that the mosquito coil tadpole and the big crab were full of energy, and was speechless. He wanted to complain about these two training machines. You work so hard, how can I be lazy? Butterfree, you don't need leaves to train telekinesis, use this instead. Yu-Hai picked up the bowl that Butterfree had just licked clean, and let Butterfree use telekinesis to control his bowl. Got it, Butterfree flew to Yu-Hai's hand, reached out to pick up his bowl, came to the shade of the tree house, and began to use telekinesis to control the bowl. Seeing that the 3 elves were all practicing their own moves, physical fitness, and weapons under his arrangement, Yu-Hai slowly made a cup of honey water, picked up the iron cup and took a sip. Then he prepared lunch for the 3 little ones, still boiled fish and grilled fish. Yesterday there was still a large crab and a sharp-toothed fish left, which were used as lunch today. Morning exercise ended quickly and lunch was ready. Today's main dish is berry fish soup, which is used to cool down the 3 elves who were doing morning exercise. The weather is a bit hot in the morning, so don't get angry. In addition, Butterfree's fish soup is specially made, and silkworm fruit is added. This kind of fruit is only useful for Butterfree. The mosquito and crab are not restrained by the rock type 4 times, but restrain the rock type. It is useless to eat it. That little resistance is completely unnecessary. Yo, the mosquito looked at the berries floating in the bowl, fell into bitter memories, and his facial features wrinkled into a bitter face. Last time, it was forced to feed a berry by Yu-Hai, and it was so bitter that it didn't want it. Seeing this fruit, it refused. Yee, Butterfree's little face was wrinkled uglier than the mosquito. There were not only bitter berries in its bowl, but also spicy silkworm fruit. It didn't want to eat the fruit. Qiu, the crab didn't understand why the 2 seniors looked so ugly. Could it be that they were too hungry because of too much training? It didn't think that the fruit was not tasty at all. After all, it was good to have something to eat, so why would it care whether it tasted good or not? Until Qiu the crab picked up the fruit with its claws, put it in its mouth and bit it. It was immediately distorted by the bitterness of the fruit and immediately spit out the fruit. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole saw this scene and burst into laughter. The whole tadpole laughed. Butterfree also flew up happily and turned lightly, welcoming another victim. Okay, hurry up and eat lunch. You don't have to eat the fruit. Yu-Hai saw that the mosquito coil tadpole and Butterfree were teasing the crab, and couldn't help but interrupt the 2's pranks. When the 3 elves heard that the fruit didn't have to be eaten, they all shouted excitedly. They thought the fruit had to be eaten. This fruit was originally used to make soup. Even if you want to eat it, you can't swallow it directly. This is not only unpalatable, but also uneatable. Eating is a kind of enjoyment. If it becomes torture, it is not wonderful. After the 3 children finished drinking the fish soup, he took away the 3 children's rice bowls, mashed the fruit pulp, and then poured some honey into it and mixed it with the bitter and spicy fruit pulp. Let the fragrance and sweetness of honey dilute some of the bitter and spicy taste of the fruit. Using fruit to make soup is also to remove the bitterness and spiciness of the fruit. After 2 dilutions, the fruit is not as bitter and spicy as before. Okay, hurry up and eat lunch. There is still training in the afternoon. Yu-Hai returned the rice bowl to the 3 children, and he also ate lunch and a silkworm fruit. The silkworm fruit has a spicy taste, which is exactly what he needs. He hasn't eaten spicy food for more than 20 days. He almost forgot what spicy tastes like. Lunch can be savored. By the way, there is also paralysis powder. Yu Hai suddenly thought of paralysis powder, and immediately took a bowl and put it in front of Butterfree, asking Butterfree to put some paralysis powder in the bowl. He was going to eat it with the silkworm fruit dipped in paralysis powder and spicy silkworm fruit, which was both spicy and numbing. This lunch was spicy, which was amazing. Seeing Yu Hai eating the fruit, the three little ones looked at the fruit pulp and honey in the bowl. They first stretched out their tongues to taste it, and found that it was not bitter or spicy, and then they all ate it happily. The four flavors of bitter, spicy, astringent, and sweet were mixed together, and the sweetness was the most, which they could still accept. Yu Hai threw some water plants and berries into the magi carp and the weakling fish. Of course, they also had a share, but I don't know if they will eat it. After lunch, everyone took a nap. Yu Hai slept under the shade of the tree, the mosquito coil tadpole slept in the bucket, the crab slept in the basin, and Butterfree on the tree. After the lunch break, Butterfree continued to train his telekinesis. Yu Hai went to the beach to fish, and the mosquito coil tadpole and the crab slept on the shore to train water guns. Mosquito repellent tadpole, your water gun training should be increased to 4 floats, and you should also bring a large crab with you, so that it can first practice with 1 float. Yo-yo, the tadpole nodded, indicating that he understood, and left with the crab. After Yu Hai found a fishing spot on the shore, he put the bait on the hook and cast it. He was accompanied by Butterfree, so he could supervise Butterfree's training of telekinesis while fishing. This guy has poor self-control, and he was worried if he didn't bring him with him. If no one supervised him, he thought Butterfree would be lazy, and there was no doubt that this guy would definitely be lazy. In this way, Yu Hai started a leisurely fishing trip in the afternoon, and the 3 elves started afternoon training. The afternoon passed quickly, and there was no crab that broke in again this afternoon. Nothing, because he was empty-handed, so there was nothing to attract the crab. On his side of the sea, the whole afternoon was calm, just like his heart it was very peaceful. However, before he put away his fishing rod, he plucked a handful of water grass, some conchs and shells from the water, and called the 3 elves who were training back. After returning to the tree house, he threw the water grass and conch shells into the bucket, which was the dinner for Magi Carp and Smelt. He also began to prepare dinner for the 3 little ones, still fish soup with tree fruits. This time he used the reserve food, Smelt. After dinner was ready, he called the 3 elves to eat and began to check the training results of the 3 elves. Bartlett. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.96%. Level, 13.12%. Characteristics, compound eyes /0.21% hidden characteristic, colored glasses /0.21%. Mastered moves, telekinesis /4.14%. Silk spinning /5.15%. Wind /1.13%. Insect bite /1.29%. Ultrasonic wave /0.91%. Poison powder /0.93%. Paralysis powder /3.22%. Hypnotic powder /3.15%. Butterfree's level has been raised by 1 level. It should be due to the honey and tree fruit. The experience value has increased very quickly. But the potential is still the same, without any change. It should not be improved by honey alone. However, he is also very satisfied. After all, with a potential of 69, Butterfree has already secured the title of the King Trainer. When he goes to human society and becomes a King Trainer certified by the League, he will be able to make a living anyway. The king here is the strength of a king is not the status of a king. After all, there are only 4 positions in the 4 heavenly kings. If a group of people fight for it, they will definitely fight to the point of being beaten to a pulp. He can fight for it, but he doesn't force it. Anyway, with the king level Butterfree and Crab, he can get along well anywhere. Butterfree's characteristics have not changed much. After all, Butterfree has been practicing telekinesis. The proficiency of telekinesis has increased by 1% to 4%. Butterfree can barely control his own job. Finally, paralysis powder and hypnotic powder were sprinkled all over a large forest, and the proficiency increased by 2% respectively. He has a feeling that the proficiency of these two moves will be the fastest for Butterfree. After all, they are likely to often go to flea speed rill. After looking at Butterfree's proficiency panel, Yu-Hai opened the proficiency panel of mosquito repellent. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 34.01%. Level, 16.22%. Features, moisture/1.13%. Hidden features, free and easy /2.53%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /0.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. Fresh Look /3.11%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slaps /7.32%. Water Gun /10.91%. Playing with Water /3.21%. With the blessing of honey, the potential of the mosquito coil tadpole has been improved again, but it has only increased by 0.3, and the increase is continuously decreasing. It is already very good to be able to increase the potential by 4%. Originally, the potential of the tadpole was what he was most worried about, but now he doesn't have to worry about it. Since honey can improve the potential, other things or props should also be able to do so. He will find a way to find something good to improve the potential of the tadpole in the future, and he will not let the tadpole be mediocre. He cannot accept that the tadpole, who works so hard, is just going through the motions. After all, he has not yet eaten the big cake of the Alliance. He wants to eat the big cake of the Alliance, become the lucky one in the eyes of the Alliance, defeat all the contestants with the mosquito-repellent tadpole, stand in the spotlight with the tadpole, and gain countless honors. In addition to the potential and level, the only change of the mosquito-repellent tadpole is the water gun. The proficiency has increased by 1% and has exceeded 10. The training progress of the water gun can barely launch 4 floating balls instantly, and it still needs to work hard. There is no limit to the training of hitting floating balls. The limit of the water gun is the mosquito-repellent tadpole. When the mosquito-repellent tadpole's water gun reaches the limit, he will change the training of moves. After looking at the proficiency panel of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, he opened the proficiency panel of the big claw crab. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 8.89%. Characteristics, superpower claw /0.92%. Hidden characteristic, force /0.53%. Mastered moves, hand hammer /0.22%. Stare, eye /0.43%. Water gun /4.95%. Harden /5.14%. Metal claw /0.84%. The experience value of the giant crab increased very quickly, probably because it got enough food and honey. But the potential did not change much, probably because the potential was too high, and honey had no effect. If you want to improve the potential of the giant crab, you can only look for treasures with rich water energy, or evolve into a giant crab. However, there is a problem with the characteristic of the super strength claw, and the proficiency has increased. Super strength claw, because it has a claw that is proud of its strength, its attack will not be reduced by the opponent in any way. In theory, if you want to improve the proficiency of the super strength claw, you need to use moves that reduce the attack, and attack the giant crab to continuously trigger the characteristic, so as to improve the proficiency. But the proficiency of the super strength claw has increased. Is this characteristic related to the giant crab's big claws and its confidence? If so, then this mutated giant claw does not seem to be a burden. The last water gun increased the proficiency by 1%. The water gun of the big claw crab has made great progress. It can already play with a floating ball at will. So the difficulty of water gun training will increase tomorrow, with 2 floating balls. When he finished looking at the proficiency panels of the 3 poke balls, dinner was over. He began to treat his foot injury. It has been a week since both feet were injured. The right foot has healed and the big wound on the left foot has scabbed. Just wait for the scab to fall off, the left foot should be healed, and he can also run to exercise, continue to strengthen his body and reduce the chances of getting sick. After treating the foot injury, he used the poke ball to retrieve the 2 stupid things. Called back the mosquito coil tadpoles paddling in the bucket after dinner. The big claw crab lying in the basin blowing bubbles. There is also Butterfree blowing the sea breeze on the treetop. Mosquito repellent tadpole, giant crab, Butterfree, go back to the house to sleep. Me. Yo. Kutisk. The title of the previous chapter was, It Will Rain Tonight. Last night, there was a power outage due to rain, and it was reset without saving. But it does not affect reading. I will not say how many words a chapter has in the chapter title in the future. When you subscribe, you can convert it and find out. Finally, please give me a monthly ticket and a subscription. If you pass by, please give me a subscription. I really need a subscription really. Chapter 98, Long-Winged Gull and Giant Crab. The 23rd day of survival on the deserted island, sunny. When Yu-Hai woke up early in the morning, he found that the giant crab had shed its shell and its body had become larger and stronger than before, but its head was still not as big as its claws. Now the giant crab has a soft shell and even its claws are soft. If you want to harden the crab shell quickly, you need to put the crab in water, let the crab absorb calcium in the seawater, and accelerate the calcification of the crab shell. However, he has a better way to accelerate the hardening of the crab shell. Before that, he put the crab in a basin, left the treehouse and collected some leftover fish bones. After drying the fish bones with a stove, he crushed the fish bones into powder and poured them into the crab's basin to accelerate the hardening of the crab shell. It would be great if there was a magi carp. Silly things are the best calcium supplement, but he couldn't find silly things for a while, so he could only use fish bones first. There are not many other things around the tree house, but there are the most fish bones. Crab, soak in water for a while, and the shell will harden. Yu-Hai saw the crab using its claws to scratch the edge of the basin, and he put the big claws down again. Yo, it was the first time for the mosquito tadpole to see the giant crab molting, and he could not help but circle around the water basin out of curiosity. Butterfree was bolder, and poked the giant crab's body with his little claws, and found that the crab shell was soft and comfortable, not at all. Okay, don't disturb the giant crab's rest, you go train by yourselves, the mosquito tadpole runs, and Butterfree continues to train telekinesis. Yu-Hai saw that the 2 curious little ones were getting more and more excessive, and they all started to play in the water basin, so he had to wave his hand to drive the 2 little ones away and let them go to train. Yo, the mosquito tadpole was very sensible and went to run immediately. Butterfree wanted to play a little, but under Yu-Hai's serious eyes, he also went to train obediently. After watching the 2 little ones leave the treehouse, Yu-Hai started to make breakfast, and at the same time opened the proficiency panel of the giant crab. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56.5%. Level, 9.49%. Feature, super strength claw /1.22% hidden feature, force /0.53%. Mastered moves, arm hammer /0.22%. Stare /0.43%. Water gun /5.15%. Harden /5.14%. Metal claw /0.84%. The potential of the big claw crab increased by 0.5. It turns out that it is not that honey does not increase the potential, but that the increase is slow and not much. It will only be reflected after the big claw crab sheds its shell. There is also the level. The big claw crab has reached level 9. With the blessing of honey and sufficient food, the experience value increases very quickly, which is a bit surprising. The feature Super Strength Claw has also exceeded 1%. The proficiency of the water gun has also exceeded 5%. There is also hardening, oh, right, the hardening move. Big Claw Crab, use hardening. Yu-Hai thought of hardening, which is a move to increase the defense of the shell. If it is a big Ivan the crab's current situation, will the hardening move also work? Kuai, the crab did it as soon as it heard it, and immediately used the hardening move. A white light flashed across its body surface, indicating that the crab had used the hardening move. After the crab hardened, Yu-Hai reached out and poked it, and found that the crab's shell was much harder than before, so he asked the crab to continue using the hardening move. As more and more white light appeared on the crab's body surface, the crab's shell became harder and harder, and it was already as hard as before it shed its shell. Okay, hardening will consume physical strength, take this fish to replenish it, and eat the fish bones together. Yu-Hai saw that the hardening move could accelerate the hardening of the shell, so he asked the crab to stop hardening. After all, it was just a move to harden the shell, and the strengthening would disappear soon. It would have to rely on absorbing calcium elements and calcifying the shell to be the most reliable, and hardening could only provide temporary protection. Let the crab absorb the fish bone quietly, and Yu-Hai started to make breakfast. The half-hour morning exercise of the mosquito coil and Butterfree was over, so they came back to eat breakfast. Today's breakfast was very simple, 3 fish for each elf and 1 fish for Yu-Hai. After breakfast, Yu-Hai took out the honey bucket and poured out half a pound of honey, giving half a pound of honey to each elf as breakfast dessert. After breakfast, the mosquito coil started running again, and Butterfree continued to exercise its telekinesis. The crab did not need to train this morning, so it could continue to use the hardening move to accelerate the absorption of fish bone powder and strive to harden the shell completely this morning. As the elves began to train, Yu-Hai prepared lunch again and fed some water plants to the silly things. For lunch, the reserve food was used again. They still had 5 barrels of weak fish. In the past few days, they had been eating with the fish caught and the crabs that fell into the trap, so they did not eat many weak fish. Lunch was quickly prepared, and the morning exercise was over, so he called the 3 elves to come and have lunch together. The big clawed crab also crawled out of the basin. After a morning of accelerated absorption, the shell of the big clawed crab had almost hardened, and it could come out to move around at noon. Yo-yo, Papa, the mosquito-repellent tadpole saw the little brother big clawed crab coming, and patted the crab's shell with its tail, feeling that the crab shell had regained its hardness. Q-u, the big clawed crab raised its claws and scratched its head. It didn't understand why the mosquito-repellent tadpole hit itself. Butterfree also stretched out its little claws and touched it. The crab's shell was hard, and it seemed that the crab had recovered well. Okay, come and have lunch, there is still training in the afternoon. Lunch was ready and served on the table, but the 3 little ones were chatting, so Yu-Hai had to interrupt them and urge them to come and have lunch quickly. Yo-yo. Kuai. As the 3 little ones sat down and started to eat lunch, Yu-Hai also started to eat lunch. After lunch, it was lunch break. After lunch break, the elves started afternoon training again. The tadpole trained with 4 bursts of water guns, the crab trained with 2 bursts of water guns, and Butterfree continued to practice telekinesis. Yu-Hai took his old friend again and went to the shore to fish, with Butterfree following him. Today, he was lucky. Not long after casting the hook, he caught a magi carp. Pa, pa, pa. When the magi carp was pulled up, it kept slapping the water with its tail. Yu-Hai was afraid of attracting the crab, so he asked Butterfree to stop training and deal with the magi carp first. Butterfree, use hypnotic powder to hypnotize magi carp. Butterfree heard the shout and immediately flew to the sea surface, shaking off the hypnotic powder from its wings, and stunned magi carp on the sea surface. Yu-Hai threw the ball directly, subdued magi carp, and shouted to Butterfree on the sea surface, Butterfree, pick up the poke ball. Butterfree flapped its wings and approached the sea surface. Its little claws grabbed the floating poke ball and flew into the air, returning to Yu-Hai's side and placing the poke ball in Yu-Hai's hand. After Yu-Hai got the poke ball, he immediately opened the Magic Herb's proficiency panel. Magic Herb. Attribute, Water. Gender, Female. Potential, 41%. Level, 7.58%. Features, Swimming freely /0.81% hidden feature, timid /0.11%. Mastered moves, splashing leap /1.58%. Impact /1.64%. This Magikarp has good potential and even has hidden features. But a fool is a fool after all, he doesn't want it. Unless it is a golden Magikarp or a red Gyarados, he will capture it even if it has low potential, but forget about ordinary ones. After putting away the poke ball, he continued to hang bait and cast the hook. But today's good luck has run out. Apart from catching a Magikarp, no fish took the bait the whole afternoon. He only pulled some water plants, put away the rod and returned to the tree house, and called the mosquito tadpole and the giant crab who were training the water gun. "You all take a break, we'll have dinner soon." Yu-Hai asked the three elves to disperse and started to make dinner. The Magikarp caught today didn't have many bones, so he gave it to the crab to supplement calcium and harden its shell earlier. After the Magikarp was dried, he mashed it all and fed it to the crab. Before dealing with the Magikarp, he first collected the little carp and threw it into the tree house to prevent it from running away. Then it was dinner time, and they just cooked all the fruits they picked up yesterday to cool down the three elves. He also asked Butterfree to get some paralysis powder, which he ate as pepper powder, and made himself a pot of spicy fish soup. When dinner started, they welcomed an old friend again, standing on the roof of the tree house, tilting his head, curiously staring at them, three elves eating. Woo, woo. Hearing this cry, the mosquito-repellent tadpole's forehead was full of black lines. This annoying guy who couldn't be hit or driven away came again. Yo yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole saw the big claw crab looking up, and reminded him, "Don't pay attention to it, we'll eat ours." Qoo, the big claw crab was reminded, and naturally didn't dare to go against the will of the mosquito-repellent tadpole. It didn't know the long-winged gull, and it still had its heart on the big brother of the mosquito-repellent tadpole. But Butterfree didn't think so. During the chat with the tadpole, it heard that the one who saved it was the seabird on the roof of the tree house, but the tadpole didn't seem to like the other party very much. Since it knew that the tadpole and the long-winged gull didn't get along, it would say what the crab didn't dare to say, and do what the crab didn't dare to do. In a word, it just wanted to see the tadpole being defeated. Yee, Butterfree immediately called to the long-winged gull, asking if the long-winged gull wanted to have dinner together. Woo! Woo! The long-winged gull didn't expect Butterfree to be so enthusiastic, and hurriedly asked Butterfree, "Is it true?" Yee, Butterfree nodded, "Of course it was true, and I have to thank you for saving me last time." Woo! The rescuer didn't remember saving a Butterfree. "Oh, me?" Caterpillar. Butterfree saw the confused face of the long-winged gull and immediately reminded the other party that he had evolved. Woo, you evolved. After feeling Butterfree's kindness, the long-winged gull also flew down from the roof of the treehouse and landed on the dining table on Butterfree's side. Seeing that the long-winged gull was willing to come down, Yu-Hai immediately took out a fish from the pot and gently placed it in front of the long-winged gull. He was as careful as possible in the movement of retracting his hand to prevent scaring the long-winged gull away. Long-winged gull, eat slowly, there is more in the pot if it is not enough. Yu-Hai raised his hand and pointed to the pot. This long-winged gull was very smart, and he believed that the other party could understand what he meant. Woo, the long-winged gull called in response to Yu-Hai, looking at the indignant mosquito coil tadpole. Only the mosquito coil tadpole did not welcome it here. "Okay, mosquito coil tadpole, eat your own food. The long-winged gull has no ill intentions. Why are you angry?" Yu-Hai helplessly reached out and patted the little head of the mosquito coil tadpole. Who told the tadpole to be so inexperienced and playful? He couldn't hit or catch up, and he was led by the nose and easily got carried away. Seeing the angry expression of the mosquito coil tadpole, Yu Hai wanted to laugh. There was no way, it was really funny. With a member suddenly joining the dinner, he grilled a few fish temporarily until the 4 elves were full. Looking at the long-winged gull chatting with the 3 elves, he did not think about conquering this long-winged gull, but this long-winged gull was too vigilant. Even when eating or chatting, the corner of his eyes would observe him, always observing whether he had any small movements. Once he made any unusual movements, the long-winged gull would be startled. So, he had to remain calm and let the 4 elves chat freely. If you want to conquer this long-winged gull, you can't force it, you can only use your wits. By the way, honey. Yu Hai thought of something good that should be able to attract this long-winged gull, so he immediately went to the treehouse and took out a bucket of honey. Seeing Yu Hai take out the bucket, the elves stopped chatting and hurried over, bringing their own bowls. Yu Hai did not whet the elves' appetites, and immediately poured half a cup of honey for the 3 elves, even the long-winged gull. The long-winged gull knew about honey. When it flew in the sky, it was attracted by the honey in the giant bee nest, and many times it wanted to have a bite before leaving. But when it saw the giant bees densely packed around the beehive, it gave up the idea of eating honey. In order to have a bite of honey, it was not worth it to risk being pricked by the poisonous needles and become a hedgehog. Unexpectedly, the sweet honey that made it salivate could be found here, which was really a little unexpected. Oh! The long-winged gull sniffed the sweet honey and asked Butterfree, "Is this for me?" Butterfree nodded, "It's for you." Oh! The long-winged gull stared at Yu Hai in disbelief. Could this human have put drugs in the honey to knock it out and subdue it? Even if there were drugs in the honey, it couldn't help it at this moment. The tadpoles were eating so sweetly. Although it doubted Yu Hai's intentions, its vigilance was already at its highest. It couldn't resist the saliva it kept swallowing, the floral scent of honey, the temptation its tongue was almost knotted. Finally, the long-winged gull could no longer resist the temptation of honey and stretched out its tongue to lick the honey in the bowl. After licking it twice at the beginning, the long-winged gull looked up at Yu Hai. After seeing that Yu Hai did not make any small movements, it boldly licked the honey. The honey was so delicious that the long-winged gull buried its entire head in the bowl and did not want to take it out at all. Until it licked the honey in the bowl, the long-winged gull raised its head with satisfaction. Yu Hai was still drinking the honey water slowly and did not want to do anything to it. At this point, the long-winged gull was truly relieved. I calmed down and believed that Yu Hai did not want to catch it and had no ill will towards me. After the 4 elves finished eating the honey, Yu Hai put away the honey bucket and put it back in the tree house. He also said goodbye to the long-winged gull and called the 3 elves back to the house to sleep. But what Yu Hai did not notice was that the scene of him taking out the honey happened to be seen by a big crab with a head popping out of the seashore. The big crab witnessed the whole process of Yu Hai feeding the 4 elves honey and also smelled the honey flower fragrance wafting from the tree house. The fragrance of honey was really fragrant, which made the big crab a little unable to stop, but it could not beat the mosquito coil tadpole and did not rush forward. This big crab is the leader of the big crab that escaped. Sorry, this chapter is late. I am too busy at noon. The future updates will be at 8 p.m. Sorry. Thanks. Gui Yubai, 100 book coins. Sanpang Lily, 100 book coins. Bai Yifeng, 100 book coins. ZYTI, 100 book coins. Quan Asterisk, 1100 book coins. Sun Pai, 100 book coins. I want to drink Coke, 233 book coins. See a doctor, 10 book coins. Thanks for your votes. There are many book friends who have given rewards, which should be from other platforms. I can't see them in the backend. Sorry, I have posted all the ones that can be seen. Book friends on other platforms can actually give rewards and subscribe to Kidian. This way, there will be no middlemen and I can get half of it. Don't give rewards on other platforms. I heard that you can't get much. If you can subscribe to Kidian, just subscribe to Kidian. If you are not used to it, just subscribe to other platforms normally and read books. Don't give rewards, save some book coins for reading. Chapter 99, Be Careful of Lao Lu. The 24th day of survival on a deserted island, sunny. It's rainless today and the weather is good. Yu Hai got up early again and prepared to do some morning exercises. Even if you can't run, it's still okay to do some exercises for the neck, arms, and waist. After 2 days, when the foot injury is healed, you can continue running. Get up, mosquito coil tadpole, butterfly, crab. After getting up, he woke up the 3 little ones. The mosquito coil tadpole ran and exercised early, and the crab did the same. Only Butterfree yawned and flew out of the treehouse slowly. Butterfree, we are still training telekinesis today. Yu Hai saw that the mosquito coil tadpole and the crab were all in the state, only Butterfree was still not awake, and kept yawning. They all slept together last night, and I don't know what happened to Butterfree. She still has no energy in the morning. Butterfree had no energy this morning, and she trained telekinesis yesterday, which should be too much mental consumption. But it's not that she still has no energy after sleeping all night. Seeing this, Yu Hai took out the honey, and then Butterfree stopped yawning, her eyes lit up instantly, and she flew towards Yu Hai, shouting, "MMM. I knew it." Yu Hai helplessly held his forehead, which made him think that Butterfree was really in low spirits, but it turned out that she was just pretending, and her acting skills were not bad. Okay, mosquito coil tadpoles, stop running. And the big clawed crab, come here too. Yu Hai planned to give them breakfast first, and then exercise. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpoles only ran a few laps, and when they heard that they could eat honey, they immediately ran over excitedly, holding their own frying pan in their mouths. Q, the big clawed crab also held its rice bowl with its claws, waiting for Yu Hai to feed it honey. After Yu Hai poured half a cup of honey into the rice bowls of the 3 little ones, there was not much honey left in the bucket, probably only about 2 kilograms, which was only enough for a dessert after the meal. Woo-oh! Just then, a familiar voice sounded again. It was the call of the long-winged gull, which landed on the treetop, watching the 3 elves eating honey, not knowing whether it had its share. Come down, long-winged gull. Yu Hai saw the long-winged gull. He didn't expect that this guy was so lucky to meet the mosquito coil tadpoles eating honey. If he didn't share it with the long-winged gull, his favorability last night would be in vain. Seeing that he also had a share, the long-winged gull immediately flew down, landed in front of his bowl, and ate the honey. In fact, it didn't go back last night, but slept on the branches near the tree house, so that it could continue to wait for honey. Unexpectedly, it really waited for it. For Yu Hai, it also reduced unnecessary vigilance. After all, no drugs were given yesterday. If drugs were given today, it would admit defeat. It's not bad to follow this human. There is sweet honey to eat, which is better than finding food by yourself, being full and hungry, and living a wandering life. Crack, crack, crack. While the 4 elves were eating honey, they attracted some uninvited guests, a group of big crabs waving their big claws and coming aggressively. 5 giant crabs, and one of them is the giant crab leader who escaped before. Yu Hai saw the 5 giant crabs surrounded them, and immediately took precautions. He also woke up the mosquito coil tadpole, the butterfly, the crab, and the long-winged gull who were eating honey and did not notice the arrival of the giant crabs. Mosquito coil tadpole, stop eating, we are in trouble. Yo! The mosquito coil tadpole was interrupted from eating, and it was just about to lick the bowl clean. But as soon as it raised its head, it saw 5 giant crabs coming aggressively, and immediately came to Yu Hai, blocking Yu Hai, warning the 5 giant crabs to stop moving forward, otherwise it would take action. But the giant crab leader would never listen to the mosquito coil tadpole. The mosquito coil tadpole captured its 3 wives, and it came here to take revenge today. These 4 giant crabs, it was the foreign aid it invited. In order to persuade the 4 big crabs, it directly told the 4 big crabs about the honey. This morning, it smelled the mosquito coil tadpoles eating honey again, and immediately notified the 4 big crabs. As soon as the 4 big crabs came here, they were attracted by the floral scent of honey. Only then did they know that the big crab leader did not lie to them. There was really honey here, and it was in the hands of weak humans. There was also a tadpole, a butterfly, a long-winged gull, and a weak fellow crab. They also knew this fellow crab. After all, the little crab was very famous in the big crab tribe. A crab with a claw bigger than its head, which could not be lifted, without its own stone crevices and without a mate, was a little crab that everyone looked down on. The little crab actually had sweet honey to eat, but they could only eat kelp and shells on the reef shoals. It was really a crab-crab competition. The crabs were so angry that they expressed their dissatisfaction. The honey should all belong to them. Kuai, the little crab, saw the group of crabs again. This time, he was not timid, but directly angry and stood with the mosquito coil tadpole. Today, no matter what, it will not let the group of big crabs pass over it. They can only step on its body. It is just a crab tired of fighting, not a crab afraid of fighting, especially fighting with its own kind. This is recorded in its genes. What's more, the big crabs want to seek revenge on themselves, Yu-Hai, and the little tadpoles. The 2 sides have long been fighting to the death. It does not allow this group of crabs to hurt Yu-Hai. Yee, it's you again? You dare to come back. Butterfree seemed much calmer. The reason why it didn't catch the big crab leader last time was not because it couldn't beat him, but because the other party slipped away quickly. This time, it will never let the other party escape again, and it can have a crab dinner at noon. Wu, seeing this group of crabs with ill intentions, the long-winged gull flew to the roof of the treehouse first, preparing to observe the current situation and what the situation was. This group of crabs obviously had ill intentions, but why were they so hostile to the strange combination of Yu-Hai and the elves? When the fight breaks out, it will definitely help Yu-Hai. After all, it has eaten a lot of good things from Yu-Hai. It is okay to help Yu-Hai while ensuring its own safety. Quack, quack, there is honey in the bucket behind that human. I saw it, so I don't need to say more. The crab raised its claws and pointed to the bucket behind Yu-Hai, as well as the bowls of the 4 elves, mosquito-repellent tadpole, which still had some unfinished honey in them. The 4 crabs kept swallowing their saliva at the honey with a flowery scent, and their mouths were drooling, and they were envious. Quu, that human has little attack power, but that tadpole is very strong, and that butterfly can release hypnotic powder and paralysis powder, everyone should be careful. We can just send one of our weaker kin to deal with it, and we can fight the remaining tadpoles and butterflies 2 to 1. Okay, attack. After the 5 crabs finished discussing, they attacked the mosquito coil tadpoles. The goal of the big crabs was very clear, and they divided the battlefield at the beginning. A big crab came forward to entangle the little crab, and the remaining big crab leader and a big crab faced the mosquito coil tadpole, and the other 2 big crabs faced the butterfree. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai couldn't help but secretly exclaimed, this group of big crabs actually used strategies, and knew that the mosquito coil tadpoles and butterfree were the biggest threats, and they were ready to deal with the little tadpoles and butterfree first. In this case, Yu-Hai shouted to the crab, crab, first use the hardening, then hit it with the pincers, see who can't stand it first. Mosquito, water gun interference, butterfree, use paralysis powder. The 3 little ones who received the order took action one after another. The 4 consecutive water guns of the mosquito hit the eyes of the 4 crabs rushing forward. But only 3 crabs were hit. The crab leader had some experience in fighting. He knew that the mosquito's water gun was very accurate and liked to attack the eyes, so he blocked it with his pincers in advance. When he saw Butterfree fly over his side and began to shake its wings to release paralysis powder, he knew what Butterfree wanted to do. Quu, the crab leader immediately notified other crabs to fire water guns into the air. While interfering with Butterfree's release of paralysis powder, it can also disperse the paralysis powder scattered by Butterfree, allowing the scattered water droplets to absorb the paralysis powder and make the paralysis powder ineffective. Puff, puff. The 4 crabs fired water guns at the same time, disrupting Butterfree's rhythm immediately, forcing Butterfree to release only some paralysis powder and then dodge. The 4 water guns were fired into the sky, and soon scattered and fell due to insufficient power. Many falling raindrops hit the paralysis powder scattered above the crabs' heads, and fell with the paralysis powder. Yu-Hai saw that the paralysis powder was cracked like this, and he had to sigh at the good luck of this group of crabs, but who said that the paralysis powder mixed with raindrops would have no effect? It was just that the amount was not enough. Mosquito Tadpole continues to interfere with the water gun. Don't let them get close. Butterfree avoids the water gun attack, and continues to use the paralysis powder. Yo-yo, Mosquito Tadpole used its speed to swim continuously in the rainy environment created by the crabs, and used the water gun to restrain the 4 crabs. Butterfree's wings are waterproof, so it uses its light flying skills, dodge the water gun attacks of 4 giant crabs, and continuously release paralysis powder in the air. As long as the giant crabs don't notice, Yu-Hai will keep using this trick until the paralysis powder takes effect. The reason why he doesn't use hypnotic powder and poison powder is that he is afraid that he will be hypnotized. Once he falls asleep, there are too many uncertain factors, so he can't use hypnotic powder. And poison powder, once poisoned, he can't detoxify, either bear it or wait for death. The risk is too great, so it can't be used. The only thing that can be used is paralysis powder, which will only paralyze the body, not the consciousness. Even if he is paralyzed, he can still open his mouth to command the elves to fight, and he will be invincible. Who said that his brain is bigger than the crab? This is the advantage of humans. Only humans can play tricks. Quu, the little crab fought with another giant crab, and the other side couldn't stand it first, so it returned to Yu-Hai's feet and guarded in front of Yu-Hai, not letting any giant crab get close. Little crab, you're back. Yu-Hai felt more secure when he saw Little Crab coming back. Before the battle, he told Little Crab that he only needed to use hardening and then rush in. Little Crab's hardening was so proficient, and its claws were bigger than the opponent's. The opponent couldn't beat Little Crab. As long as the defense and attack were fully stacked, unless it was kiting or special attack. No matter who it was, no one could stand against Little Crab. Little Crab was basically invincible in close combat. Tisk, Little Crab nodded in response to Yu-Hai. It didn't expect that its kind was so weak. It only hit a few times, and the opponent couldn't stand it and dug a hole to escape. Little Crab, you are still very powerful. Don't underestimate yourself, Yu-Hai smiled. It would be best if Little Crab could regain his confidence. He was afraid that Little Crab would be depressed for life and never recover. If that was the case, he could only give up Little Crab. He didn't need a spirit without fighting spirit. When he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw that it was the long-winged gull who saved him. Thanks, long-winged gull. Mosquito, Butterfree, don't worry, I'm fine. Yu-Hai stood firmly on the roof and hurriedly reported to the elves that he was safe. He couldn't let the elves be distracted during the battle. It was originally a fight of a few against a large number, and it would be bad if they were distracted. After seeing Yu-Hai escape from danger, Mosquito and Butterfree continued the kite tactics, and the little crab put all its anger on the big claw crab that was attacking by surprise. The little crab raised its claws and smashed it. It didn't care about any hardening moves. It was very angry at the moment, and the waving big claws were also angry. This is the second time, it is the second time. Yu-Hai encountered danger for the second time under his protection. It is unforgivable. It is very angry and the consequences are very serious. The big claw crab that attacked by surprise was even more doubtful of its life after being beaten by the little crab. When did this weak little crab become so fierce? Its shell was broken and it was also knocked into the grass. The limbs and claws were also broken under the fierce beating of the small crab, and the big claw crab also lost the ability to dig a hole to escape. The 4 big claw crabs who saw this scene from a distance wanted to come to rescue, but the 4 big claw crabs only crawled 2 steps and stopped, with a look of pain on their faces. The 4 big claw crabs were all hit by the paralysis powder and fell into a paralyzed state. Paralysis state. The speed of the elves in the paralysis state will be reduced by 75% rightward arrow 50%, and there is a 25% chance that they cannot move when using a move. Right now, Butterfree, use hypnotic powder. Yu-Hai saw that the 4 big claw crabs could not move, and immediately asked Butterfree to hypnotize the 4 big claw crabs. He wanted to catch all the 4 big claw crabs in one fell swoop to prevent the situation where more and more crabs appeared. You are so good at catching bugs. You caught several typos. I am so frustrated. I really don't know how to correct a book with so many typos. Chapter 100, Fighting and Growth. QUUUU, the big crab leader didn't expect that he was still caught even though he was so careful. The wandering mosquito coil tadpoles were staring at them. The little crabs also dealt with the big crabs and surrounded them. There were also long-winged gulls that appeared on the roof of the treehouse at some point. And the butterfly that was releasing hypnotic powder. In this case, they were in danger. Swish, swish. Even if the big crab leader was paralyzed, after enduring the side effects of the paralysis, he immediately dug a hole in the grass and prepared to escape. Seeing that the situation was hopeless and the advantage built by numbers was gone, the other 3 big crabs followed the big crab leader and dug holes in the grass to escape. Seeing this, Yu-Hai hurriedly shouted, "Little crab, go up and entangle the big crabs, don't let them escape. There are also mosquito coil tadpoles, you also go up and don't let them escape." Little crab had already surrounded, waiting for Yu-Hai's order. The moment Yu-Hai said to attack, the little crab rushed up and entangled a big crab, preventing it from digging a hole to escape. The mosquito-repellent tadpole also quickly bullied up, raised its tail and slapped it repeatedly. Pa pa pa! After only one slap, the mosquito-repellent tadpole fell into a state of convulsion, his legs softened, and he knelt on one knee on the grass. When wandering in the rain, the mosquito-repellent tadpole inevitably inhaled the paralysis powder and was also in a paralyzed state. But the mosquito-repellent tadpole still gritted his teeth, endured the paralysis of his body, and went up to entangle a big crab. Finally, the mosquito-repellent tadpole and the little crab were hypnotized with the 2 big crabs and fainted on the grass. The big crab leader and another big crab dug a hole and escaped at the last moment. If Yu-Hai called Long-Winged Owl to stop it, maybe he could still save a giant crab, but Long-Winged Owl was not his Pokémon, and if he could not give orders, Long-Winged Owl would not necessarily obey his orders. Butterfree, come and pick me up. Yu-Hai saw that the battle was over and several large pits appeared on the grass, so he asked Butterfree to pick him up. The roof of the treehouse was 5 or 6 meters high, and he could not get down. If his feet were not injured, he could jump down. After Butterfree took Yu-Hai down, he grabbed the unconscious mosquito coil tadpole and threw it into the bucket, and the small crab into the basin. The 3 giant crabs defeated by them were dragged in front of Yu-Hai, and one of the giant crabs had been knocked to death by the small crab, so there was no need to check the proficiency panel. Then he used the pokeball to collect the other 2 giant crabs and looked at the proficiency panel of the giant crabs. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Potential, 23%. Level, 11.89%. Features, super strength claw /4.12%. Mastered moves, staring /0.53%. Water gun /3.67%. Hardening /2.87%. Metal claw /2.54%. Dig hole /3.98%. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Potential, 26%. Level, 12.33%. There is no need to read the proficiency panel. All the big claw crabs are female, no male. The 2 big claw crabs that escaped should be male. That is to say, they have eliminated another harem group. There is another crab that wants to avenge his wife's murder. He is drunk. If the big crab leader can't be killed with one stick, the big crab leader will learn to be smart and dig a hole to escape when the situation is not good. They are facing the sneak attack of the big crab leader at any time. If you want to completely solve the problem of big crabs, you must solve the big crab leader who has made a deadly enemy, or make it so powerful that the big crabs dare not provoke them. Oh, forget it, it's too far to think about it. As long as there are not many big crabs, they are all here to deliver food. Yu-Hai released the big crabs and began to deal with them. It's still boiling big crabs. Boil 3 big crabs and treat them as lunch today. After being placed in the bucket, the mosquito coil tadpoles and the little crabs woke up. The mosquito coil tadpoles saw that Yu-Hai was fine, so they put down their mines and paddled to rest. The little crabs didn't dare to look at Yu-Hai and kept burying their heads in the basin to blow bubbles. Seeing that the little crab was in a bad mood, Yu-Hai stepped forward to comfort him. Okay, little crab, just be more careful next time. It's not your fault. Who knew that the other party would launch a sneak attack? Yu-Hai was speechless. Why did the big crab like to launch sneak attacks so much, and specifically attack him from the bottom 3 roads? It is too convenient to dig holes in such an environment in the wild. It should be better if it is replaced with a cement road in the city. The big crab probably can't dig. Alas, it's useless to say more. The most important thing is that the little crab should not take it to heart. Due to the sudden situation today, he also cancelled all morning exercises. The elves were resting and playing, eating the honey in the bowl, and waiting for lunch. The 3 big crabs were cooked quickly, and he also made some fish meat for the little crab. The 3 big crabs were divided among the 3 elves, the mosquito coil tadpole, the butterfly, and the long-winged gull. Yu-Hai's lunch was also some grilled fish and some crab legs. After lunch, the elves were all taking a nap, including Yu-Hai. After a short break, the elves began afternoon training. Only when they become strong enough will the crab dare not bully them. In order to become strong, the mosquito-coiled tadpole trained very hard, and the crab also worked hard. Even Butterfree did not slack off, and they were all seriously training their telekinesis, and they were already able to control their own jobs. There was also the long-winged gull, who was a little interested in the training of the mosquito-coiled tadpole with a water gun and a floating ball, and participated in the training of the mosquito-coiled tadpole. At the beginning, the long-winged gull's water gun proficiency was only 2 consecutive floating balls, which steadily suppressed the crab. But it was surpassed by the mosquito-coiled tadpole. The mosquito-coiled tadpole finally regained a little confidence in the water gun against the long-winged gull that annoyed the tadpole. Finally, Yu-Hai took Butterfree to the beach to continue fishing. However, he was empty-handed again this afternoon, and he didn't know why the fish was not at home today. Until the flying bat data reminded him that there was something in the water. He stood up and went to the clear, looking down at the bottom of the sea. There are several crabs chasing the fish on the bottom of the sea. It turned out that there were crabs messing up the situation. No wonder he had no chance. He didn't know if the crabs on the bottom of the sea were the leaders of the crabs. But the crabs were on the bottom of the sea, and he had no way to deal with them, and he would not let the tadpoles go to the bottom of the sea to fight with them. The bottom of the sea is the enemy's home ground. The tadpoles may not be able to defeat the enemy with more people, so there is no need to take risks. It's just a fight. If he can't catch fish, he can still pick up some water plants and shells to take back. Tadpoles, crabs, go back for lunch. Yu-Hai took the water plants and called the tadpoles to go back. For dinner today, he plans to use the reserve food, and he has to find a way to hide the weaklings. The 5 barrels of weaklings are all outside the tree house. If the damn crabs make a night raid and take away his reserve food, he will have no place to cry. He had already thought about where to hide, in the forest, because the crabs would not enter the forest. He only needed to find a big tree, put the bucket of weaklings in the grass behind the tree, and do some simple camouflage, and the crabs should not be able to find it. Anyway, the crabs would not go into the woods, so it was safe to put them in the woods. When he finished dinner and was about to invite the mosquito coil tadpoles to have dinner, the long-winged gull came again. It seemed that this guy had not returned to the nest all day. Wasn't he worried that the nest would be occupied by other stupid birds? Long-winged gull, come down and eat fish together, Yu-Hai waved to the roof of the tree house, signaling the long-winged gull to come down, and he also made some more dinner. Today's dinner was fish. When each elf got their own fish, they were attracted by Yu-Hai's spicy hot pot. Because the fish that Yu-Hai made for the elves was very light, with only salt as a seasoning, and the dishes were only boiled fish or grilled fish. However, his spicy hot pot fish was a different kind of fish, which immediately attracted the attention of the 4 elves. Seeing that the 4 elves were curiously looking at his bowl, he also scooped a spoonful of soup with a spoon and asked the elves who wanted to drink the spicy hot pot fish soup. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, do you want to eat it? Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole sniffed it with his little nose and nodded immediately, looking very delicious. Then, Yu-Hai fed the fish soup in the spoon to the mosquito-repellent tadpole. Yo! Hi! The mosquito-repellent tadpole vomited out the fish soup as soon as he drank it. The fish soup was spicy and numbing, and it was really hard to drink. The mosquito-repellent tadpole not only vomited out the fish soup, but also jumped into his own bucket, constantly drinking water to rinse his mouth. When he came out of the bucket, his mouth was still numb. Ha ha ha, who else wants to drink it? Yu-Hai couldn't help laughing when he saw the tadpole being spicy. He scooped up another spoonful of fish soup and asked the other 3 elves if anyone else wanted to drink the soup. Butterfree knew that there was paralysis powder and silkworm fruit in the soup, so it was the first to shake its head. It was confused by Yu-Hai's honey operation. Yu-Hai actually took the paralysis powder to eat. How did Yu-Hai eat this thing? Is it really that delicious? Quu, the big claw crab shook its head and refused directly after seeing the miserable state of the big tadpole. The tadpole was so miserable, how could it possibly test the poison? Woo, the long-winged gull also shook its head and refused when it saw the redder lips of the tadpole. It wanted to try it, but the tadpole was the fool who tested the poison in advance. Okay, if you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it myself. Yu-Hai took a bite of the fish first and found that his tongue was a little numb. It should be because he put too much paralysis powder. He could put less next time. The spicy and numbing fish hot pot made Yu-Hai feel very comfortable. He found the feeling of eating out in his previous life. After dinner, he sat around the stove for a while, quietly listening to the 4 elves chatting. The tadpole was in the bucket, and the crab was in the basin. Butterfree asked Yu-Hai to stick a branch on the grass, but it still preferred to stand on the branch. The same is true for the long-winged gull, which also likes to stand on the branch. The night gradually deepened. As the stove went out, Yu-Hai interrupted the 4 elves who had been talking endlessly and called the tadpole to go back to the house to sleep. Tadpole, Butterfree, Crab, go back to the house to sleep. Yu-Hai called the tadpole into the house and said goodbye to the long-winged gull. Long-winged gull, we have to rest, see you tomorrow. Woo-oh, long-winged gull saw the mosquito coil tadpoles enter the tree house, although it felt a little regretful, but it could only stop chatting, nodded to Yu-Hai, flapped its white wings and flew away. After Yu-Hai entered the tree house, the long-winged gull circled around and returned here, landing on the branches around the tree house. There was a simple bird's nest on the branch, which was a temporary nest built by the long-winged gull on the branch last night. It planned to settle down here and not go anywhere else. There is food and drink here, as well as sweet honey to eat. Only a fool would leave. Although there is no dessert tonight, it can always get 1 or 2 meals of honey by staying here all the time, which is a sure win. Back in the tree house, Yu-Hai closed the wooden door, not knowing that the long-winged gull had settled here. After saying good night to the three little ones, he opened the proficiency panel of Butterfree. Bardollops. Attributes: insect plus flying. Gender: female. Potential: 69.96%. Level: 14.96%. Features: compound eyes /1.21% hidden feature, colored glasses /0.21%. Mastered moves: telekinesis /6.44%. Silk spinning /5.15%. Wind /1.13%. Insect bite /1.29%. Ultrasonic wave /0.91%. Poison powder /0.93%. Paralysis powder /5.22%. Hypnosis powder /4.35%. Bard Alley is almost at level 15, and the experience value is increasing very fast. With sufficient food and honey, it is different. There is also the characteristic compound eye, and the proficiency has increased. It should be used to avoid the water gun of the giant crab during the battle today, which increased the hit rate of the paralysis powder and triggered the characteristic. The field of view of the compound eye of insects is 360 degrees, so the compound eye can not only increase the hit rate of the moves, but also increase the dodge rate. If you want to catch insects, either you are faster than the insects or you have range damage, which is the easiest way. The characteristics are moves, and the proficiency of telekinesis has increased by 2%. The proficiency of paralysis powder has also increased by 2%, after all, a lot of paralysis powder was put today. The hypnosis has increased a little more. Generally speaking, it's not bad. Frequently used moves increase quickly, while unused moves hardly increase unless you deliberately train them. But Butterfree should focus on training telekinesis, and the characteristics and other moves should be left to chance. After looking at Butterfree's proficiency panel, Yu-Hai changed to the proficiency panel of mosquito repellent. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute: water. Gender: male. Potential: 34.11%. Level: 17.99%. Feature: moisture /1.13% hidden feature, free and easy /3.13%. Mastered moves: eye of the heart /0.21%. Ice hockey /0.31%. Fresh look /4.11%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial slaps /8.12%. Water gun /12.11%. Playing with water /3.21%. The potential of the mosquito coil tadpole has almost stagnated, only increasing by 0.1. Even if it continues to eat honey, there is no effect. Bardolio is the best example. No matter how much honey it eats, its potential does not change, or the change is too subtle. It takes a longer time scale for it to increase. This requires time, a lot of time and resources to accumulate, and the potential needs to be piled up. If you have a mine at home, you don't have to care about the potential of the elves. Just capture whatever elves you like. Trainers without mines have to be thrifty. The potential is followed by the level. The tadpole is almost level 18. If nothing goes wrong, it will be level 18 tomorrow. It is one step closer to level 25. There is only level 7 left. The tadpole is one step closer to evolution. In the rainy day battle just now, the characteristics have broken through to 3%, which is not bad. As for the moves, it has been completely renewed and reached 4%. It is used to remove the paralysis on the body. It has increased unconsciously, otherwise the mosquito coil tadpole would not recover so quickly. The chain slap has broken through to 8%. The water gun has broken through to 12%. At present, it is still consolidating the training of 4 floating balls. When it is proficient in the 4-shot water gun, it will increase to 5 floating balls. After closing the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole, he opened the proficiency panel of the giant crab. Chapter 101, Fierce and Brutal Overlord. Big Claw Crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56.5%. Level, 10.66%. Feature, Super Strength Claw / 2.22%. Hidden feature, Force / 0.53%. Mastered moves, Arm Hammer / 0.22%. Stare / 0.43%. Water Gun / 6.65%. Harden / 6.14%. Metal Claw / 0.84%. Dig Hole / 0.54%. The potential of the big claw crab has not changed much, and he is mentally prepared that the potential will not be improved every time. As for the level, the big claw crab has reached level 10. The proficiency of the super strength claw has also increased by 1%. Recently, the big claw crab has been training its claws and using them to attack, which should be related to this. The water gun has gained a little more proficiency. The crab has become familiar with the training of 2 floating balls. It's time to increase it to 3 floating balls. The hardening has also increased by 1%. During the battle, the crab used the hardening move a lot. Finally, the crab learned a new move, digging a hole, a ground-based move with a power of 80. Seeing this move, Yu-Hai couldn't help but feel nervous and quickly covered his little brother. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He was safe now. Seeing the digging hole, he had a stress reaction and got crab traumatic stress syndrome. He was scared of the crab, the old six who liked to play sneak attacks, and was afraid that the crab would dig a hole to attack him at night. This can't be blamed on him being too sensitive. He has a psychological shadow for the crab's digging hole sneak attack. Although he was very happy that the crab had learned a new move, this move was too disgusting, and he couldn't be happy. He had to hastily close the proficiency panel of the giant crab and sleep with his eyes closed, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. But Yu-Hai didn't know that crabs began to gather on the beach at this time, not 1 or 2, not 3 or 5, but more than 10, and there was a trend of gathering more and more. Among these crabs, there was the giant crab leader and another giant crab that escaped. It turned out that they were the initiators of the gathering of so many crabs. Yu-Hai didn't know that his worries were not paranoia, but real things that were happening. With so many crabs, they might really dig holes in his house at night and steal his ass. Just like this, Yu-Hai slept peacefully. At midnight, I suddenly felt the ground shaking. No, it should be the tree house that was shaking, or more precisely, the wooden door. Who is knocking on the door? After Yu-Hai subconsciously asked this question, both the person knocking outside the door and Yu-Hai who was talking inside the door fell into silence. Everyone was silent, including the mosquito coil tadpole, the butterfly, and the crab who were awakened. All looked at the wooden door in silence. Dong dong dong! Caw caw, caw caw! After the silence, there was a more violent knocking sound, until the bolt of the wooden door broke and fell off, and the wooden door fell down with a bang, raising dust. Using the moonlight, Yu-Hai finally saw who was knocking on their door. Big Claw Crab. When Yu-Hai saw it was a big claw crab, he immediately hugged the mosquito coil tadpole and shouted loudly, "Mosquito coil tadpole, the most powerful water gun!" Yo yo, puff! The mosquito coil tadpole used a powerful water gun to wash away the big claw crab outside the door. Mosquito coil tadpole, butterfly, little crab, leave the treehouse and go to the door to defend. Quack, quack, quack! Kaka, kaka, kaka! After the mosquito coil tadpoles rushed out, Yu-Hai also heard shouts coming from outside the door. There were so many sounds everywhere. There should be a lot of them. It was impossible to tell how many big claw crabs there were. Looking out from the door of the tree house, there were shadows outside the door. There were big claw crabs everywhere. There were big claws everywhere. There were too many big claw crabs. This is just the big claw crabs in one direction. What about other directions? As soon as he thought of this, Yu-Hai quickly took the 4 poke balls beside the pillow and quickly put them into his pocket, which contained Magikarp and Weevil. He also took the lighter, Huazi, and folding knife beside the pillow and put them all into his pocket. After packing everything, he put on his shoes, otherwise he couldn't walk. Finally, he took the fishing rod, crutches, and honey bucket and left the tree house. When he came outside the tree house, with the bright moonlight, he saw that there were all big crabs outside the door, surrounding his tree house's inner 3 layers, outer 3 layers, and middle 3 layers. That is to say, there were 9 layers, and the number of big crabs was countless, 100, 200. He felt that all the big crabs on the beach should be here. He didn't expect that the temptation of honey was so great that it could attract so many big crabs. The purpose of these big crabs should be honey. He held the crutches in one hand and opened the honey bucket with the other hand. The floral fragrance of honey instantly made all the crabs agitated. Quu, quu, quu. Don't you just want honey? Honey is here. Yu Hai grabbed the bucket of honey, which still had more than a pound of honey in it, and threw the bucket towards the sea. The parabola of the bucket firmly locked the eyes of all the crabs until the bucket fell. All the crabs went crazy and rushed towards the direction where the bucket fell. Seeing this, Yu Hai took the opportunity to use the poke ball to retrieve the little crabs, and called Mosquito and Butterfree to leave this place of trouble. Mosquito, Butterfree, let's go. Yo, Mosquito lagged behind Yu Hai by 2 steps, staying behind to prevent the giant crab from attacking. Butterfree flew in the sky, clearing the way ahead. When it saw a giant crab trying to block the way, it spit out silk to entangle the giant crab, preventing it from getting close to Yu Hai. Just like that, Yu Hai and his friends left the encirclement of the giant crabs and were about to go deep into the jungle. Yu Hai dropped his fishing rod near a weakling bucket. This thing was just a dead thing and not tasty. He took it away just to prevent the giant crabs from raiding his house and destroying his old friend. It was still midnight, and it was not convenient to carry it with him. If he left it in the forest, no elves would move it. He covered the weakling bucket with weeds. As long as the giant crabs did not go deep into the jungle, they would not be able to find it. When he left, he carried the most precious things with him. Except for the fishing rod, lighter, Huazi, folding knife, 4 elf balls, and 5 elves, everything else could be discarded. Besides, he could not take away the big things. Time was urgent, so he could only take the small things around him. They planned to hide in the jungle. It was hard to say how long they would hide, but at least until tomorrow morning. But they did not know when they entered the jungle that they had been spotted by a group of giant crabs. This group of crabs did not fight for the honey, but wanted to choke them with their claws. Swish, swish. Who? Yu Hai had just entered the jungle when he heard a rustling sound from the bushes behind him. He immediately stopped and turned around to be alert to the movement behind him. Until a crab poked out of the bushes and pushed aside the bushes, revealing the true face of the pursuer. Crab? Damn, Yu Hai cursed when he saw the crabs. He saw the anger on the crabs' faces, which was the anger of giving up the honey to choke him. He also figured out why the crabs gathered. It was the 2 crabs that escaped, coming back to avenge the murder of their wives. Bartleta, blow the wind with maximum power, blow the crabs away, blow more times, mosquito coil tadpole, let's go. Under the moonlight, Yu Hai saw more and more crabs emerging from the bushes. Without any hesitation, he called the mosquito coil tadpole to turn around and go deeper into the jungle. At the same time, let Ba disrupt the pursuit of the group of giant crabs. Butterfree has a very sensitive sense of smell. Later, Butterfree will follow their scent and catch up, so there is no need to worry. Once Yu Hai turned around, he didn't know how long he had walked until his whole body was soaked. Under the cool breeze at night, his clothes were blown dry, and he stopped. The reason why they couldn't stop was that there was a sound of breaking wind from time to time behind them. Hula hula! That was Butterfree using the wind-raising technique, creating the sound of strong wind blowing leaves. The group of giant crabs were still chasing them, and they didn't intend to let them go even if they were far away from the coastline. Butterfree released the wind for the last time and quickly caught up with Yu-Hai and the others, panting. That night, it didn't know how many times it released the wind. Whenever they stopped to rest, the giant crabs would always follow behind them. It had also thought of using hypnotic powder, paralysis powder, or poison powder to paralyze and hypnotize the crabs, but all three powders were dissolved by the crabs' water guns. There were many crabs chasing them this time, more than 10 in total, unlike the 4 before, who stood still to accumulate paralysis powder for them. This time, the crabs were fighting guerrilla warfare. They did not gather in one place, and they would use water guns on each other to clean the 3 powders on their companions, resulting in their 3 powders having little effect. The crabs that were hit would also stop chasing, leave the jungle, and return to the coast. These more than 10 crabs were still reduced by the 3 powders. There were more than 20 crabs chasing before. Let's go, don't stop. Yu-Hai didn't believe that this group of crabs could chase to the center of the island. Yu-Hai called the 2 little ones to go on the road again, and they walked until the sunrise. They also left the jungle and came to a large grassland. There was a large lake in the center of this grassland, the lake in the island. There are many Pokémon here, Pokémons that Yu-Hai has seen and Pokémons that he has not seen, all drinking water by the lake. Pokémons include Pop, Pidgeot, Unicorn, Iron Shell Pupa, Beedrill, Iron Rhino, Iron Tyrannosaurus, Crawler, Giant Crab. Why are there crabs everywhere? Kairos, this Pokémon has another familiar name, Big Armor. Spearal, Toucan. Catworm, Metal Pupa. Walking Grass, Stinky Flower. Bellbud, Mouth Sprout. Rattata. Aber Snake. It turns out there are really snakes in the forest, and rats. The largest tribes on the island should be the Pidgeot tribe, Beedrill tribe, and Iron Rhino tribe. The slightly smaller tribes are the Crab tribe, Spearal tribe, Kairos tribe, and Rattata tribe. The rest either act alone, such as Abe Snake, or they are too weak, such as Walking Grass, Trumpet Bud, and Caterpillar. Walking Grass, Trumpet Bud, and Little Rattata. Only one second stage evolved elf guards the tribe. The reason why he could tell at a glance that the tribe of the Iron Rhinoceros was huge was that there were more than 10 Iron Rhinoceros drinking water and sleeping by the lake, and there was also an Iron Tyrannosaurus sleeping. Many Iron Rhinoceros were rushing to the lake to drink water, and many Iron Rhinoceros returned to the tribe's mine after drinking water. The Iron Rhinoceros mine was next to the Pidgeot's nest. There were many towering stone pillars in the direction where the Iron Rhinoceros came and went, and Pidgeots landed on top. There should be a Pidgeot's nest there, and the bare rock mountain below the nest should have been eaten by the Iron Rhinoceros. Elves like the Iron Tyrannosaurus are almost dominant on this uninhabited desert island, just like Pidgeot. There is no elf tribe on the island that can challenge the status of the 2. The earthquake he heard before should be caused by Tyrannosaurus Rex. Pidgeot dominates the sky, Tyrannosaurus Rex dominates the land, and Beedrill is the overlord of the jungle. The 3 of them almost occupied the entire island, and there were also giant crabs in the sea and lake. If the giant crabs united, they would be the 4th overlord of the island and dominate the coast. But the giant crabs are elves that act in small groups. They are not united at all, and they have serious internal conflicts and cannot unite. After arriving here, Yu-Hai and his friends were cautious, fearing that they would disturb the overlord here. Once they attracted the attention of powerful elves, they would not be able to escape. After all, there were too many powerful elves here. In order to prevent the overlord elves from seeing them and hunting down these strange invaders, they did not even set foot on the grass and hid at the edge of the jungle. They can think so, but the big crabs chasing them don't think so. The big crab leader who came here felt that this place was like a fairyland in a dream. The fresh air made them feel relaxed. There are water, food, grass, green land, sunshine, everything here. The thirsty big crabs rushed to the big lake in the center of the grassland, and didn't care about Yu-Hai who stopped by the jungle to rest. They were dying of thirst. It's not too late to chase Yu-Hai after drinking enough water and eating enough. But the big crabs only rushed halfway, and the whole crab shook and was instantly shaken off the grass. It was the sleeping Tyrannosaurus Rex who was awakened by this group of reckless crabs who were anxious to find water. The awakened Tyrannosaurus Rex was very unhappy and had a bad temper when he got up. Naturally, he wanted to take action against the group of crabs that woke him up. Roar! The armored Tyrannosaurus roared, and the giant crab leader and more than a dozen crabs immediately stiffened, not daring to move, and unable to move, their bodies were out of control. Boom, boom, boom. The next things were simple. The armored Tyrannosaurus raised its ferocious huge paw, with two sharp toes emitting metallic luster at the front of its paw, and stepped on the stiff crab on the grass. The armored Tyrannosaurus stepped back and forth several times, squashing more than a dozen crabs, and the crabs were all sunken in the grass before the armored Tyrannosaurus stopped. Bang! The armored Tyrannosaurus sat on the grass with its buttocks, and the earth trembled. The armored Tyrannosaurus used its metal-hard claws to grab the squashed crabs on the grass and threw them into its mouth to chew. The crabs were used as breakfast snacks by the armored Tyrannosaurus, and they were chewed and swallowed. Not long after, the armored Tyrannosaurus had eaten more than a dozen crabs. Chapter 102, Discovered by the Armored Tyrannosaurus. The 25th day of survival on a deserted island, sunny. Today, there is no plan for the day, only a horror movie-style thriller greeting. The ferocious and brutal appearance of the Tyrannosaurus Rex scared all the elves drinking water by the lake and made them flee in all directions, not daring to approach the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even the crabs that were basking in the sun by the lake quickly crawled into the lake, only daring to stick their heads out to check the situation on the lake surface. The crabs eaten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex were all its relatives from the seaside. Gulp, gulp. This scene frightened Yu-Hai even more. He and the tadpole hid behind the tree, hugged each other tightly and trembled, his throat kept moving, and he swallowed his saliva in fear. Every time the Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped his feet, his shaking legs could feel the earth trembling, the trees trembling, his body trembling, and his little heart trembling, almost jumping out of his throat. This force that made the earth tremble was really too strong. This was just a simple stomping of the feet, and it had such a great power before the earthquake move was used. If the earthquake was used, he could feel the tremors at the edge of the island. The earthquake could be transmitted from the island to the shore. You can imagine how powerful the earthquake was. Until this moment, he finally remembered where the uninhabited desert island he was on was. Orange Islands, the Great Sea Overlord Pidgeot and the Overlord Tyrannosaurus. These two overlords hate invaders very much. Once they find invaders, they will attack and drive them out of the island. He has an impression of this episode. The combination of Pidgeot and Tyrannosaurus is too recognizable. Moreover, the elves on this island are all abnormally huge, much larger than other ordinary ones. I am talking about the abnormally huge Pidgeot and Tyrannosaurus. According to the official setting, Snorlax is 2.1 meters tall. According to the official setting, Tyrannosaurus is 1.9 meters tall. But the Tyrannosaurus here is actually taller than Snorlax. It is hard to say whether it is 2.3 meters or 2.5 meters. In short, it is much taller than its peers. Damn it, the pressure from the Tyrannosaurus Rex is too strong, my legs won't obey me. Yu-Hai hid and wanted to leave here as soon as possible, but his legs didn't obey me for some reason. No matter how he slapped or pinched his legs with his fingers, his legs had no feeling. This was only indirect pressure, not direct pressure. If it was direct pressure, he would definitely be scared to pee, and his feces would be stepped out by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Damn it, move, Yu-Hai shouted in his heart, but his brain couldn't control his shaking legs at all. Until Butterfree flew over, grabbed Yu-Hai's shoulders with its little claws, and dragged Yu-Hai into the forest. Yu-Hai breathed a sigh of relief. He had already broken out in cold sweat on his back, and he was a little exhausted, but he still opened his mouth and thanked Butterfree. Thank you, Butterfree. Butterfree was scared and hid behind a tree when it saw the brutality of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was the first time it had seen such a brutal elf. It was so fierce that it was so scared. Then it thought that it could fly, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't, and then it was no longer afraid. The Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't catch it. For this dangerous place, it just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Seeing that Yu-Hai's legs were weak, it immediately stepped forward to grab Yu-Hai and left, not wanting to stay here any longer. Don't be in a daze, Tadpole. Let's leave here immediately. It's too dangerous here. It's safer to go to the seaside. Yu-Hai hurriedly reminded Tadpole to leave quickly. Tadpole was also scared. Like him, he didn't want to stay here any longer, not even for a moment. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the dong-dong sound rang again. It was the sound of the Tyrannosaurus Rex walking. Every time the Tyrannosaurus Rex stamped its feet, it seemed to be stepping on Yu-Hai's heart, and his heartbeat would also beat faster and faster. As the dong-dong sound got closer and closer, he suddenly turned pale, and his forehead and palms were covered with cold sweat. No way! No way! Could the Tyrannosaurus Rex be coming towards us? Yu-Hai was scared to death by the speculation in his heart. He hurriedly asked Butterfree to put him down, and asked Butterfree to fly out of the jungle to check the purpose of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's movement. Yu-Hai, who fell to the ground, was finally able to walk. Although he was still afraid, he could still walk with a cane. He hid behind a tree and looked out of the jungle. At the edge of the jungle where they had been, there was an armored Tyrannosaurus sniffing frantically, as if it had discovered their scent. Seeing this, Yu-Hai felt that everything was in vain. The armored Tyrannosaurus had discovered their scent. Just as he was hesitating whether to when escaping, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly fell down, and a butterfly, Butterfree, appeared instead. Butterfree flew in the air, and took advantage of the Tyrannosaurus' crazy sniffing behavior to quietly release hypnotic powder and paralysis powder, which numbed the Tyrannosaurus. Did you do it, Butterfree? Yu-Hai saw the Tyrannosaurus fall down, and saw Butterfree flying over, and asked hurriedly. Butterfree nodded. It was it that hypnotized the Tyrannosaurus. Okay, let's leave here quickly and return to the treehouse. Yu-Hai wanted to take advantage of the Tyrannosaurus sleeping, call the mosquito coil Tadpole and Butterfree, and quickly leave the center of the island. Don't even think about throwing the Pokemon ball to capture it. As long as he dares to capture the Tyrannosaurus will wake up and tear him alive, tearing him into pieces. This kind of wild, violent-looking, and powerful wild Pokemon cannot be restrained by a poke ball. He is not so naive that he thinks that throwing the ball will get the approval of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He is just daydreaming. This place is not a place for people to stay. It is too scary. His life will be taken at any time. He does not want to stay for a second. It is safer at the seaside. As long as he does not step into the territory of the giant bee, he will not be attacked by the giant bee. The giant crab also has its own territory. As long as he does not provoke it, it will be fine. Unless he has something to attract the giant crab, if there are too few, it will be a meal, and if there are too many, he will run away. Until they were far away from the center of the island, the man and the two Pokemon breathed a sigh of relief and sat under the tree to have a good rest. Hiss, hiss. Where is the hissing sound? When Yu-Hai was still confused, the mosquito coil Tadpole spit 3 water guns at his head. Puff puff puff. Yo yo, yo yo. Mosquito used a water gun to deflect the Arbok that was about to attack, and immediately reminded Yu-Kai and Butterfree that there was a 6th who wanted to attack. Butterfree hurriedly grabbed Yu-Kai and asked him to stay away from Arbok's attack range. This thing is very poisonous. Once poisoned, it is certain to die. Fuck, Arbok, there are so many snakes, am I in a snake nest? Yu-Kai stood up with a cane and asked Butterfree to lead the way. They hurriedly left here. Mosquito stayed behind to prevent Arbok from attacking again. After leaving Arbok's territory, they were chased by Rattata again. It was funny that he was bitten by a mouse. After being chased to the territory of Spiro by the mouse, it aroused the anger of Spiro again, but Spiro did not chase them, but chased the mouse instead. Finally, they also saw a group of big beetles sucking sweet tree sap. When the big beetles saw Yuhai and his group suddenly breaking into their territory, they started to hunt Yuhai and his group again. Before noon, Yuhai and his two little ones finally rushed back to the tree house. The situation here is hard to describe. If I use one word to describe it, it is chaos. There are still some big crabs here. It's too late to leave now. Who told these guys to make his house like a chicken coop, messy? Butterfield, quietly hypnotize them, just as lunch at noon. They each had 2 elves, and they ran for a whole night and a morning without a drop of water. They were all starving. After seeing the tree house, the tadpoles lay on the ground and didn't want to get up. Butterfield couldn't fly anymore, but at Yuhai's request, he hypnotized 5 or 6 big crabs. The remaining big crabs all ran away. In the end, he only hypnotized 5 big crabs. He didn't need to install the elf ball anymore, it was too troublesome. Anyway, the potential is not as high as the little crab, so just boil water. The stove was not destroyed, and the dry firewood piled next to the treehouse was not destroyed, just a little messy. He lit the stove and started to cook crabs. The stew pot was not thrown away. It was buried in the soil next to the treehouse. He dug it out again. He also boiled a pot of hot water in the stew pot to drink, to quench his thirst first. For the elves, it is also okay to drink raw water directly, after all, they can't wait for hot water. He also released the little crab in the elf ball, as well as Magikarp and Weevil. The little crab stayed alone in the basin, and the basin was not destroyed, but the edge was cracked, not to the bottom of the basin. But many buckets were destroyed, and the buckets near the treehouse were basically destroyed. The big claw crab also left them a few buckets of fresh water. After all, it was all water, nothing else, and the big claw crab didn't destroy everything. However, this caused the mosquito coil tadpole and the silly thing to squeeze into one bucket. Yuhai also took a look at the inside of the tree house. There were foam fragments everywhere, fine sand on the ground, and dry firewood piled in the corner. It was a mess. Their home was ruined by the big crab, but these were all minor matters. Except for being a little messy, there was no problem in the tree house. The wooden door was broken and needed to be nailed with a new board. The bolt also fell off and needed to be nailed back into the house. When he came to the outside of the tree house, he saw the bumpy grass around the tree house. There was no intact grass anymore, and there were holes everywhere. It was the big crab that dug holes here, making the grass full of holes. It was unbearable to look at. People with obsessive-compulsive disorder couldn't stand this. Little crab, use the digging trick to repair the holes on the grass. Yuhai saw these holes and thought of the little crab's digging trick. Butterfree and Mosquito have been running with him for a day and are now resting. Only the little crab has been staying in the poke ball, so he is not very tired. The work of filling the holes was given to the little crab. When the holes are filled with soil, the grass will grow again. Quu, little crab received the task and looked at the mosquito coil tadpoles sleeping soundly in the bucket and the butterfly sleeping on the tree trunk. It knew that Butterfree and the others were exhausted from protecting Yukai, so it immediately climbed out of the basin and began to carry soil to repair the holes on the grass. When there was too little soil on the grass to fill the holes, it would dig holes and carry soil. If the holes were too big, it would go to the shore to carry stones, then cover them with a layer of soil and fill the holes. As the crab was cooked, its work was also stopped by Yukai, big claw crab, wake up the mosquitoes and tadpoles to come for lunch, and then work after lunch. Quu, big claw crab stopped filling the holes, patted the bucket with its big claws, woke up the mosquitoes and tadpoles, and came to the tree trunk and called Butterfree to wake up Butterfree. Yo, after the mosquitoes woke up, they saw Yukai waving, so they ran over and sat on the dining table to prepare for dinner. Me, Butterfree did the same, but they didn't have the energy to eat. Woo, woo. Just then, the long-winged gull also came, very punctual. Yu Hai suspected that this guy had been watching them all the time, otherwise why was this guy so punctual every time he had to eat? But he still made lunch for the long-winged gull. Originally his lunch was shared with the long-winged gull. He cooked 3 crabs and 5 weaklings. The crabs were shared with the mosquito coil tadpole, the butterfly, and the long-winged gull. He shared a fish and crab legs, and the remaining 4 fish were all given to the crab. When he went to get the fish, he also checked the buckets. They were not damaged. All 5 buckets were intact, but now there were only 4 buckets, and he only had 4 buckets of fish. After lunch, the mosquito coil tadpole and the others rested for a while, and were all assigned to fill the pit. He brought the wooden door, nailed the wooden door with wooden boards again, and prepared to repair the wooden door and re-bolt the door of the tree house. Although this broken door is useless and can't stop the big claws of the giant crab, it can still keep out the wind and rain. It's just that I can't go fishing this afternoon. Just cleaning up the messy tree house, looking for the foam board mattress again, and retrieving the messy things that were turned over by the giant crab consumed the afternoon. They restored the tree house to its original state. Basically everything was not missing. The fishing rod was taken back, and the lighter, hwazi, folding knife, and 4 poke balls were all still on them. A lot of buckets were broken, but there were a lot of these things, and they were everywhere on the beach, so there was no shortage. The bowl of the mosquito coil tadpole, the frying pan are still there, the life buoy, the rope, the hourglass, the iron cup, the ladder are all there. The collected rags, rainproof plastic, firewood, and plastic bottles are basically still there. It's just that the bowls of Butterfree, the giant crab, and the long-winged gull are missing. They can make a new one when the time comes. However, the fresh water is almost gone, and there are still 5 barrels of fresh water. I hope God can send a rain to replenish him with fresh water. He is not very worried about fresh water. Since he went to the jungle, he found many streams, all of which flowed from the big lake on the island. When the time comes, let the crab dig a hole and open a branch from the stream, there will be no shortage of fresh water. After he nailed the bolt again, he started to cook dinner. The mosquito coil tadpoles were still filling the holes. There were too many holes on the grass. After dinner, they should be able to fill all the holes within today after working overtime. Dinner was ready soon. They cooked the 2 crabs left over from lunch, roasted some weak fish, and then went to the beach to pull some water plants for the fool. Their dinner was basically ready. Mosquito, Butterfree, crab, long-winged gull, come back to rest and have dinner. Hey, come here. Mosquito immediately put down the work of pulling stones with his mouth, took a bath in the bucket, and sat on the dining table waiting for dinner. Butterfree also put down the hanging frame on his claws for transporting stones and hurried back to eat. There are also crab and long-winged gull, who basically transported stones all afternoon. Yu Hai didn't expect long-winged gull to take the initiative to help, which is also a good thing. When they get familiar with each other in the future, they can naturally subdue long-winged gull. When they leave the deserted island, they can also take long-winged gull with them, but they can't see the proficiency panel of long-winged gull, which is a bit uncomfortable. Mosquito and Butterfree eat crabs. Crab and long-winged gull eat fish. After the 4 elves finished dinner, they continued to fill the pits. They were busy for several hours before filling the remaining pits. While the elves were filling the pit, Yu Hai prepared a midnight snack. After the 4 elves finished filling the pit and had a grilled fish supper, he began to treat the wound on the sole of his foot. After walking all day today, he had a lot of blisters on his feet. He popped them one by one. New wounds added to old wounds, and he didn't know when they would heal. The scabs on the wounds were about to fall off. The blisters were minor injuries. After treating the foot injuries, he thanked the long-winged gulls again and took the 3 elves back to the tree house to rest. Everyone was exhausted today. They had no energy when eating and ate less than usual. It was better to rest early. Chapter 103, Leaving the Island Plan, 5000s. The 26th day of survival on the deserted island, cloudy. Today's weather is not bad. There is no scorching sun in the morning, only cool sea breeze. Last night, I was chased by the giant crab like a dog, and I was scared by the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex and almost peed my pants. I lived in panic all day. After a night's rest, everyone recovered. As long as they didn't go to the center of the island, the problem wouldn't be too big. After all, Pidgeot didn't beat them to death last time, so they definitely didn't care about the few weaklings staying at the edge of the island. Otherwise, he would not be attacked if he had not stepped into the territory of Pidgeot and Tyrannosaurus. However, it was not that he had no gains yesterday, at least he found the location of the deserted island. The Orange Islands, the Great Lake, became an uninhabited deserted island because of the existence of the two overlords. No wonder he had not seen a ship for so long. It stands to reason that the deserted island in the center of the archipelago has an excellent geographical location and is very suitable for being a transit station. How could there be no ships passing by? The route should be very busy. However, there was no ship passing by the deserted island at all, which means that there is no ship route here, and no ship will pass by this uninhabited deserted island because it will be attacked by the Sky Overlord Pidgeot. The ships are generally equipped with sailor trainers. The elves at the gym leader level will definitely not be able to defend the deserted island. To defend this resource-rich deserted island, at least the strength of the king level is required. The leaders of the Pidgeot tribe and the Tyrannosaurus tribe are at least the elves of the king level. He does not know whether the members of other tribes have the strength of the king level. In other words, there are at least 2 king-level elves on this deserted island. Facing the attack of the king-level elves, ordinary people can't stand it. In his previous life, he had seen the island map of the Orange Islands in the Elf Encyclopedia. The location of his treehouse is in the southwest of the island. There are 3 inhabited islands closest to him. First, Hassa Island, located to his southeast, has a big city and a port for large cruise ships. In the animation, there is a cruise ship that specializes in performing elf dramas and has docked at the port. Second, Asia Island, located to his northeast, next to the island with 3 silly birds, Fire Island, Ice Island, and Thunder Island, which appeared in the movie version of Lugia. Third, Penguin Island, located to his southwest, the hometown of Pink Elves, appeared in the animation, and is a nature reserve. These 3 islands are the closest inhabited islands to him. Now that he knows the direction, things will be easier. However, Asia Island can be ruled out. There are 3 stupid birds on this island. If by chance, the 3 stupid birds are angry when he goes there, he will have no place to cry. Penguin Island can also be ruled out. This island is a nature reserve, guarded by Miss Juncha and forest rangers, and ordinary people are prohibited from landing on the island. He is an illegal trainer. If he goes there, it will be like walking into a trap. How can he argue about his origins? Amnesia? Or a shipwreck, and then amnesia? The bad thing about not having an identity is that Miss Juncha will catch him as a poacher and put him in the police station. So, Penguin Island is also ruled out. The last Hassa Island is almost the best choice. There is a port there, and cruise ships often dock there. It should be a tourist island with a mixed crowd, which is convenient for him, and illegal, to hide. Before he obtained the status of a good citizen, he could not walk in the sun. If he was questioned by Juncha, he would not be able to answer at all. In addition to Hassa Island, he can also go to Little Orange Island, which is located directly south of him and is the largest island in the Orange Islands. You can also go to the Xantan Sea located to his west, where the crystal rock snake is located. It also appeared in the animation. There is no elf center on the island, only a group of glass craftsmen, and it is not the best choice. There is also Jingan Island, located to his west. It appeared in the animation. The plot of that episode is that the rocket teams Amato and Kozabero used the hypnotic taper and the radio wave transmission tower to control the elves on the island. These islands are farther away than Hasa Island. If you don't have the ability to sail long distances on the sea, it is better to choose Hasa Island. It's too early to say these now. If you want the ability to sail long distances on the sea, the first choice is naturally a flying elf. You should be able to reach Hasa Island in one day. The elves swimming in the sea will be slower. There are not many flying Pokemon that can take him to another island. There are only Pidgeot, Toucan, and Scuttler. On this deserted island, only the final evolution of these three Pokemon can take him away from the island. Pidgeot, Spearow, and Scuttler are not evolved, and their endurance is not enough, so they cannot carry people. There are also insect Pokemon such as Butterfree and Beedrill, which also have insufficient endurance. They can be used for temporary emergencies, but forget about crossing the sea. As for water Pokemon, there are more water Pokemon that can be carried by people, such as Scutum, Gyarados, Lapras, formerly known as Dragonite, Megalodon, and Ogre. These are the water Pokemon he can meet, and the final evolution Pokemon that can take him away from the island. Among these Pokemon, the easiest water Pokemon to catch are Scutum, Gyarados, and the unevolved form of Megalodon. These three water Pokemon can take him away from the deserted island, and the three flying Pokemon such as Pidgeot, Toucan, and Scuttler can also do so. He has a lot of choices. At present, the most readily available Pokemon is Long-Winged Gull. Among them, Pidgeot and Spearow are also easy to obtain, and it is also very simple to cultivate them to the third stage of evolution. If they are simply used as a means of transportation, they are still very easy to cultivate. But he has already set his eyes on the long-winged gull that comes to eat every day, so there is no need to capture other Pokemon. They only need to capture this long-winged gull and cultivate and evolve it into a large-mouthed gull, and they can leave the deserted island. But the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull cannot be seen, and he does not know when it will evolve. It is also unknown whether it has the characteristics of a moist body, and it is also unknown whether it has the characteristics of a moist body. To know if he can become the weather expert he wants. He has not yet subdued this long-winged gull, and he doesn't know if he can subdue it. They have only been together for 2 days, eating together, training together, and working together. I don't know whether to subdue the long-winged gull now, or to brush up the favor ability and then subdue the long-winged gull. He is a little entangled, afraid of failure to subdue it, afraid of scaring the long-winged gull away, and then his plan to leave the island will need to be replaced and in addition to taking a flying elf or a water elf to leave the deserted island, he has a third way, which is to make a raft and let the water elf pull it away. This method can only be used as a backup because it is too slow. His first choice is still to take a flying elf, followed by a water elf, and taking a raft is the last resort. Forget it, thinking too much is crazy. Yu-Hai got up to do gymnastics and found that leaving the deserted island was not difficult, so he kept thinking about how to leave the deserted island. He didn't even notice that the tadpole got up to run, the crab raised its claws, and Butterfree exercised its telekinesis. He was completely immersed in thinking. Until the tadpole came to remind him that it was time to make breakfast, he came to his senses and forgot about breakfast. Yo-yo, yo-yo, the tadpole held a frying pan in his mouth, which was the tadpole's rice bowl. Oops, I actually forgot about breakfast. Don't worry, you guys take a break, breakfast will be ready soon. Yu-Hai saw the tadpole's rice bowl and realized that it was time to eat breakfast. He hurriedly took out more than 10 fish from the bucket, half boiled and half grilled, and soon made breakfast. Called 3 elves to come for breakfast, and the long-winged gulls were punctual and followed. Woo-oh, woo-oh, the long-winged gull landed directly on the dining table. It didn't pretend anymore, and it showed its cards. It came to eat for free. Fortunately, Yu-Hai had prepared an extra portion of fish soup for the long-winged gull. Looking at the long-winged gull and his 3 elves eating breakfast happily together, Yu-Hai thought about it and made a decision. He decided to get some honey tomorrow morning to continue to improve the favorability of the long-winged gull, and take the opportunity to ask the long-winged gull's attitude and whether he was willing to be conquered by him and become their fourth partner. But all this is tomorrow's matter. We will know tomorrow what the potential of the long-winged gull is and whether it can become a weatherman. After breakfast, the elves started training again. The tadpoles are still running training to exercise their physical fitness. The big claw crab is training to lift its claws. The claws are the biggest weapon of the big claw crab. Exploring the potential of the big claws is the biggest treasure of the big claw crab. Bart Ali still focuses on telekinesis, and there is no rush for other things. Let's improve the proficiency of telekinesis moves first. After the morning exercise, it's lunch. There was no big claw crab to disturb the situation today. I guess the big crabs also know that this place has been turned upside down. If there was food, they would have already dug it out. Since there is no food, it is useless to stay here. Besides, the owner here, Yu-Hai, and a group of elves are not easy to mess with. Before, the crabs were numerous and powerful, so they could do whatever they wanted. But everyone went back. Those who fight for territory, those who fight for food, and those who fight for spouses fight for spouses. Who would come here to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Aren't they afraid of losing their heads? Crabs don't do things that are not beneficial. If they just attack here for a little food, if they come too little, they will just be sent food, and if they come too much, there will not be enough food to share. So Yu-Hai has become a chicken rib. The big crabs don't have to call friends to attack Yu-Hai for a few fish. Just like last time, there was not enough food to share after the attack. Unless Yu-Hai still has sweet honey, they don't recommend rushing again, but they have dug deep into the ground, and there is nothing but mud. Whoever comes will be a stupid crab. After lunch, it's lunch break. After everyone rested for a while, Yu-Hai woke up the elves and the afternoon exercise began. The mosquito coil tadpole is still training with water guns, and continues to consolidate the training of 4 floating balls. The big claw crab is also training with water guns, and began to try the training of 3 floating balls. The long-winged gull also started the training of 3 floating balls. It was suppressed by the mosquito coil tadpole, and it felt so angry. It was disgusted by the smug and arrogant expression of the mosquito coil tadpole, and it said that it would get its face back. Butterfield's exercise is still telekinesis weightlifting. The rice bowl can already be played in many ways. Then Yu-Hai added some water to the rice bowl, and asked Butterfield not to spill the water, and used telekinesis to pick up the rice bowl. Butterfree stared at the rice bowl with lifeless eyes. It felt that Yu-Hai was a devil. He actually added water to the bowl and used telekinesis to lift the bowl. It was so difficult for a butterfly. The reason why Yu-Hai asked Butterfree to exercise telekinesis in this way was that it could not only allow Butterfree to continue to strengthen its telekinesis, but also exercise its ability to control telekinesis. For superpower training, he only knew 2 directions: instant burst and precise control. Using telekinesis to lift the rice bowl can not only continue to strengthen superpowers, but also exercise Butterfree's ability to control superpowers. It is simply the best of both worlds. In fact, if they have a meditation method, they can also use meditation to improve the strength of superpowers, but they don't, so they can only use this stupid method to train superpowers. One afternoon passed quickly, and he was empty-handed again today. It is very likely that the giant crabs disturbed the situation, causing the fish to dare not come to his side to eat the bait. In the end, he could only put away the rod and stop fishing. Before leaving, he only pulled away some water plants. After he finished dinner, he asked Butterfree to notify the 3 elves who were training water guns to come back for dinner. Today's dinner was once again reserve food. If we keep eating like this, the reserve food will soon run out. We will go catch crabs tomorrow. Anyway, these street urchins are annoying and numerous. They are everywhere on the beach, always coming to steal his ass and cut his lower body. It would be unfair not to eat them. While several elves were having dinner, he first opened the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole. He was running for his life all day yesterday, and he didn't have time to look at the proficiency panel. Now it's dinner time, just in time to open the proficiency panel and take a look. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 34.11%. Level, 18.93%. Feature, moisture/1.13%. Hidden feature, free and easy /3.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /0.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. New Look /4.11%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slap /9.12%. Water Gun /13.54%. Playing with Water /3.21%. Bubble Ray /1.21%. Mosquito Coil Tadpole is almost level 19, and should be level 19 tomorrow, one step closer to level 25. Serial Slap has reached 9%. When being chased, the Mosquito Coil Tadpole was the last one to faint many elves with the Serial Slap. After training, the Water Gun move has increased a little more, reaching 13%. With this level upgrade, Mosquito also learned a new water-based move, Bubble Ray. It should be an advanced move of the Bubble move. The power of this new move is 25 times greater than the Bubble move. If the Bubble move doesn't need to be trained, then this move can be trained. After all, it is more or less a water-based move. If you don't train it, then there will be no moves to practice. After closing the proficiency panel of Mosquito, Yu-Hai opened the proficiency panel of Butterfree. Bardolio. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.96%. Level, 16.86%. Feature, compound eyes /4.21%. Hidden feature, colored glasses /0.21%. Mastered moves, telekinesis /8.14%. Silk spinning /6.15%. Wind /5.13%. Insect bite /1.29%. Ultrasound /2.11%. Poison powder /5.13%. Paralysis powder /8.22%. Hypnotic powder /7.35%. Illusion ray /2.11%. Bardolio's proficiency panel has changed a lot. First, the level has reached level 16, almost level 17. Second, the properties, the compound eyes have reached 4%. When being chased, Bardolio relies on finding the way, and also has to repel the chasing crabs. Bardolio needs to pay attention to the strange environment around it all the time. The nerves were extremely tense, the frequency of using compound eyes was also very high, and the number of triggers was also high. In just one day, the proficiency was increased by 3%. In fact, Butterfree has been using compound eyes to see things. After all, eyes are organs that need to be used frequently, so it is not surprising that it has increased so quickly. The characteristics are moves. The telekinesis has increased to 8%. It seems that the little foodie has worked hard and has not been lazy. The silk spinning has increased by 1%, all of which are used to interfere with the giant crab. The wind has increased by 4%. It seems that Butterfree is really exhausted. Just blowing the giant crab away has increased the proficiency of wind to 5%. The ultrasonic wave is used to interfere with the giant crab, and it has also increased by 1%. The poison powder has increased by 4%. The paralysis powder has increased by 3%. The hypnotic powder has increased by 3%. All of them are used to interfere with the pursuit of the giant crab. If they are used too much, they will increase. Finally, Butterfree also learned a new superpower move, the Illusion Beam. The power is 65, which can cause confusion to the opponent. This superpower move is not bad. Butterfree has the basics of telekinesis, so he is not surprised that he can learn this move. After all, this is the Butterfree he chose. It has high potential, hidden characteristics, and inherited telekinesis. The more he looks at this Butterfree, the more he likes it. This is also the first high-potential Pokémon he has used the proficiency panel to brush. Keep up the good work and keep working hard. After turning off Butterfree's proficiency panel, he opened the proficiency panel of Crab. If Butterfree is the first Pokémon brushed out, then Crab is the second Pokémon. Big Claw Crab. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Potential, 56.5%. Level, 11.76%. Feature, Super Strength Claw / 4.22% Hidden Feature, Force / 0.53%. Mastered Moves, Arm Hammer / 0.22%. Stare / 0.43%. Water Gun / 7.85%. Harden / 6.14%. Metal Claw / 0.84%. Dig Hole / 4.54%. Big Claw Crab is almost level 12. Since there is enough food and honey, the experience points of several elves have increased rapidly. It seems that training needs to be accelerated. The proficiency of Super Strength Claw has reached 4%. Big Claw Crab has used its claws a lot in battles and training. It can fill all the holes in the grass. Big Claw Crab is the first to do so. Because pliers are needed to dig holes and carry rocks, it grows so fast. His feeling is right, this characteristic is related to pliers. It seems that we need to be careful develop the claws of the giant crab. The proficiency of the water gun has increased a little bit, not bad, the giant crab is training seriously. The proficiency of digging holes has increased by 4%, so he said that the giant crab made the first contribution. Most of the holes on the grass were basically filled by the giant crab. This little guy worked hard. After closing the proficiency panel of the giant crab, dinner was almost finished, and he was ready to invite the mosquito coil tadpoles to go back to the house to sleep. No need to work overtime tonight, no need to fill holes, and the little guys are tired from training. Early to bed and early to rise, so that they can go to collect honey from the giant bee tomorrow. Pa, 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 Yu-Hai clapped his hands to attract the attention of the four elves, and shouted, "Dinner is over, let's go back to the house to rest early, long-winged gull, see you tomorrow." Woo, the long-winged gull also saw the fatigue in the eyes of the tadpoles, so he nodded and flapped his wings and flew away. We are about to leave the deserted island. I guess many people are waiting anxiously. I don't know what's good about leaving the deserted island. Are we going to screw? Go to 996? It's better to stay on the deserted island and fish. Thanks. The 18th note, 100 book coins. White Phoenix, 100 book coins. Book Friend 202211220623485663, 500 book coins. Sibylla Mala, 233x2 book coins. Sibylla Mala, 100 book coins. Night White Windless, 100 book coins. It's so hard to come up with a nickname, 100 book coins. Finally, thank you for all the votes. I didn't ask for votes. Everyone voted. Thank you. Chapter 104, Conquering the Long-Winged Gull. The 27th day of survival on the deserted island, sunny. A day's plan begins in the morning, but there is no morning exercise today because they are going to steal the honey of the giant bee. Big Claw Crab, you stay and watch the house. I'll go with the tadpole and Butterfree and be back soon. Yu-Hai picked up the bucket and waved to the Big Claw Crab. Qiu, go early and come back early, the Big Claw Crab quickly agreed, it would take good care of the house. Then, Yu-Hai, the tadpole and Butterfree went to the territory of the beedrill. It was still the old routine. Butterfree went to hypnotize the beedrill first, and when Butterfree came back, they went to steal honey. There was basically no danger. Half an hour later, Butterfree came back, and it also dealt with the beedrill, so it could steal honey. Okay, let's do less this time. Yu-Hai was scared by the big claw crab's sneak attack. If they got too much honey, the big claw crab would rush to him again, and they would have to run away again. Anyway, the honey is not far from the tree house, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to go back and forth. At most, he can only get 2 or 3 meals of honey and continue to get it after eating. He will pluck the back garden of the giant bee for his whole life. Who asked this group of giant bees to chase him? He also injured his foot. However, when he got up this morning, he found that he finally didn't need crutches. His solace still hurt a little, but walking was no big problem. He should be able to run tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The last time he was injured was on the 15th day of surviving on the deserted island. Now it is the 27th day, which is more than 10 days. The foot injury has finally healed. After getting the honey, he asked Butterfree to pick some silkworm fruits and berry fruits and returned to the tree house. Then he asked Butterfree to wake up the hypnotized giant bee and help them guard the honey. Back to the tree house, the long-winged gull was already waiting here. Yu-Hai suspected that the long-winged gull had settled here, but he didn't know where the long-winged gull's nest was. Come in and eat honey. Yu-Hai did not make a big show this time. He did not eat honey outside, but asked all the elves to enter the tree house. Even if the flower fragrance of honey was wafting, it would be locked in the tree house because there was no wind, and the crab would not smell it. It was the first time for the long-winged gull to enter the tree house to eat honey, but for the sake of honey, the long-winged gull was willing to go all out. If they wanted to drug it, they would have been drugged long ago. They had eaten so many meals, so this time was not a big deal. Yu-Hai was also testing the favorability between him and the long-winged gull. The long-winged gull could enter the tree house, which showed that the long-winged gull trusted him, and he was sure to subdue the long-winged gull. Because the skylight was opened in the tree house before, it was useless at night. During the day, the tree house would be illuminated, and even if the wooden door was closed, it could be seen clearly inside the house. As the 4 elves held their own bowls and lined up to wait for Yu-Hai to share the honey, Yu-Hai did not let the 4 elves wait for long. He directly opened the bucket and scooped 4 cups of honey with an iron cup, and put them in the 4 elves' bowls. They only got about 10 kilograms of honey, enough for 4 elves to have a breakfast, plus a dessert, and then nothing else. After all, there were only 3 elves before, and now there is 1 more elf. The elves will get less honey. The simple elves have not realized this problem, but Yu-Hai has realized it long ago. This is human beings. Human beings are very complicated, so complicated that a 4-person dormitory can have 6 groups. This is also the reason why he likes to get along with simple elves. There is no office intrigue in the previous life, no boss's big pie, no overtime, no internal competition, no KPI. The life of the fisherman is so simple and unpretentious. Don't think that the fisherman is hopeless and useless just because he lies down and has no pursuit. In fact, the fisherman also has his own life pursuit, that is, how to lie better, lie flatter, and still be able to afford hawazi and catch big fish. Then, the fisherman traveled through time and met a simple elf. This is because he didn't want the fisherman to lie down. For a fisherman who had already laid down, meeting the elf was a perfect match. Tao Pokemon are very simple, so he will devote all his resources to Pokemon with high potential. After cultivating Pokemon, he hopes that Pokemon can bring him rewards, even if it can bring him the power of self-protection and make his survival on the deserted island better. For simple Pokemon, he doesn't have to worry about the first sword on the shore, killing the one he loves. The villains in the animation are the best example. The Pokemon's sense of right and wrong follows the trainer. Trainers only need to be responsible for their Pokemon, devote all their emotions and resources, and form a deep bond with their Pokemon. Pokemon are the trainer's trustworthy partners forever. This is also the reason why a fisherman who is tired of the workplace feels more and more comfortable. Compared with complex humans, he prefers to get along with simple Pokemon. With the company of Pokemon, he will not have psychological problems in his survival on the deserted island. He will not be lonely at all. He can fish and have Pokemon. This is exactly the life state that the fisherman wants most. He feels very happy now. When the 4 elves finished eating honey and lay on the mattress to rest, Yu-Hai also took out the poke ball, placed it in front of Longwing Gull, and asked Longwing Gull, "Longwing Gull, do you want to be our partner?" "Oh!" Longwing Gull saw the red and white poke ball, blinked, and recalled its encounter with Yu-Hai, which was really wonderful. At first, it just stole a little fish meat from Yu-Hai, which made Yu-Hai furious, but later Yu-Hai ignored it, and it went to Mosquito Coil Tadpole again. The tadpole couldn't stand the teasing and exploded at a touch. It liked such tadpoles too much. It liked to transform into a Zhuan person and fight against the tadpole. Every time the tadpole couldn't argue with it, because the tadpole couldn't fly and couldn't hit it. The first time they met was also the first time it ate cooked food. Since then, it has liked cooked food. Every time it came, Yu-Hai would give it some cooked food and didn't let the tadpole see it. It would always laugh secretly and tease the tadpole with this matter, which directly pissed off the tadpole. Later, it ate honey and was so bold that it went to the table to eat. It was not the companion of this human, but this human still prepared food and honey for it. It didn't understand why. At first, it thought the food was drugged, but later it was just overthinking. If people wanted to subdue it, they would ask it in person. At this moment, its decision will determine whether it can eat cooked food in the future and whether there is sweet honey. If it agrees and enters the poke ball, it can stay and live with the mosquito coil tadpole, butterfree, and crab. If it leaves, it will live its previous wandering life again, drifting with the flow and migrating with the monsoon. It looked at the mosquito coil tadpole's indifference and didn't want it, a silly bird that annoyed the tadpole, to join their disgusted expressions. It looked at Butterfree's eagerness to try and the excited expression that made it want to agree quickly. There is also the expressionless giant crab who is always silent and doesn't like to talk. It finally stretched out its wings and gently touched the button on the poke ball. The poke ball opened and took it in. After the poke ball flashed a few red lights, it stopped shaking. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the long-winged gull would refuse, and he was prepared for the other party to refuse. He would drive the other party away, and if the other party came to eat again next time, he would also refuse the other party. People should have a sense of boundaries, and need to know what they should do, what they should not do, what they should care about, and what they should refuse. He has passed the age of passion, and the age of becoming a keyboard warrior and punching hard has passed. He has looked down on everything. If it doesn't work, change it, and if it doesn't work again, change it again. He will not fight to the death, including conquering the long-winged gull. He has many choices. Even if the long-winged gull refuses, he will not fight to the death. There are many elves who can take him away from the deserted island. When he picked up the poke ball of the long-winged gull and saw the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull, he thought that this long-winged gull was very good, so there was no need to change it. Fortunately, he did not forcefully capture the long-winged gull, and it was indeed a wise move to switch to outsmarting it. Although he has become indifferent to everything, it does not prevent the fisherman from getting excited when he catches a big fish. He will carry the big fish on his back and go out for a stroll on the street, showing off the fish in the streets before going home. Long-winged gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 57%. Level, 16.57%. Characteristics, wet body /6.39%. Mastered moves, wind /7.59%. Feather perch /8.01%. Water flow ring /5.23%. Water immersion /4.14%. Call /11.23%. Water gun /10.49%. Lightning flash /8.29%. Ultrasound /3.54%. Wing attack /4.58%. The potential of the long-winged gull is actually 57 points. He has always felt that this long-winged gull is not ordinary. It is not only smart, but also talkative. If its potential is too low, it will be unworthy of his vision. It is already level 16, with a certain ability to survive and fight. I wonder if long-winged gull has any bad habits besides talking nonsense. After all, it is a bit high in level, with traces of fighting and life, and its plasticity is somewhat reduced. It has no chance to cultivate and shape a positive outlook since childhood. However, he does not intend to let long-winged gull fight. He positions long-winged gull as a weatherman, assistant, and vehicle. This point of long-winged gull did not disappoint him, but made his eyes light up, because the characteristics of long-winged gull are the moist body will turn into rain after evolution. His weather hand, the weather hand that assists the training characteristics of the tadpole, was finally found. It is a pity that the long-winged gull has no hidden characteristics, but they are all minor problems. The most important thing for the long-winged gull is the rain characteristic, and the ability to carry him away from the deserted island is the most important. Next, the long-winged gull is more of a supporting role, and it is not impossible to fight. This long-winged gull is still very good in water and flying talents. 3 flying moves and 3 water moves are worth developing the talents in these 2 attributes. If it is cultivated well, the potential after evolution can also exceed 60, and his king team will add another 1. 3 king-level elves, although they are not very strong mainstream elves, but they are king-level elves, he has surpassed many whiteboard young trainers. The potential and talent of these 3 elves are very good, only the tadpole Butterfree inherited the telekinesis moves, and the talent is needless to say. The flying and insect talents are also very strong, but he developed telekinesis first. The giant crab has a mutated big claw and inherited the arm hammer. It has a strong talent in the claw, and needs to explore the relationship between the claw and the super strength claw. He almost cut off the big claw before, but fortunately he didn't, otherwise he would have lost a lot. It was only later that he realized that the claw is not only a weapon, but also related to the super strength claw characteristics. If he cut off this mutated big claw, he didn't know if he would have such good luck to mutate another big claw. This kind of thing is hard to come by. Finally, it is the mosquito coil tadpole, with mediocre potential and talent. Although it has hidden characteristics, it is a small surprise. It has inherited a new look, and it is barely useful. It can remove abnormal states, which he can understand. As for the ice hockey, it means that the tadpole has some ice talent. Maybe he can learn the freezing punch in the future, which is not bad. But what is the eye of the heart? Reality is not a game, and the eye of the heart is still needed to lock the enemy and increase the hit rate of the moves. In reality, you either can't hit it or you have to create an opportunity to hit it. You are face to face. If you still can't hit it, you can only say that your speed is not as fast as the opponent. He has not found the use of this move so far. When training the floating ball, it did not trigger this move. Could it be that it has not reached the limit of the water gun, so it is not needed? This move may be used to break the limit. He also said before that there is no limit to the number of floating balls. The limit is the tadpole. There is another possibility that the tadpole does not realize that he has this move at all, and he needs to remind it. After all, this move is very mysterious, not as simple and direct as the water gun move. The introduction of the eye of the heart on the proficiency panel is to feel the opponent's actions with your heart. What does it mean to feel with your heart? Please translate the panel. What does it mean to use your heart? What does it mean to feel with your heart? Is it to use your heart or your brain? The game is easy to understand, but it is all nonsense in reality. During this period, the tadpole was stuck in the training on the 4 floating balls. The 3-shot water gun had a high hit rate, but the 4th shot was always a little slower. It seemed that he could try the eye of the heart. The introduction of the eye of the heart said that it could lock on to moving enemies, and naturally it could also lock on to moving floating balls. The tadpole was not as good as the other 3 elves in terms of potential and talent, so he could only dig deep into the potential of the tadpole from this aspect. Bang! After subduing the long-winged gull and looking at the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull, Yu-Hai released the long-winged gull again. He was very satisfied with this long-winged gull. Overall, it was not bad. Although the potential was not 60, it had 57 points of potential. He also discovered a rule that there was probably no elf baby with a potential of more than 60 points among the unevolved elves, and even if there was one, it was a divine beast. If there is a chance in the future, he can use the proficiency panel to test how much potential the cubs of the divine beasts have. Now, of course, it's morning exercise. Mosquito, butterfly, crab, long-winged gull will be your partner from now on. Everyone welcome long-winged gull. Yo, although Mosquito doesn't like this chatterbox, it sees the happiness on Yu-Hai's face and also speaks out to welcome long-winged gull to join. Qu, crab is a bit like following the crowd. After all, it only has big brother Mosquito in its eyes, but it still welcomes long-winged gull to join. Yee, butterfly pulled long-winged gull out of the tree house, flying in circles in the air to express its welcome to long-winged gull. Woo-oh, long-winged gull was a little caught off guard by butterfly's welcome. After all, its wings are long and narrow, and it prefers gliding or level flight, and is not very good at vertical takeoff and landing. Okay, butterfly goes to train, and Mosquito and crab also go to train. Yu-Hai saw that long-winged gull couldn't open its wings, so he reached out to catch long-winged gull and let long-winged gull stand on his hand. As for the training plan for the long-winged gull, he hadn't thought about it yet, so he said to the long-winged gull, "You don't need to train, let me think about it." Chapter 105, Water Gem. The elves were doing morning exercises, and Yu-Hai was making lunch, thinking about the training plan for the long-winged gull, but they didn't come up with a result. After all, he positioned the long-winged gull as a weather expert and assistant, as well as a means of transportation. Both of these require the long-winged gull to evolve, and the current long-winged gull does not have the rain special. It has no characteristics, cannot carry people to fly, and cannot assist the training characteristics of the tadpoles. Apart from training the water gun or flying type moves, he couldn't find what the long-winged gull should do. Huh? That's right. Yu-Hai fed the silly thing in the bucket with water plants while making lunch, and saw the weakling in the bucket. He can let the long-winged gull learn water waves from the weakling. On the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull, there is the water wave move in the pool of moves that the long-winged gull can learn, but this move is in a gray state. The proficiency panel not only shows the potential level of the elves, but also the introduction of moves and characteristics, and there is also a move pool of an elf, which contains all the moves that an elf can learn. The proficiency panel is equivalent to an encyclopedia of elves. Weakling, come up. Yu-Hai waved to the bottom of the water, signaling the weakling to come up. He was going to let the long-winged gull learn water waves from the weakling. But after the weakling fish emerged, he did not find the long-winged gull. He remembered that the long-winged gull was on the roof. How could it disappear in a blink of an eye? Long-winged gull, Yu-Hai shouted to the sky twice, but there was no response from the long-winged gull, so he stopped shouting. He didn't know where this guy ran off to. He was not worried that the long-winged gull would disappear, unless the long-winged gull didn't want to eat honey. There are many elves that want to eat honey. He doesn't need a long-winged gull, and he doesn't know if the long-winged gull can come back before lunch. It's okay, weakling fish, play by yourself. Yu-Hai called the weakling fish over, and now that it's okay again, he felt a little embarrassed, so he fed some honey to compensate the weakling fish, and let the weakling fish quarrel with the silly thing. He found that the silly thing couldn't beat the weakling fish. It was probably because the weakling fish found that the silly thing was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and knew that the silly thing could only splash water. After all, no matter how bad the weakling fish was, it was still a fish that could use a water gun, which was a little better than the magi carp. Morning exercise was over quickly, and lunch was served soon, but the long-winged gull still didn't come back. Yu Hai immediately asked Butterfree to go find it. Butterfree, fly up to the sky and take a look. Where is the long-winged gull? Me. Butterfree nodded and flew to the sky. It scanned around the tree house, but didn't see the figure of the long-winged gull, so it flew down. Me. Butterfree shook its head, indicating that it didn't see the long-winged gull. Didn't see it? Where would the long-winged gull go? Forget it, I won't wait for it. Yu Hai thought about it and couldn't think of where the long-winged gull would go, so he asked Butterfree to sit down. They didn't wait for the long-winged gull for lunch, and they ate first. When Yu Hai divided the grilled fish among the 3 elves and asked everyone to prepare for the meal, the long-winged gull came late, holding something in its mouth, shining a dazzling sea blue light in the sun. Long-winged gull, where have you been? This lunch is for you. Yu Hai saw the long-winged gull land on the table, and hurriedly put the long-winged gull's food in front of the long-winged gull. They were all ready to eat. Woo, the long-winged gull did not look at the grilled fish, but came to Yu Hai and put down the thing in his mouth, which was a crystal-clear blue gem. Blue gem. Yu Hai reached out and picked up the gem with the saliva of the long-winged gull. The color of the gem was as blue as the sea. I don't know what this thing is used for. In human society, it can still be sold for some money, but here it can only be used as a decoration. The blue gem should be a gift from the long-winged gull to him, a return gift for honey and food. Yu Hai looked at the blue gem for a while and found that it was useless, so he put it down. He thought it was just an ordinary blue gem and didn't care too much. When he noticed that the 5 elves, the tadpole, the crab, the Magikarp, the weakling, and the long-winged gull, were staring at the blue gem in his hand with eager eyes, he realized that this blue gem might not be simple. Water gem. A small gem contains rich water energy, which has an unparalleled attraction to water elves, purity 76.92%. Fuck, this works. After Yu Hai displayed the blue gem panel with the proficiency panel, he was immediately shocked by this blue gem that was slightly larger than a thumb. The temptation of this blue gem to water elves is no less than catnip for cats. Until this moment, he realized that this return gift is not just a decoration, but can enhance the elves' use and control of their own water attributes, and perhaps also enhance the potential of water elves. It is a rare good thing. In this way, this return gift is a bit expensive. The water gem is also very important to the long-winged gull, a water and flying elf, but the long-winged gull just gave it to him. Long-winged gull, did you really give me this blue gem? Yu Hai needed to confirm again the attitude of the long-winged gull towards the blue gem. Oh, the long-winged gull nodded, making it clear that the blue gem was a return gift. In fact, when it came with the blue gem, it had thought about eating the blue gem. Facing the temptation of the blue gem in its mouth, it drooled a lot. But when it thought of the honey that was sweeter than the blue gem, it resisted the urge to swallow the blue gem. It had eaten a blue gem before, and the gem gave it some indigestion. Temptation is temptation, and deliciousness is delicious. These are 2 different things. The blue gem is a psychological temptation. When it saw the blue gem, there was always a voice in its heart tempting it to eat the blue gem, eat the blue gem. Honey is a physical temptation. The floral fragrance of honey is inhaled by the nose, and the hungry stomach will drive the brain to make it eat honey, eat honey. Compared to the temptation of the blue gem, honey is more tempting to it. The temptation is even greater. Only water elves who have never seen a blue gem will be attracted by the rich water energy emitted by the blue gem. Looking at the eager eyes of the 4 elves, Yu Hai hurriedly put away the water gem, wrapped the water gem with a rag, stood up and put the water gem in the tree house to prevent the rich water energy on the water gem from attracting other water elves. When he came back, he hurriedly urged the elves to eat lunch quickly and forget what happened just now, just as if nothing happened. Although the elves had different thoughts and wanted the water gem, Yu Hai said so, they did not continue to struggle, and put away their eyes that wanted to eat, waiting for Yu Hai's arrangement. Among the many elves, the water gem had no effect on Butterfree, because Butterfree had no water attributes, it was just a broken stone, and it had no attraction to it. When the elves finished lunch and started their lunch break, Yu-Hai was thinking about how much potential this blue gem containing water energy could increase, and how much the elves' control over water energy could increase. In fact, the ownership of this blue gem has long been a foregone conclusion. It must be given to Tadpole. Even the silly thing has higher potential than Tadpole. If he doesn't give it to Tadpole, who else can he give it to? The effect of the water gem on the improvement of other water-type elves should not be great. It should be the same as honey, which has no effect on elves with too high potential. But Tadpole's potential is only 34 points, and there is a lot of room for improvement. If you want to make the most efficient use of the water gem, it can only be Tadpole. It's not that he is partial, but Tadpole's potential is too weak. Without good things like water gems, Tadpole's potential can only reach more than 50 levels in the future, which is already the limit. The Tadpole's strength stagnates, which is what he least wants to see. He doesn't want to see Tadpole stay at more than 50 levels and never make any progress. He doesn't want to. He said he would take Tadpole to the top, and he must do it. Although he is a fisherman who has already lied down, a fisherman who only wants to catch big fish. But in the new world and new life, he also wants to be passionate, even if it is only once. He does not want to leave any regrets. But he cannot reach his peak without the Tadpole. He has promised, and he cannot say the word of giving up. The fisherman will not break the contract, except for the Air Force. After all, this thing is too metaphysical, and it is useless for him to promise. Now the Tadpole is still 5 or 6 levels away from evolving into a mosquito frog, which is only 4 or 5 days. I don't know whether this unexpected blue gem can improve the potential of the Tadpole and whether it can improve the water talent of the Tadpole. I am really looking forward to it. Before, he was still worried that when the Tadpole evolved, there was nothing good for the Tadpole, so the Tadpole could only evolve with regret. Now it's good, with the water gem, it is more or less a good thing. It should be enough for the evolution of the Tadpole. Even if it is not enough, he has no choice. For an undocumented trainer stranded on a deserted island, being able to get the honey of the giant bee is already his limit. Even if there were good things in the center of the deserted island, they didn't dare to go there. They had already seen the brutality of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. If they didn't want their shit to be stepped on by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, they would stay away from the center of the deserted island. After lunch break, the elves started their afternoon training again. Butterfree still used telekinesis to carry water, the crab used 3 bursts of water guns, and the long-winged gull also trained with water guns. He planned to arrange the time to learn the water wave in the morning. If the long-winged gull was deprived of the water gun training and missed the opportunity to chase the Tadpole water gun, the long-winged gull would probably be angry. So, he didn't spoil the fun. In the afternoon, they trained the water gun uniformly. The training methods were ready. Each elf had different comprehension. What they could train was entirely up to their personal ability and effort. This afternoon, he didn't go fishing, nor did he let the Tadpole continue to train the water gun. Instead, he called the Tadpole aside alone. He wanted to try whether he could trigger the Eye of the Heart move. Since the introduction of the Eye of the Heart is to use the heart, it is definitely not to use the eyes, but the eyes are the windows of the soul, and it is not possible without eyes. Finally, he thought of a compromise, which is to cover one eye of the mosquito coil Tadpole with a rag, and let the mosquito coil Tadpole practice shooting the floating ball with a water gun with one eye. After practicing the left eye, practice the right eye, and finally cover both eyes. Let the mosquito coil Tadpole feel the trajectory of the floating ball with his heart, or remember the moving trajectory of the floating ball, and then use the water gun to shoot the floating ball. In short, it is very metaphysical, and he doesn't know how to train this move, so he can only let the mosquito coil Tadpole feel it with his heart. If you have to explain it, it can also be understood as listening to the sound to determine the position, having a superb memory, and remembering the movement speed and swing amplitude of the floating ball. Come here, mosquito coil Tadpole, water gun training upgrade, I will cover your eyes. You can only use one eye to observe the floating ball, start with a floating ball. Yo. Mosquito coil tadpole didn't understand Yu Hai's operation at first, but after covering one eye, it saw things crookedly, and its field of vision was limited, and it couldn't see clearly, so it needed to correct its vision. Okay, start with the floating ball that doesn't move, Yu Hai shouted, and mosquito coil tadpole spit out the water gun. Puff! Mosquito coil tadpole's water gun was very accurate, and it hit the floating ball directly. The floating ball that didn't move was not difficult for mosquito coil tadpole. Continue, attack the shaking floating ball, Yu Hai shouted again. Puff, puff. Mosquito coil tadpole spit out 3 more water guns, but only hit one. It seems that the one-eyed eye still has some influence on mosquito coil tadpole's accuracy. Don't stop, mosquito coil tadpole, keep using the water gun to increase your hit rate. Puff puff puff. The water gun of the mosquito coil tadpole spit out water for half an hour. With one eye, the hit rate has reached 80%. This is based on the previous water gun shooting floating balls. The mosquito coil tadpole's ability to adapt is so fast. Next, Yu Hai covered the other eye of the mosquito coil tadpole and let the mosquito coil tadpole continue to practice shooting the moving floating balls. Also half an hour later, the mosquito coil tadpole completely adapted to the one-eyed shooting floating ball training. Whether it was the right eye or the left eye, the hit rate could reach more than 80%. He didn't want a 100% hit rate. He needed the mosquito coil tadpole to use the water gun to hit the floating ball with limited vision to see if he could trigger the eye of the heart. This required the mosquito coil tadpole to concentrate highly, because he would cover the mosquito coil tadpole's eyes next, and only cover the mosquito coil tadpole's eyes with a layer of rags. The mosquito coil tadpole could still see the shaking floating ball through the gaps in the rags. Mosquito coil tadpole, the difficulty is upgraded. You can only vaguely see the trajectory of the floating ball, but you need to use a water gun to hit the shaking floating ball. Yu Hai personally tried to cover his eyes with a rag. He could barely walk with the rag on. It was like there were a bunch of blocks in front of his eyes. He could see things, but they were pixel-style things. Puff, bang! The first attempt, the mosquito coil tadpole hit the floating ball. Pa, not bad. The difficulty continues to increase. Yu Hai put a second layer of rag on the mosquito coil tadpole, and the mosquito coil tadpole's vision became blurred again. If it was pixel style before, now it is a bunch of mosaics, and everything in front of him is blurry. Mosquito coil tadpole, water gun, Yu Hai shouted again. Puff, puff. The mosquito coil tadpole immediately spit out 2 water guns, but all missed, because the mosquito coil tadpole was still looking at the floating ball with his eyes. Mosquito coil tadpole, your eyes are no longer of much help to you. You can't rely on your eyes. You need to use other methods to lock onto the shaking float, such as the eye of the heart. Use the eye of the heart to predict the shaking float. Chapter 106, I hit it. Yo. Eye of the heart. The mosquito coil tadpole didn't know what the eye of the heart was. It couldn't see anything clearly now, and it could only barely see the shaking float. And Yu Hai said that it didn't need eyes. How could it hit the shaking float without eyes? It couldn't see the float at all. At this moment, the world in the eyes of the mosquito coil tadpole was between light and darkness. Everything in front of it was grey. Even if it tried to open its eyes wide, it could only see the grey of the sunlight through the rags. Mosquito repellent tadpole, calm down. You need to calm down. It doesn't matter if you can't see. Feel the shaking float with your heart. Just try your best to feel it. Don't worry about anything else. Yu Hai saw the panic and anxiety on the tadpole's face, and hurriedly stepped forward and put his hand on the tadpole. While comforting the tadpole, he put a third layer of rags on the tadpole, and there were 3 layers of rags on his eyes. The third layer of rags completely cut off all the light sources of the tadpole. The tadpole could not see anything, but he did not take his hand away. He still put it on the tadpole, allowing the tadpole to feel his presence with touch. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, I am by your side. I am always here. Can you feel me with your wet skin? Yu-Hai gently put his palm on the tadpole and asked the tadpole softly. Yo, the tadpole nodded. It felt Yu-Hai's palm, Yu-Hai's body temperature, Yu-Hai's voice, and Yu-Hai was by its side. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, this is the touch of the skin. Concentrate your attention to feel the shaking float, just like you feel me with your skin. Use your heart's eye to feel the shaking float, and use the water gun to shoot the shaking float. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, you can do it, don't give up, believe me, you can do it, you need to concentrate, block out the sound of the waves on the shore, the birds in the forest, feel quietly, listen carefully, the sound of the wind caused by the shaking of the float, the faint sound of the wind. Yo, mosquito-repellent tadpole felt the warmth of Yu-Hai's palm and Yu-Hai's voice under Yu-Hai's comfort, and Yu-Hai breathed steadily. After his eyes were closed, the mosquito-repellent tadpole fell into darkness, and his nervous, restless, and increasingly chaotic heartbeats slowly calmed down under Yu-Hai's gentle comfort. After quieting down, the mosquito-coated tadpole felt that everything was peaceful. The sound of the waves was no longer noisy, and the sound of birds no longer bothered the tadpole. It also heard some other sounds, its own heartbeat, and Yu-Hai's heartbeat. In addition to these, it also saw the floating ball shaking in the dark. Yo! The moment the mosquito-coated tadpole saw the floating ball, it felt that its current state was magical. It could not see other things, but it saw the floating ball that kept shaking. And when the floating ball shook, the ripples that kept rising were like the ripples on the water surface. When it took a bath, it often saw such ripples, one wave after another. The mosquito-coated tadpole did not expect that he could still see the shaking floating ball with his eyes closed. His attention was now attracted by the floating ball shaking in the dark. It could not explain the strange phenomenon it saw. The language barrier prevented it from explaining its magical discovery to Yu-Hai. It knew that there was no water at the floating ball, but what about the white ripples splashed by the floating ball? Is it Yu-Hai who said sound? Could it be that what Yu-Hai asked it to feel with its heart was this? It seemed to understand a little, but it didn't understand why. What Yu-Hai asked it to feel with its heart might be this. It remembered this feeling, the feeling of Yu-Hai bringing it into this wonderful state. This is what Yu-Hai wanted to find. Faced with the silence of the mosquito coil tadpole, Yu-Hai was confused. He didn't know that the mosquito coil tadpole had entered a magical state, but he didn't disturb the mosquito coil tadpole. It was just that his arm was a little numb. If the mosquito coil tadpole was at a critical moment, he would be the biggest sinner if he pulled his hand at this time. If pulling his hand destroyed the mosquito coil tadpole's state, he would definitely slap himself twice. Fortunately, he didn't. He could still bear it. It was just one hand. When the mosquito coil tadpole moved, it would not be too late for him to withdraw his palm. This was his strict requirement for himself. Puff, puff, puff. The silent and whispering mosquito coil tadpole suddenly spit out 3 water guns, hitting the constantly shaking floating ball, or 3 consecutive water guns. All 3 water guns hit a floating ball. Fuck! Is this an illusion? Can you hit it even if you are blindfolded? Yu-Hai looked at the 3 sudden water guns, all hitting the floating ball, and was shocked. He said before that he should feel it with his heart, but it was all a dead horse as a living horse, a blind chicken bragging, all very meowing nonsense, not scientific at all. Don't give up on anything else, believe me, it's all to add buffs to the mosquito coil tadpole. After all, he traveled through a hot-blooded anime. Hot-blooded anime is unreasonable and unscientific. If the elves around him hadn't reminded him all the time that this was Zai's hot-blooded anime, he would have thought this was a horror movie scene. After all, there is always the big crab Laolu who wants to cut him in 3 ways, the big needle bee who wants to give him an injection with a big syringe, and the armored Tyrannosaurus that can step on feces, which makes it difficult for him to believe that this is a passionate show. But this does not mean that he can't be passionate. Just like a fisherman catching a big fish, giving the mosquito coil tadpole some encouragement will not cost him a piece of meat. It's just a little effort to move his lips, and it's not troublesome. And the explanation of the eye of the heart move on the proficiency panel is so mysterious. What does it mean to feel with your heart? What does it mean that the next attack will definitely hit the opponent? This is so mysterious, so he, an old man, also got passionate and played with the mosquito coil tadpole once. There's nothing wrong with that. The reason why the must hit is so mysterious is that the must hit is a false proposition in the real world. What is a must hit? The kind that Casey can't escape even with teleportation is called a must hit. If the opponent dug a hole, dived, or held his ground, the move hit the ground. Did it hit? Or did it miss? The key is that the opponent held his ground, which means he didn't plan to dodge. If he didn't hit the moving target, he could still say he was not good enough. But the opponent didn't plan to dodge, and he couldn't hit the fixed target face to face, which can only be said to be too bad. Before trying, he was also prepared for failure, but he didn't expect it to succeed. Is it a blind cat meeting a dead mouse? Coincidence? Or luck? Anyway, it worked after all. One shot of water gun hit the floating ball, which can be said to be a coincidence and luck. But the 3 consecutive shots of water gun hit the shaking floating ball, and the last 2 shots of water gun hit the floating ball that was deflected by the water gun. It can't be said to be luck. If all 3 times were luck, then the tadpole's luck is too good. How could a tadpole with such good luck starve, be stranded on a deserted island, and meet him? Well, whether he was lucky to meet the tadpole or the tadpole was lucky to meet him, it's hard to tell. Just take a look at the proficiency panel to know whether the eye of the heart has been triggered. It's not that troublesome. Before Yu-Hai opened the proficiency panel of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, the 3 elves who were waiting outside and dared not breathe came around, constantly chirping at the mosquito-repellent tadpole, asking how the mosquito-repellent tadpole did it. Blindfolded to shoot the floating ball, or 3 consecutive shots with a water gun, all hit. This is too amazing. Butterfree had been watching the new training of the mosquito-repellent tadpole before. It became more and more fascinated, and even forgot to exercise its telekinesis. Especially when the mosquito-repellent tadpole was blindfolded, the mosquito-repellent tadpole's nervousness and Yu-Hai's seriousness made it nervous. It had never seen Yu-Hai so serious. Seeing Yu-Hai's gentle guidance, it dared not even breathe, because they should be doing something very important, and it could not disturb them. It immediately stopped flying, landed gently on the branch and quietly watched Yu-Hai's guidance, guiding the mosquito tadpole to feel what it could not see. Then the mosquito tadpole hit the floating ball with its eyes blindfolded. The moment the mosquito tadpole hit the floating ball, it was instantly excited. Although the floating ball was not hit by it, it was also very happy in its heart, because the mosquito tadpole was its partner. The partner's partner is itself, so it is equivalent to it hitting it. Of course it is happy for the mosquito tadpole. Having such a powerful guy as a partner, it feels full of security. The big crab was also very excited. Now it can finally breathe deeply. It hurried forward to congratulate the mosquito tadpole for learning a new move. Big brother mosquito tadpole is really powerful. He can hit the floating ball with his eyes blindfolded. The younger brother is ashamed and just wants to kiss the big brother's toes. The crab had always admired the mosquito coil tadpole, and now it admired it even more. The mosquito coil tadpole was always the big brother. Woo-oh, the long-winged gull had just joined, but it could see that the serious Su Yu-Hai and the tadpole must be doing something very important, and it did not disturb the tadpole. It had some verbal conflicts with the tadpole, but it was not to the point of interfering with the tadpole's training because of this conflict. It could not compete, it did not understand what conspiracy was. It admitted that the tadpole was very strong in water guns, even stronger than it. It did not know if it could use a water gun to hit the floating ball blindfolded, but it knew it was definitely not possible now. It was possible to catch up with the tadpole with 4 consecutive shots of the water gun, but it was not so easy to hit the floating ball blindfolded. It still needed to work harder. It could not see the possibility of catching up with the tadpole for the time being, but it would not give up the pursuit, but it aroused its competitive spirit. It was a good thing to have a goal to catch up with. It was afraid that the tadpole was too weak and was surpassed by it too quickly, which would be too boring. The tadpole had taken off the blindfold. Looking at the three elves who were asking questions around him, he was still a little embarrassed. He kept saying that he was not that good. It was Yuhai who taught him to do this. He didn't quite understand why he could hit the buoy. After the blindfold, he saw the water waves caused by the buoy, which were like sea waves, and then he hit the buoy. This is how the tadpole explained it to the three elves. As for how the three elves understood it, that was their business. Yuhai did not interrupt the chat between the tadpole and the others, but stepped aside and opened the tadpole's proficiency panel. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 34.21%. Level, 19.53%. Feature, moisture/2.13%. Hidden feature, free and easy /3.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /1.21%. Ice hockey /0.31%. New look /4.11%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial slaps /9.12%. Water gun /14.14%. Playing with water /5.21%. Bubble ray /1.21%. The level of the mosquito coil tadpole has reached level 19, almost level 20, and the potential has increased by 0.1. This is not the most important thing, the most important thing is the Eye of the Heart. Yuhai hurriedly looked at the Eye of the Heart and saw that the proficiency of the Eye of the Heart had exceeded 1%. And the proficiency of the water gun has also reached 14%. This. Yuhai's guess was correct. The mosquito-scented tadpole did trigger the heart's eye, but he didn't understand how the mosquito-scented tadpole triggered it and how it hit the floating ball. It can't be as simple as just blindfolding. If it's just blindfolding, then anyone can practice the heart's eye and there's no need for this move to assist. The heart's eye has never appeared in the animation, so it's hard to make a judgment, but the heart's eye has appeared in the special comics. It's a flying leg man that emits bright beams from both eyes to illuminate the opponent, allowing the opponent's movements to be completely seen through. This thing is ridiculous at first glance. It's not a night battle, and it's necessary to turn on the lights. It's more reliable to say that it uses strong light to interfere with the opponent's vision so that you can take the opportunity to attack the opponent than to see through the movements. See through, what if it's a fake move? Half true and half false? Or exchanging injuries for injuries? How to distinguish? As a fighting Pokemon, if you fight an opponent who is above your weight level, it's not worthwhile to exchange injuries for injuries. Experienced trainers and elves don't need this move at all, they can see through everything about the opponent. This thing is called red first, counter red first, counter counter red first, in short, it's an infinite nesting dolls rock paper scissors. Only experienced trainers can play this way, newcomers don't even think about it, first memorize the attribute restraint table and the elves' moves. Another user of the Eye of the Heart is Frog, who remembers the opponent's actions, predicts the opponent's actions in advance, and blocks the opponent's attack. This method of use makes him feel more reliable, which coincides with his idea. The function of the Eye of the Heart should be to predict, allowing the elves to predict the opponent's next move, and then be ready to hit the enemy. In the game, this thing is called pre-casting and post-casting. The game character will have a period of action when releasing a skill, and this action will be delayed for a period of time before the skill is released. Players with fast reactions can use this to dodge skills. In his previous life, he was clumsy and always stuck in bronze. There were too many Zon players and he couldn't get promoted. Later, he realized that it wasn't because he was too bad, but because the matching mechanism was playing tricks on him. In other words, his hands were not clumsy. In martial arts novels, martial arts masters often say that they can counter a move, use stillness to control movement, and no move is better than a move. This is also a similar meaning. But this is the world of elves, which is not martial arts at all, and there is no internal force or spiritual awareness. Compared to letting elves predict the opponent's moves, the trainer's prediction is more accurate, unless the trainer's voice can't keep up with the reaction speed of the elves. After all, human calculation speed is faster than most elves. But how did the mosquito-repellent tadpole predict the floating ball, and how did it hit the floating ball? This is not scientific at all. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. Some book friends said that the panel is water. In fact, it's not me. Now I basically only check the panel once every 2 or 3 days. Moreover, the numbers and symbols on the panel do not count the words. 100 words. Some moves that don't increase proficiency have been kicked out by me, just to avoid too many useless moves taking up the word count of the chapter. There is also the increase in proficiency. If it is not mentioned in the main text, you need to turn forward and compare carefully to know which move has increased, which is too troublesome. These are the growth and changes of the elves. If I don't write them, it will feel inexplicable. Which move has increased? Even I need to compare the front and back panels with each other and calculate one by one before I can write the content of the elf's growth. If there is no panel, what is the elf training for a day? Has it increased? Is it still increasing? Otherwise, who would care about a 0.1 increase? The only one who cares most is the protagonist of the plot. 2,000 words are 10 book coins, $1 is 100 book coins, and 100 words are only 0.5 book coins. This is just the cost of ordinary users, and premium members are cheaper. If you really don't have money, you can also read pirated books, but the plot will be 7 or 8 chapters slower. Now Dian Niang has anti-piracy measures, but it can't be prevented at all. Those who understand will understand. But book friends who read pirated books, just read quietly and silently, don't come to the book review area to complain, because it's really annoying, which is why I need 100 fans to comment. There are also book friends who can't accept the setting of this book. Don't read it, can't you save some time to read other books? Even if you open a small account, you will scold me. This kind of people are really sick. The cover says that elves can be eaten, and the book review area has a lightning rod pinned to the top, but you still have to click in. How can a fisherman not eat fish, shrimp, and seafood? It's true that I want to make money, but I didn't ask for rewards, and I really didn't have a lot of words. Except for the beginning without food and slow growth, the rest is basically upgraded 1 level a day, and the 4 elves are all 1 level a day. If there are many plots in a day, I will write 2 chapters, and if there are few plots, I will write 1 chapter. That is to say, 30 levels will be reached in 30 days. If the potential of the elves is enough, they can reach the maximum level in 3 months. It took 3 months to reach the maximum level. I only wrote 100 chapters for level 20, and all 4 elves reached level 20. Then in 3 months, the 4 elves can reach the maximum level, and the protagonist will be invincible. 100 chapters for level 20, and 500 chapters for level 100. It only takes 500 chapters to be invincible. That is, 2 million words, and the book has also ended. 2 million words are a lot. There are also books with 10 million words on the website, which should take 7 or 8 years, or more than 10 years. If the panel only appears once for a 10-level increase? In the life of an elf, the panel is only opened 10 times, and the book has ended. Then why do I need the panel in this book? Isn't the panel for watching the growth and changes of the elves? It's just like playing games, always paying attention to when the elves will evolve. Leveling up 1 level a day is not slow. If some plots are not explained clearly, the content will be confusing and the book may collapse. This is also the reason why Philo has so many eunuchs. There are also some book friends who skip chapters. There is a lack of foreshadowing, and growth. If you think the content is confusing, don't ask me. I have explained everything that should be explained. The reason why there are many panels is because there are many elves. There are 6 elves. I only write about the main elves and don't write about other elves. Even if I write a panel of an elf a day, the 4 elves will appear once every 4 days. Think about the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards of the ancient emperor. It takes a year for a concubine to turn over once, and it is still different. It seems to be a good idea to write a harem article with this thing. LSP should like to read it. In fact, everyone thinks it is slow. It should be my slow update, but manpower is limited. I really can't compare with the tentacle monster. I really can't write fast. If you write too fast, there will be many typos, no time to revise the text, and the sentences will not flow smoothly, and there will be many grammatical errors, which will make the reading experience very poor. I also said that you can keep reading books. For those who find it too painful to keep reading, you can keep reading books before reading them. It doesn't matter. You can even wait until the end of the book before reading it. Finally, I will send the word count on the panel, so you can see it on the computer. Everyone, feel free to do what you want. I am tired and do not want to explain. Tadpole panel, 105 words. Tadpole panel, 105 words. Mosquito repellent tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 34.21%. Level, 21.87%. Feature, moisture/5.13%. Hidden feature, free and easy /3.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /4.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. New Look /4.11%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slaps /9.12%. Water Gun /16.14%. Playing with Water /7.21%. Bubble Ray /1.21%. Butterfield Butterfly, 109 words. Butterfield Butterfly, 109 words. Bartholotti. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.96%. Level, 18.26%. Attribute, compound eyes /5.21%. Hidden attribute, colored glasses /0.21%. Mastered moves, telekinesis /10.14%. Silk spinning /6.15%. Wind /5.13%. Insect bite /1.29%. Ultrasound /2.11%. Poison powder /5.13%. Paralysis powder /9.22%. Hypnotic powder /8.35%. Illusion ray /2.11%. Big claw crab, 93 words. Big claw crab, 93 words. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 57%. Level, 15.76%. Features, superpower claws /8.22%. Hidden feature, force /0.53%. Mastered moves, hand hammer /0.22%. Stare /0.43%. Water gun /9.95%. Harden /7.14%. Metal claw /0.84%. Dig /8.54%. Mud shooting /1.34%. Long-winged gull, 91 words. Long-winged gull, 91 words. Long-winged gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 57%. Level, 17.97%. Feature, wet body /6.39%. Mastered moves, wind /7.59%. Feather perch /8.01%. Water flow ring /5.23%. Water gun /11.49%. Lightning flash /8.29%. Wing attack /4.58%. Water wave /0.87%. Chapter 107, Tadpole takes off. Wait, the proficiency of moisture seems to have increased, and there are also water-playing moves. Yu-Hai carefully looked at the panel of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, and found that the moisture attribute increased by 1%, and the proficiency of water-playing increased by 2%. Could it be related to this thing? Moisture and water-playing are both moves that increase the humidity of the air. They are used to prevent the explosion of self-destruction moves and weaken the power of fire-type moves. It seems that there is nothing special about them. After closing the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole, Yu-Hai called the mosquito coil tadpole and asked the mosquito coil tadpole, "How did you hit the floating ball? What did you feel after being blindfolded?" Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole hurried over when he heard Yu-Hai calling him. He thought about how to explain Yu-Hai's question, came to the bucket and kicked it, and then shouted to the water waves on the water surface, "Yo, water waves!" Yu-Hai was even more confused. After the mosquito coil tadpole lost its vision, it felt the water waves, but there was no water at the floating ball. How did the mosquito coil tadpole feel the water waves? Is there something wrong with his understanding? Or is there something wrong with the mosquito coil tadpole's expression? No, the mosquito coil tadpole's feelings should be fine. Yu-Hai thought for a moment, it should be his understanding that was wrong. The mosquito coil tadpole felt the waves, but they were not water waves, but other waves. Waves? The tadpoles felt the waves? The waves created by the floating ball. Yu-Hai thought about the knowledge he had learned in the 9 years of compulsory education. In fact, there are waves in the air, including sound waves, electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, gravity waves, and shock waves. I got it. Yu-Hai suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he thought of why the tadpoles felt the waves. He finally figured it out. According to the increase in the moisture characteristics on the proficiency panel, the tadpoles felt the waves, and the effect of the eye of the heart and the form of moisture. He finally completed the last piece of the puzzle. From the beginning, he was thinking in the wrong direction. The tadpoles felt not waves, but changes in humidity in the air. It can be said that he hit the mark by accident. He told the tadpoles what touch is, and the tadpoles also felt the body temperature on his palm. At that time, the constantly shaking floating ball was the only variable on the training ground. He asked the tadpoles to feel the floating ball carefully, and the moisture characteristics were triggered. The air at the seaside is already very humid, and the water guns used in the previous training have increased the humidity in the air. The buoy that keeps shaking in this environment is the only real culprit that disturbs the humidity in the air. Therefore, there is only one truth. The shaking of the buoy disturbs the humidity in the air. When the humidity changes, waves appear. This wave is also sensed by the moisture of the mosquito coil tadpole, so the mosquito coil tadpole said that it felt the wave. Comparing humid air to the ocean with a smaller density, you can understand why there are waves. The constantly shaking buoy is the culprit that creates the wave. The moisture property is the property that can change the humidity of the air. Water-based elves like mosquito coil tadpoles like humid air. Once the skin senses that the humidity is low, the mosquito coil tadpoles will increase the humidity of the air. Not to mention mosquito coil tadpoles, even real frogs can sense the changes in humidity in the air, find water sources, or escape the heat in advance. What's more, elves like mosquito coil tadpoles, these magical creatures with water attribute energy, will only be more sensitive to perception. The final truth is that the mosquito coil tadpole, which has the characteristic of moisture, is very sensitive to the humidity in the air. The shaking of the float disturbs the humid air, which is sensed by the mosquito coil tadpole. So it is not that this move is awesome, nor is it that the characteristics of the mosquito coil tadpole are awesome, but that moisture combined with the eye of the heart is really awesome. The eye of the heart can predict the opponent's next move, but it also depends on the elf's own rich combat experience. The rookie wants to use the eye of the heart. It is just wishful thinking, it is impossible, only masters can play this thing. What he said about cooperating with moisture is to let moisture strengthen the prediction of the eye of the heart, so that the mosquito coil tadpole can always capture the opponent's actions. In other words, the opponent's next move, the opponent's shadow clone, and the opponent's attack direction cannot escape the mosquito coil tadpole's perception of air humidity. As long as the humidity in the air meets the perception requirements, the mosquito coil tadpole can always lock the enemy with the eye of the heart, and the rest just needs to be faster than the opponent. What follows will be the enemy's nightmare, because the enemy it will become a sandbag and be mercilessly whipped by the mosquito. Does it feel awesome? I'm overthinking it again. This thing is born with psychic elves. The psychic elves' psychic perception can sense the direction of the enemy. There are many psychic elves with the eye of heart, so the eye of heart is useless for psychic elves. And Rylu can also learn the eye of heart, but he has a wave guide. Isn't it better to use the wave guide directly? You have to use your heart to feel the opponent, don't be funny. He is not very clear about other elves, but the discovery of using moisture to strengthen the eye of heart is absolutely amazing. With the double speed of leisurely movement, the mosquito can be invincible. The enemy has no place to hide, plus the double speed, only the mosquito can hit others, others can't hit the mosquito, it is estimated that they can't even touch it, unless it is a range damage, an attack that cannot be avoided. He was not worried that this move would be stolen by others, because it was not difficult to get a tadpole that met these conditions. To inherit the eye of the heart, it also needs hidden characteristics and moisture, as well as a trainer like him, a trainer with a proficiency panel. Or there is a professional tadpole research team that can provide real-time feedback on the tadpole's physical data, accurate to decimal points. But if this is the case, the effort and reward will not be proportional. With such manpower and material resources, it would be more convenient and faster to directly cultivate a quasi-god or steal the eggs of a mythical beast than tossing around like this. In fact, the tadpole is not mediocre at all, but he didn't know the advantages of the tadpole before. As long as the potential of the tadpole is improved, the tadpole can punch a kid with one punch, and it can kill people in the competition field, and even poke a hole in the sky. It turns out that I misunderstood the tadpole. The tadpole's talent is still very strong. Yu Hai also discovered the advantages of the tadpole now. If the tadpole didn't have moisture, didn't swim freely, didn't have the eye of the heart, and didn't meet him, it seems that the tadpole is not a tadpole, but another kind of Pokemon. So many coincidences gather in one Pokemon. It can't be said that the Pokemon is very strong, but it can only be said that it didn't meet the right trainer. Maybe there has never been a trainer who trains tadpoles in this way. He is still the only one. If he didn't have the proficiency panel, he would not be able to realize this new discovery at all. It is very likely that, like most ordinary trainers, moisture is just a feature to prevent self-destruction type moves. Other trainers, even if they are lucky, accidentally trigger it once or twice, they can't figure out the principle and will soon forget it. It was a complete accident that he could make such a discovery. His original intention was just to trigger the eye of the heart and see what this move is used for. Unexpectedly, a new track was opened, a broad road that can make tadpoles take off directly. Although on this road, psychic Pokemon are born with psychic perception, tadpoles are simple-minded and have well-developed limbs. At double speed, it doesn't matter if the psychic-type Pokemon runs first. The arena is so small anyway, where can they run to? He won't play in the field. If he has the ability, he can catch up with him first, and then predict the instant movement and punch him directly. He will definitely be unable to take care of himself. Yo, Mosquito Tadpole saw Yu Hai in a daze, suddenly realized, smiled foolishly, and danced with joy. He couldn't understand Yu Hai's operation at all. Did Yu Hai get stimulated? Did he lose his mind? Yee, Butterfree also surrounded him worriedly. This owner must not be stupid. Kuai, Crab also came over, right behind the mosquito tadpole, looking at Yu-Hai worriedly. Woo, long-winged gull didn't think Yu-Hai was stupid, but felt very interesting. This human was very interesting, spoke nicely, was very friendly, was good to the elves, and had a lot of honey when he was young. It's okay, don't worry, I just thought of something happy, ha ha ha. Yu-Hai was very happy today and was going to cancel the elves' afternoon training and give them a holiday. Everyone doesn't have to train anymore, let's go catch crabs and celebrate tonight. Today, they can have dinner early, so he invited the elves to the reef shoal to catch a few crabs to celebrate the gratifying new discovery. Butterfree drooled at the corners of its mouth when it heard about crabs. It hadn't eaten crabs for a long time. Although it didn't know what Yu-Hai was going to celebrate, it was very happy to have meat to eat. Yo, mosquito repellent also jumped up happily. Although it didn't know why Yu-Hai was happy, it was happy when Yu-Hai was happy. Woo, the long-winged gull looked at the crabs far away on the beach. Although they were not as delicious as honey, they were also meat, which was better than being hungry. Q. The big clawed crab saw that Yu-Hai was so excited, and had no idea that they were going to catch its relatives. But even if it knew, it would not care, after all, it was a crab from Yu-Hai's side. It was easy to hunt crabs. They just had to walk towards the reef shoal. They would not chase any crabs that escaped. But they caught all the crabs that stayed to attack them. Soon they caught 7 or 8 crabs, which was enough for dinner. Yu-Hai held 5 crabs in both hands, which was about 30 kilograms. For the remaining 2 crabs, Butterfree caught one and the long-winged gull caught another. They returned to the tree house, piled the crabs together, and started to make a fire to cook. These crabs were tested with the proficiency panel, and none of them had the potential to break through 50. The rest was to boil water and cook the crabs. When he finished cooking the crabs, Tian the sunset also appeared on the side. He threw the water plants and shells he brought back to the silly thing and the weak fish. Then it was dinner time. They ate crabs. He also prepared fish soup for the little crab. The little crab's food was separate from theirs. They ate crabs, and the little crab ate fish. After dinner, he took out the honey bucket and distributed all the honey in the bucket to the elves. There was still some left to soak a cup of honey water. The last honey was fed to the silly thing and the weak fish. He also took the bucket to the beach to wash it clean to ensure that there would be no honey residue. He also rinsed the bucket with fresh water and threw the bucket into the corner. If you still want to eat honey, go and pull the wool of the giant bee tomorrow. While the elves were eating honey, he also checked his foot injury and took off the rag wrapped around the sole of his foot. The scabs on the soles of his feet have fallen off, leaving only a hideous scar. The blisters that were punctured yesterday have also scabbed today. When the new skin grows out again, his foot injury will be healed. Even if there are still some blisters on his feet, they are just minor injuries. He can start running and exercising tomorrow. The body is the capital of a trainer. If the body collapses, how can he be a trainer? If he says a few more words or shouts a few times, he will start panting. How can he command the elves to fight? Now his feet no longer need rags. Rags can be relegated to the second line. They also have to go to bed and get up early and start exercising from tomorrow. Before going to bed, he first put away the stupid things with the poke ball and prepared to ask the long-winged gull something. Long-winged gull, are you going to sleep with us in the house or outside? The long-winged gull was eating sweet honey, and was suddenly asked about sleeping. It had to stop and think. Sleeping outside, exposed to the wind and rain, was not one of them before. It didn't trust Yu-Hai, so it could only endure it. Now that it has become one of its own, it certainly doesn't want to sleep outside. Instead, it wants to sleep in the treehouse for a night to experience whether the place where the tadpoles sleep is comfortable. Woo, the long-winged gull decided, stretched out its wings and pointed to the treehouse, indicating that it wanted to go into sleep. Okay, this is it. Let's try it out to see if it's comfortable, Yu Hai took out a foam box the size of a drawer, with some rags in the box, which is the bird's nest for the long-winged gull. Butterfly sleeps on a branch, and a branch is inserted in the tree house, which is the bed of butterfly. Mosquito-repellent tadpoles sleep lying down and drooling when they sleep. The giant crab sleeps on its stomach and likes to sleep in the sand. The sand in its corner is thicker, which is convenient for the giant crab to dig sand. As for the long-winged gull, Yu Hai made a bird's nest temporarily, and he didn't know whether the long-winged gull liked it or not. Woo-oh! Long-winged gull saw its own bird's nest and hurriedly flew over to squat in the foam box. It felt warm inside and this new home was very comfortable. Woo-oh! Long-winged gull left its own bird's nest and nodded to Yu Hai, indicating that it was very satisfied with the bird's nest. Okay, you guys hurry up and eat the honey, so you can sleep after eating. Yu Hai took the bird's nest and entered the tree house first. After the 4 elves finished eating the honey and licked the bowl clean, they also entered the tree house one after another. Yu Hai checked it one last time and found that there was no honey left, so he also entered the tree house. He didn't want the big claw crab to find out that there was honey here, otherwise it would attract big claw crabs again. This group of street urchins is very annoying. They can dig holes and sneak attacks, which is even more annoying. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, butterfly, big claw crab, long-winged gull, go to bed early, see you tomorrow. Before going to bed, he said good night to the 4 elves and fell asleep. Yo-yo. Kuai. Woo. 100 words, in a chapter of 4,000 words, is really not much. The reason why people feel it is too much is because the mobile phone screen is too small. Just like the distance between work and home, 10 kilometers, it is definitely far to walk, at least more than an hour. But riding a supersonic fighter, every minute counts, it's that fast. At the end of the chapter, it is still 200 words to count as 1 book coin. Sometimes 130, 150, 180 more are not counted. Thanks. Black tea and soy milk, 100 book coins. Book friend 20230224678_ _ 588 book coins. Cradle of Eternity, 100 book coins. Gui Yubai, 100 book coins. Chapter 108, The Shortcomings of Moisture Perception. The 28th day of survival on a deserted island, sunny. This morning, when Yu Hai left the treehouse and was about to call the elves for morning exercises, he found that the giant crab had shed its shell again and its body had grown larger again, almost catching up with its claws. It only needs to shed its shell a few more times, and its head should be bigger than its claws, but its claws are also getting bigger, and I don't know when the head will catch up with its claws. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 57%. Level, 13.56%. Feature, super strength claw /5.22% hidden feature, force /0.53%. Mastered moves, arm hammer /0.22%. Stare /0.43%. Water gun /8.85%. Harden /6.14%. Metal claw /0.84%. Dig hole /4.54%. Mud shooting /1.34%. The level of the big claw crab has reached level 13, and the potential has also reached 57. Honey has increased the potential of the big claw crab a little, but I don't know where the limit of honey is. The limit of the improvement of the mosquito coil tadpole is 4%, and it will continue to eat honey in the future. Honey, there is not much effect, it is all decimal point increase. I don't know how much potential the big crab can increase. The proficiency of the super strength claw has increased by another 1%. As for the forced characteristic, the big crab has no move to trigger the characteristic yet, so it can only be put aside for now. As for the moves, the proficiency of the water gun move is steadily increasing by 1%. Finally, the big crab learned a new move, a ground-based move, mud shooting, with a power of 55, which is a long-range attack move. It should be that when catching crabs yesterday, I saw other crabs using it, so I learned it. The big crab has an additional long-range move against the enemy, and this move can also trigger the forced characteristic, which is not bad. The training of the big crab was cancelled this morning. He lifted the big crab and put it in the basin of water, and found the fish bones left by the big crab. He made a fire to roast the bones, then crushed the fish bones and put them in the basin of the big crab. But this is not enough. I will catch a silly thing to give calcium to the crab later, so that the crab can accelerate the hardening of its shell. After letting the crab absorb the fish bones quietly and using the hardening move to accelerate the hardening of the shell, Yu-Hai called the long-winged gull who was watching the tadpole and Butterfree doing morning exercises. Long-winged gull, you should learn water wave from the weakling in the morning. Yu-Hai called the long-winged gull to the bucket, and released the weakling and the silly thing from the poke ball. Woo! Long-winged gull landed on the bucket and tilted its head to look at the weakling and the white stripe in the bucket. That's it? The white stripe is usually food, what can it teach me? Weakling, use water wave, Yu-Hai shouted to the weakling in the bucket. Woo! The weakling heard this and immediately condensed a water energy ball at the corner of his mouth, which was somewhat similar to the Raise-Non. Those who have seen Zeiss Greenangia know that Zeiss Greenangia can roll balls, which is the water wave move. However, the water wave condensed by the weakling fish was much smaller, only the size of Yu-Hai's thumb. As for the power, think about the feeling of a glass bead hitting your hand, and you can understand the size of the power. At most, it will cause superficial injuries, and it can't even break bones. It's this long-winged gull. You need to learn water waves from the weakling fish. Yu-Hai took the water wave with his hand, and a water energy ball exploded in his palm and turned into water beads. Woo! The long-winged gull didn't understand what the point of learning such a weak move was, but it didn't oppose Yu-Hai's arrangement, but learned water waves from the weakling fish. It didn't know that the power of the move depended on who used it. If it was a water wave of the king level, anyone below the king could basically kill it in one move. If you take it hard, it is indeed like this. Even if you use protection, there are levels of protection. Baby level protection moves can't withstand the attack of the king level. After arranging the training for the 3 elves, Yu-Hai began to prepare breakfast. After the elves had breakfast, he started running for exercise. He was just jogging, trying to find the morning exercise that he had lost for more than 10 days. He would not run too hard, after all, he had to prepare lunch for 4 elves. Who would make lunch for the elves if he was exhausted from running? After running for 2 hours intermittently, Yu-Hai stopped running, wiped the sweat off his body with clean water, and prepared lunch for the elves. He usually judged the time according to the shape of the shade of the trees. It was almost lunchtime, and his lunch was also ready. As for the reserve food, they had 2 buckets left, which were almost finished. The next staple food would be crabs. After all, it was not always possible to encounter a howler whale, and it was also necessary to encounter a howler whale hunting and driving the weakling fish ashore. Last time, they got a big bargain. This kind of thing is hard to come by. Let the elves stop training and come to have lunch, and the morning exercise was over. After lunch, the elves took a nap. After the nap, they started the afternoon training again. Barty's training remained the same, still using telekinesis. The shell of the giant crab was hardened in the morning and it was able to walk around. In the afternoon, they went to the beach to train with water guns. Long-winged gull's training was still to learn water wave. After a morning of learning, long-winged gull did not learn water wave, which made long-winged gull a little unconvinced. It was just a water-based move, but it actually stumped it. It didn't believe that it couldn't learn it. All afternoon, it pestered the weakling fish and asked questions, which made the weakling fish a little impatient. It hid under the water and didn't want to see the long-winged gull. Until the long-winged gull brought food from the beach and said it was food for the weakling fish, the weakling fish was willing to see it and teach it water wave. Seeing this, Yu-Hai did not disturb the long-winged gull. This guy was just like a tadpole, and he was also stubborn. Let the long-winged gull go. After arranging training tasks for the elves, Yu Hai also brought the mosquito-coated tadpole to the beach. He wanted to know if the mosquito-coated tadpole could still enter the moisture-sensing state and sense the shaking float. Mosquito-coated tadpole, do you remember the feeling yesterday? Yu Hai asked the mosquito-coated tadpole with a rag in his hand. Yo, the mosquito-coated tadpole nodded, indicating that it remembered it very clearly. After the vision was blocked, the feeling was very clear. Okay, let's see if we can still enter that sensing state. Yu Hai blindfolded the mosquito-coated tadpole again, put his palm on the mosquito-coated tadpole again, and said to the mosquito-coated tadpole, "Mosquito-coated tadpole, use the water gun when you are ready to attack the shaking float." Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole shouted with full energy, full of confidence. But after the mosquito coil tadpole fell into darkness again, it saw nothing and felt nothing this time. If it hadn't been able to feel the warmth of Yu Hai's palm, it would have suspected that it had fallen into a dark cave. Fortunately, with Yu Hai's palm, the mosquito coil tadpole didn't panic, but tried to enter the wonderful state of yesterday, but after more than 10 minutes of silence, the mosquito coil tadpole still didn't feel anything. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole sighed, a little frustrated. The whole tadpole drooped, and sat on the beach. It didn't feel anything, and the feeling of yesterday was gone. Don't be discouraged, mosquito coil tadpole, try to spit a few water guns into the sky. Yu Hai was very patient and stood stupidly with the mosquito coil tadpole for more than 10 minutes. Until the mosquito coil tadpole sighed, he reminded the mosquito coil tadpole that if it was really due to the humidity of the air, making it humid here should be able to reproduce the humidity perception of yesterday. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole stood up again after being encouraged. Yu Hai didn't give up on it, so how could it give up on itself? Hearing Yu Hai's reminder, it immediately opened its mouth and spit out water guns into the air. Use more water guns, just like yesterday, Yu Hai reminded again. Yo, puff puff puff, the mosquito-repellent tadpole then desperately used water guns. The sky, the shore, and the place where the buoy was, there were mosquito-repellent tadpoles' water guns everywhere. Just like the sensitivity of the megalodon to blood, it is impossible for a megalodon to track thousands of miles with just one drop of blood. The moisture sensitivity of the mosquito-repellent tadpole is still very elementary, and it requires a certain moisture concentration to trigger it. If the air is too dry and the humidity is not enough, the moisture perception cannot be triggered. Take a break for the mosquito-repellent tadpole and slowly find the feeling of yesterday. Don't worry, find it slowly. Yu Hai gently comforted the mosquito-repellent tadpole, and his palm never left the mosquito-repellent tadpole. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole nodded. It really needed a break. It had been spitting water for an hour, and it was still spitting randomly. Its mouth was numb. After stopping, it immediately felt the violent heartbeat in its body, as well as Yu Hai's heartbeat, and the ripples of the shaking float. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole was happy. It finally felt the feeling of yesterday again. That feeling appeared again. It felt the ripples of the shaking float, and this time it was clearer. Not only the float, it also sensed the outline of Yu Hai. The humidity where Yu Hai stood was relatively high, which was probably due to sweating. It also sensed Brother Crab, who was training water guns on the shore, the 3 floats attacked by Brother Crab, and the water gun attack of Brother Crab. In its perception, the water gun fired by Brother Crab was very strange. It was 3 extremely fast things that pushed the ripples and hit the float. In the perception world, there is no water gun, only the appearance of a water gun breaking through the ripples, like a stealth speedboat speeding on the sea. In addition to the water gun of Brother Crab, it also sensed that the ripples behind Yu Hai were very chaotic. The ripples there were irregular, and the ups and downs were very large. That was where Butterfree was practicing its telekinesis. Butterfree would occasionally flap its wings, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, which made the mosquito tadpole's perception very confusing. Mosquito tadpole, remember your goal, don't be affected by other things, Yu Hai saw the mosquito tadpole facing behind him, as if staring at something. He turned his head and found that it was Butterfree flapping its wings. Yu Hai instantly discovered the disadvantage of moisture perception, which is that it is very easy to be disturbed. If there are two targets, or more than one target, the mosquito tadpole may not be able to tell where the target is. But these are all minor problems. After all, moisture perception in the future needs to be used in conjunction with the eyes and the eye of the heart. The eyes and the heart's eye complement the mosquito-repellent tadpole's ability to distinguish targets, and the moisture is used to locate targets, so there is no need to worry that the mosquito-repellent tadpole will not find the target, nor will it fall into confusion. Yo, after hearing Yu Hai's reminder, the mosquito-repellent tadpole also knew that its target was the floating ball. Next, the mosquito-repellent tadpole prepared for a while, stared at the shaking floating ball carefully, spit out the water gun, and attacked the shaking floating ball. Puff puff puff. The mosquito-repellent tadpole spit out 4 consecutive shots from the water gun for the first time, all hitting 4 floating balls. In its perception, the ripples generated by the shaking floating ball hit the 3 stationary floating balls next to it, revealing the outline of the floating ball, and it immediately locked the stationary floating ball. Now facing the 4 shaking floating balls, the mosquito-repellent tadpole is not anxious, but is at ease with it. In its perception, the trajectories of the 4 floating balls are clearly visible. Puff puff puff. The mosquito-repellent tadpole used the 4-shot water gun again, hitting 4 shaking floating balls one after another. Did it succeed? Pa, mosquito-repellent tadpole, you did it. Yu Hai saw that all 4 shots of the water gun hit, and took off the rag on the mosquito-repellent tadpole's eyes. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole jumped up instantly and threw himself into Yu Hai's arms, shouting excitedly. It did it again, and did it again. With vision, its attack on the last floating ball will always be a beat slower, because it is difficult to lock 4 floating balls at once with vision. If it continues to insist on water gun training, it can also master the 4-shot burst, but it will not be so easy. It can instantly fire 4 shots with its eyes blindfolded. Okay, I get it, mosquito-repellent tadpole has to keep working hard. Yu Hai did not interrupt the mosquito-repellent tadpole's excitement. This is the praise that the mosquito-repellent tadpole deserves. Even if there will be many elves in their team later, but Butterfree is definitely the one that works the hardest. If there is a Pokemon that works harder, he will like it even more. As long as he keeps working hard to become stronger, he will not abandon any Pokemon. On his way to the top, he does not allow lazy Pokemon. Butterfree saw Yu Hai doting on the little tadpole and hurried over. How could it be absent at this time? It is obviously working hard too. Yes, I know, and Butterfree. Yu Hai put down the Pokemon and reached out to rub Butterfree's soft head. Butterfree is the first Pokemon with high potential that he has brushed, so how could he not like it? Coo Big Claw Crab, the claw is your weapon, don't dislike it. Yu Hai touched Butterfree, then turned to look at Big Claw Crab, stretched out his hand and knocked the big claw of Big Claw Crab, feeling that the claw was very hard, and the sequelae of Big Claw Crab's molting were gone. Woo, Long-Winged Gull was very reserved, just standing on Yu Hai's shoulder and rubbing Yu Hai's cheek with his head. Okay, Yu Hai was surrounded by 4 elves, and hurriedly waved his hands and shouted, everyone go back to training, it's not dinner time yet, don't be lazy. As soon as these words came out, the elves flew away. Long-Winged Gull continued to learn water waves, Butterfree was still struggling with his job, and Big Claw Crab returned to the shore to practice water guns. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, remember the feeling just now. If you can't find it, close your eyes and look for it. If you still can't find it, spit more water guns around you and slowly look for it. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole nodded, indicating that he remembered it, and watched Yu Hai take the old friend and sit on the shore to cast the hook to fish again. Chapter 109, Reverse Scale. Yu Hai took the old friend to hang the bait and cast the hook, looking at the mosquito-repellent tadpole who closed his eyes to find the state on the shore. His previous inference was correct. Whether the mosquito-repellent tadpole can enter the moisture perception state is related to the humidity in the air. In the future, we only need to go in this direction and continue to dig deep into the potential of moisture perception. There are only two directions: instant perception and reducing humidity. Not all places have high concentrations of humid air at any time. Reducing the requirements for high humidity for moisture perception, and at the same time, in the chaotic and interference-filled battlefield, instantly sensing the enemy's position is the next training for the tadpole. Instant perception, waiting in advance, and a fatal blow ready to go will be the main training direction for the tadpole in the future. This requires extremely high explosive power and extremely powerful attack moves to knock out the enemy with one punch. After the evolution of the mosquito coil tadpole, the most powerful moves that can be learned are Explosive Punch, 100 power. The opponent will definitely fall into chaos. It is a move of this series, and it is a perfect match with moisture perception. Real Chi Punch, 150 power. This series move needs to be charged. If the tadpole can learn this move, the damage will explode directly. The remaining moves can also be used, but there are some shortcomings. They can be used in special circumstances. Counter-attack move, Self-Sacrifice Impact, 120 power. Special attack move, Real Chi Bomb, 120 power. Water Bubble, 110 power. Moves that cannot be used in the next round, Destruction Death Ray, 150 power. Final Impact, 150 power. Non-series moves, Earthquake, 100 power. Blizzard, 110 power. Million Tons Kick, 120 power. Moves that reduce one's own defense, Close Combat, 120 power, will reduce both defenses. Brute Force is also 120 power, but it reduces attack and physical defense, and cannot be used continuously. Under special circumstances, these moves can still be used, but there are so many moves, and the mosquito coil tadpole does not have any, and he will find an opportunity to learn them later. Now it is more important to adapt to the perception of moisture. Buzz. Good fellow, I caught a fish. Yu-Hai was flipping through the tadpole's move pool, and suddenly a huge force came from his hand, almost dragging him into the sea. After fishing for so long, feeling the force from the fishing rod, he could roughly guess what kind of fish it was, either a fool or a sharp-toothed fish. He walked the fish for a while, fighting wits and courage with the fish, and after exhausting the fish's physical strength, he pulled the fish up. Seeing the red figure on the sea, he secretly thought that it was indeed a fool. Today, he needed this guy to supplement calcium for the giant crab. After pulling the Magikarp up, Yu-Hai threw out the pokeball and captured the Magikarp that was constantly splashing on the beach. Magic Carp. Attribute, Water. Gender, Female. Potential, 45%. Level, 5.58%. This Magikarp has good potential, more than 40 points, which is a rare high-potential Pokémon. The Pokémon he has caught most have potentials of 30, 20, or more than 10 points. Compared to Pokémon with potentials below 40, this one is already pretty good, but he still doesn't like the silly thing, unless it has 60 potential or 59 potential, which is the minimum requirement. Putting away the Pokeball, Yu-Hai continued to hang bait and cast the hook. He didn't catch a single fish until the evening, but he still had the silly thing. If he didn't catch a fish today, he would have to catch crabs for dinner again. Instead of waiting for the giant crabs to steal his home, he might as well sneak attack the giant crabs. As long as he ate all the giant crabs on the beach, there would be no more old six stealing his ass. It is impossible to eat them to extinction. After eating them on the beach, there are still many crabs on the collapsed tree trunks. That is the base camp of the crabs. There are not only crabs, but also giant crabs. In addition to the crabs on the beach, there are also crabs in the big lake on the island, but they are not as domineering as those here. The big crab is the overlord here, and on the island, you need to keep your tail between your legs and be a crab. After stopping the training of the elves, Yu-Hai and the elves caught 6 crabs and went back to prepare for today's dinner. The potential of the 6 crabs was still as bad as ever. The little crab's dinner was magi carp, and their dinner was crab. The boiled crab was quickly prepared, and the magi carp was also dried and mashed and handed over to the little crab. The silly thing did not see this scene, because he had already collected the silly thing in the elf ball and thrown it into the tree house. Then it was dinner time. During dinner, Yu-Hai also took out the silkworm fruit picked the day before yesterday and added some spicy flavor to the crab, so that it would taste good. The spicy crab was not prepared. It was okay to satisfy the cravings a few days ago, but it was not okay to eat it frequently. He was afraid of being poisoned. No elf was willing to eat the silkworm fruit and berry fruit picked yesterday, unless they were eaten with honey. The picky elf made him speechless. Such a delicious fruit, the elf actually didn't want to eat it. In the end, he didn't force it, and ate the silkworm fruit by himself. As for the berry fruit, forget it. It can be considered for colds. This kind of fruit is as bitter as herbs. Quack, quack, the little crab chewed the crispy grilled fish. Yu-Hai said that this thing is good for hardening the shell, and it didn't refuse and ate it all. However, it also shared some grilled fish with the big brother mosquito coil tadpole, and the mosquito coil tadpole didn't refuse. The big brother mosquito coil tadpole still cared about it. It's just that this grilled fish is getting harder and harder, and it can't be chewed at all. The little crab ate it to the end and found that there was a bone that couldn't be chewed, but Yu-Hai said that it should be eaten all. The little crab chewed it twice more and still spit out the bone in his mouth, wanting to see what it was that he couldn't chew. Quack, quack, the curiosity of the little crab also attracted the mosquito coil tadpole. Yo, what's wrong? The mosquito coil tadpole came over and saw that the crab brother was picking up food fragments, so he spit a water gun to wash the table. But this flushing flushed out a piece of blue scale, which was the culprit that the little crab couldn't chew. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole looked at the crab brother in a daze, with an unbelievable look on his face, as if asking the crab brother, "How dare you swallow this thing?" Quack, the little crab called weakly. It was also helpless. This thing was in the rice bowl, it ate it all together. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole couldn't understand this scale, so he reminded Yu-Hai loudly, wanting Yu-Hai to see what it was. What's the matter? The tadpoles. Yu-Hai saw that the tadpoles and the crabs were all surrounded by a piece of blue scale, so he reached out and picked up the blue scale, washed it in the bucket of the fool, and then took it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. The scale was blue all over, the size of his palm, and the texture was very hard. Even the crab could not leave a tooth mark on it. In order not to make any more mistakes, he decided to use the proficiency panel to see if the properties of the scale could be displayed. Dragon scale, precious reverse scale shed from the dragon elf, dragon energy concentration 67.91%. This, Yu-Hai looked at the introduction of the scale and was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that it was really scanned out by the panel. The panel would only display things that already existed in the elf game, but he didn't expect this thing to have it. Once he tried it with a stone on the roadside, and the panel didn't respond at all. It was probably because there were no stones in the elf game. This thing is a good thing. I didn't expect that the crab could actually eat the reverse scale. No, it should be said that Magikarp ate the reverse scale, and then the crab ate Magikarp, and ate the reverse scale. The blue reverse scale is likely to be the reverse scale that fell off from Hakron, Thor, Dragonite, or Latios. But no matter whose reverse scale it is a good thing. After all, it is a relic of a dragon-type Pokémon. The 4 words dragon-type Pokémon are undoubtedly synonymous with strength. Whether in terms of race value or attribute talent, they are stronger than other Pokémon. Not only are they strong when they grow up, they are also very strong when they are babies, basically comparable to the 3 starter Pokémons, and most of them can even surpass the 3 starter Pokémons. This can be seen from the number of dragon-type quasi-god Pokémons in each region. Dragonite in the Kanto region, Banjira in the Johto region. Dragonite in the Hone region, and a Metagross. Grecoil in the Sinnoh region, and the three-headed dragon in the Unova region. Dragon in the Kalos region, and Scutum in the Alola region. Dragonite in Galar region. There are 9 quasi-gods in 8 regions, 7 of which are dragon-type Pokémon. The remaining Banjira of Darkness and Rock, and Metagross of Steel and Psychic can be considered to support these 4 attributes. The Pokémon of other attributes are still in jail, and I don't know when the production team will remember whether there are too many dragon-type quasi-gods. By the way, the quasi-god in the 9th region is still a dragon-type. So there is no need to say how strong the dragon-type is, the data is the truth. If you get a dragon-type quasi-god, it can change the life of an ordinary trainer, at least they are all king-level trainers. The powerful dragon-type Pokémon must have been monopolized. After he left the deserted island, the dragon-type Pokémon he could get were probably some pseudo-dragon types, or non-quasi-god dragon-type Pokémon. For example, Thorn Dragon, Desert Dragon, Dragonfly, Red-Faced Dragon, Oddjaw, Sonic Dragon. There are also Charizard, Gyarados, Tropical Dragon, Electric Dragon, Fossil Wing. Well, he won't name any names, a certain Dragon King, although he is the Dragon King on the surface, but everyone likes to call him Dodo. But how should he use this reverse scale? He doesn't have any dragon Pokémon among the dragon Pokémon just listed, he can only easily get the ones that are slightly related to the dragon type. The remaining Electric Dragon, Thorn Dragon, and Desert Dragon should be easy to get, but this will have to wait until he leaves the deserted island. On an uninhabited deserted island, the only pseudo-dragon Pokémon he can get is Gyarados. Oh, it's a bit miserable, Yu-Hai sighed, and silently put away the reverse scale. If possible, he would rather have a Spidurko, preferably a Spidurko that can store water. Like Aien's Spidurko that stores water, it severely frustrated the bond evolution of Zai and Greninja. Okay, let's continue to eat dinner, Yu-Hai waved his hand, dispelling the curiosity of several elves, and waved his hand to drive the elves away, letting the elves continue to eat dinner. After dinner, we can rest and sleep later. Everyone has been training all day and is exhausted. After the elves went back, Yu-Hai noticed the long-winged gull. He didn't know whether the long-winged gull had learned the water wave after a day of pestering. He opened the long-winged gull's proficiency panel. Long-winged gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 57%. Level, 17.97%. Characteristics, wet body /6.39%. Mastered moves, wind /7.59%. Feather perch /8.01%. Water flow ring /5.23%. Water gun /11.49%. Lightning flash /8.29%. Wing attack /4.58%. Water wave /0.87%. Long-winged gull is almost at level 18, and long-winged gull is also evolving to level 25. That is to say, there are still 7 or 8 days, at most 10 days, before he can leave the deserted island. The remaining characteristics and moves have not changed much, only the proficiency of the water gun has increased by 1%, and long-winged gull has learned a new move, water wave. Not bad, long-winged gull learned water wave in 1 day, and the rest is to consolidate the moves that have been mastered, and there is no other training. There is nothing here. Even if he wants to buy a move learning device, there is no place to buy it, and he has no money to buy it. But the move learning device is a thing in the game, and I don't know if it exists in the real world. How do other trainers' Pokémon learn new moves? In the animation, there is a process of teaching moves. He lets Longwing and Weepy learn new moves using this method. Also, the new moves of the crab were learned from its own kind, and the new moves of Butterfree were learned by itself when it evolved. Currently, he only knows 6 ways to let Pokémon learn new moves. 1. Find the same kind to learn. This method is the simplest and fastest, and it learns quickly. After all, it is learning from the same kind. 2. Through targeted training of a certain skill, practice makes perfect until the new move is learned. This is the way Longwing learned water wave. It is not learned from the same kind, and sometimes it can be self-taught. 3. When evolving, it will understand new moves by itself. After all, they are things recorded in the genes, and it is not certain whether they are activated during evolution. 4. It takes a certain occasion or a special opportunity to comprehend, which is similar to the special situation of evolution, but evolution is rare. After all, an elf only evolves once or twice. 5. By improving strength, you can master new moves. For example, the cubs of ground-type elves may not be able to release earthquakes when they are too young, but they can release earthquakes naturally when they grow up. Ground-type elves basically know them. 6. Advanced moves, such as bubbles and bubble rays, are easy to learn and master. After all, the previous moves have been learned, and the advanced moves are just a little more powerful. He has not encountered a situation where he can learn new moves by increasing his level. The proficiency panel is not that awesome. The elves learn new moves. There are basically traces to follow. I don't know if there is a move learning device in the real world. This thing can only be known after he goes to human society. After turning off the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull, the elves finished their dinner and lay on the grass to rest. After resting for a while, he called the 4 elves back to the house to sleep. Before going to bed, he said good night to the 4 elves, and finally opened the proficiency panel of Butterfree. He hadn't looked at it for 2 days, and he didn't know if Butterfree was lazy. Butterfree. Attribute, bug plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.96%. Level, 18.26%. Feature, compound eyes /5.21% hidden feature, colored glasses /0.21%. Mastered moves, telekinesis /10.14%. Silk spinning /6.15%. Wind /5.13%. Insect bite /1.29%. Ultrasound /2.11%. Poison powder /5.13%. Paralysis powder /9.22%. Hypnotic powder /8.35%. Illusion ray /2.11%. Butterfree's level reached level 18. As for the features, the compound eyes increased by 1%, and the features are rarely used when not in combat. The telekinesis increased by 2%, reaching 10%. The paralysis powder and hypnotic powder increased by 1% respectively. Butterfield's telekinesis is still increasing steadily, but I don't know how a bug spirit can do it. Where is the limit of the spirit's superpower? Well, let it go. There's no point in thinking too much. After all, it's not a psychic Pokemon. Yu-Hai sighed softly and closed the proficiency panel of Butterfree. If he has a chance in the future, he would like to capture a few psychic Pokemon, especially those that can telepathize and teleport. It would be more convenient when running away, and they can also act as Pokemon translators, allowing him to talk directly to the Pokemon. It's easy to find psychic Pokemon that can teleport, but it's hard to find Pokemon that can telepathize. There are many Pokemon that can teleport. In fact, Butterfree can learn to teleport. There are also Slowpoke, Eggman, and Starfish, which are all psychic Pokemon that are easier to encounter. The elves that can talk include Meowth from Team Rocket, Ghastly from Maiden Gorge, Ninetales Roko who has lived for 200 years, Slowpoke from Asia Island, Santa Claus's Dragonite, and Mewtwo. Haha, the mythical beasts can basically communicate with each other. Have you ever met particularly annoying relatives who take advantage of their age, bully others, and say irresponsible things because of their age? Damn, it makes me want to hit them. I spend money to see my mother and buy medicine to extend her life. It's my own business. I am willing to spend the money. But my family doesn't want to buy medicine, and they won't let me buy it, so there is a conflict. Damn, these relatives are indiscriminate, pointing at my nose and scolding me, saying that a few thousand yuan is nothing, just a little bit of stinky money, and they also smashed my computer, telling me to get out, taking advantage of my age, bullying others, and all kinds of scolding. Finally, I said, okay, if it's smashed, you can pay for my mother's medicine yourself, and then the relatives stopped talking. As soon as money is mentioned, they change the subject in various ways, taking advantage of their seniority and using their seniority to pressure you. Of course I am very upset, and I will definitely confront them in various ways. But no matter how I confront them, it is useless, because they have seniority, so I choose to cut off relations with such relatives and will not associate with them in the future. These people are sick, and they are seriously sick. It is impossible to reason with these stubborn people. They don't know what is a novel and what is an elf. Their production tools are different. It is impossible to reason with them at all. They will take advantage of their seniority and use their power to pressure others. If I really smash the computer, I will not be able to update it. When my mother dies, I will move away. I don't want to associate with these relatives anymore. It's boring and I can't communicate. I am really tired. What is the purpose of living? Alas, I just want to type quietly. Chapter 110, Lao Lu again. The 29th day of survival on a deserted island, sunny. The morning makes the most of the day. Today, Yu Hai is going to collect honey from giant bees again. Big claw crab, long-winged gull, you stay at home, we'll go steal honey and be back soon. Quack, quack, Big claw crab responded quickly, watching Yu Hai and the others leave. Woo, long-winged gull was told this for the first time. It stood on the roof of the tree house, looking at the backs of Yu Hai and the others. It wanted to follow, but Yu Hai didn't let it go. There must be Yu Hai's intention. It just waited in peace. It didn't have to do anything. There was sweet honey to eat, why not? After Yu Hai came to the territory of the giant bee, he asked Butterfree to hypnotize and paralyze the giant bee, and they would not really step into the territory of the giant bee until Butterfree came back. It was still the same fruit tree as before, because this fruit tree was closest to the tree house, so they didn't go far away. Mosquito repellent, go up the tree to cut the honey. Butterfree will bring it down, and pick some fruits by the way. Yu Hai put down the bucket and looked at the golden honey on the branches. The honey they stole the day before yesterday had been replenished by Beedrill, but they came again today. After filling half a bucket with honey and picking 7 or 8 tree fruits, Yu Hai took Mosquito and Butterfree back home. Today, the act of picking honey was still safe and sound, and they returned to the tree house safely. Come on, everyone eat the honey first. Yu Hai called the 4 elves to come around as soon as he returned to the tree house. He scooped 4 cups of honey with an iron cup and put them in the bowls of Mosquito, Butterfree, Crab, and Long-Winged Gull. While the elves were eating honey, Yu Hai sealed the honey bucket and hid it in the tree house, and he also made a cup of honey water for himself. Now that he has 4 elves, he is naturally not afraid of the group of old 6 making a sneak attack. If there are too many, he will run away, and if there are too few, he will be a food delivery. The crabs basically stayed in the water, and not every one of them could smell the scent of honey. Today, the southeast wind was blowing, which happened to be the wind blowing from the reef shoal and the wind blowing into the forest. It was even more impossible for the group of old 6 to smell the honey. After the elves finished eating the honey, morning exercises began again. The mosquito coil tadpole was training in running, the butterfly was training in telekinesis, and the long-winged gull was training in water guns. The long-winged gull wanted to catch up with the mosquito coil tadpole's water gun proficiency as soon as possible, so it also used the morning to train water guns. As for the crabs, he did not arrange training for the crabs. The crabs had another task today. Crabs, come with me. I need your digging hole. Yu Hai reached out and patted the crab's shell. He needed the crab to dig a hole to divert stream water. Their fresh water buckets were all destroyed by the group of street urchins. The fresh water was already empty except for the stupid thing and the mosquito coil tadpole's bathing bucket. We must divert a stream from the forest stream, preferably through their tree house, so that they will not lack fresh water and can take a shower. Bath, from head to toe. Coo-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee. Butterfree heard this and immediately flew over the woods, sniffed the air with its little nose, sniffed the moist air in the air, confirmed the direction of the stream, and flew down to Yoo-hai. Ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee, follow me. Butterfree led the way in front, and Yoo-hai followed with the crab. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they heard the sound of flowing water. After walking for a few more minutes, they pushed aside the dense grass and found the clear stream. My dear sister, be alert around, I'll observe the terrain. Yoo-hai asked Butterfree to fly in the air to be alert, and the crab followed to protect him, and then he looked up to scan the terrain of the stream. The stream flows to the shore, and all the stream water will flow into the sea. The deeper into the jungle, the higher the terrain. It is impossible for him to cut off the entire stream. If the stream is cut off, the elves downstream will fight him desperately. After seeing the direction of the stream, Yoo-hai decided to find a highest point and start digging holes to divert the stream water. When he arrived at the highest point of the stream, Yoo-hai called the crab and explained to the crab, "Crab, you have to dig a hole to divert the stream water. Dig a hole in the direction of the tree house. Dig shallower here. Dig 30 meters and come out. Butterfree will guide you again." Next, it was up to the crab to dig a hole, and they couldn't help much. When Yoo-hai found the crab, it had already fallen to the ground with foam at the mouth. Crab? Butterfree, be alert and look for who attacked the crab. Yoo-hai saw the crab fainted, but did not rush forward. He immediately asked Butterfree to be alert and look for the murderer who attacked the crab. From the charred marks on the crab, there was a burnt smell, similar to a cooked crab. Only 2 types of attacks can cause such damage: fire moves and electric moves. Is there a fire elf here? Or an electric elf? Both of these elves are difficult to deal with. His small body can't withstand electric shocks and fire. Butterfree, did you find it? What elf attacked the crab? Butterfree shook his head helplessly. It had opened its compound eyes and didn't find any elves. Then go and have a look at the crab. Be careful. If there is any danger, use telekinesis to block it. Butterfree nodded to show that she understood, used her compound eyes to pay attention to the surrounding environment, and slowly flew towards the crab. Its sizes. Suddenly, a net with jumping yellow arcs flew out from the hidden tree canopy, and the target was Butterfree flying in the air. Butterfree, use telekinesis to bounce it away, Yoo-hai shouted to Butterfree the moment he saw the electric net. Since the murderer could stun the crab, it is very likely that he is still hiding around. The enemy is in the dark, and they are in the light. He has been paying attention to Butterfree, and saw the electric net attack the moment it flew out. Facing the electric net, Butterfree had already been prepared with Yoo-hai's reminder. Butterfree's red compound eyes instantly lit up with blue light, and an invisible force hit the electric net and bounced it back. Whoosh! The guy hiding in the treetops finally revealed his true form under the pressure of the electric net. It was a multi-legged, green figure. Butterfield, don't let it escape. Spin silk to block its movement, Yoo-hai said, and Butterfield flew up and immediately opened its mouth to spit silk, trying to entangle the figure that kept jumping between the branches. Hiss, hiss, hiss. But the green figure was very flexible, dodged Butterfield's silk, and used silk to offset Butterfield's silk. Butterfield chased after it, directly controlled it with telekinesis, and then entangled it with silk. Yoo-hai saw that the green figure was too flexible, so he didn't follow it. Fang played the game of chase and escape, and directly used telekinesis. This was also the purpose of letting Butterfree train telekinesis first. Superpowers are so rogue. As long as the opponent does not have superpowers and has no means to counter superpowers, he can't escape at all. Butterfree relied on its wings and gradually approached the green figure that kept jumping between the branches. The red compound eyes emitted blue light again, acting on the green figure, making the green figure's legs leave the branches and lose the ability to jump. Immediately afterwards, Butterfree opened its mouth and spit out white silk threads, blocking the multiple legs of the green figure. The red compound eyes of Butterfree faded the blue light, and the green figure wrapped like a dumpling by the silk fell powerlessly under the tree. At this time, Yu Hai arrived, took out the pokeball and threw it up, and subdued the green figure. As the flashing red light of the pokeball disappeared, a dong sounded, prompting Yu Hai to subdue it successfully. Yu Hai hurriedly picked up the pokeball and looked at the Pokemon entangled in the silk in the pokeball. The guy who made them suffer, the Orb Silk Spider. Orb Silk Spider. Attribute, Bug plus Poison. Gender, Female. Potential, 49%. Level, 13.27%. Feature, Bug Premonition /7.91%. Mastered Moves, Electric Grid /6.58%. Poison Needle /8.59%. Silk Spinning /9.01%. Entanglement /6.13%. Absorb /5.49%. Endless Entanglement /5.73%. Scary Face /4.51%. High Speed Movement /7.87%. This. Yu Hai took a quick look at the Orb Silk Spider's proficiency panel. The potential is not bad. It's still a little short of 50, and there is no hidden feature sniper, so the training value is greatly reduced. But there is a genetic move Electric Grid, which is not bad. Not bad, not that he wants to subdue this orb spider, but Butterfree has a new move to learn, the Electric Net. In addition to the Electric Net, there is a new move, High Speed Movement, which increases the speed by 2 levels after use. It is a very good acceleration move. After returning, see which elves can learn high speed movement and let everyone learn new moves. Putting away the elf ball, Yu Hai took Butterfree back to the place where the crab broke the ground, stretched out his hand and gently shook the crab, waking it up to continue digging. Wake up, wake up. Coo, tisk, the crab was shaken awake and opened its eyes in a daze. What happened to it? Why did it faint on the ground? Crab, you were electrocuted, did you forget? Yu Hai reminded. Coo, tisk, tisk, the crab's big eyes suddenly opened wide. It finally remembered that when it broke the ground just now, its body suddenly twitched and paralyzed and fainted. It didn't even see where the enemy was. Okay, it's okay, keep digging, there's still more than 1,000 meters to the tree house. Yu Hai patted the shell of the crab, which was very thick, just a little electric shock, no big deal. Quu, the crab raised its claws, not caring about fainting, and immediately asked Butterfree to redirect the direction so that it could continue digging. Butterfree flew out of the woods, recalibrated the direction of the tree house, and came back to tell the crab. The crab crawled into the hole that had been dug before, and there was already a stream flowing here. It continued to dig in the direction directed by Butterfree. After digging and stopping for more than 20 times, the crab finally saw the tree house. He came to the grass on the right side of the tree house and planned to build a pool. The pool was about 3 or 4 meters wide. The pool was more than 4 meters away from the tree house. He had reserved a road to the beach. After drawing a big circle of about 3 or 4 meters on the grass, he could let the crab lead the stream water over. Crab, bring the water here after a good rest, and then dig a big pit here, and use the pliers to compact the soil at the bottom of the pit to prevent the pool from leaking. Digging a pond can also train the claws. If it weren't for the week-long training of lifting the claws, the big crab would not be able to use its big claws flexibly, let alone fight with it and dig holes with it. After returning to the tree house, Butterfree continued to train his telekinesis. Yu Hai began to prepare today's lunch and took away the mosquito coil tadpoles to go to the reef shoal to catch some crabs to eat. They came back after catching crabs, carrying 6 crabs in their hands. Their potential was not good enough, and they were all not as good as small crabs. They were boiled directly. After lunch was ready, the big crab stopped digging the pond, Butterfree stopped training his telekinesis, Long-Winged Gull stopped training his water gun, and the mosquito coil tadpoles all sat at the dining table to prepare for dinner. The big crab ate grilled fish, and they ate crabs. Before lunch, he released the orb silk spider and reminded the 4 mosquitoes, butterfly, crab, long-winged gull, I will release the orb silk spider I just captured. Don't let it escape. I have something to say to it. Thanks. 100 book coins. Zbala spicy, 100 book coins. Zbala spicy, 500 book coins. As the saying goes, 100 book coins. I am Xiong Miao, I will burn incense, 500 book coins. Fooling for life, 500 book coins. Book friend 202005050028468831. 100 book coins. Thank you for your many votes, thank you. Chapter 111, Learning New Moves. Yo, the mosquito coil tadpole didn't know what the round silk spider was, and hurriedly looked at Butterfree. A guy who sneaked up on Brother Crab, don't be polite to it, Butterfree explained when he saw the mosquito coil tadpole looking at him. Woo-oh, the long-winged gull also heard it, it should be an accident when diverting water. Quu, the crab looked at the spider on the dining table. It turned out that this little thing had electrocuted him. He didn't see it clearly. How could he correct it? He was still too weak. The crab was electrocuted because it was double restrained by the electric system. It was attacked very suddenly and had no time to react. That's why the crab was electrocuted. The spider was just released and wanted to attack Yu-Hai, but the 4 elves surrounded it in an instant. When the spider saw the 4 aggressive elves, its offensive power weakened immediately. It quickly fell to the ground and surrendered, saying that it was okay not to eat it. The orb silk spider looked at the 4 elves in confusion. Who can translate what this human is going to say? Yo, are you going to be eaten? Or join us? The mosquito-repellent tadpole saw that the orb silk spider didn't understand, so it translated what Yu-Hai wanted to express. Join us, the orb silk spider nodded quickly, indicating that it wanted to join the mosquito-repellent tadpole and the others. Please don't eat it. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole nodded to Yu-Hai and called out, indicating that the deal had been reached. Not bad, you can have lunch, Yu-Hai nodded secretly. Seeing the body language of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, he knew that the orb silk spider had surrendered, and it didn't take much effort. Then he asked the orb silk spider to come to the edge of the dining table, put a crab leg in front of the orb silk spider, and told the orb silk spider, "This is your lunch. Eat." The orb silk spider looked at the mosquito-repellent tadpole in confusion. It needed a translation. Yo, that's food for you, the mosquito tadpole translated. Eat, really? The orb silk spider couldn't believe it. It was so easy to join this group of elves and get food. The orb silk spider felt like it was dreaming. Instantly, it changed from being eaten to eating crabs. The identity changed so quickly that it didn't react. Yo, if you don't want to eat it, give it to me, the mosquito tadpole was angry. Why did this spider have so much nonsense? Just eat it. It was the same way it came here. Yu-Hai just listened quietly. The tadpole and the orb silk spider communicated in the elf language. As long as this thing didn't release poison, he had no prejudice against it. Giving food was just to brush up some favorability. So that the orb silk spider would willingly teach the electric net and high-speed movement to his elves, that's all. When the elves learn new moves, he will let the orb silk spider go. After all, he can't repay the orb silk spider for its kindness. It is true that he is not a good person, but he is not an ungrateful and vicious villain, and his heart is not black. He is just a fisherman who wants to live well with his elves on an uninhabited desert island, that's all. Even if there are many regrets, he will not let the elves take risks. He will try his best to avoid them if he can, and he can only fight to the death if he can't avoid them. Even if he is stepped on by the armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, he is very open-minded. He can only say that he is unlucky. This kind of thing is destined by heaven. There is no way to escape and he can only admit it. With the addition of the orb spider, there is another new member for lunch, but the orb spider does not eat much. Maybe it has not adapted to the new environment yet, or it is afraid in its heart. In short, it dare not eat freely. After the 5 elves had lunch, during the lunch break, Yu-Hai looked through the moves of the 4 elves and found that only Butterfree can learn the electric grid. Only long-winged gull and giant claw crab can learn high-speed movement, and the mosquito coil tadpole has no moves that can be learned. There are no more moves left for the orb-spinning spider to learn. Poison Needle is the orb-spinning spider's exclusive move, and Butterfree can learn the silk-spinning move. He doesn't have a grass-spinning Pokémon, so he can't learn it. Entanglement and Entanglement are both orb-spinning spider's exclusive moves when it comes to silk spinning. Scary Face is a scary human face on the back of the orb-spinning spider, which is specially used to scare girls. Just looking at the appearance, the orb-spinning spider looks pretty cute, and it would be even cuter if it weren't poisonous. The orb-spinning spider's head and abdomen are light green, with a white horn on its head, red teeth, and white pupils. It has 3 pairs of legs, with yellow and dark green patterns on its legs, 2 dark green dots on its abdomen, and a half-moon-shaped mark. The orb-spinning spider is a very patient Pokémon. It will weave traps with thin and strong silk and will wait for its prey to fall into the net. Before its prey is caught, it will stay in the same position in its nest for several days, waiting motionlessly. Even if the prey is hanging in the nest woven with silk threads, it will wait until the prey is exhausted before taking action. Its favorite food is the mo-fly. The mo-fly is a small, yellow bee elf with a racial value of more than 300, and there is also an evolved form, so the weak fish is a real dish. After determining the learning goal, Yu-Hai pushed the round silk spider hanging on the tree with a stick and shouted to the round silk spider, "Round silk spider, use the electric net to stun the giant crab once." Ito. The round silk spider didn't understand what Yu-Hai meant by the electric net, and turned his head to look at Yu-Hai's elf, trying to translate. "That's it, round silk spider." Yu-Hai raised his hand and pointed to the burn marks on the giant crab, synchronizing the pronunciation of the human electric net with the pronunciation of the elf's electric net. Ito. The orb silk spider saw the burnt marks on the crab and instantly understood that it was an electric grid. The orb silk spider immediately opened its mouth to spit out silk, and a silk net was spit out from its mouth. Yellow arcs also spread out from its mouth, spreading along the white silk thread to the silk net. The orb silk spider instantly threw the electric grid out. The target of the electric grid was the grass under the tree. It didn't know before, so it attacked the crab. Now the orb silk spider dared not attack the crab again. Yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole saw the power grid. If it hit it, it would definitely be burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and its movements would be restricted. Butterfree said loudly to show that it was powerful. It also spit silk, but it couldn't spit out an electric grid. So, Yu-Hai asked Butterfree, "Butterfree, did you see the electric net clearly?" "Hi." Butterfree was stunned, and the red compound eyes on its face froze for a moment. Wasn't it the orb spider that was showing its moves? What did it have to do with it? "Butterfree, you are learning electric nets from the orb spider. Next, you need to learn electric nets from the orb spider." This is the purpose of Yu-Hai keeping the orb spider, to be a teacher for his elves and learn new moves. In order to prevent the orb spider from escaping, he also took out honey and asked the elves to gather around and eat some dessert. "Everyone come and eat honey." Yu-Hai scooped half a cup of honey for each elf, including the orb spider, the silly thing and the weak fish. After all, they all saw it. If he didn't tell them apart, wouldn't it seem that he was partial? After the elves finished eating the sweet honey, Yu-Hai asked the orb spider to show another move, high-speed movement. "Orb silk spider, use high-speed movement, which is the move you use when jumping on the branches." Eetu, honey is so delicious. The orb silk spider was still immersed in the sweetness of honey and didn't hear Yu-Hai's words at all. The whole spider was trapped in the honey pot and couldn't hear any sound. Kuutsu, the big clawed crab saw that the orb silk spider didn't respond and immediately pushed the orb silk spider with its claws. Eetu. After the orb silk spider woke up, it saw that all the elves were staring at it, which made it blush. It was like a spider that had never seen the world. Seeing how calm the other elves were, it wanted to dig a hole and bury its head in it because it was too embarrassing. Okay, orb silk spider, use high-speed movement, Yu-Hai put away the honey bucket. Seeing that the orb silk spider was so fascinated, he felt relieved. This is also the reason why he ate honey first and then let the orb silk spider use high-speed movement. If the orb silk spider still wanted to eat honey, it would not use high-speed movement to escape. It doesn't matter if the orb spider runs away. It's just an electric net move. It's really rare here. There will be more of them after leaving the deserted island. He is not in a hurry. Ito, the orb spider looked at the honey that Yu-Hai put back into the treehouse and gave up the idea of running away. There is food and shelter here, and there is sweet honey to eat. Only a fool would leave. Before, I would think of running away because I might be eaten. Now I won't be eaten. This human still has a place to use me, so why not stay and get a few more meals? Ito, move at high speed. The orb spider knew that Yu-Hai wanted to see it move quickly on the branches after Butterfree's explanation, and immediately flashed quickly on the grass. Seeing this, Yu-Hai hurriedly reminded Long-Winged Gull and Crab, Long-Winged Gull, Crab, you have to watch the movements of the orb spider carefully, this is the move you are going to learn next, high-speed movement. Tisk. Crab didn't expect that he would also learn a new move. After Yu-Hai reminded him, he stared at the orb spider carefully and used high-speed movement. Oh, Long-Winged Gull had learned water waves and had learning experience. Although he didn't know what the use of learning new moves was, Yu-Hai asked it to learn, so it learned. Anyway, it was right to understand it this way. Okay, orb spider, stop. Yu-Hai asked the orb spider to stop moving at high speed, looked at the three elves, Butterfree, Long-Winged Gull and Crab, and formally arranged the next learning plan. Bardolops, your telekinesis training stops, you should learn the electric grid first. Long-Winged Gull, learn high-speed movement or water gun training, you can arrange it freely. Big Claw Crab, you should also learn high-speed movement, and you should dig the pool well. Mosquito Repellent, you should continue to train the mind's eye and moisture perception, and get familiar with the state of moisture perception. This is the entire training plan and learning plan for the 4 elves, and the afternoon training has also begun. While the elves were training, he took his old friend to the beach to fish to see if he could catch dinner. But he sat watching the float for an afternoon, let alone fish, the float didn't move, and in the end he could only retract the rod in disappointment, he was empty-handed again. But it's impossible to be empty-handed. The fisherman never returns empty-handed. He called the mosquito coil tadpoles who were training their moisture perception on the shore and caught 7 crabs for dinner. He had also seen the potential of these 7 crabs, and they were still mediocre as always. The small crabs could have such high potential, which could only be said to be luck, really luck. Every high potential elf he met was his luck. He returned to the tree house to boil water for the crabs. The fresh water he used was the stream water from the pool. There was a big pit there, and the pit was also full of fresh water. It seemed that the big crab had dug a pool and was learning high-speed movement from the orb silk spider. Big crab, come here. Yu-Hai came to the pool and saw that the fresh water was overflowing. If it was not handled, it would probably flood the tree house. At this time, a drainage ditch was needed. Big crab, dig a ditch from here to the sea. Yu-Hai raised his foot and stepped on the grass facing the sea, raised his hand and pointed the direction to the big crab, asking the big crab to dig a ditch from the side of the pool. When the fresh water in the pool is full, it will flow from here to the sea, and the tree house will not be flooded. Yu-Hai saw that the 5 elves were getting along well and there were no conflicts, so he felt relieved and looked at the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 34.21%. Level, 21.87%. Characteristics, moisture/5.13% hidden characteristic, free and easy /3.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /4.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. New Look /4.11%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slaps /9.12%. Water Gun /16.14%. Playing with Water /7.21%. Bubble Ray /1.21%. He hadn't opened the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole for 2 days. The level of the mosquito coil tadpole has reached level 21, and it is not far from evolving into a mosquito coil frog, and it is still 3 levels away. The closer he got to evolution, the more nervous he became. He didn't know why. He was very nervous, but he didn't know what he was nervous about. Will the evolution go smoothly? Is the effect of the water gem the same as he thought? And the potential of the mosquito coil tadpole, can it break through? In short, there are many doubts and worries. He is worried that the tadpole can't accompany him to the peak. He is always worried about gains and losses. Ah, what is coming will come, Yu-Hai sighed softly. He didn't care about other things. Only the tadpole made him feel uneasy. Even if he developed moisture perception, it would be easier to fight the same level, but he couldn't think of challenging others. Others are not stupid. Continue to look at the proficiency panel. The moisture characteristic has reached 5%, the heart's eye has reached 4%, and playing with water has reached 7%, all of which are improving. The mosquito coil tadpole no longer needs guidance to enter the moisture perception state. The rest is practice makes perfect, reduce the need for moisture perception, and always be able to instantly perceive the enemy. Finally, it was the water gun, which increased its proficiency by 2%. The water gun was used when training moisture perception. Nothing else changed. He also closed the proficiency panel of the mosquito coil tadpole, and there was no need to look at the panels of the long-winged gulls. Just now, he took a rough look at the proficiency panels of the other elves, and they did not learn any new moves. While the elves were having dinner, he took out honey from the treehouse again and distributed it to the mosquito coil tadpole, butterfree, giant claw crab, long-winged gull, orb silk spider, magi carp, weakling fish 7 elves. After washing the honey bucket, he used the elf ball to put away the orb silk spider and the silly thing, and called the elves who had eaten the honey to go back to the house to sleep. Early to bed and early to rise, continue to collect honey from the giant bee tomorrow. Regarding the issue of updates, I have realized the problem of low update volume. I am really sorry. After my mother leaves, there will be nothing to do. I should be able to write 2 chapters a day, with 4,000 words per chapter. I am very open-minded about my mother's affairs, because she can finally rest and sleep. For my mother's generation, making money and having children are almost all of life. They are either busy or on the way to being busy. They don't see the saying work hard and life will become sweeter and sweeter. I didn't see it. I really didn't see it from childhood to adulthood. In my eyes, it has always been busy, busy, and busy. If my life is like this, then I would rather not have this life. Sorry, I output pessimistic emotions, don't take it seriously, so let it be. After my mother passes away and handles the funeral, I will add more. Chapter 112, The Choice of the Orb Silk Spider, 5000. The 30th day of survival on a deserted island, cloudy. The morning is the beginning of the day. If you say you want to get the honey of the giant bee, then get it. The honey of the giant bee, Yu-Hai kept his promise. However, when I got up this morning, the giant crab shed its shell again. This seems to be the 3rd time it sheds its shell. The giant crab grows very fast, almost changing every day. After 3 molts, the giant crab's head finally caught up with its big claws, and its size is basically the same as its claws. Big crab. Attribute, water. Gender, Male. Potential, 57%. Level, 15.76%. Characteristics, Super Strength Claw /8.22%. Hidden Characteristic, Force /0.53%. Mastered Moves, Arm Hammer /0.22%. Stare /0.43%. Water Gun /9.95%. Harden /7.14%. Metal Claw /0.84%. Dig Hole /8.54%. Mud Shooting /1.34%. This time, the giant crab did not increase its potential, and its level also reached level 15. The characteristic of the Super Strength Claw has increased the proficiency by 3%. It dug a tunnel of almost 2 or 3 kilometers yesterday. It was really hard for the big claw crab. The proficiency of the water gun is about to break 10%. It seems that the training has not been left behind. There is also the hardening move, which has increased the proficiency by 2%. I have to continue to use hardening today to accelerate the hardening of the shell. The proficiency of digging holes has increased by 4%, which has surpassed the hardening move. And then there is nothing else. The changes of the big claw crab are only these. Get fish bones for the big claw crab, let the big claw crab absorb the fish bones in the basin, and use hardening to accelerate the hardening of the shell. Yu-Hai took the mosquito coil tadpole and Butterfree to the territory of the giant hornet. Before leaving, he also told the long-winged gull, "Long-winged gull, you have to take good care of the home and the crab. We will be back soon." "Woo-oh," the long-winged gull responded from the treetop, watching Yu-Hai leave, and then landed on the basin, looking at the crab in the basin, and chatting with the crab. "Woo-oh, woo-oh. Quack, quack." The crab didn't expect that the shell that had just hardened the day before yesterday was gone again, and he had to continue hardening. He was also very distressed. On the other side, Yu-Hai and his friends came to the territory of the giant hornet again, but the giant hornet didn't seem to be at home, and no one knew where it went. Dong, 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 roar. What's the sound? Yu-Hai was about to take the tadpole into the territory of the giant hornet when he felt the ground shaking and a beast roar coming from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, they heard a roar of an animal, which made them stop. The only elf with this voice on this deserted island was the Tyrannosaurus of the Tyrannosaurus clan. Did the Tyrannosaurus enter the forest? Yu-Hai knew that his guess would not yield any results, so he reminded Butterfree, "Butterfree, go and see what's going on. Remember to be careful." Butterfree nodded and flew out of the woods in the direction of the roar. Yu-Hai would decide whether to continue stealing honey after Butterfree came back, because he was not sure about the purpose of the Tyrannosaurus entering the forest, and the Tyrannosaurus had also provoked the beedrill. Did the Tyrannosaurus also want to eat honey? He felt it was unlikely, unless the Tyrannosaurus was tired of eating stones and wanted to change his taste. He would be attracted by the floral scent of the beedrill honey. Not long after, Butterfree came back. It shook its head at Yu-Hai and shouted, Didn't find it." Yu-Hai was a little confused. He didn't find out what kind of Pokemon the beast roared from. What about beedrill? Did beedrill come back? Butterfree shook its head again, indicating that it hadn't come back. In that case, let's move faster. Yu-Hai picked up the bucket and asked the mosquito coil tadpole to follow. He also shouted to Butterfree, "Butterfree, you go ahead to clear the way and hypnotize the unicorn beetle and the iron shell pupa. We're going to steal honey." Butterfree immediately took the order and cleared the way ahead while spreading hypnotic powder and paralysis powder to hypnotize all Pokemon on the road. Yu-Hai and Tadpole followed behind, already prepared, and took out a wet rag to cover their mouths and noses to prevent inhalation of hypnotic powder. When they came to the silkworm fruit tree where they stole honey before, there were no giant hornets here, only many big footprints, and traces of fighting. There were many silkworm fruits and fallen honey blocks under the tree. Looking deep into the forest, there were fallen trees, and even the ground was cracked, probably cracked by ground-type moves. They were in a hurry now and had no time to explore more things. After coming here, Yu Hai asked Mosquito to climb the tree, cut a large piece of honey along the honey gap bitten off on the branch, and let Butterfree bring it down. He picked up fruits on the ground, filled his pockets with fruits, and called Mosquito and Butterfree to leave the giant hornet territory immediately. Mosquito, Butterfree, let's go. Yu Hai sealed the honey bucket and quickly left the giant hornet's territory. After all, this time it was a real theft, and the giant hornet was not hypnotized. If the beedrill comes back, it will chase him 10 blocks away when it sees them. Although he is accompanied by Mosquito and Butterfree, it is not a problem to deal with 1 or 2, 4 or 5 beedrills, but facing a group of beedrills, he can only run for his life. After they returned to the shelter, they did not encounter beedrills, and they escaped again without any danger. Everyone come and eat honey first. Yu Hai invited everyone to eat honey as soon as he returned to the treehouse. After distributing honey to the 4 Pokemons, Butterfree, Crab and Longwing, he took out the Pokeball and released the orb-spined spider inside, and also distributed some honey to the orb-spined spider. The orb-spined spider immediately pounced on the honey when it saw it, and licked the honey in the bowl. In response, Yu Hai smiled helplessly, sealed the honey bucket, and hid it in the tree house. The honey in the bucket was enough for 7 Pokemons to eat. Later, he took out the silkworm fruit from his pocket, cut a silkworm fruit into pieces with a folding knife, and poured it into Butterfree's bowl. Butterfree saw the silkworm fruit pieces that suddenly appeared in the bowl, and looked at Yu Hai with dissatisfaction, asking why he added silkworm fruit to it. You can't be picky about food. Will you have celiac disease if you eat it? Yu Hai raised his hand and rubbed Butterfree's little head. He didn't care about Butterfree's low complaints. He also knew that the fruit was not tasty, but if it was not tasty, would he not eat it? So, of course, the mosquitoes and tadpoles also had their share, but theirs were berries to cool off. But the orb silk spiders did not have any, even if they wanted to eat fruit. He did not intend to subdue the orb silk spiders, and it was good enough to have honey. After the elves finished eating honey, morning exercises began. The mosquitoes and tadpoles continued to run to exercise their physical fitness. Bartlett, the giant crab, and the long-winged gull continued to learn new moves from the orb silk spiders. As for Yu Hai, he jogged around the treehouse for 2 hours like the mosquitoes and tadpoles, then he stopped to wash his body and prepare lunch for the elves. The ingredients for lunch were naturally the crabs that could not resist the temptation. When the mosquitoes and tadpoles ate honey, he left a small spoonful of honey under the tree where he often took a lunch break by the sea, waiting for the crabs to fall into the trap. After a morning, they caught more than 10 crabs, and some crabs smelled the honey and rushed over here. More than 10 crabs have been hung on this branch with silk, all of which have their claws tied up, and their 4 legs, and even their mouths are sealed with silk, which is the silk of the orb silk spider. 5 crabs were prepared for lunch, so he asked the orb silk spider to put down 5 crabs. After the crabs were cooked, he cooked another pot of fish soup, and they had a bucket of fish meat left, which was basically reserved for the big crabs. As lunch was ready, the hungry elves stopped training and gathered around the dining table. "Eat, it smells so good." The orb silk spider sniffed the aroma of the crabs deeply, and was still a little intoxicated by the aroma. "Everyone can eat." Yu Hai's voice fell, and the elves started to eat lunch. He picked up the crab legs and threw them into the bucket of the silly thing. The crab legs were the lunch of the silly thing. After lunch, take a nap, and continue training after the nap. The mosquito coil tadpoles are still training to strengthen moisture perception. Butterfree, Crab and Longwing are still learning new moves, judging from their progress. Butterfree learns the fastest, and already has electric energy in its mouth. It just needs to turn the electric energy it spits out into an electric net and shoot it out. When Butterfree was learning the electric net, it was often electrocuted. After all, it has to feel the electric energy flowing in its body, and it has to adapt to the numbness of its lips when releasing the electric energy. These are not the most important. The most important thing is how to generate electric energy. This step was inexplicably generated after Butterfree was electrocuted more than 10 times. It is more like being electrocuted too many times, and suddenly activated the special organs in the body, so it has electric energy and can generate electric energy. What Butterfree lacks now is the web, how to spit out electricity to form a web. In fact, the orb silk spider can't do this step either, but the orb silk spider uses silk to use an electric net. The orb silk spider first spits out a silk net with silk, and then electrifies the silk net, which becomes an electric net. Spitting out the silk net and electricity together can quickly release the electric net. Now Butterfree is learning how to use silk to spin a web, and then cover it with electrical energy to form an electric grid. Another new move is high-speed movement. Long-winged gull also learned it very quickly. It has mastered the technique of high-speed movement and just needs to use it skillfully. But the big claw crab still has no idea. It also has 4 legs. It has 2 more legs than it. How can the orb spider run so fast? Big claw crab, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it, don't lose heart. Yu-Hai raised his hand and patted the big claw crab on the head. He probably knew why the big claw crab couldn't learn high-speed movement. That is the big claw crab's big claw. While making the big claw crab successful, it also hindered the big claw crab. If you want to learn high-speed movement, speed is the foundation of the foundation. If you don't have a light body and can't fly, it's very difficult to learn high-speed movement. If you have to make an analogy, it's probably the difference between an off-road motorcycle and a heavy tank. The orb spider is a mountain motorcycle that can go off-road in the mountains. It is light and flexible. The big crab is a heavy tank that cannot enter the woods, clumsy and slow. This does not deny that the big crab cannot learn to move at high speed, but it just needs more practice. If the big crab can lift its claws and not put them down, and run a marathon, it is probably about the same. Quack, quack, the big crab felt much better after being comforted by Yu-Hai, but it still felt that it was so stupid and slow to learn anything. The water gun was like this, and the high-speed movement was also like this, both of which were easily surpassed by the long-winged gull. Don't be like this, big crab, you can't use your own shortcomings to compare with others' strengths. Yu-Hai comforted the big crab, but he was also like this. In the previous life, using one's own hobbies to challenge other people's professions, they would often fail. After all, they were professionals. Big crab, the metal claws you learned before digging holes, mud shooting, aren't they all learned quickly? You can't learn to move at high speed, it's just that you are not suitable, not that you can't do it, you have to believe in yourself, crab. Yu-Hai started to feed crab chicken soup again, and he couldn't let crab fall into autism. There is no way, crab has a criminal record, he must not let crab be depressed, otherwise it will be difficult to get out. Crab, look at the mosquito coil tadpole, it's different from not having new moves. The mosquito coil tadpole is still continuing to train, it's just a move, it can't decide anything, you have to believe in yourself, crab, you are very powerful, you are not bad at all. Coo. It has always regarded the big brother mosquito coil tadpole as a role model. The big brother didn't give up, so how could it give up? Quu, the big crab was lying on the grass with its head down before, and now it is full of energy. It stood up from the grass and rushed to the beach. Seeing such a reckless and rejuvenated big crab, Yu-Hai was a little amused. He didn't know whether the big crab listened to it or not, and actually went to train with a water gun. After a morning of accelerated hardening, the shell of the big crab has hardened almost, and it has a certain defense ability. He did not stop the big crab from going to the beach. It's good that the big crab can regain its confidence. He is afraid that the big crab will lose its fighting spirit, lose its goal of struggle, and lose the courage to live. The big crab can't learn now. High-speed movement can be learned later. When the crab twists the size ratio of its head and claws and can easily lift its claws, it should be able to learn high-speed movement. The 4 elves have their own training tasks, and the orb silk spider has also completed its teaching task. It is now sleeping on the branch and guarding the crabs hanging on the branch. Seeing this scene, Yu-hai was also happy, so he took his old friend and went to the seaside to cast a hook and fish. Even if he couldn't catch any fish, the stored crabs were enough to eat. In order to stop attracting crabs to fall into the trap, the honey that tempted the crabs was covered to prevent the honey from continuing to emit fragrance. There are still 7 crabs on the branch, which is enough for today's dinner. It will be the orb silk spider's last dinner later, and he will let the orb silk spider leave. I don't know why. Hua Shi left reluctantly. He already had 6 elves, and if he counted the orb silk spider, that was 7. He could no longer support them. If he didn't leave, this problem would give him a headache. But what was even more annoying was that he held the fishing rod for a whole day, but didn't catch a single fish until the evening. He put away the empty hook, looked at the disappearing snail meat on it, and sighed softly. He was empty-handed again. I didn't know what was going on recently. Maybe it was because the novice protection period had passed, and he hadn't caught any big fish. He was speechless. It was another empty-handed day. He put away the fishing rod and took the water plants and shells he picked up on the beach and threw them to the silly thing. He also asked the orb silk spider to put down the 7 crabs. He was going to make dinner. The 4 mosquito coil tadpoles had stopped training. The mosquito coil tadpoles were taking a bath in the bucket, sharing the bucket with the silly thing. The long-winged gull and the butterfly were standing on the branches, chatting with the orb silk spider. The big claw crab was blowing bubbles in the basin. Dinner was ready soon, and Yu-hai called the elves to come for dinner. Little tadpole, butterfly, crab, long-winged gull, come for dinner. Yo, mosquito coil tadpole saw that dinner was crab again, and it didn't get tired of it, eating crab roe in big mouthfuls. The dinner of other elves was also crab. The crab's dinner was fish meat, and everyone was used to such a dinner, which was better than eating grass. There will be sweet and delicious honey to eat later, which is what the elves are most looking forward to. After the elves finished dinner, Yu-hai took out the honey bucket again and distributed the honey to the 7 elves. He also made a cup of honey water and slowly tasted the honey water around the stove. Unconsciously, he had been traveling through the deserted island for 30 days, a whole month. Time flies so fast, it passed unconsciously, and there are so many cute elves around him. He is not worried about the future of butterfly, crab, and long-winged gull. After all, the potential foundation is there, at least a king level. But the mosquito coil tadpole? Well, let's not talk about it. Yu-hai shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about it, but took out the poke ball that captured the orb silk spider and explained to the orb silk spider, "Orb silk spider, this is the poke ball that captured you. I removed the poke ball's mark on you. You are free and can go wherever you want. Eat. Eat." The orb silk spider was eating honey happily, and Yu-hai suddenly said this, making it a little at a loss. Yu-hai's words also made the 4 elves stop eating honey, and they all looked up at the orb silk spider. They just remembered that this guy didn't seem to be one of them. The 4 elves looked at the orb silk spider and slowly lowered his head. It thought that Yu-hai was chasing it away, so it turned around silently and prepared to leave everyone who spoke nicely and friendly. Ba Dottie saw the orb silk spider was about to leave, and immediately called out to stop it, explaining to it, Yu-hai is not chasing you away, he just wants you to choose to stay or go. The orb silk spider's footsteps suddenly stopped as it left. Suddenly paused, turned around and blinked its black eyes. It felt like it had misunderstood something and almost missed a long-term meal ticket. Do you want to leave? Or do you want to stay? Butterfly asked the orb spider about its choice. The orb spider thought about it, crawled back, and continued to eat its honey. Since it didn't mean to drive it away, it would stay. Yu-hai took a deep breath and felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavier. His original intention was to let the orb spider go, so that he could raise one less elf, but since it didn't want to leave, he couldn't force it to leave. That would be too inhumane. After all, it helped them a lot. No matter how bitter it was, he had to swallow the bitter fruit he had sown. It was just one more elf, so he didn't have to bother thinking about the training plan, and he wouldn't consume too much food without training, and he didn't need to counsel and feed chicken soup. He could still accept it, just like having one more bodyguard. After the elves finished eating the honey, he used the elf ball to take back the stupid thing and the orb spider. After all, this guy is poisonous. If he doesn't put it in the elf ball, it's not safe to sleep at night. There are 3 elves in the 4 elf balls, and the remaining 4 mosquito coil tadpoles are completely free range. He has no elf balls to put 4 tadpoles, and the need for elf balls comes again. I don't know when I can pick up elf balls again. The more of this stuff, the better. After putting away the elf balls, Yu-Hai called the elves back to the house to sleep. Early to bed and early to rise, tomorrow I will continue to make honey for Beedrill. I saw a book friend said that the tadpoles can sense with waveguides, but the tadpoles can't use waveguides, and the protagonist can't use waveguides either. How to sense? First of all, if you want waveguides, you must be a waveguide elf or an elf that has inherited waveguides to have waveguides. But the tadpoles don't have either of these 2 things. If the tadpoles have waveguides, it's not called mediocre talent, but the protagonist has a good start, and it won't be so miserable. As for Zai's ninja frog, Zai has the power of waveguide, and the protagonist is just an ordinary person. Apart from the proficiency panel and game experience, there is nothing special about it. And Ninja Frog's waveguide, that is not waveguide at all, it is bond evolution, something similar to waveguide. Later, the production team felt that it was too buggy, so the production team made a patch, and it became Zai using waveguide to guide Ninja Frog, and the 2 were connected, and the bond phenomenon appeared, and bond evolution. This also attracted many people's complaints. Both are super evolutions, and the water-attributed Ninja Frog cannot beat Alan's water-retaining old spray. Tee Meow beat it, but still lost. This led to many people thinking that bond evolution is just so-so, and attribute restraint cannot beat old spray, and old spray is the favorite son of the production team. Moisture perception is similar to psychic perception and wave perception, but it is more like a weakened version of the 2. It is not as accurate as the 2 and needs to be used with the eye of the heart. If there is a chance in the future, you can find an opportunity to further strengthen the perception and enhance the moisture perception to the same level as psychic and wave perception, but the tadpoles will not have wave guidance, so they can only be closer to bond evolution. Although Zhu Zi and the 9th generation have removed bond evolution, this book is a fan work. Chapter 113, Evolution Tomorrow. The 31st day of survival on a deserted island, sunny. A day's plan begins in the morning, and it is another day to make honey. Today, the crab and the long-winged gull are still watching the house. Yu-Hai took the mosquito coil tadpole and Butterfree to steal honey. They are all experienced repeat offenders. When they came to the edge of the Beedrill's territory, they did not hear the roar of the beast. The Beedrills were all at home, so things would be easy. Butterfree led the way in front. After Butterfree hypnotized and paralyzed all the Beedrills, Yu-Hai took the mosquito coil tadpole to steal honey. It was still the familiar recipe, and the original taste. Yu-Hai asked the mosquito coil tadpole to go up the tree to cut the honey, and Butterfree brought it down. The 2 little ones were already very skilled in the division of labor. After stealing the honey, they returned to the treehouse and woke up the giant bee. This group of bees has not improved at all. They always get what they want. If this continues, they will lose their vigilance and may even flip over in the future. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. Everyone come and eat honey. Yu-Hai returned to the tree house, released the silly thing and the orb spider, and began to share the honey. After all, honey is too easy to get, so everyone has a share, and every elf has honey to eat. As for flipping over, who cares, wait until the flip over. Kalu kalu. The happiest among them are the silly thing and the orb spider, as well as the weak fish. The mosquito coil tadpole can often eat honey, and they have eaten it for breakfast. After distributing honey to the 7 elves, Yu-Hai also made himself a cup of honey water and hid the bee bucket in the tree house. The honey in the bucket was enough for a dessert. Drinking honey water, Yu-Hai listened to the sound of water flowing in the pool. Since there was this stream, they no longer lacked fresh water, and they could take a shower. Although the stream was not big enough, he had a 4-meter wide and 2-meter deep reservoir, which stored enough fresh water. This damn weather, the scorching sun lasted for several days. Before the lack of water, they simply wiped their bodies, but now they can take a shower. After the elves finished breakfast, morning exercises began again. The morning exercise of the mosquito coil tadpole was still running around the tree house. Bartali returned to telekinesis training. Long-winged gull returned to water gun training. The giant crab gave up high-speed movement and continued to lift its claws for training. Now the giant crab can last for half an hour. If you can hold on for an hour, you can start the next step of training, lifting your claws and running around the tree house, just like the mosquito coil tadpoles. However, the training intensity is much greater than that of the mosquito coil tadpoles, which is why he asked the big claw crab to practice lifting its claws first. The remaining stupid things had nothing to do, blowing bubbles in the bucket, and the orb spider had no training plan, so they lay on the tree to guard the surroundings and help the 4 elves in training observe the environment. Also, you must always pay attention to the direction of the beach. If there are crabs coming to eat honey, sneak attack the crabs, tie up the crabs, and hang them up. After eating the honey, Yu-Hai opened the honey that tempted the crabs again. It was honey in a small plastic bottle, which would be covered by a large plastic bottle at night. For hunting crabs, he let the orb spider play freely, catching as many crabs as he could, and he also started his morning exercise, jogging. Running is a full-body aerobic exercise. If you just want to exercise your body, there is no need to do those fancy things. If you want to build muscle, you can consider lifting weights. After 2 hours of morning exercise, Yu-Hai went to the lower reaches of the pool to take a shower and began to prepare lunch for the elves. Lunch was crabs caught by the orb-spinning spiders with silk nets. There were 6 crabs, and he cooked them all, and also cooked some fish. Lunch was quickly ready, and the elves gathered around and started to eat lunch. While eating lunch, Yu-Hai opened the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull. He hadn't looked at this guy's proficiency panel for 3 days. Long-winged gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 57%. Level, 20.37%. Feature, wet body /6.39%. Mastered moves, wind /7.59%. Feather perch /8.01%. Water flow ring /5.23%. Water gun /13.49%. Lightning flash /9.29%. Wing attack /4.58%. Water wave /0.87%. High speed movement /1.37%. The level of the long-winged gull has reached level 20, and there are 5 levels left before it evolves. When the long-winged gull evolves into a large-mouthed gull, they can leave the deserted island, which will only take 4 or 5 days. I don't know why, when it comes to leaving the deserted island, he doesn't feel excited at all, and even feels a little scared. He knows that this situation is called social phobia. Actually, it is not social phobia, but interpersonal communication is too troublesome and maintaining interpersonal relationships is too tiring. Over time, he likes fishing and living alone. Now he has to return to human society. When he thinks of the complex interpersonal relationships and the time and energy required to maintain them, his head hurts. But he can't not return to human society. It is true that the natural resources of the uninhabited desert island are rich. But with the rich natural resources, there are also many daily necessities that are missing, and some things can only be obtained in human society. For example, if he had wound medicine, his foot injury would not take more than 10 days to heal. If there was hemostatic spray, the bleeding would stop immediately and he would recover in a week. So, he had to return to human society. Even if he had social phobia, even if it was not for himself, for the better development of the elves, he could only bite the bullet and enter human society again. He was not worried about the language problem. These were all minor problems. What if he traveled to the Mandarin version of the elf world? And he also had a proficiency panel. Even if it was a daily language, at most he could just pick up the daily language he took as an elective in school and review it. He still remembered some simple daily expressions. The proficiency panel behind the long-winged gull had no changes in characteristics. The wet body was used to remove abnormal states. After evolution, it would become rain. There was no need to train at all. Among the remaining moves, only the water gun had a 2% increase in proficiency, and the lightning flash had a 1% increase. The last move was high-speed movement, which the long-winged gull had already learned. The long-winged gull could learn high-speed movement so quickly, thanks to flying and lightning flash. Lightning flash was a preemptive move, with a speed bonus at the start. The long-winged gull had a foundation in this area, so it was easy for it to learn high-speed movement. The chicken soup he fed the giant crab was not all chicken soup, but also had chicken thigh meat. This was indeed the strength of the long-winged gull and the weakness of the giant crab. The two were completely incomparable. After looking at the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull, Yu-Hai opened the proficiency panel of Butterfree. Butterfree had not looked at it for 3 days, and he didn't know if Butterfree was lazy. Bardolio. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.96%. Level, 20.96%. Feature, compound eyes /8.21%. Hidden feature, colored glasses /0.21%. Mastered moves, telekinesis /12.14%. Silk spinning /8.15%. Wind /5.13%. Insect bite /1.29%. Ultrasonic wave /2.11%. Poison powder /5.13%. Paralysis powder /10.52%. Hypnotic powder /10.35%. Illusion ray /2.11%. Electric grid /3.34%. Bardolio's level has also reached level 20, which is not bad. The compound eye feature has increased the proficiency by 3%, and the frequency of use has increased. The proficiency of telekinesis moves has increased by 2%, and the increase has not stagnated. Silk spinning has also increased by 2%, which is due to the use of the electric grid. The hypnotic powder and paralysis powder have both reached 10%. I have hypnotized beadrills a lot recently, and stealing honey Butterfree is my main contribution. The last power grid has a proficiency of 3%. Batdaeth suffered a lot when learning this move. Yesterday, I was shocked and smoked more than 10 times, and my mouth was numb, so I learned the electric net move. It can also be used in conjunction with spinning. The electric net plus spinning has the toughness and stickiness of spinning, and can block the opponent's actions, reduce the opponent's speed, and have the paralysis effect of electric attack. This move is very good for electrocuting fish. If I have a chance another day, I can try it. The electricity and the net are integrated. When the fish is caught in the net, the fish is stunned to prevent struggling, and then the net can be collected. It's perfect. Yu-Hai closed Batdaeth's proficiency panel with satisfaction. The elves had finished lunch, and then it was time for lunch break. During this lunch break, he took out the long-collected hwazi. He remembered that the last time he smoked hwazi was half a month ago. After another half a month, he lit another hwazi under the shade of the tree after lunch. There were still 3 hwazi in the box. There was nothing to celebrate today, but he still lit a cigarette, because he was leaving the deserted island, so he took it out to reminisce the taste of his past life. After all, the cigarettes were just there, and when he arrived in human society, there were plenty of cigarettes and he could buy them at any time. But in the past month, he was busy surviving. An old smoker almost quit smoking, and cigarettes were no longer necessary. After smoking a cigarette, he slept for a while. When he woke up, he took his old friend to fish. He didn't believe that he would still be empty-handed today. The elves' afternoon training was the same as usual. Everyone had a very self-disciplined training habit. He didn't need to worry about it or supervise him at all. Even Bart Ali knew to add water to the bowl to increase the difficulty of telekinesis. The tadpole, the crab, and the long-winged gull were all training water guns at the beach. The tadpole still had 4 boys and was familiar with the state of moisture perception. The crab and the long-winged gull were both consolidating the training of 3 boys, but the long-winged gull was trying the training of 4 boys. As for the stupid things, let's not talk about them. The most useless ones are the 2 stupid fish. Even the newly joined round silk spider is more useful than the stupid fish. When it comes to hunting, the round silk spider is a real expert. He gave the task of dinner to the round silk spider. Anyway, the honey that tempts crabs has always been placed under the tree. There are traps under the tree. The crabs that can't resist the temptation will come. Just like the temptation of the waste in the previous life, you can't make money in the land of the world's 2nd largest economy. Why can a small place that is not even the 3rd largest in the world offer high salaries? Anyway, he would rather lie down and fish than believe it. In the end, the facts proved that it was all a routine, and only a few people could come back alive. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he has no fish again. Why is there no fish? Even if there are fish biting the hook, they will quietly take away the snail meat, leaving him with an empty hook. It's strange. Could it be that the fish on this beach have become smarter and know that the bait is a trap? If there were such a smart fish in his previous life, he would not believe it. But this is the world of elves, anything can happen, he can't help but believe it. The fish may recite the multiplication table. Finally, Yu-Hai had no choice but to put away the fishing rod and go back to make dinner. The ingredients for dinner were the crabs caught by the round silk spider in the afternoon, only 5. After covering the honey, he took away 5 crabs. The crabs today also learned to be smart, and almost no crabs were fooled later. These 5 crabs were caught after lunch. Dinner was quickly prepared, and he also called back the 3 elves who were training at the seaside: mosquito-repellent tadpole, long-winged gull, big claw crab. It's time to eat. When the elves started to eat dinner, he also started to eat dinner, and opened the proficiency panel of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, watching while eating. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute: water. Gender: male. Potential: 34.31%. Level: 23.94%. Feature: moisture/7.13%. Hidden feature: free and easy /3.13%. Mastered moves: Eye of the Heart /6.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. Fresh Look /5.11%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slaps /10.12%. Water Gun /17.14%. Playing with Water /9.21%. Bubble Ray /1.21%. He hadn't looked at the mosquito coil tadpole's proficiency panel for 2 days. The mosquito coil tadpole's potential had increased by 0.1, just like a turtle crawling. As for the level, wow, he was so surprised. He didn't know until he saw it. The tadpole is almost at level 24, which means that if nothing unexpected happens, the tadpole will be able to evolve tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tomorrow. Yu-Hai thought of the water gem. He must prepare it tomorrow, as well as high nutrition food, honey. He will steal more honey tomorrow to prepare for the evolution of the tadpole. Whether the water gem can increase the potential will be known tomorrow. He can't stop the mosquito coil tadpole from evolving because he is afraid of failure. He can only be prepared for failure. He must also accept failure. He has experience in this kind of thing. The more you expect, the more disappointment you will have. Adults must learn to let go bullshit. The fisherman who was lying flat had already given up his expectations for life. Now he is wedded by the evolution of the mosquito coil tadpole. It's so painful. He really wants to see it quickly. It was too torturous to evolve to the mosquito-repellent tadpole. He couldn't wait for a moment. But the proficiency panel couldn't add points. If it could, he would definitely press the level plus sign frantically. In the end, he could only think about it. He went to bed early, which might be faster. After all, the time spent sleeping passed quickly. The proficiency panel of the mosquito-repellent tadpole continued to look down. The moisture increased by 2%. The eye of the heart was also 2%. And the water play move was also 2%. The refreshed look increased by 1%. The chain slap increased by 1%. The water gun increased by 1%. These are the changes in the proficiency panel of the mosquito-repellent tadpole. When training moisture perception, the eye of the heart, water play, and water gun were all trained together. The refreshed look was to recover the injury of the tail and the burn of the mouth. This is why he wanted to cool down the elves. The chain slap was increased by hitting the crab, and the injury was also caused by this. Finally, after the elves finished their dinner, he took out the honey bucket, distributed the honey to the elves, and washed the bucket. After the elves finished eating the honey, he used the elf ball to take back the silly thing and the round silk spider, and then went back to the house to sleep. Go to bed early and get up early, continue to steal honey tomorrow, and prepare for the evolution of the mosquito coil tadpole. Chapter 114, Fight the Boss. The 32nd day of survival on the deserted island, Sunny. To steal honey, Yu-Hai woke up the mosquito coil tadpole and Butterfree. After telling the long-winged gull and the crab who stayed behind, he went straight to the territory of the giant bee. It was still a familiar routine. Butterfree hypnotized and paralyzed the giant bee, and then they entered the scene to steal honey. Today is very important for the mosquito coil tadpole. He plans to steal more honey so that the tadpole can eat enough before evolving. When they go back, the bucket is already full of honey, so they can eat enough today. After returning to the tree house, Yu-Hai immediately distributed honey. Honey can be used for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There is no need to worry that the honey will be stolen. The honey they stole for so long was all on one tree. Beedrill has several fruit trees like this. Quack, quack, the crab saw Yu-Hai and his friends coming back and hurriedly climbed out of the tree house to greet them, but it only climbed to the door of the tree house and then went limp. Crab? You shed your shell again, Yu-Hai saw the crab's limp body. This guy sheds his shell too frequently and will be calcium deficient. I don't know if fish meat and fish bones alone can supplement the calcium and nutrients that the crab lacks. If it were in human society, I could buy some calcium tablets for the crab, but there are only fish meat and fish bones here, as well as other elf meat, and I don't know if it would help the crab. After dividing the honey, Yu-Hai put the crabs in a basin, roasted and crushed the fish bones that the crabs had eaten a few days ago, and poured them into the basin for the crabs to absorb. Then there was honey, which was also put in the basin for the crabs. He couldn't not give the crabs honey just because they shed their shells. The crabs still had honey to eat. After the elves finished eating the honey, morning exercises began. The elves' training was the same as usual, and he also started jogging. The key to physical exercise is persistence. After jogging for 2 hours, he stopped to take a shower and prepare lunch. The orb-spinning spiders didn't catch any crabs this morning. The silly crabs that would fall into the trap had been eaten, and the remaining ones were smart crabs, which required them to take the initiative. Mosquito-repellent tadpoles, orb-spinning spiders, come with me. Yu-Hai stopped the mosquito-repellent tadpoles that were running and exercising, and the orb-spinning spiders that were sleeping on the branches, and prepared to go for a walk on the reef shoal. When they came to the reef shoal, the smart crabs hid early, and the not-so-smart crabs thought they had invaded their territory, so they had to drive away the invaders like Yu-Hai. Then there was nothing else. The tadpoles of more than 20 levels were basically invincible among the crabs of more than 10 levels. They just killed them randomly and knocked them out one by one. Soon they knocked out 6 crabs and returned to the tree house. The potential of these crabs was still mediocre as always. None of them was eye-catching, so they all cooked them. Lunch was cooked quickly, and Yu-Hai stopped the elves from training and asked them to come to lunch. The shell of the big claw crab was almost hardened, so it could have lunch with them, but it was fish meat, which was just right for calcium supplementation. The rest of the elves ate all crabs. After all, crabs were the most. After lunch, they had another meal of honey. He quietly scooped an extra cup of honey for the tadpoles. After all, they were about to evolve. After eating honey, it was lunch break. After lunch break, the elves started afternoon training again. Bar Butterfree was training telekinesis. Mosquito tadpole, long-winged gull, and giant crab were training water guns. The orb silk spider was still waiting on the branch for the crab to fall into the trap, while Yu-Hai went to the beach with a fishing rod to fish. This time, the bait was still snail meat. The snail meat was very big. He tied it to the hook with a rope. He didn't believe that the bait could be stolen, and he didn't believe that the fish would untie the rope. Today, he would definitely not come up empty-handed again. Well, to be honest, he didn't know if it was because of the hot weather, and the fish were all staying in the deeper sea to avoid the heat. A week of continuous scorching sun also made him weave a straw hat and make a sun-proof coat with rags. It was a bit hot with the rags covering his whole body, but it was better than getting tanned and peeling. If there was sunscreen, he wouldn't have been so troublesome, so he said that it was necessary to go back to human society. Fishing until the evening, hinking it was another day of Air Force. Just as he was about to collect the fishing rod, an accident happened. A huge black shadow appeared on the seabed, rushed straight towards the bait, and bit the bait. Buzz! Fuck, so strong! Yu-Hai was caught off guard by the big guy in the water and almost fell into the water, but he instantly raised the rod and used the willfulness of the fishing rod to drag the big guy in the water. Just as he was about to play the fish as usual, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly loosened. He staggered backwards and sat on the reef. Before he got up, he felt something was wrong, and immediately looked up at the sea, where there was a shark floating on the sea, staring at him with disdain with scarlet fish eyes, and the hair on his arm instantly stood up. Shark! The megalodon spit out the snail meat in its mouth contemptuously. It wanted to eat the fisherman, and biting the hook was just to tease Yu-Hai. Since it smelled the blood of this human last time, it has been addicted to the smell of this blood, which really makes the shark unable to stop. But it has been observing for a long time, and this human just won't go into the sea. It can't bear it anymore. It wants to eat this human, it wants to go ashore. Crack, crack, crack. Fuck, this fish is sick, why is its mouth so wide open, and there are sharp teeth in its mouth? If it is bitten, all 3 legs will be bitten off. Yu-Hai saw the megalodon spit out the bait and hurriedly took back his old friend. He admitted that he couldn't catch a fish, but what the hell was giving him a shark? The strength was too different. This guy weighed more than 80 kilograms, and he could only pull 2 of them. Also, why did this guy stare at him so fiercely? He didn't provoke this guy, why did he see excitement and bloodthirsty madness in his scarlet eyes? The look in his eyes looked more and more wrong. Wait, fuck, it's coming at me, mosquito repellent, help me. Yu-Hai no longer cared about his old friend, so he threw him away and turned over to run away. But he couldn't get up, so he could only crawl forward with his hands and feet. If his legs were not weak, he could run even faster. Crack, crack. While turning over and running, he saw the megalodon rushing directly onto the beach, biting the reef and biting towards him from the corner of his eye. The megalodon was too fast, and he couldn't avoid it at all, nor could he outrun the megalodon's indestructible, sharp fangs. Damn, it's a bite and crush move. Hiss, hiss. The round silk spider, which heard Yu Hai's cry for help, was the first to react, spitting silk to entangle Yu Hai, and then tightening the silk to pull Yu Hai to the tree. The 3 mosquito repellents had already heard Yu Hai's cry for help, and they came late after the megalodon rushed onto the beach. Hearing Yu Hai's cry for help, Butterfree also flew over from the direction of the treehouse and joined the 3 elves of the mosquito coil to surround the megalodon. Yo yo, yo yo, the mosquito coil saw that the megalodon almost bit Yu Hai, and they were immediately furious. Yu Hai was almost bitten off, and it was right under their noses. They were very angry and could not suppress their anger. They must not let this shark go. Butterfree was also gritting its teeth in anger. It had only been 2 days since it had been with Yu Hai, and Yu Hai was in danger. It was just a stinky fish, but it was so arrogant. It immediately threatened the megalodon, dare to attack Yu Hai, wait for death, stinky fish. Shark bang, megalodon looked at the 4 elves in front, behind, left and right. The mosquito frog and the giant crab blocked the seashore, and Butterfree and the long-winged gull flew in the air and stared at it angrily. It was surrounded. But who is it, the dreaded sea bully, the ferocious, cunning and smart king of the sea, with sharp teeth that can even bite iron plates? It would be afraid of these little minions. Shark bang, you are all my dinner today. Megalodon faced the siege of 4 elves, without any fear, but became more bloodthirsty and excited, and even directly declared war on the 4 elves, and used such a provocative word as food. But neither side took the initiative. First, there are more elves on the tadpole side. Second, the 4 mosquitoes have not cooperated yet. Although there are many elves, sometimes more elves may not be useful, but will drag down one's own side. Until a voice sounded, the 4 elves regained their confidence and won the battle with more people. The big claw crab uses hardening continuously, uses mud shooting to hit the eyes. The mosquitoes, the long-winged gulls use water guns to hit the eyes, and interfere with the vision of the megalodon. Yu Hai stood under the tree and saw the 4 elves confronting each other, so he issued an attack order. This megalodon is going to eat him. Of course he can't leave the opponent, but to kill the opponent and eat the opponent, just like the opponent wants to eat him. The moment the big claw crab heard Yu Hai's voice, the surface of the body flashed 2 white lights quickly. It used the hardening move. Immediately afterwards, the big claw crab opened its mouth and spit out 3 consecutive mud shots. Due to the experience of training water guns, the accuracy is not a problem. The mosquito-repellent tadpole and the long-winged gull also spit out water guns at the same time to interfere with the megalodon's vision. Shark bang, the megalodon saw the mud shooting, and did not care about the water guns of the other 2 elves. Instead, it did not dodge, closed its big mouth, and instantly it swelled up, opened its mouth and spit out a water cannon with the greatest power. The turbulent water flow was compressed in the mouth and fired, with extremely terrifying impact force, instantly dispersing the mud shooting, and rushed towards the crab without reducing its momentum. Crab digs a hole to avoid it. Mosquito tadpoles, long-winged gulls, continue to interfere with the water gun. Yu Hai asked the crab to dig a hole to avoid it, and also asked the mosquito tadpoles and long-winged gulls to continue to interfere with the megalodon. Then he shouted to Butterfree and Orbweb Spider, "Butterfree, Orbweb Spider, prepare the electric net." Faced with the interference of the 2 elves' water guns, the megalodon felt very annoyed. The long-winged gulls flying in the sky could not be hit, and the crab dug a hole and could not be hit, but the mosquito tadpoles on the sand were still bitten randomly. Crack, crack! The megalodon opened its mouth again to bite and crush, and sprayed seawater from its tail to speed up the biting speed. Mosquito tadpole, use the most powerful water gun to stop the megalodon. Yu Hai saw this and did not let the mosquito tadpole avoid it, but let the mosquito tadpole block it head-on. Yo-yo, puff! The mosquito tadpole charged at the megalodon with a powerful water gun after accumulating power, but only slowed down the megalodon's momentum, but did not stop the megalodon. The water gun of the mosquito tadpole and the seawater sprayed from the megalodon's tail were competing for endurance. Once the mosquito tadpole could not hold on, it was time to be bitten. Now, Big Claw Crab, break the sand and clamp the megalodon. Yu-Hai saw that the mosquito tadpole and the megalodon were in a stalemate, so he reminded the Big Claw Crab loudly that it was time. Coo shark bang, megalodon saw the giant crab breaking through the ground from the corner of its eye, and gave up spraying water from its tail. It was instantly rushed away by the water gun of the mosquito coil tadpole, avoiding the giant crab's claws and being rushed to the sand by the water gun, knocking out a long gully. Now, Butterfree, Orb Spinner, use the electric net. Yu-Hai saw Megalodon fall on the sand, and immediately asked Butterfree and Orb Spinner to make up the electric net. Butterfree flew in the sky, and Orb Spinner stood on a branch. The two elves opened their mouths together and spit out a woven silk net. As the silk net was connected to electricity, they threw the electric nets at the Megalodon on the sand one after another. Shark bang, Megalodon saw two electric nets flying over, and sprayed water from its tail again to the sky, avoiding the two electric nets. Long-winged gull, attack with wings, and hit the woods. Yu-Hai saw Megalodon's coquettish operation, and it turned out that Megalodon could fly, so he immediately asked the long-winged gull flying in the air to attack with wings. Woo! The wings of the long-winged gull lit up white, and it swung its wings to shoot wind blades at the flying Megalodon, interrupting the flying Megalodon. Bartlett, Orb Silk Spider, use the electric net again. Shark bang, the Megalodon's water jet was interrupted, and it saw two electric nets jumping with arcs flying towards it again. It quickly sprayed water from its tail to avoid the two electric nets. After avoiding the electric nets, the Megalodon looked at the 5 elves in the air, 3 on the ground and 2 in the air. After being awakened by anger and bloodlust, the IQ reoccupied the high ground. The Megalodon calmed down and analyzed the current situation. If it continued to fight like this, it would probably fall here, so it adjusted its posture in the air, preparing to spray water from its tail in the air and fly to the sea. Long-winged gull, continue to attack with wings to interrupt Megalodon's adjustment of flight posture. Yu-Hai saw Megalodon was fine-tuning its flight posture, and the shark head wanted to face the sea, so he realized Megalodon's plan and loudly informed Long-winged gull to stop it. It's too late to escape now. Ouch! Long-winged gull also saw that Megalodon wanted to escape, but there was no way. The wings of long-winged gull lit up white again, and shot wind blades at Megalodon. It didn't let Megalodon adjust its flight posture, and attacked Megalodon in the direction of the tree house. Butterfree, go help long-winged gull, use the maximum power to raise the wind. Chapter 115, Megalodon. Butterfree quickly flew in front of Megalodon. With a shake of its wings, a gust of wind blew towards Megalodon, knocking it down in the direction of the tree house. Orb Silk Spiders, follow up, use silk to wrap around Megalodon, especially Megalodon's big mouth. Big Claw Crabs, use their claws to smash, and mosquito coils cover Big Claw Crabs. Long-winged gulls, continue to attack with wings, don't stop. Butterfree, continue to control Megalodon with the electric net. When Yu-Hai saw Megalodon being blown towards the treehouse by the strong wind, he knew that the situation was settled. While raising his hand to block the wind and sand, he called the 4 orb silk spiders to follow up and take the opportunity to finish off the Megalodon. The Megalodon that fell on the grass wanted to struggle, but was controlled by Butterfree's electric net. The orb silk spiders immediately spit out silk to block the Megalodon's movement. Even if the Megalodon sprayed water from its tail, it could not break free from the sticky silk. Big Claw Crabs also crawled over and raised their big claws to smash. The mosquito coils supported Big Claw Crabs to prevent Megalodon from opening its mouth to bite back, and the long-winged gulls stopped attacking with their wings to prevent teammates from being injured by mistake. The Megalodon was knocked unconscious by the giant claw crab and was wrapped like a dumpling by the orb silk spider. Yu-Hai threw the poke ball in his hand and captured the Megalodon. As the flashing red light of the poke ball stopped, the poke ball made a thump, prompting Yu-Hai that the Megalodon was successfully captured. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the grass. This boss was not easy to fight. It almost scared him to death. Its tail could spray water. No wonder it was fearless even when it went ashore. It turned out that it could return to the sea at any time. One-on-one, none of his Pokémons were the opponent of this shark. If this shark was not arrogant and crazy enough to lose its mind, they wanted to fight 5 people alone, but they didn't leave even when they were beaten up. They still couldn't take down this shark, especially this shark's ability to dodge attacks, which was first class. First, he dodged the big claws of the giant crab, and then dodged 4 electric nets. His reaction ability was amazing, and this was on land. If he was in the sea, he would definitely avoid it and would not confront the Megalodon head-on. If he used the electric net at the beginning, Butterfree would not be able to hit this extremely fast and thick-skinned shark. Finally, after 5 Pokémons consumed it in turn, they finally took down this shark. For such a strong shark, I don't know what the proficiency panel is like. Butterfree, bring the Pokeball over, Yu-Hai shouted, and Butterfree brought the Pokeball over. He immediately took it in his hand and opened the proficiency panel of the Megalodon. Megalodon. Attribute, Water plus Evil. Gender, Male. Potential, 44%. Level, 34.94%. Features, Rough Skin /27.84%. Mastered Moves, Stare /20.21%. Water Jet /32.31%. Gathering Chi /19.11%. Scary Face /27.82%. Bite /31.12%. Frozen Teeth /22.14%. Stab Ear Sound /15.94%. Bluffer /29.49%. Bite /28.53%. Water Cannon /25.74%. Surf /27.97%. Diving /31.96%. Tit for Tat /26.82%. Roaring /33.29%. After Yu-Hai roughly scanned the proficiency panel of Megalodon, his pupils shrank slightly. Megalodon's potential, level and characteristics were all ordinary, but the move column was blinding. 2, 4, 6, 10, 14 moves, the proficiency is not low. Yu-Hai was really shocked. This Megalodon actually has 14 moves. It was a bit reckless to attack Megalodon before. Although there are so many moves, Megalodon only used 4 moves in the battle just now. Staring, intimidating him. Bite, this move is to bite the reef. Water Cannon, a move to counteract the mud shooting of the giant claw crab. Water Jet, the power source of the Megalodon to move quickly on land. There are also Chi Gathering, Freezing Teeth, Surfing, and Diving, but they were not used because they were fighting on land. Fortunately, they were on land. In the sea, even if the tadpoles were tied together, they would not be the opponent of the Megalodon. In addition to the moves, his elves were too different in level and characteristics from the Megalodon. The rough skin made the Megalodon extremely resistant to beatings. The knocked-out Megalodon has woken up, but it has no strength to resist the Pokeball. The 34th level Megalodon is the only most powerful boss that they have encountered, except for Pidgeot, Tyrannosaurus, and Giant Claw. The tadpoles are 10 levels higher than the highest level, with more than 20 levels of characteristics and more than 10 levels of moves. The gap is really too big. If it weren't for the 5 of them beating one, they might not be able to take down the Megalodon. Besides, the only move they have that can cause restraining damage to Megalodon is the fighting-type move Arm Hammer cannot be used because of low proficiency. The insect-type move Bug Bite is a contact move and cannot be used. Once you get close to Megalodon, it is uncertain who will bite whom. The grass-type move Absorb is too weak and has little effect on Megalodon with thick skin and flesh. They don't have fairy-type moves. The electric-type move Electric Grid is the only move they have that can cause restraining damage to Megalodon, but Megalodon dodges it. Megalodon with Water Jet is very maneuverable. He thought that maneuverability was only in the sea, but he didn't expect it to be so strong on land. As for close combat, don't even think about it. He has always avoided close combat. Don't forget the megalodon's mouth full of sharp teeth. If the giant crab's weapon is the claws, a mouthful of sharp teeth is the megalodon's weapon. Once bitten by a megalodon, no one can bear it, and there is only one way to go. Even if he used the giant claw crab that had hardened 3 times, he didn't dare to let the giant claw crab bite him hard, but avoided the megalodon that pounced fiercely. Wait for the mosquito coil tadpole to create an opportunity for the giant claw crab to launch a sneak attack. The so-called tactics are to use your own strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses. If you already have an advantage, continue to expand the advantage. He can't let go of the advantage of numbers and fight a one-on-one duel. That's playing a game stupidly. Only the winner can modify history at will. What you want others to see, others can see what they want. The loser can only keep secrets. Don't always think about defeating the strong with the weak, fighting against attributes, and turning the tide against the wind. There are not so many turning the tide against the wind. Not everyone is the son of the production team. The ancients knew that attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior, and the cost of attacking the city is too high and it is not advisable. As a modern person, it is impossible not to understand such a simple and clear truth. The same is true for elves. If others rush against him with their attributes, he will applaud. If you want to restrain him, he will not rush against his attributes. Attribute restraint is the simplest tactic in elves. While restraining others, you can prevent yourself from being restrained by others. There are more complex tactics. As a senior elf game player, how can you not know the dirty tricks? Classic weather tactics, space tactics, nail tactics, hypnotic tactics, poison consumption tactics, counter-punch destroy song, take over. Although he knows a lot of tactics and dirty routines for Pokémon battles, these are all tactics in the game, which are not the same as reality. How the dirty routines work in reality remains to be studied. These are all his precious treasures. Not knowing them is different from knowing them and not using them. Except for the initial Pokémon, his starting point is already higher than most ordinary trainers. All that is left is to slowly transform the game experience of the previous life. Back to the Megalodon, although this Pokémon amazed him for a moment, it was only a moment, that's all. He will not subdue this Megalodon. Although this Megalodon has a rich pool of moves, its potential is only 44%. It is ferocious and bloodthirsty. It has passed the growth period and the juvenile period of cultivating intimacy. It is very difficult and a waste of time to brush the intimacy of a ferocious and bloodthirsty adult Pokémon. For such a Megalodon, he will not subdue it, but prepare to use it as dinner. Although the Megalodon's moves are very tempting, and there are many moves that the elves can learn, the unfamiliar adult Megalodon is uncontrollable and has too many uncertain factors, so it is not suitable to be a teacher. The most important thing is that they cannot use force to suppress the Megalodon. What if the Megalodon plays tricks, teaches the elves moves on the surface, and secretly attacks the tadpoles, and bites off the tadpoles' heads in one bite? In order to avoid danger to the elves, he can only nip the danger in the bud. At the same time, he also knew that because of the frequent air force in the past few days, there was a Megalodon wandering on this coast. Who would risk being eaten by the Megalodon and come to eat the bait? I'm afraid they are not smart. Bardolops, Orb Silk Spider, I will release the Megalodon, and you two use the electric net to tie up the Megalodon. It will be dinner tonight. We will eat grilled shark tonight. Bardolops nodded, indicating that he was ready. E2, the Orb Silk Spider landed in the opposite direction of Butterfree and was ready. Bang! The Pokeball opened, and Yu-Hai released Megalodon on the grass. Megalodon wanted to struggle, but 2 power grids instantly fell on Megalodon, and Megalodon twitched all over, and drool flowed from the corners of its mouth. Continue to use the power grid to stun Megalodon. Yu Hai didn't dare to do anything without a comatose shark. If he was bitten, he would lose an arm. After Butterfree and the orb silk spider stun Megalodon, he dared to step forward and take a closer look at Megalodon. The image of Megalodon is very similar to the great white shark in the previous life, with bright blue and white all over. The upper fins and the lower fins each have two and a gap. There are red eyes and black gills on the side of the body. The most notable feature of Megalodon is the yellow four-pointed star pattern on the top of the head and the tail. As for the elves like Megalodon, except for the lack of tail, it must be said that it is really majestic and handsome. If there is a chance in the future, he will definitely subdue a sharp-toothed fish and cultivate it to evolve into Megalodon. But he will not subdue this Megalodon. In order to prevent the Megalodon from waking up due to pain, he also asked Barda Butterfly to use hypnotic powder and paralysis powder to give the Megalodon a full anesthesia. Then he took a rope to tie up the Megalodon's sharp teeth and mouth, and tied it tightly before he started to use the knife. He has not killed a shark yet, but he has killed pigs. Sharks were protected animals in his previous life. He did not want to go to the police station, but he had the opportunity to use a knife on sharks in this life. The dorsal fins, pectoral fins, and caudal fins of sharks in his previous life were all good things, which were good things that only the powerful and the wealthy could enjoy. You heard it right, it is to enjoy protected animals. Ordinary shark fins cost 700 to 1000 yuan per catty, and top-grade shark fins cost at least tens of thousands per catty. Ordinary people can just look at the pictures of this thing. It is not impossible to eat it, but your heart will bleed. 1 pound of ordinary shark fin is enough for 50 pounds of pork. So the choice between eating shark fin for one meal or eating pork for 1 month is very simple. Shark fin is not only popular in the previous life, but also in the elf world. The humans in the elf world have overfished and killed Megalodon for shark fin. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a daily life. Reality is reflected in the animation, and it is so unconcealed, as if afraid that others don't know. He didn't see anything special about shark fin. It was just an ordinary ingredient. There was nothing special about it. It was all protein after being cooked. As for why shark fin is so expensive? That's all the merchant's exaggeration that things are rare and expensive, rich in protein and amino acids, as well as a variety of trace elements, with extremely high nutritional value, low production, and also showing status. Anyway, the routine is similar, just like diamonds. Diamonds are forever, one will be passed down forever, and then when you get it, the recycling price will immediately be only 1/3, it may be 1/4, or even less. When dealing with sharks, he cut off the fish skin. The fish skin is rough skin, very tough, and can be made into a thorn-proof suit. There was also the sharp fangs of the Megalodon, which looked pretty. Since he had hunted down the big boss Megalodon, how could he not leave something as a souvenir? He chose the largest, brightest, and widest tooth in the Megalodon's mouth, and planned to process it into a fang pendant after he went to human society. After collecting the things taken from the Megalodon, Yu Hai started to make a fire to roast and cook fish. In today's battle, all 5 elves we have worked hard, so we have to have a good meal. The fish meat can be eaten freely, and the remaining fish meat will be made into dried fish, which is the reserve food of the giant crab. The fish bones will not be thrown away, but roasted and mashed to supplement calcium for the giant crab. According to the official setting, the Megalodon weighs 88.8 kilograms. Even if the 5 elves eat as much as they want, they can only eat 10 kilograms at most, and there will be more than 70 kilograms left, which is enough for the giant crab to eat for 10 days and half a month. By the way, the giant crab shed its shell again today. Yu Hai looked up at the elves who were eating happily, and his eyes stayed on the giant crab, opening the giant crab's proficiency panel. Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 57.5%. Level, 18.16%. Feature, super strength claw /10.22% hidden feature, force /1.53%. Mastered moves, arm hammer /0.22%. Stair /0.43%. Water gun /11.35%. Harden /10.14%. Metal claw /2.34%. Dig /9.54%. Mud shooting /2.24%. The potential of the big claw crab has increased by 0.5, and the level has reached level 18. The proficiency of the super strength claw has increased by 2%, and the super strength claw has just exceeded 10. The force feature has also increased, by 1%. The water gun has increased by 2%, and I have been training the water gun these 2 days. Hardening increased by 3%, and it also exceeded 10. After all, it shed its shell twice, and it used hardening to accelerate the hardening of its shell. Metal claws also exceeded 2%, and it was used when attacking Megalodon. Digging holes also increased by 1%, but unfortunately the sneak attack failed. Mud shooting also exceeded 2%. The attack method of mud shooting is similar to that of a water gun. The crab has the basics of a water gun, and the mud shooting skills are easy to master. In addition to the above changes, the crab has another gratifying change, that is, the missing claws of the crab have finally grown out. In the morning, he didn't notice it. Now when he was having dinner, he noticed the small claws of the crab. The small claws, compared with the other big claws, are like the comparison between an adult and a baby. However, the small claws can help the crab eat, which is not useless.